Chapter 1. Dragon Kingdom, Jiangnan Province. Qingchuan City, 9th High School. Today marks the day for the awakening of special abilities for this year's senior class. Once one turns 18, the awakening is uniformly scheduled for this day. In this era of universal awakening, everyone has the potential to awaken abilities, yet only a select few manifest powerful ones. The levels of abilities are categorized from lowest to highest as follows: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS, comprising 9 tiers. Naturally, the higher the tier, the more formidable the ability. The types of abilities are diverse, broadly classified into combat, lifestyle, special categories, and some that are deemed less useful. Those who awaken combat abilities constitute merely 1/3 of the total. As the entire senior class gathers, the awakening ceremony officially commences. Dear students, the awakening ceremony is about to begin. Please maintain silence. When I call your name, step forward. Those not called should remain quiet. Now, let us invite Zhang San to awaken. With that, a bespectacled boy strides toward the awakening platform. As Zhang San places his hand on the awakening apparatus, a surge of energy courses through his body. Soon, the device displays a line of text. A level physical enhancement. Congratulations to Zhang San for awakening an 11 ability. As the principal's voice echoes, the crowd erupts in a buzz of discussion. Silence, please. Next is Li Si. As the principal calls out, another boy steps onto the awakening platform. Time passes gradually, with numerous classmates taking their turns, showcasing a variety of abilities. Ego, when do you think it will be our turn to awaken? After all, there are thousands of students in the senior class. How long will we have to wait? Yu remarks, try to ease the tension. Don't worry, it will be our turn soon. The protagonists usually make their grand entrance last. By the time we take the stage, we will awaken the most impressive SS-level abilities. Wang Lu, hearing Yu's optimism, can't help but retort, those with top-tier talents are treated like treasures. Prestigious schools are clamoring to recruit them. Once Wang Lu finishes, Yu remains silent, patiently awaiting the principal's call. Indeed, Yu is a traveler from another world. After indulging a bit too much at his graduation party, he awoke here. He has been in this world for 3 years now. His original parents perished when he was 13 during a military operation, leaving behind a compensation of 800,000. Today marks the awakening of abilities, and whether he will rise to greatness depends on this pivotal moment. This world operates under a strict hierarchy, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong only. Through awakening high-level abilities can one truly shine. This realm is vastly different from Earth 500 years ago. A strange energy invaded Blue Star, leading to the mutation of flora and fauna and the invasion of other races. The area of Blue Star expanded, and humanity became their sustenance, losing territory to monstrous beasts. Just as despair loomed over humanity, some individuals awakened their abilities, harnessing the essence of nature to cultivate strength. Through generations of effort, humanity gradually regained its footing and began to resist the beasts and foreign invaders. As the principal calls out Li Hai's name, the noise from the crowd intensifies. Isn't he the grandson of Li Yuanli from second-tier family in Qingchuan City? I wonder what talent he will awaken. Who knows? We commoners can't compete with those noble families. Exactly. These aristocratic offspring have had access to elixirs, spiritual liquids, and other enhancements since childhood, all in preparation for this day. Additionally, his father possesses an 11 ability. Look, he's stepping up now. As Li Hai approaches the awakening device, the entire playground falls silent, eyes fixed upon him in anticipation of his abilities tier. As Li Hai places his hand upon the device, a surge of energy flows through him, and the detection instrument reveals his level, prompting an exclamation from the principal. Earth element. Wow. And level ability, and it's elemental. The awakening of combat abilities is already rare, and to achieve level is truly remarkable. Li Hai is bound to soar from here. Indeed, for a scion of a noble family to possess an level ability, how could he not be arrogant? With the revelation of an level ability, the principal nods approvingly, congratulating Li Hai on his achievement, urging him to remain humble and diligent as he prepares for the upcoming examinations to enter a prestigious university and bring honor to the school. Li Hai nods, affirming, I will bring glory to our school, before stepping down. Next, we invite Wu Erfan. A handsome youth steps forward. Congratulations to Wu Erfan for awakening D speedy legs. Next is Wang Lo. Oh wow, it's my turn. Watch me awaken in level ability. Alright, I believe in you. But if you don't awaken in level, you owe me a week's worth of meals. That's not fair, ego. Awakening in level isn't so simple. How about we make a bet? Whoever awakens a lower tier pays for the other's meals for a week. Deal. He thinks to himself, I am a traveler. After all, I can't let down my status. As Wang Lu approaches the stage and places his hand on the device, the announcement follows. SS Dark Element. The principal bursts into laughter. Excellent. An S-level ability. Last year, we had an S-level ability graduate who entered a top university. It seems this year we may produce another top-tier student from our school, thereby enhancing our reputation and possibly surpassing the 8th Martial Arts Academy. S-level. Unbelievable. Who is this? Are they from a noble family? I recall he's from class 15. He doesn't seem to have much of a background. No way. An S-level ability from someone with no background? What luck. If only I were that fortunate. The crowd buzzes with excitement over the emergence of the S-level ability. Ego, did you see that I awakened an S-level ability? Haha, you owe me a week of meals now. Don't celebrate too soon. I might still awaken an SS-level ability. Alright. Ego is the best. Your turn will come soon, then we'll find out. As the ceremony continues, it draws to a close with several A and S-level abilities having been awakened. Am I really destined to be at the bottom? The protagonist appears last to awaken an SS-level ability and then embarks on a path to greatness. He ponders, feeling a surge of anticipation. Now, for the final awakening of the day, Ego, it's your turn. Go on. I'm waiting for the grand finale of the SS-level ability. As he slowly places his hand on the awakening platform, he feels two energies intertwining. Could it be that I am about to fail the awakening? I thought only one energy was necessary. As one energy coagulates in his hand, the device displays his result. F space. Space. I awaken space. But it's merely an level ability. What use is that? An level ability can only hold things and lacks any significant function. I thought I would awaken something impressive. Indeed, it's a pity space abilities are rare, but the level is too low. As the awakening ceremony concludes, he feels a bit dazed. Could it truly be just an level ability? How embarrassing for a traveler. Although you awakened an level ability, do not lose hope. Space abilities are still quite rare. Thank you, Principal. As he steps down, the awakening ceremony officially concludes. Are you alright, Ika? Even though it's in level, MS level, so we'll look out for you. As long as we're together, you won't go hungry. Hearing Wang Le's words comforts a little, yet he still feels a lingering sadness. With the ceremony over, the principal begins an inspirational speech, urging everyone to train diligently. But he finds it difficult to concentrate. Is this all I can expect? Even in this world, am I still destined to be at the mercy of others? Ding! Host Awakening Successful System successfully bound. Congratulations on receiving a starter gift package. System, you've finally arrived. It seems that a system is indeed indispensable for a traveler. What are your functions? Ding! Completing system tasks will reward you with ability points, which can enhance ability levels and proficiency in martial arts, among other benefits. Then I can truly soar. Having a system is indeed exhilarating. Open the system panel. Character, Realm Mun. Vitality, 10 normal adults have 10. Mentality, 16 normal adults have 10. Supernatural ability, F space, SSS Thunder. Store unlocked. Martial skills, none. Backpack, beginner's gift pack. This is truly a system. Unbelievable. I possess this attribute panel and dual supernatural abilities. Astonishing. Is this SS level fire supernatural ability bestowed upon me by the system? Ding. Host, this is the supernatural ability you have already awakened. It merely did not display on the instrument. I see. It seems that my soul crossing into this world has led to the awakening of dual supernatural abilities. System, open the beginner's gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained an enhancement of the space supernatural ability to S. If you wish to further enhance it, please allocate points using your supernatural ability. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the body cultivation technique, King Great Supreme Indestructible Body of the Thunder God Fragment. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Spirit Refinement Technique, King Great Supreme Great Sun Visualization Sutra Fragment. Congratulations, host. You have received the Martial Skill Earth Great Supreme Thunderclap 9 Blades. Congratulations, host. You have gained 800 supernatural points. Incredible. This beginner's gift pack is so abundant. According to the classification of martial skills, there are 9 levels: human, yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, king, saint, emperor, and god, with human being the weakest and god the most formidable. The system has bestowed upon me 2 king-level martial skills right from the start. This is truly outrageous. Since they are only fragments, the complete versions must be of saint grade. Astonishing. One must understand that a single heavenly grade technique would attract fierce competition among major forces. Only the top families in the imperial capital possess king grade techniques, and they are treated as treasures, passed down only to family members with high levels of awakened supernatural abilities, strictly forbidden from being shared with outsiders. One can only imagine how enticing king grade techniques are. It seems that only the most elite hidden families possess saint grade techniques. It appears I must ensure no one discovers that I am cultivating king grade techniques unless my strength is formidable enough or I am backed by a powerful force. Ding. Would you like to learn the techniques now? Yes. In an instant, the indestructible body of the Thunder God manifested in my mind, revealing its 9 levels. Cultivating to the 3rd level allows one to manifest the true form of the Thunder God, immensely powerful. Although it has 9 levels, this fragment only contains the first 3. If all 9 levels were complete, I can only imagine the grade of that technique. The Great Sun Visualization Sutra, which involves cultivating by observing the sun, is most effective when practiced at sunrise and is divided into 9 levels. Reaching the 9th level allows one to manifest the Great Sun. The Thunderclap 9 Blades, when perfected, strikes with the sound of thunder, each slash more powerful than the last. As I review the descriptions of the techniques, I feel the path to invincibility unfolding before me. Ding. Mission issued. Main quest: achieve the top score in the Jiangnan Province College entrance examination in 100 days. Reward unknown. Ding. One cannot be invincible without a formidable physique, can they? Cultivating the indestructible body of the Thunder God to the 1st level rewards 2,000 supernatural points. Wow. The system has issued a mission so quickly. But this task seems exceedingly difficult. I cannot rapidly enhance my strength. System, could you not issue simpler tasks? How am I supposed to complete this? You don't even offer supernatural points, you heartless system. Ding. Host, do not worry. Starting tomorrow, daily minor tasks will be issued, and completing them will yield rewards. That's more like it. System, has my space supernatural ability been enhanced to S level? Indeed. Host, this is the reward from the beginner's gift pack. I hope you continue to strive for an early ascension to SSS Space System. The space system appears quite impressive. What is available in the system store, dear system? Ding. There is nothing you cannot imagine that I do not sell. However, unlocking requires 1,000 supernatural points. So remarkable. I will wait until I have more supernatural points to unlock it. My current 800 points are insufficient. Ego, why are you standing there motionless? Is the impact too great for you? It's nothing at all. In the future, Ego will lead the way. Just wait and see. The nickname Shouho was given Wang Lu because he is as thin as a monkey. Ego, you're not dazed because your awakened ability is too low, are you? Don't worry, Ego. When I was mocked and beaten by those boys, if you hadn't helped me out and even fought for me, I might have been beaten to the point of dropping out and never awakening my abilities. At that moment, I recognized you as my brother. Although your awakened ability isn't high, I will definitely protect you. Hearing Shuh's words, I felt a slight stirring in my heart. I never expected that despite my level awakening, he would not disdain me. Initially, when I saw him being bullied by those few people, I couldn't stand by and did my best to help him. I didn't realize then that Shouho was such a loyal and honorable brother. It's all right, Shouho. Having you as a brother brings me great joy. All right, haha. Igu, don't forget to treat me to a meal next week, haha. Sure. You're still thinking about food at this moment. Let's stop discussing this and head back to the classroom. Okay, Igu. Just as we prepare to return to the classroom, a few people suddenly appeared ahead. Oh, look who it is, you E. How did you awaken in level ability? Ha! Exactly. Our boss has awakened a level beast transformation ability. Hee hee. What I awaken is none of your concern. Such arrogance. Were it not for your SS level companion by your side, I would have struck you down long ago. Dare you challenge me? I, Igu, stand as your protector. If you even think about laying a finger on him, be prepared to face the consequences. Humph, boy, watch your step. That I remember well when you aided this fellow in attacking us. Do not be surprised when you meet your demise. Understood, brothers? Indeed, indeed. Huh, the boss speaks truth. Take heed. Young one, come, let us depart. I refuse to linger with the awakened F abilities. It is simply bad luck. Damn it, do not leave. By saying that, you must be seeking death. Skinny monkey, fret not, since they are so eager to take revenge. They will soon find themselves as corpses. Rest assured, these three will become lifeless soon at Igu. Do not be angry. Once I have honed my skills, I shall assist you in eliminating them, and why dark abilities lend themselves to swift assassinations. No worries. Skinny monkey, just focus on your training. Those who commit numerous evils deserve their fate. Very well. Igu, let us return to the classroom. The school will distribute the basic body refinement technique and basic meditation technique. Only after acquiring these two tomes can we commence our cultivation. With that, we headed toward the classroom. Upon entering, the other students had already gathered. When the teacher arrived, the classroom fell silent. All right, class, today you have successfully awakened. And we have an SS level awakened among us. Truly a cause for celebration. Next, I will impart the techniques. The basic body refinement technique and the basic meditation technique. These are fundamental skills of the Great Xia, essential for cultivation, and can only be practiced after one reaches adulthood and awakens. If you possess superior techniques at home, you may opt not to use these basics. If not, you must learn them. Should you acquire better body refinement or meditation techniques in the future, you may replace the originals. Both body refinement and meditation are of utmost importance. Vital energy affects your endurance in combat and the utilization of martial skills. Your abilities can be combined with weapons and martial techniques for greater effect. As for your mental state, it determines the frequency and potency of your abilities. The higher your mental state, the more powerful your martial skills. Whether you wish to pursue both paths or focus solely on one is entirely up to you. Once your vital energy and mental state reach 100, you will ascend to a first-tier warrior or a first-tier psychic. There are 10 tiers in total, each divided into 9 levels. When either vital energy or mental state hits 100, it signifies the first tier and first level, and so forth. That is all for now. After learning the basic techniques, you may choose a martial skill to practice on Monday. I can't believe we can choose martial skills. I am somewhat excited to go. What martial skill do you wish to learn? I am unsure. Perhaps I will decide when the time comes. Just select a technique that complements your ability. Stick to the dark ones. Alrighty, good. Hey, watch me as I crush those who threaten us once my training is complete. You, lad, have the potential of a 10th tier warrior. Ha ha ha. Good. Do not mock me. Hee. Having said all that, I urge you to study these foundational techniques at home this week, and come Monday, prepare to learn martial skills. In half a month, we will hold a cultivation ranking. The higher your rank, the more resources you will receive. That I hope you all achieve excellent standings. All right, class dismissed. With the teacher's words, the students began to chatter. Haha, I awakened with a C-level ability. Time to show off. Alas, I only awakened an A-level ability. It seems I am destined to remain a low-tier warrior. Do not worry. Some are worse off than you. Look, we even have a backpack. An F-level space ability among us. Haha, hearing that lightened my mood. They speak of you with such disdain, Skinny Monkey remarked, visibly annoyed. No matter. In half a month, the truth will be revealed. Just now, the system issued 2 new missions. Ding, what to do when faced with danger. Naturally, eliminate them. Please, host, kill the threat trio within a month. Reward, 300 ability points. Please, host, rank in the top 10 in cultivation within half a month. Reward, degrade weapon, Thunderblade. Upon seeing these missions, my spirits lifted. I now possess 800 ability points. I wonder how much I can enhance my cultivation at home. Skinny Monkey, I shall take my leave. You should return home early as well. Your parents will be overjoyed to learn of your SS ability. All right, Iga. See you next week. With that, he dashed down the stairs. It seems Skinny Monkey can hardly wait to share the news with his family. I too must return, eagerly anticipating how much the system will enhance my abilities. The original family residence is not far from the 9th Martial Arts High School, after the tragic loss of my parents. The original owner met with an untimely demise at the age of 15 due to a car accident that I coincidentally transmigrated into this body. The party responsible for the accident compensated 200,000, and I awakened all the original memories, allowing me to grasp the intricacies of this world. Following the loss of my parents, the original owner seldom interacted with others, save for one neighborly sister who often took care of him, with whom he had some exchanges that, as I walked home, I couldn't help but reminisce about that sister. Upon my arrival, I found only memories related to her after fusing with the original's consciousness, making me quite grateful for her presence. Since the death of the original's parents, it was she who cared for him. Her name was Li Qingwei, 8 years my senior, with an awakened level ability of plant affinity, allowing her to sense the emotions of plants and observe their states. After graduating high school, she found work at a spirit plant company, from the time of the original's parents' passing until his tragic end in the car accident. Li Qingwei had cared for him. After my transmigration, she continued to look after me with even greater diligence. Truly, having an elder sister is a blessing. Lost in thought, I arrived at the ground floor. This is an old residential complex where common folk reside. The rent is affordable, yet the buildings are dilapidated and the streets are chaotic. Xiao Yi, you have returned. What ability did you awaken? Came the voice of a grandmother selling snacks. Although everyone can awaken abilities, it is the level and combat prowess of those abilities that truly matter. There are many types of abilities. Some merely enhance cooking, resulting in tastier dishes, but little else. This grandmother awakened a food-related ability, and being an F-level, sells snacks for a living that I often dine here due to the affordability and kindness of the fare. Grandma, I awakened an F-level space ability, but I will strive to improve. Good. A good child, though it may be F-level, you must work hard. Qingwei should be upstairs preparing dinner for you. Hurry on up. Thank you, Grandma. I shall go up now. Goodbye. Go on. Go on. This child has changed so much. He used to be so quiet, but now he is so cheerful. Quite good. Indeed, I opened the door and walked into the kitchen, spotting Li Qingwei cooking while wearing an apron. Though she donned simple clothing, it could not conceal her beauty. She was tall and slender, with silky black hair cascading like a waterfall and a delicate face adorned with elegant brows. Truly stunning. Qingwei Jie. I'm back. Oh, Xiao Yi. You're back. How was your awakening today? What ability did you awaken? Hearing her inquiry, I thought about how my lightning ability would surely be revealed during the grand examination, yet Qingwei Jie was my only family here, so sharing it posed no issue. Qingwei Jie. I awakened an SSS-level lightning ability. Really? Her astonishment was palpable upon hearing of my SSS-level awakening. Would I dare to deceive you? Once I reach the first tier, I will be able to gather thunder. You will see for yourself. Is everything you say true? Of course. Once I am able to hunt magical beasts and earn money, I shall buy a new house for you to elevate your living standards. Your intentions alone are more than enough that, as she spoke. She approached and enveloped me in an embrace. Now an adult, I stand tall at over 180 centimeters, towering over Qingwei Jie by half a head. Feeling the warmth of her embrace, I resolve to ensure she enjoys a good life, gently ruffling her hair. Feeling the warmth of my hand atop her head, Qingwei Jie's cheeks flushed slightly. Xiao Yi, you are now unawakened. Cultivation resources require funds. I have saved over 200,000 from my years of work. Use it to purchase spirit herbs or whatever you need. And need. Qingwei J. I eat.my parents' life insurance, and some savings can cover my expenses. I will manage. I then asked. Qingwei Jie, why do you treat me so well? She pondered for a moment before replying. When your parents passed, I saw you were just a child without anyone to care for you. Your parents had a good relationship with my family, so I decided to look after you. Over the years, I have come to see you as my younger brother. If I do not treat you well, whom should I treat well? Thank you. Qingwei Jie. From now on, I will take care of you. Qingwei Jie lowered her head, nodding slightly. All right, Xiao Yi, today is your awakening day, a joyous occasion. I have prepared extra dishes. You are allowed to drink today. Come, come, Xiao Yi. Hurry and eat. Observing the joyful expression on Sister Qingyue's face, particularly when she smiles, she truly appears stunning that I remarked, Sister Qingyue, you look exceptionally beautiful when you smile. Upon hearing my words, a faint blush adorned Sister Qingyue's cheeks as she teased. You used to be so shy. Now you dare to flirt with your sister. It seems you've grown up, Xiao Yi. No, I remain the same brother to Sister Qingyue, I replied with a grin. All right, let's eat, she said cheerfully. Sure thing, Sister Qingyue. Today we can enjoy some wine, she added, and after a few sips, I found Sister Qingyue's slightly tipsy demeanor even more enchanting. After we finished our meal, I announced, Sister Qingyue, I shall return to my room to cultivate, that I will strive to become stronger. Such enthusiasm. Off you go, Xiao Yi, she encouraged. Yes, I turned to head back to my room. I couldn't help but silently marvel. This child is truly matured, and he's becoming increasingly handsome. With that thought, a blush crept onto my face. The system prompted me. Would you like to allocate 100 ability points to upgrade to the first level of martial artist? Yes, I confirmed that. As my vitality surged, I clenched my fist, feeling the torrent of power within me, and nodded in satisfaction. The system then asked, would you like to elevate your mental prowess to the first level? Yes, I replied, and soon summoned lightning into my hand, feeling both my consciousness and spirit enhance. Then I inquired, how many ability points are required to advance to the second level of martial artist? 200 ability points are needed, the system responded. The beginner gift pack had granted me 800 ability points. With 600 remaining, I decided to enhance my mental abilities first. The system elevated my mental prowess to the second level. With this enhancement, my original 100 mental units increased to 500, summoning the lightning to my palm made it appear even more vivid. Excellent. I still have 400 ability points left. I shall reserve them for improving my martial skills. The proficiency of martial skills is categorized into 5 stages. Beginner, minor success, major success, perfection, and true, meaning that I then inquired, how many ability points to upgrade the indestructible body of thunder to the first level? 800 ability points are required, came the reply. Such a hefty sum. No wonder it is a royal level technique that I can only imagine the cost of the Sun Visualization Sutra. How many points does it take to elevate the 9 thunder blades to the beginner level? 300 points are required. The system stated 300 points is no small amount, but as the saying goes, one must risk something to gain something. Upgrade. Instantly, scenes of wielding the 9 thunder blades flashed in my mind, revealing the formidable nature of this earth-level technique. With only 100 ability points remaining, I realized I could do nothing further and would have to await the system's daily task tomorrow for further enhancements. I opened the system panel. Character, UE Realm. Martial Artist Level 1. Mental Master Level 2 Vitality. 100 Mental. 500 Ability. Space. Thunderstore. Unlocked. 1,000 ability points required. Martial Skill. 9 Thunderblades. Beginner. Backpack. None. It seems my strength has significantly increased. In 15 days, I shall claim the first position. Meanwhile, within the City Lord's mansion in Qingchuan City, Xiao Lu, has today's awakening ceremony concluded? The City Lord inquired with a smile while seated in a spacious study. How do the students from our 16 martial arts high schools fare in their awakenings? Replying to the City Lord, over 80,000 individuals participated in today's awakening for those aged 18, Xiao Lu respectfully answered. The City Lord expressed surprise. Oh, that's considerably more than last year. Were there any exceptional talents this year? Any SS-level gifted individuals? Xiao Lu excitedly replied, Indeed, City Lord. This year our city has produced 2 SS-level gifted individuals. The City Lord widened his eyes in disbelief. 2. Last year there wasn't even 1, and now 2 have emerged. Quickly tell me who they are. Xiao Lu, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, The first is Han Li, the eldest son of the esteemed Han family in our city, possessing an SS-level gold affinity. The City Lord nodded in approval, praising, The Han family truly upholds its reputation as a distinguished clan, nurturing such outstanding offspring. And who is the other? After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Lu continued, The other is Lu Xinran, the daughter of the underground leader of Qingchuan City, Lu Yi. She boasts an SS-level shadow affinity, which can transform into a form of remarkable agility, enhancing her human form's flexibility. Both talents are indeed impressive. I just inquired with the neighboring city lord. They too have an SSS talent this year. IT seems a prosperous era has arrived. You must instruct to bolster the defenses of Qingchuan City. Now that the awakening ceremony has concluded, the other races and demonic beasts will undoubtedly take action. From today until the Gaokao ends, we must strengthen the city's defenses to prevent any intruders from harming our gifted individuals. Understood, City Lord. The night quietly passed. As the sun rose brightly, Yui looked up at the towering skyscrapers, marveling at their grandeur. This is the Martial Artist Tower, the place for certified martial artists in Qingchuan City. Upon reaching the first level, one may come here for certification. Not only can one get certified, but training, dueling, and questing can also be conducted here. Moreover, the Martial Artist Tower houses various families that provide martial skills, techniques, spiritual liquids, elixirs, accommodation, and entertainment, making it a super comprehensive complex. Yui stepped inside and was greeted by a guide map in the lobby, detailing the offerings and directions of various floors. Hello, I am here for certification. The receptionist was a somewhat adorably naive young lady in uniform. Though she appeared charming, certain aspects of her were rather generous. Are you here to certify as a martial artist? You've only awakened for a day and are already a martial artist? The young lady asked, surprised. Typically, those who become martial artists or mental masters on the first day are mostly from affluent families who have prepared elixirs and spiritual liquids prior to awakening, enabling them to commence rapid cultivation immediately after. May I ask if you are certifying as a martial artist or a mental master? I wish to certify for both. Upon hearing this, the young lady grew even more puzzled. UVE managed to cultivate your vitality and spirit to the first level within just one day after awakening. You must be for a prominent family. Please state your name and martial arts school. UE, 9th Martial Arts High School. Kindly place your hand on the device that I gently set my hand on the testing apparatus. The device displayed. Vitality 100, level 1. Spirit 300, level 2. The young lady's mouth dropped open in astonishment, as if she could swallow a duck egg. Your spirit has reached the second level. You've achieved this in less than a day after awakening. My goodness! Congratulations on becoming a martial artist and a mental master. If others were to learn that you reached the second level of spirit on your first day, it would undoubtedly be sensational news. This is your badge for being a martial artist and a mental master at the first level. According to regulations, newly certified martial artists can each receive 2 elixirs and 2 servings of spiritual liquid from the elixir hall and spiritual liquid hall. The young lady recited the business terms with practiced ease. All right. After Yui departed, the young lady eagerly dialed an internal phone, and simultaneously, an elder in the leadership office of the Martial Artist Tower answered. What is it, my dear? Zhao Guanshan asked with a smile. Grandfather, you asked me to keep an eye on the martial artist certifications. One has already come through today. Oh, someone has become a martial artist? It seems their cultivation speed is quite impressive, the elder replied leisurely. Grandfather, he is also certified in both martial and mental realms, and his spirit has reached the second level. No wonder you were so eager to report. It turns out he succeeded in both certifications. Wait, did you say his spirit reached the second level? Yes, Grandfather, I personally certified him, so I can assure you it's accurate. To achieve the second level of spirit within just one day of awakening is indeed a rare feat in Jiangnan province. Whose child is he? The elder inquired. I'm not sure. He appeared modestly dressed, and didn't he seem like a child from a wealthy family? What do you mean he isn't from a wealthy family? What is his name, and which high school does he attend? His name is UE from the 9th Martial Arts High School. YUE. Our Qingchuan City has no prominent U family, and the 9th Martial Arts High School is merely average in ranking. Indeed, the higher the rank from 1st to 16th, the stronger the martial prowess, and the 9th Martial Arts High School ranks only in the middle. You have brought me a delightful surprise. I shall investigate this student's background immediately. All right, Grandfather, you do that. I shall continue with my work, and should any exceptional candidates emerge, I will inform you. Greetings. I have come to collect the elixir and spirit liquid. The staff member looked up in surprise and exclaimed, Young man, have you already certified as a warrior so soon? Indeed, I have reached the first level, first rank. Your future is boundless, young man. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Here are your vitality elixirs and spirit liquids. The mid-grade vitality elixir of the first rank, when consumed alongside cultivation techniques, will enhance your vitality. The mid-grade spirit liquid of the first rank, when consumed with meditation methods, will increase your mental acuity. Elixirs and spirit liquids are categorized from the first to the ninth rank. However, the more one consumes within the same rank, the lesser the effects. I must hurry home to see how much I can enhance. With that, I exited the door. Upon returning home, I found no sign of Sister Qingwei. She must be at work. I took the vitality elixir and consumed it. Ding! The system detected that the host has consumed a vitality elixir. Vitality increased by 30. Wasn't it said that one must absorb it in conjunction with cultivation techniques to increase vitality? This system is truly delightful. Is it safe for the system to increase vitality directly? Ding! The absorption is pure and natural, maximizing benefits. Ding! Originally, if the host were to absorb this vitality elixir gradually with a cultivation technique, only 1/3 of the vitality could be absorbed, leading to inefficiency and wasted time. However, with the system, direct absorption will yield 100% intake without harmful impurities. Yet, the more one consumes elixirs or spirit liquids of the same rank, the lesser the effects. So, it appears that the system is indeed omnipotent. Ding! A task has been issued. Cultivate the body refinement technique for 3 hours and the meditation method for 3 hours. Reward: -100 talent points. Such a meager amount. Merely 100 points. Ding! This is a daily task. The host may choose to complete it or not. Gradual development leads to accumulation. Ding! Raise vitality and spirit to the first rank, 5th level. Reward: -500 talent points. There are many tasks available, but daily tasks are relatively simple. Others require either more time or greater strength. Alas, I must take my time. The system prompts me to utilize the spirit liquid and vitality elixir. Ding! Vitality increased by 30 calories. Let me check my status. Vitality, -160 calories. 300 calories are required for the second level of the first rank. Spirit, -360 calories. 500 points are required for the third level of the first rank. Not bad. I should be unrivaled at the 9th Martial High School. The sun shone brightly, and before I knew it, Monday had arrived, the day to return to school for martial arts training. As I entered the campus, I heard a flurry of discussions that I heard our school's flower. Luo Yushi has already become a first-rank warrior and spirit master. How did she cultivate so quickly to reach the first rank, first level? Alas, I cannot compare. She seems to have connections in the imperial capital, elixirs and spirit liquids, available around the clock. Indeed, even with sheer accumulation, one can reach the first rank, first level. Some are born with fortune, while others are born to toil. It seems that most of the offspring from the first-rate families in our city have already reached the first rank. First level. It appears those prodigies are not advancing faster than me. I thought silently, Iga, wait for me. Turning around, I saw Shoho racing toward me. Iga, he didn't wait for me. I just stopped when I heard he call. Iga, I'm now a first rank, first level spirit master, but my vitality hasn't reached the first rank yet. That's quite fast, Shoho. You're nearly on par with some of the aristocratic disciples. It's because of my SS grade talent that I cultivate quickly. If I had the resources of an aristocratic disciple, I would surely reach the first rank in no time. My family knows I awakened my SS grade talent. So they pooled all their savings to buy me spirit liquids and elixirs, which is why I'm progressing so rapidly. Since they believe in me so much, I won't let them down. By the way, Iga, have you become a warrior or spirit master yet? Of course. Your Iga has also reached the first rank, and I'm at the first rank, second level. Impressive, right? Wait, aren't you an F-grade talent? How did you reach the second level? Actually, I have dual talents. My other talent is an SSS grade lightning affinity. Impressive, isn't it? Dual talents? I've only heard of such things in the news. There was a 10th rank powerhouse in our country who had dual talents. Apparently, they obtained a talent fruit from an SS grade secret realm that is, how did you awaken dual talents? I say I was born with it. Do you believe me? I've never heard of anyone awakening dual talents. Forget it. I was worried you might give up after awakening your F-grade talent, but who would have thought you'd be a dual talent? Then you must protect me from now on. I'll just be your loyal little brother, that you've made the most definitive decision of your life. So, Iga, which university do you want to apply? University? I'll aim for the Imperial Capital Academy. If I'm going to attend, it should be the best. The Imperial Capital Academy is the top-tier university in Dragon Country, with 10 elite academies, in addition to 30 first-rate universities and 60 second-rate universities. Along with many third-rate universities, the Imperial Capital Academy and the Magic Capital Academy are far ahead of the other 8 elite universities, with both institutions requiring at least A-grade talent for admission. Are you really going to the Imperial Capital Academy? Not necessarily. I'll see who offers the best rewards after the college entrance examination. Alright, Iga, I'll enroll in the same university as you. Just as we finished our conversation, we arrived at the classroom where students were already buzzing with discussions. Quiet down, class teacher Dong Lei is approaching the podium. I will now take attendance for those who have reached the rank of warrior or spirit master. Everyone, please come up one by one for vitality and spirit measurement. First up, Wang Dabai. Place your hand on the sensor. Soon, the device displayed. Vitality 85 calories, spirit 50 hertz. Alright, noted. Keep it up, and you'll soon become a first-rank warrior. Next, Li Xiaohong was called, and soon Shouho's name was announced. Next, Wang Le. Vitality 90 calories, spirit 116 hertz. The class teacher nodded in satisfaction. Wang Shua, you're doing quite well. No wonder you have an SS grade talent. With that, the students below erupted in discussions. Wang Shua is cultivating so quickly. He has already a first rank, first-level spirit master. Yes, although he lacks a background, his SS grade talent is remarkable. To reach the first rank. First level in just 2 days is quite impressive at our 9th high. Quiet down next. It's your turn. Good luck. As I placed my hand on the sensor, it quickly displayed. Vitality 346 calories. First rank, second level. Spirit 398 hertz. I had returned to the Warrior Hall yesterday morning and used the over 200,000 savings left by my original self to purchase 7 mid-grade vitality elixirs. Each costing 30,000. Elixirs and spirit liquids are further divided into low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and top-grade. The higher the quality, the more expensive the elixir, and the greater the vitality increase with fewer impurities, coupled with the body refinement technique and meditation method. My vitality and spirit have both increased. Additionally, I completed the system's daily tasks over the past 2 days, earning another 200 talent points. As the display on the sensor appeared, the class teacher was left in disbelief. Both vitality and spirit are at the first rank, second level. In the whole Jiangnan province, it's rare to achieve such a level in just 2 days, and I recall you were an F-grade talent. How could you cultivate so quickly? The level of talent greatly influences cultivation speed. Higher talent leads to faster cultivation, and vice versa. The same principle applies to the absorption of elixirs and spirit liquids. How did you manage this? You are an F-grade talent. While the space is quite formidable, it is still F-grade, because I consumed the eggs laid by my elder brother. What? Your elder brother laid eggs? Can people even lay eggs? Teacher, I meant chicken eggs, not human eggs. Then what kind of chicken could lay eggs that would allow you to cultivate so quickly? It's a secret, you little rascal. Well, every strong individual has their secrets. Remember, you must continue to cultivate diligently and aim for a higher rank in the placement competition in 15 days to secure better resources that I understand. You know I'm an orphan. After class, please come to my office. I will support you with some resources. Just aim to get into a top university in return. Thank you, teacher. I promise to get into a top university, that if I don't, just bring my elder brother to dance for you. All right. You're quite ambitious. I can't believe you, who is an F-grade talent, could cultivate so quickly. He is already far ahead of the aristocratic disciples in our city. Truly impressive. Fortunately, I didn't mock him when he awakened his F-grade talent, or I would have ended up as a stepping stone. All right, everyone, quiet down. ES family isn't particularly wealthy, yet he has achieved this. You all must work hard in your cultivation as well. Proceed, the homeroom teacher said, nodding in satisfaction as the statistics concluded. Good. This year, the overall quality of student cultivation surpasses that of last year. After the evaluations were completed, the students were instructed to head to the martial arts room to study combat techniques, with the emphasis on selecting those that resonated with their personal preferences. Class dismissed. And Wang Shua, both of you, come to my office. I am aware that both you and Wang Shua are quite remarkable. Though your families may be less affluent, your current realms of cultivation already place you ahead of many. The teacher continued, I will do my utmost to assist you. I hope you continue to excel. He handed you 3 first-tier intermediate blood essence pills and 3 first-tier intermediate spirit liquids. These 2 blood essence pills and spirit liquids are for you, while the remaining ones are for you, Wang Shua. With your SS grade talent, I believe you can secure a place in a top university if you train diligently. As for you, I sense there are mysteries surrounding your abilities. Keep those to yourself and strive for excellence as well. Both of you must achieve outstanding results in the ranking competitions to catch the principal's attention and secure more resources. We will, teacher, they replied in unison. Now, go select your martial techniques. Although they are human-level techniques, it is imperative to train diligently. Thank you, teacher. We shall take our leave now. Go ahead. Here, Shoho, take 2 of these blood essence pills. You have not yet reached the first tier of martial artists. These pills are crucial for you. For me, they are not urgent. You insisted, and need. You should utilize these resources for your training. The stronger you become, the safer I will be, Shoho replied with a grin. Take them. Both blood essence and spirit are vital. We must not neglect any aspect. All right then, thank you, but we need not thank each other for such matters. It is time to select martial techniques. I wonder how many points are needed for human-level techniques. Oh, there's the chicken claw technique. Isn't that the one my brother is studying? Hey, who touched my backside? No pushing, everyone. There are martial techniques to learn. No jostling. Upon entering the martial arts room, a cacophony of students eagerly selecting their techniques ensued. Silence. With the principal's command came an overwhelming aura of authority, instantly quieting the previously boisterous room. Wow, the principal is already a 4th-tier mentalist. Thankfully, he only released a bit of his pressure. Otherwise, we wouldn't even know how we perished, Shoho exclaimed, astonished, as the pressure enveloped the room. It felt as if a weight rested upon each student. How powerful! When will this chaos end? We shall now form a line. Those desiring human-level martial techniques should proceed to the designated areas for study. First, select techniques that suit you. The principal continued. I trust your teachers have conveyed this to you, so I want to elaborate further. Go learn the techniques suitable for you. With that, the previously unruly students began to form lines obediently. Soon, those at the front received their techniques and exited. When it was Yu Yi's turn, he approached the elder at the desk, who greeted him with a warm smile. What martial technique do you seek? Little one, martial techniques? Since I have yet to acquire a weapon, perhaps I should learn a fist technique. A fist technique? Is it? It appears our young friend enjoys the art of boxing, the elder chuckled. Then this one, the human-level intermediate heavy fist, shall suit you. Thank you, teacher. With that, Yu Yi took the technique and stepped outside. Ding, detecting the heavy fist technique. Would you like to learn? Yes. Instantly, knowledge of the technique flooded his mind. Upon successfully learning the heavy fist, the technique vanished from view. A technique only remains once learned, preventing its dissemination. System, can I upgrade the heavy fist? Ding, yes, host. You can upgrade the heavy fist to the profound level superior technique. Gale fist, wow, I can directly upgrade to a profound level superior technique. This system is quite extraordinary. Ding, would you like to expend 200 talent points for the upgrade? Yes. With that, he felt a transformation within his martial abilities. The Gale Fist, when mastered, allows for striking speed akin to the wind, and at its pinnacle, surpasses even the wind itself. Excellent. System, how many points are required to master Gale Fist? Ding, 150 points are needed. 150 points. After completing today's daily tasks, that should be sufficient. I still lack technique points. System, utilize spirit liquid and pills. As the spirit liquid and pills were consumed, his vitality surged to 376, and his mental capacity reached 488. Excellent, my mental prowess is on the verge of breaking through to the first tier, enhancing my strength. What technique did you select? Ego? Shoho inquired, his face alight with excitement. I chose a fist technique. How about you, Shoho? I learned the stealth technique, which increases speed and reduces presence, and it's an exceptional human-level technique. It seems you made a wise choice, Shoho. Let us return to the classroom. I'll treat you to lunch. All right, Iga. I shall feast upon your generosity. Of course. The leader of Class 26 at ninth Middle School has now selected his martial technique. When shall we have the opportunity to teach that UE from Class 15 a lesson? Patience. His companion has awakened an SS grade talent, so we must refrain from confrontation on campus. We shall wait for an opportunity on his way home. Understood, leader. Unbeknownst to UE, these discussions transpired, and even if he had known, he would not have been concerned about such insignificant individuals. As the evening bell rang, and he walked home through the dimly lit old district, he sensed someone trailing behind him. Amused, he smiled lightly. Not going to reveal yourself. Zhang Wu. Have we been discovered? What do we do, leader? Relax. Let us confront him. He seems quite formidable, Zhang Wu suggested nervously. Zhang Wu, you trio of rascals, have I ever provoked you? Of course. I know it's you. What makes you think you can challenge me? Just the three of you? Haha, our leader possesses B-grade talent. Do you think we fear you? Zhang Wu boasted, puffing out his chest. Then come at me. I'm in a hurry. How audacious. I haven't even started. Brothers attack. As the words fell, the three charged forward, only to witness he raise his hand and deliver a punch that sent Li Wu crashing into the wall. What the hell? Our leader was knocked away with a single punch. Could he already be a martial artist? Otherwise, how could he be so strong? What we do, the second one? Our leader is down. Of course, we plead for mercy. As the two subordinates knelt and fervently begged for forgiveness, UE remarked, I thought you were quite arrogant a moment ago. What happened to that bravado? Apologies, ego. We were wrong. Remember, if you dare provoke me again, it won't be as simple as just a beating. Certainly not. We shall never dare again. Ding. Task completed. Reward, 500 anomaly points. Seeing the system notification, UE nodded in satisfaction and continued toward home. What shall we do, leader? One of his subordinates fretted. What can we do? He is so powerful now. We can't confront him without risking our lives. From now on, when we see him, we must show him utmost respect. To become a martial artist so quickly, despite his low talent, he must have relied on medicinal herbs. Anyone who can achieve that has some background, whereas we have none. Henceforth, we will refer to him as Big Brother whenever we encounter him. Understood, leader. You are indeed wise. Humph. If I were not clever, how could I lead you? According to the tales, one would expect retaliation after being beaten, but if they dare approach again, he would ensure their disappearance. Task rewards, 500 talent points, plus today's daily task, totaling 700 talent points. System, upgrade Gale Fist to entry level. Ding, consumed 150 points. Gale Fist successfully learned. Instantly, he gained a clearer understanding of the Gale Fist. With 550 points remaining, I shall reserve them for future use. Lost in thought, I found myself standing at the doorstep of my home. Sister Qingwei, I have returned. It is good to have you back. You must be hungry. Come quickly to eat. All right, Sister Qingwei, I must tell you, I'm on the verge of reaching the first stage, 3rd level. Impressive, isn't it? What? Just yesterday you claimed to be at the 1st stage. 2nd level. Now you wish to ascend to the 3rd level. Your progress is astonishing. Of course, I promise to make your future comfortable, so I must strive to grow stronger as long as you're happy. Shout E. It matters not whether I enjoy comfort or not. Your joy and safety are what truly matter. Thank you, Sister Qingwei, I said, stepping forward to embrace her. All right, enough of this. Let's eat before the dishes grow cold. Shout E. I absolutely adore the meals you prepare, Sister Qingwei. If you enjoy them, I shall cook for you every day. Shout E. Now, hurry to the table. I nodded with a smile and replied, Sure thing, Sister Qingwei. The day before the ranking competition arrived. Goodness gracious, how is it that tomorrow the ranking matches will commence? Yet, I felt little concern. My eyes were set solely on securing first place. The past few days had been tranquil, devoid of any disturbances, with each day spent in my routine of diligent training. Venturing beyond the city to hunt ferocious beasts required either a 1st stage, 5th level warrior or a mentalist, or a team of over 10 individuals. Otherwise, the wilderness was perilous, and one would merely be delivering themselves to danger. Thus, the past 10 days were spent within the confines of school and home. Now, as I prepare to allocate my points, I anticipated that once the ranking matches concluded and I acquired resources to elevate myself to the 1st stage, 5th level, I could accept missions to venture out and slay beasts. The mere thought sent a thrill through me. Presently, The only funds I possessed were those left untouched by Sister Qingwei. My own savings have been depleted in the purchase of elixirs, leaving me to await my ascension to the 5th level before embarking on hunts. After over 10 days of meditative training, my vital energy and mental acuity had seen notable enhancement. Though not as swift as the effects of elixirs, even the smallest gains are worthwhile that I activated the system panel. Vital energy, 658, first stage. 3rd level, mental acuity, 756, first stage, 3rd level, with 800 needed for the first stage, 4th level. With the completion of daily tasks over the past days, my talent points had accumulated to 1850. I had refrained from utilizing them until now. Preparing for this moment of unified allocation, the system raised both my mental acuity and vital energy to 800 points. Ding! A total of 200 talent points will be consumed. 200 points. That is hardly excessive. Allocate them. With the enhancement of both my vital energy and mental acuity, I swiftly ascended to the first stage, 4th level. Next, I would enhance my martial techniques that I upgraded the Gale Fist to Minor Mastery. Ding! Requires 250 points. With this Minor Mastery, my understanding of the Gale Fist deepened significantly. I then enhanced the Thunderous 9 Blades to Minor Mastery. Ding! Requires 600 talent points that... Oh, you wish to proceed? Yes, with the Thunderous 9 Blades reaching Minor Mastery. I could now execute the first 4 strikes, each more formidable than the last. The system elevated the Thunder Body Refinement Technique to the 1st level. Ding! Consumes 800 talent points. The Thunder Body Refinement Technique has been upgraded to the 1st level. Instantly, my body was engulfed in intense pain as thunder crackled around me, only to swiftly cease. Was this truly the 1st level of the Thunder Body Refinement Technique? With this upgrade, my physical strength had significantly increased. Vital energy, 1080, 1200 needed for 1st stage, 5th level. Not only had my vital energy risen, but my physique was also enhanced, akin to that of a 1st stage, 5th level warrior. My skin appeared fairer, and my muscles more defined. The already handsome you now radiated even more charm. Having exhausted all my talent points, my strength surged dramatically. I opened the system panel. Character, realm, 1st stage. 4th level warrior, 1st stage, 4th level mentalist vital energy. 1080, 1200 for 1st stage, 5th level, mental acuity, 800 talent. Space, SSS, Thundershop. Unlocked 1000 talent points required. Techniques, Thunder Body Refinement Technique, 1st level. Thunderous Meditation Method Martial Techniques, Thunderous 9 Blades, Minor Mastery. Gale Fist, Minor Mastery. Inventory. Empty. Having completed my upgrades, it was time to rest. An early bedtime promotes good health. The night passed quietly. The following morning at 8 o'clock, upon arriving at campus, I overheard a group engaged in lively discussion. Who do you think will secure 1st place in the ranking competition? I believe it will be Luo Yushi. Or perhaps Huang Heng. After all, they both possess SS-level talents and come from influential backgrounds. The other SS-level Dark Element user is a commoner, so they may not perform too impressively, though they should still achieve a respectable rank. I agree with your assessment. This year we have 3 SS-level talents, 2 more than last year. Li Hai from the Li family may also have a chance, considering he has an S-level talent with considerable resilience. As for me, I have no chance, so I'll just participate as practice. TCH, I firmly believe our classes will prevail. On the very first day, he came to learn martial techniques. He was already at the 1st stage, 2nd level. He must be even more formidable now. What? is the one who awakened an F-level talent, that waste. Indeed, young man, do you really need to cast such aspersions on your own classmate? Instantly, laughter erupted among those who heard this, and I merely smiled faintly, dismissing them as insignificant pests, before making my way toward the classroom. Who is that? So arrogant. He must be Iha? He is quite handsome, murmured a girl, her face slightly flushed. What does looks matter? Strength is what truly counts. Just wait for today's competition. We shall see who has the last laugh. Upon entering the classroom, I spotted the lanky monkey waiting for me. How has your progress been, skinny monkey? Brother, my vital energy is now at 306, and my mental acuity at 415, both reaching the 1st stage, 2nd level. How's that? Not bad at all, skinny monkey. Let us aim for a mixed doubles match with the other classes in today's ranking competition. Ahem, With a cough, our homeroom teacher entered the classroom. Now, I will explain the rules for the ranking competition. First, those wishing to participate must sign up. The competition will utilize a random matching system to determine the top 200 participants. Divided into 4 elite classes. If you possess the strength to place in the top 200 but lack luck, do not lose hope. After determining the top 200, those dissatisfied with their rank may challenge participants ranked between 150 and 200. If successful, they can continue to challenge those ranked between 100 and 150 and so forth. You all understand? However, I advise those with low talents or lifestyle-related talents, or those who have yet to reach the first stage. First level, not to sign up. With 3,000 to 4,000 participants, the top 200 will not be composed of low-level talents or lifestyle talents. Unless, of course, you have the means to invest heavily. Even low-level talents can reach high realms with sufficient resources. However, they will likely not achieve a commendable rank. Non-combat talents and combat talents are vastly different in competition. Non-combat talents can only use martial techniques in their current realm to fight, while combat talents can combine their abilities with their combat skills. For instance, a thunder talent can fuse thunderous power into their martial techniques and weapons, significantly enhancing their attacks. Now, those wishing to participate, please come forward to sign up. We will gather 2 hours later at the school arena for battles. As the teacher's voice faded, the room buzzed with chatter. Brother, let us hurry and sign up. All right. With the final participant from our class signing up, only 16 out of over 60 awakened individuals in class 15 had registered. Barely a third. Most of those who did not sign up would likely forego higher education, opting instead for vocational studies or the liberal arts, seeking suitable employment in society. Brother E, there are so few sign-ups. Indeed, 9th Martial Arts High School has over 60 classes with 3,000 to 4,000 students. Over a century ago, following the invasion of strange energies, Blue Star's territory expanded to roughly 10 times that of Earth. In a struggle against alien forces and ferocious beasts, the Dragon Kingdom established 16 provinces, with Jiangnan Province being one among them, considered to be of moderate to high standing. Brother E, our third-year class should have around 1,000 sign-ups. We shall see when we arrive at the arena. Skinny Monkey, you must strive to place in the top 10. The top may 10th be a challenge, but I will do my best, Brother E. Let us head to the arena and wait. 2 hours passed swiftly, and the arena was immense, capable of accommodating thousands. This truly showcased the vastness of the school's grounds. A multitude of first and second-year students gathered to observe the competition. The atmosphere instantly buzzing with animated discussions about who might achieve the most victories and who exhibited remarkable prowess. As the principal ascended to the highest podium, a noticeable hush fell over the crowd, with students reminded that today marked the commencement of the third-year ranking matches. It was hoped that the first and second-year spectators would watch attentively and refrain from causing any disruptions. First and foremost, it is worthy of celebration that our school's overall performance quality has seen a significant improvement compared to last year. Applause is in order. Clap, clap, clap. Today, a total of 960 third-year students registered for the ranking matches, which will be conducted via a draw displayed on the large screen. From this group of 960, the top 200 will qualify for the elite class. Resources will be allocated bi-monthly based on rankings, and the top 10 will receive additional rewards. First place, 2 million cash and a choice of an advanced martial arts technique. Second place, 1.4 million cash and a choice of an intermediate martial arts technique. Third place, 800,000 cash and a choice of a basic martial arts technique. Fourth to 10th place, a uniform reward of 300,000 cash and 5 first-tier vitality elixirs. What abundant rewards! Over 2 million for the first place. Enough to procure elixirs or potions for an extended period of cultivation. Indeed, this school is generous, and the inclusion of advanced martial arts techniques is remarkable. Silence. The competition is about to commence. We shall now proceed to the random draw for the duels. Zhang Kai D. Swift Strike vs. Lijia. Clone Technique Ma Gao B. Fire Element vs. Zhang Xiaolong D. Enhancement. There are 2 arenas in total, enabling simultaneous matches to save time. As I observed the names appearing on a large screen, my anticipation grew, eager to see the reactions of those called to the stage. The selected contestants quickly ascended to the arena for their bouts. The disparity between the strong and the weak was stark. Some matches concluded in mere moments, while others showcased evenly matched contenders engaged in a fierce struggle. The front row of the audience was primarily occupied by faculty members, and as the matches began, various homeroom teachers began to chatter. Oldly, your class has Luo Yushi, an SS-level talent, who's been advancing rapidly. She seems to be a strong contender for this competition's championship, remarked Zhang Li Feng, the homeroom teacher of Class 5. Come now, don't flatter me too much, replied Oldly, the Class 1 teacher, chuckling. There's also that SS-level talent from Class 2 and another from Class 15. Moreover, there are quite a few S-level talents that shouldn't be underestimated. This year's quality is undoubtedly higher than any previous competition. That's for certain. Another teacher exclaimed in astonishment. As the matches progressed vigorously, the audience erupted into cheers when Luo Yushi's name appeared on the screen. The school beauty had taken the stage. My goddess, invincible. She is truly stunning and so strong. It's utterly unfair. The school beauty is quite aloof. She rarely interacts with that wide. As Luo Yushi gracefully approached the arena and grasped a sword, it signified the official start of the match. The school provided F-grade weapons to ensure fairness in the competition. Her opponent was Zhang Wenba Si, rapid recovery, capable of swiftly regaining energy and vitality. With the referee's command, the match commenced. Goodness, my opponent is an SS-level talent. How am I supposed to compete? Zhang Wenba, standing opposite Luo Yushi, grimaced in despair. In a swift motion, Luo Yushi raised her hand and unleashed a sword strike, sending a wave of icy energy that knocked Zhang Wenba off the stage. The audience fell into stunned silence. It was a swift defeat, truly befitting an SS-level talent. Oldly, this girl must have reached the 5th level of the first tier. She's indeed a remarkable student of yours. It seems the championship is destined for your class, said another teacher, a hint of envy in his tone. Hearing such praise from the other teachers, Oldly beamed with pride. Oh, it's nothing. She has worked diligently in her training. It has little to do with me. Well then, we shall congratulate you in advance. Haha. As Luo Yushi exited the stage, the competition continued. Soon after, the slender monkey took his turn for his first match. Effortlessly defeating an opponent with D-grade talent, as the matches progressed, the large screen continued to display pairings. UEF, Space versus Zhang TB, Tiger Transformation. Upon the conclusion of the draw, the audience erupted into speculation. What's the point? He might as well surrender. While Space is impressive, being F-grade is quite underwhelming, and skills related to Space are exceedingly rare and difficult to acquire. This must be the first F-grade talent to register this year. What a waste of time. Old Dong, why did you allow an F-grade talent to register? Aren't you worried about potential injury or damage to their self-esteem? The homeroom teacher of Class 4 remarked. A smirk on his face. That's none of your concern. You'll see during the match. Seems like you have a lot of faith in your student. I look forward to seeing what an F-grade talent can truly do. Finally, it was my turn to step onto the stage. As I walked towards the arena, my opponent Zhang Ti was still pondering how to face off against someone of A-grade talent. Hey, you might want to concede now. I won't hold back when the time comes. No need for that. I'll take you out in one move. Ha. You're quite cocky, Zhang Ti retorted, activating his talent, Tiger Transformation, which greatly enhances speed, vitality, and physical strength, with higher talent levels yielding greater enhancements. Bang! Zhang Ti's expression shifted in disbelief as my attack, equivalent to a first-tier, third-level warrior strike, failed to penetrate his defenses even with his Tiger Transformation activated. Cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. This all you've got? Hitting me feels like a mere tickle, I scoffed, unimpressed. Let me show you the power of my fist, he declared, launching a punch towards my chest, only to be sent flying off the stage. The audience fell into stunned silence. Weren't we told you he was an F-grade talent? How did he just knock Zhang Ti off the stage with a single punch? I initially expected Zhang Ti to take me out in one blow, but it was I who had delivered the decisive strike. This some sort of fixed match. Someone give me my money back. This isn't a fixed match. Didn't you see him cough up blood? Old Dong, your student is quite the hidden gem. He must be at least a first-tier, fourth-level warrior. Indeed, Old Dong. No wonder you encouraged him to register. How does he cultivate so quickly when he supposedly has the lowest F-grade talent? Is there a mistake in the talent assessment? I'm not sure. This kid has always been rather extraordinary. Perhaps we should reassess his talent level after this round. The principal suggested, his expression serious. Once this round concludes, I'll ask him if he's willing to undergo another assessment. I S this the level of a B-grade talent. Truly pathetic. The system is evidently too powerful. As I stepped off the stage, the faces of those who had been mocking me transformed into expressions of fear and curiosity. Even Luo Yushi, the school beauty, who typically displayed no emotions, exhibited a fleeting look of intrigue before quickly regaining her composure. Iga, you're incredible. You knocked him off the stage with one punch. The slender monkey exclaimed, beaming. That was nothing. I haven't faced a strong opponent yet. Soon, the first round of matches concluded, leaving 480 competitors for the second round. As I glanced at my phone, puzzled by a call from my homeroom teacher, I answered, Hello, why are you calling me? The principal and others observe your match and suspect there might be an inaccuracy in your talent assessment. They wish for you to undergo a reevaluation. What do you think? Allow me a moment to consider. Principal, can the system conceal my dual talents? Ding! The host may choose to display only one talent. That is fortunate. If the principal discovers my innate dual talents, I fear that certain individuals might treat me as a test subject for research. I shall reveal my dual talents at a more opportune moment. Very well. I agree to the reevaluation. Please come to the principal's office. The equipment is ready for your assessment. Arriving promptly at the principal's office, I found not only the principal and my homeroom teacher present, but also several other teachers who appear to be there for the spectacle. Welcome, Yi. You truly are a remarkable talent. Now, please place your hand on the device to begin your reevaluation. That I nodded slightly, placing my hand on the device as my talent level was reassessed. Space had turned out to be an S-level talent in space. To know, there are no more than 20 individuals in the Dragon Kingdom with S-level spatial talents. Rarity confers value. And the scarcer something is, the more precious it becomes. Very well. I presume you have now reached the fourth stage of first-tier vitality. Indeed, the principal has already attained the fourth stage of first tier. Quite impressive, although I am puzzled as to how a commoner like you has progressed so swiftly in your cultivation. However, every individual harbors their own secrets. Yet, do not let pride cloud your judgment. Strive to excel in the college entrance examination to secure resources. Certainly, principal, my aspiration is to enroll in the Imperial Capital Academy. Excellent, my young friend, you possess ambition. Thus, if you manage to secure a place among the top 3 in this round of rankings, I shall bestow upon you a substantial reward. I am immensely grateful, principal. And with that, he turned and departed. Soon, the second round commenced with battles still fiercely contested. When it was Yu Yi's turn, his talent level was revealed to have changed. UES, Spatial versus Zhang Lu Si. Widado, how did Yu Yi's talent level suddenly elevate to S level? The distinction between S level and F level spatial talents is indeed vast. The observers began to murmur among themselves. Silence, the principal declared into the microphone from the stage. Due to an unexpected awakening, Yu Yi's talent level has been reassessed and confirmed to be S level. Thus his records have been amended accordingly. I see now. So it is indeed an S-level talent. No wonder he dispatched his opponent with a single punch. I in a corner of the audience. One remarked, brother, it's you after all. Yu possesses an S-level spatial talent. Thankfully, we refrained from retaliating after being defeated. Otherwise, we might have met an untimely end. Humph, Zhang Wu said with a smug expression. That's right. Following my advice is always wise. Henceforth, we must be exceedingly courteous when we meet. It will be even better to secure a powerful ally. Truly, you are the best, brother. All right, let us continue watching the competition. The focus shifted back to the arena, where the two combatants were poised to engage. And as expected, one punch was all it took for the match to conclude. Subsequently, the lean monkey entered the fray, facing a B-level talent, and secured an effortless victory. Gradually, the second round came to a close. Revealing 240 qualifying competitors, the principal ascended the podium. Congratulations to these 240 contestants for successfully advancing. The third round will take place in the afternoon, where 120 finalists will directly enter the elite class to continue competing, while the remaining 120 will vie for the last 80 spots. Ultimately, We aim to establish the top 200 contenders. Should anyone of considerable strength find themselves unfortunate in the first or second round against a formidable opponent, they may challenge any of the top 200 after their ranking is determined. The victor will replace the defeated. I trust the homeroom teacher has clarified the rules. Let us eagerly await the afternoon showdown. Disperse. The battles will resume here at 2 p.m. As the principal's voice faded, most students gradually exited the venue. Come to go. Let us have a meal before the afternoon match. All right, what would you like for lunch? Lean monkey, I promise to treat you for a week, and I shall not go back on my word. The lean monkey responded with surprise. Anything light will suffice. I cannot let you spend too much. It's no trouble. I have enough for a meal. Let us fill our bellies, as we still have a competition this afternoon. Absolutely, ego. The gentle warmth of the spring breeze in March enveloped them. After finishing their lunch, it was soon 2 p.m., and the third round of contest was set to commence. They hastily entered the arena, finding it already teeming with a vibrant crowd for the first and second-year students who had yet to awaken their talents. Focusing solely on academic subjects could become rather monotonous. In contrast, an intense competition was undoubtedly far more engaging than mere theoretical studies. Before long, the principal strode with measured steps to the highest point and, with a voice like thunder, proclaimed, "Students, this afternoon we shall continue with 2 rounds of fierce competition. The third round will select 120 qualifiers from the 240 contestants. The subsequent fourth round will determine an additional 60 victors from these elite participants. Tomorrow, we shall witness the pinnacle of this ranking competition, the grand final. I, for one, am eagerly anticipating it, and I trust you all are as well." The principal's words resonated like the beating of war drums, stirring excitement within every heart present. Contestants readied themselves, eager to leap onto the stage and showcase their prowess. The audience buzzed with exhilaration, fervently speculating who would emerge victorious in the forthcoming battles and claim the championship title. The atmosphere was charged with tension and vitality. A fierce contest between dragons and tigers was imminent. Without further ado, let the competition officially commence. As names flickered across the large screen, the first duel unfolded rapidly. These 240 students were the elite, having triumphed through rigorous selection and 2 rounds of intense confrontation. Thus, unlike the previous rounds, this competition did not exhibit a one-sided domination. Rather, it was filled with exhilarating exchanges, where each moment could dictate the outcome. The combatants were wholly absorbed in their battles, leaving no room for complacency. The audience, too, was swept up in the intensity, at times holding their breath, at others erupting in cheers. Fully savoring this visual spectacle, AS names continued to flash on the screen. The audience's excitement surged when they saw the 2 upcoming S-level talents. Look, it's Lehigh versus Zhang Han. Both are S-level talents. This match promises to be spectacular. Lehigh possesses a gold-type S-level talent, while Zhang Han wields a duplication-type S-level ability. Both have their unique strengths. Indeed, this is a match to behold. One boasts indomitable metallic strength, while the other wields the unpredictable art of duplication. Who will ultimately prevail? The audience animatedly exchanged their views, eagerly anticipating this imminent confrontation, knowing that such a high-stakes contest would undoubtedly yield a breathtaking visual experience. Meanwhile, on stage, Lehigh and Zhang Han felt the palpable enthusiasm and focus of the crowd, and they silently resolved to deliver an unforgettable battle through their prowess. Before long, as the referee had yet to signal the start of the match, both combatants could no longer contain their eagerness and instantly entered combat mode. One displayed a formidable gold-type S-level talent, radiating a brilliant golden light, resembling a metallic war deity. The other unleashed an astonishing duplication S-level ability, creating multiple identical figures that dazzled the spectators. In this fierce clash, who would ultimately emerge victorious? All eyes were glued to the gripping scene unfolding before them. The two soon engaged in combat, showcasing their techniques and abilities to their fullest extent. However, Lehigh's S-level gold-type talent was not to be underestimated, and with the application of his martial technique, Diamond Body, his defensive capabilities were significantly enhanced. Conversely, although Zhang Han could utilize his duplication technique to create a 2-on-1 scenario, his attacks failed to breach Lehigh's impenetrable defense. even with both the original and the duplicates attacking simultaneously. They struggled to inflict any meaningful damage. After an intense struggle, the match concluded with Lehi's victory. As the outcome was revealed, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause and chatter. Lehi, a scion of a prominent family, was indeed remarkable. It seemed his vitality was nearing the fourth stage of the first tier. The principal remarked with a grin. That fellow named Zhang Han is also quite impressive. If he can elevate his martial skills to a higher realm, then in future confrontations, 2 against 1 will undoubtedly confer a substantial advantage, and he will surely shine brightly. The third round concluded swiftly, leaving only 120 contenders, the majority holding B-level talents, with a few fortunate C-level talents sprinkled in. In this round, the lean monkey also triumphed effortlessly, while I, too, dispatched my opponent with a single punch. Had it not been for the instrument detecting my S-level spatial talent, others might have mistakenly believed I possessed an S-level enhancement talent. Now, we shall proceed to today's final round, the fourth match. This will determine the top 60 competitors. Let's await the spectacle in 2 hours. Ego, have you seen the school's official website? What is the point of checking the website? They are conducting a voting event for the championship candidates on the school's official site, allowing you to vote for your preferred champion. Is there really such an event? I shall take a wild guess. Surely, the one named Luo Yushi must be in the leading position. Ego, your guess is indeed correct. Luo Yushi has garnered more votes than the second place by more than double. He chuckled and remarked, "It's only natural. A crowd of sycophants casting mindless votes will undoubtedly secure the top spot. As for my own ranking, I wonder where I stand." Contemplating this, he opened his phone and navigated to the official school website to check the voting activity for the championship candidates. Unquestionably, Luo Yushi claimed the first position with over 900 votes. The second place went to another SS-level prodigy, seemingly from a prestigious family, Huang Heng, with a vote count of 389. The subsequent ranks were predominantly filled with those possessing S-level or I-level talents of considerable strength. What on earth? How am I only in the 28th position? He exclaimed in bewilderment. An S-level talent. It is utterly absurd for me to be ranked behind those with merely I-level talents, especially since I have defeated all my opponents in the previous rounds with a single punch. Beside him, the lanky monkey pondered for a moment before saying, "Perhaps those individuals believe you are simply overwhelming them with sheer prowess. Moreover, some may have engaged in vote buying, which renders this whole affair unreliable." Why you nodded in agreement? That makes sense. In any case, this voting is inconsequential. Victory is undoubtedly mine. The official website not only featured voting, but also a forum where numerous individuals expressed their opinions. Chickamud Taiwan Media. Everyone vote for Luo Yushi. The campus bell is the most beautiful. Prosperity and wealth. You shameless sycophants do not dare to touch the eggs laid by my brother. Big-breasted lowly. Everyone. Vote for classmate Li Xiaobao. Our support for him is a matter of aesthetic justice. 26 centimeters. Please lend your support to classmate G Boda. Those who vote for him will grow 10 centimeters taller. Heavenly Boots. The above posters don't even have a quarter of a decent username. This forum is a chaotic mess. I shall refrain from further reading and simply await the commencement of the competition. Before long, the fourth round of the contest officially began, with names flashing across the big screen. The first match of the fourth round commenced. Yue, S-level talent, faced off against the A-level contestant, who was brimming with vitality. "Oh, the first round is mine. I shall take the lead," he declared, slowly making his way to the arena, while his opponent stood ready, a look of determination on his face. "I've heard that you've dispatched all your previous opponents with a single punch, and they have even dubbed you One Punch Man. I eagerly anticipate our duel to see whose vitality reigns supreme. That's so." "Well, let me satisfy your curiosity," he replied nonchalantly, as the referee announced the start. The contestant charged forward, but Yue merely smiled faintly, remaining motionless. Thud. The punch landed on Yue, but the contestant felt as if he had struck an immovable boulder, leaving him utterly astonished. "Your physical body is indeed formidable." Before he could finish, he activated his talent, Vitality Burst, and unleashed his martial technique, opening the stone fist. "Let us see how you handle this." Another punch struck you, yet it still felt like hitting a stone wall. What on earth? No defense broken. After delivering the blow, the contestant, astonished, thought, is this fellow made of stone? It is important to note that he was a second-tier martial artist and, combined with his talent, could significantly amplify his next attack's power, making it akin to that of a fourth-tier martial artist. Yet Yu stood there unfazed, having not even employed any martial techniques. Unbeknownst to him, Yu's physical body, having cultivated the thunder body refining technique to its first level, would not be penetrated by attacks unless the opponent reached the sixth tier of martial arts. Seeing that his most powerful strike had failed to break through, the contestant bitterly smiled. I concede. Come forth, one-punch man, then it is more fitting to comply. Yu replied, and with a single punch, sent the contestant flying off the arena. The audience fell into a stunned silence after witnessing the contestant's strongest attack fail to penetrate Yu's defenses. Goodness, his strongest strike didn't even faze him. What tier of vitality is he at? Could he possibly be at the fourth tier? That is simply astonishing. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Yu felt no ripple of emotion and slowly descended from the stage. Lanky monkey, it's your turn now. Don't drop the ball. This is the transition from 120 to 60. Don't worry, ego, as long as I don't encounter those few signs from the prominent families. I can handle this with ease. All right, I look forward to your performance. The matches continued, and soon it was the lanky monkey's turn, who, as expected, advanced into the top 60 with the conclusion of the final match. The 60 finalists were confirmed. The principal gradually ascended the stage and announced the official end of today's competition, stating that the next round would commence promptly at 8 a.m. the following morning. It's time to return home for training. I still have my daily tasks to complete, he thought, waving at the lanky monkey. Let us go home, lanky monkey. All right, to go. The next morning, after returning home the previous night and completing the system tasks on time, he received a reward of 100 talent points. His cultivation in both vitality and spirit slightly increased, with vitality at 1106 and spirit at 824. With the talent points in hand, he could elevate his vitality to the 5th tier at any moment, adding another trump card to his arsenal, in high spirits. After finishing breakfast, he headed toward the school that on a spring morning, the air was filled with a faint floral fragrance, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Upon entering the campus, Yu observed clusters of students engaged in discussions on various topics. Spotting a familiar face, he smiled and greeted the lanky monkey as they made their way toward the arena. They soon arrived at the arena, where many were already seated below, eagerly anticipating the start of the matches. As time passed, the clock approached 8:30, signaling the imminent beginning of the competition. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Oh my, isn't that Li Hai's father, Li Yuanli? I've heard he is already a 5th-tier martial artist. What is he doing here? Surely he must be here to watch his son compete." That's right. After all, his son has a chance at the championship. Wait, is that not the head of the Huang family, Huang Tianba? He is here too. As the crowd gasped, attention shifted to the entrance. Li Yuanli approached Huang Tianba with an ingratiating expression, clasping his fists and saying, "Brother Huang, what a pleasure. Have you also come to watch your son compete?" It's been a while, Brother L. My son is studying here. And today's ranking match leads to the finals, so I thought I'd come to observe. What a coincidence. I'm here for the same reason. I've heard Brother Huang's son awakened an SS-level talent, the pseudo-demonization talent, which bodes well for his future. Oh, not at all. Your son's SS-level metal talent is also impressive, Huang Tianba replied with a smile. Please take a seat, Brother Huang. Huang Tianba nodded and took a seat beside Li Yuanli at the observation area near the principal. As the competition time approached, the principal stepped onto the podium. Silence. Today, our school has specially invited the head of our city's premier family, Huang Tianba, and the head of the second-tier family, Li Yuanli, to be present. Both of their sons are among the top 60 finalists, and they're not merely here to spectate. They're also scouting talent. If you perform exceptionally well, these two family heads may offer you superior cultivation resources and opportunities through contracts. The principal's announcement sent waves of excitement through the students below. For some talented individuals from common backgrounds, this was a remarkable opportunity to secure resources and protection. However, it was also a double-edged sword. Once a contract was signed, one would become a mere pawn in their service, compelled to act against others at their command, and likely to be discarded first in conflicts with rival families. Additionally, to allow students to better gauge the contestants' realms, all top 60 participants would undergo vitality and spirit realm assessments before the matches, with results displayed on the big screen for a more intuitive understanding. Now, please proceed for the instrument assessments, all top 60 contestants. This instrument directly feeds into the School S system, ensuring the information displayed during the matches is accurate. Soon, the 60 students began their assessments one after another. And it wasn't long before the process was completed. Upon seeing the last student finish, the principal declared, "The competition officially begins." Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the big screen displayed the matchups for the first round. Zhou Yin, A-level, vigorous, vitality first tier, first level, versus Zhang Ji, B-level, fossil body, vitality first tier, second level. The first round had begun. The realms of each contestant were also clearly showcased. They are directly displaying the realms in the depths of his thoughts. Yu pondered what the spectators would feel upon witnessing his realm. Soon, the large screen randomly selected the matchups, drawing him against the formidable contender Luo Yushi, who possessed an SS-level ice affinity with a blood vitality at the first tier, third level, and a spirit at the first tier, fifth level. This was to be contrasted with Wei Chun, whose fire affinity boasted a blood vitality at the first tier, second level, and a spirit at the first tier, third level. Once Luo Yushi's realm was revealed, murmurs of astonishment rippled through the audience. "Her cultivation speed is astonishing," they exclaimed. "Her spirit has reached the first tier, fifth level, and her blood vitality is commendable as well. At the first tier, third level, she is indeed formidable on both fronts. Indeed, it seems she is destined to claim the championship." Others concurred. Even the principal nodded in approval, clearly impressed. Huang Tianba and Li Yuanli exchanged knowing glances, affirming their understanding that she was an opponent not to be trifled with, thus refraining from targeting her. Without a hint of suspense, Luo Yushi effortlessly secured her victory. "Brother, Luo Yushi is incredibly strong. Her spirit has actually reached the first tier, fifth level." I nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, "She is indeed a formidable adversary, but alas, my resources are too limited. If only I had sufficient resources, I would have soared to greater heights." Yu mused silently. The lean monkey scratched his head and inquired, "So, brother, do you think you could defeat her?" After a moment of contemplation, I responded, "It should be manageable that you'll see during the finals this afternoon." As the competition progressed, the lean monkey soon found himself in the arena against a B-level talent, whom he dispatched with ease. The large screen continued to display the next round of matchups. Yu, with an S-level space affinity, boasted a blood vitality at the first tier, fourth level, and a spirit at the first tier, fourth level, facing off against Qin Ling, an A-level blood hand with a blood vitality at the first tier, third level, and a spirit at the first tier, second level. The Sui's realm was revealed. The audience buzzed with even more fervor than when Luo Yushi had appeared. Who is this formidable figure? They wondered. His blood vitality surpasses even Luo Yushi's, and his spirit has reached the first tier, fourth level. It's hard to believe that someone of his commoner status could cultivate so rapidly. Could he have awakened a system? Awaken your system. Indeed. What a joke. Even the principal was taken aback, exclaiming in delight, "Director Dong, your class is truly filled with hidden talents." Director Dong, visibly astonished, replied, "I too have just discovered how remarkable this young man is." The principal must be joking. Huang Tianba and Li Yuanli nodded in agreement, expressing their acknowledgement. Meanwhile, seated in the viewing area, Luo Yushi raised her gaze, observing the figure making his way to the arena. Softly murmuring, "So it's Yu, is it?" Ultimately, it was no surprise when Yu emerged victorious. Within the hour, the top 30 had been determined, leading to the next round of competition. Just as Yu stepped off the stage, his phone rang. "Hello, brother E," answered the head teacher. "I just wanted to inform you that you and the lean monkey are the only ones from our class still in the competition. The others have all been eliminated. You must strive for a top 5 finish, while the lean monkey should aim for the top 10.0. That's a minor issue. By the way, if I secure first place, what kind of reward can I expect?" I playfully asked. "You certainly know how to boast. If you claim the top spot, A reward will surely await you. And tell the lean monkey that he too will receive a special reward if he finishes in the top 10. All right, I will inform him. Just wait for our good news. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, and soon the fifth round commenced. The screen displayed the matchups, and the audience was filled with eager anticipation. As the rounds progressed, Yu Yi's matchup was announced. Yue, with an S-level space affinity, blood vitality at the first tier, 4th level, and spirit at the first tier, 4th level, was pitted against Huang Heng, who possessed an SS-level pseudo-demonization with blood vitality at the first tier, 4th level, and spirit at the first tier, 3rd level. That in the audience, Li Yuanli chuckled, addressing Huang Tianba. It seems your esteemed son has met his match. Huang Tianba scoffed. Humph, it's merely a slightly higher realm. He has nothing to fear. Li Yuanli smirked. It appears Huang brother has great confidence in his son. I look forward to the show. On stage, Huang Heng stood before Yu Yi, disdainfully declaring, though your cultivation speed is impressive, as a space talent without the skills of that affinity, your potential is utterly wasted. I possess pseudo-demonization, which allows me to enhance my power. You cannot hope to defeat me. Your journey ends here. Yu Yi feigned fear, retorting, oh, I'm so scared. Do you know the old saying? Huh. What saying? Huang Heng inquired, visibly puzzled. Oh, you know why villains perish from excessive chatter. It's simply their last desperate struggle. Yu Yi replied, his tone languid. Humph, you underestimate me too much. Very well, let us see who is truly stronger. As the match began, Huang Heng activated his pseudo-demonization, towering at around 2 meters, enveloped in dark energy. He swiftly charged at Yu Yi, aiming to deliver a powerful blow. However, contrary to expectations, he found himself struck by Yu Yi's fist, which sent him staggering back several meters. How is this possible? Huang Heng exclaimed, astonished that we both possess blood vitality at the 4th tier, and I have activated pseudo-demonization. How could you possibly harm me? Yu Yi looked at him as if he were a fool, saying, it's because you are simply too weak. Martial skills, you say? Huh. You're not the only one with martial techniques. Let us see how many of my heavy punches you can endure. With that, he unleashed his martial skill, the Overlord Fist, swiftly closing in on Yu Yi. From the audience, Li Yuanli raised an eyebrow, noting, no wonder Brother Tianba is confident. He has already taught his son these 2 ultimate martial skills, and it appears he has mastered them. Humph, he is but a commoner. No match for my S.O. and I.S. That's so. Then let me preemptively congratulate your son on his victory, Li Yuanli replied, feigning politeness. The match continued, with Huang Heng unleashing a barrage of punches, but Yu Yi remained unfazed. His demeanor relaxed. How can you be unscathed? Enjoying yourself. Now, it's my turn. How swift. Huang Heng barely registered the blow that struck his chest, forcing him to retreat several steps. Such speed, I couldn't even react. Surprised by the fact that he only retreated a few steps, Huang Heng acknowledged, as expected of an SS talent. Let us see how many punches you can withstand. He charged forward, appearing next to Yu Yi, and executed the Gale Fist, which had been significantly enhanced at the minor completion stage. With the 4th punch, Huang Heng was sent flying. The audience erupted into applause. Incredible. Yu Yi has won. His strength is truly remarkable. Huang Heng deserved to lose. He had bullied his classmates for too long. In the stands, Huang Tianba's expression darkened. He never anticipated his son would fall in the top 30. It seems this Yu Yi is indeed superior. Having cultivated the Gale Fist to such a level, Li Yuanli remarked, amused. Huang Tianba did not respond, his expression growing more somber. Even Luo Yushi, observing from the sidelines, furrowed her brow before disappearing from sight. The competition continued, and soon the top 15 were determined. With the lean monkey also advancing, 1 student would receive a bye, automatically progressing into the top 8, that following the random selection of 7 competitors. The one without an opponent would proceed directly to the next round. The matches for the top 8 would commence in the afternoon. Having been eliminated, Huang Heng approached Huang Tianba, saying, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Father, his head bowed in frustration. Oh, not fret. It was merely luck on that boy's part. He is just a commoner, not worth our concern. After the afternoon matches, go find him and invite him to join the Huang family with a contract. What if he refuses to sign? Huang Heng asked. Then offer him a tempting deal to ensure he does sign. Once the contract is signed, he will no longer have a say, Huang Tianba replied with a malicious grin. With his father's words, Huang Hong felt a surge of clarity. Yes, once the contract is signed, he would be nothing more than a dog for the Huang family. By the way, how is your contact with Luo Yushi progressing? Huang Hing pondered for a moment before responding. That Luo Yushi is far too aloof. No matter how I approach her, she remains indifferent. Why do you insist I pursue her? Humph. She is not to be underestimated. She is the daughter of a prominent family in the imperial capital, apparently here to escape an arranged marriage. Hearing this, Huang Heng's heart raced with intrigue. You must continue to engage with her. If you manage to make her your girlfriend, the Huang family shall surely prosper in the future. Upon hearing Huang Tianba's words, Huang Heng could not help but feel a twinge of greed at the thought of the beautiful Lu Yushi and her impressive background. Yes, Dad, I will strive to win her heart. Ah, splendid. Truly, you are the son of Huang Tianba. Now, let us return. We shall come back to watch in the afternoon as the morning competition came to a close. Spectators gradually vacated the arena. I will head home first. See you in the afternoon. Yes, Xiaoho. I too am preparing to leave. Yue, contemplating the completion of his afternoon system task and the reward from the ranking competition, felt considerably uplifted, deciding to indulge in an extra couple of bowls of rice at lunch. Soon, the time for the afternoon competition arrived, and nearly 10,000 attendees from the entire school gathered at the martial arts hall. This afternoon would witness the final round of the top 15 to the top 8, as well as the championship match. Consequently, virtually everyone without pressing matters came to spectate. This phenomenon occurred in every martial arts high school within Qinchuan City. As the city had initiated the ranking competition 2 weeks after the Universal Awakening, the principal approached the podium and adjusted the microphone. He declared, "This afternoon, we shall determine the ultimate champion. Let us eagerly await the outcome." With that, the competition was officially underway, and the big screen commenced the random selection of contestants for the matches. The lean monkey beside me scratched his head and remarked, "Iga, I'm so excited. I hope you don't end up facing Lu Yushi. Any other opponent should be manageable." That I chuckled. "Perhaps you're the one destined for a direct advancement. Then I shall take EGE's words to heart. Iga, I must inform you that after you defeated Huang Heng at noon, you ranked second on the list of championship contenders. Originally ranked second, Huang Heng had been eliminated and thus was no longer on the leaderboard. Is that so? It matters not. This ranking carries no rewards. The ranking competition's rewards are far more enticing." Amidst the cheers from the crowd, Lu Yushi took to the stage, facing an opponent with S-level talent. Yet, as expected, Lu Yushi emerged victorious. Observing Lu Yushi's silhouette, I realized that the final match would indeed be between the two of us. Then, my name was drawn, and my opponent also possessed talent, which I easily overcame. Ultimately, the lean monkey successfully advanced to the top 8 without contest. With the announcement of the top 8 roster, the audience's enthusiasm surged, and the venue erupted into a cacophony of cheers. They fervently shouted the names of their favorite contestants. The noise deafening this moment. The big screen began to draw the matchups for the upcoming duels. The very first match featured the lean monkey, who would face Li Hai, a contestant endowed with a gold affinity. However, despite the lean monkey's utmost effort, the disparity in realms led to a regrettable defeat. Nevertheless, entering the top 10 would still yield additional rewards. Next up were Lu Yushi and Yue, both showcasing formidable prowess and effortlessly securing victories. The final contestant to advance to the top 4 was an S-level talent, wielding the elusive S-level charm ability, rendering opponents with lower mental strength and no training in mental martial arts helpless against defeat. With this S-level contestant's victory, the top 4 roster was unveiled. Lu Yushi, S Ice Affinity, Li Hai, S Gold Affinity, Yue, S Space Affinity, and Li Xiaodao, S-level Charm Affinity. After the top 4 were determined, the school authorities, considering that some contestants might experience diminished performance due to excessive energy or vitality consumption, had prepared recovery potions in advance. Once all contestants were restored to peak condition, the next round of intense competition would commence. Before long, bolstered by the potent effects of the potions, the 4 contestants made thorough preparations, ready to face the critical matches leading to the top 2 and the championship. The third-place winner would emerge from the 2 defeated contestants. Upon the referee confirming that all four contestants had fully recovered, the big screen initiated the tense drawing ceremony for the matchups. Ultimately, the top two matchups were revealed. Yui versus Li Hai, and Lu Yushi versus Li Xiaotao. Was the final showdown finally upon us? A wave of anticipation surged within Yui as he thought of the task at hand and the champion's rewards. Excitement bubbling within him. With the top four matches officially commencing, the first contest unfolded between Li Xiaotao and Lu Yushi. Despite Li Xiaotao's charming abilities posing a significant challenge, she was limited to a mere third-tier mental realm. In contrast, Lu Yushi had achieved the fifth tier of the mental realm. This considerable disparity in strength rendered the outcome of the match inevitable, with Lu Yushi securing a decisive victory and advancing to the final match. The subsequent match featured Yui against Li Hai as anticipated. Yui triumphed over his opponent, claiming victory in this round. Thus, the final matchups were confirmed. Yui would face Lu Yushi in the ultimate showdown. As the final matchups were announced, the audience buzzed with discussion that I never expected it would culminate in a match between Yui and Lu Yushi. Indeed, who do you think will win? I believe Lu Yushi will take it. After all, she is yet to reveal her full strength. Yes, I concur. While Yui is formidable, the skills of the space affinity are challenging to master, placing him at a disadvantage at this stage. Indeed, it's already impressive that this Yui has made it to the finals. The runner-up will still receive a substantial cash prize. Huang, do you think either of these two could be the champion? Li Yuanli inquired with a cheerful grin to, is there any doubt? It must be Lu Yushi. Surely, a mere first-tier commoner cannot compete with a girl from the imperial capital. Huang Tianba scoffed dismissively that can't compete. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that this young man might just surprise us. Li Yuanli mused silently to himself. Meanwhile, seated in the audience, Lu Yushi quietly remarked, indeed, the finals are upon us. I eagerly anticipate witnessing your true strength. Iga, you are incredible. You've made it to the finals. The lean monkey lamented, unable to mask his disappointment at being eliminated, and oh worries. Lean monkey, you have performed admirably, had it not been for your lower realm. Third place would have surely been yours. Igu comforted, patting the lean monkey's shoulder. Hearing this, the lean monkey felt somewhat better, yet still harbored a sense of regret. He resolved to dedicate himself to training and enhancing his abilities. As the finals approached, the arena buzzed with excitement, with discussions swirling about who would seize the championship. With the principal taking the stage to announce the commencement of the finals, the two figures stepped onto the platform, Yui and Lu Yushi. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause, chanting the names of their favorite contestants. Yui was seen selecting a knife from the weapon station. This knife feels quite comfortable. I must harness my true strength against Lu Yushi. Especially since I've yet to unveil my lightning abilities. Yui pondered as he weighed the knife in his hand. Upon witnessing Yui's choice of weapon, the audience erupted into speculation. Why has Yui chosen a knife? Has Ti always relied on his fists? One voice questioned. Could it be that he possesses skills with a blade as well? Even Lu Yushi displayed a look of curiosity. As the two stood on the competition stage, neither uttered excessive words, and soon the referee announced the match's commencement. Lu Yushi raised her hand and unleashed a sword strike, sending a wave of ice-infused energy towards Yui. Yui merely smiled calmly. A test. Is it? He swiftly evaded the attack, only to find Lu Yushi following up with a series of slashes, which he deftly countered. Realizing that her ranged attacks were ineffective, Lu Yushi furrowed her brow and charged forward with her sword. Seeing Lu Yushi advance, Yui met her head-on, and they soon engaged in an intense battle. Due to Lu Yushi's vitality being at the third tier, she found herself at a disadvantage. Sensing her predicament, Lu Yushi declared, if my vitality cannot match yours, then let us see how my martial skills fare. With that, she unleashed the 9 frosty swords, each strike more powerful than the last. As she executed 4 successive slashes, each imbued with icy energy, Lu Yushi demonstrated her martial arts. Yui found himself struggling against her onslaught. The principal and family heads watching from below recognized that Lu Yushi had cultivated this martial skill to a minor completion stage. You have indeed reached minor completion. Thank goodness your vitality isn't high. Otherwise, I would be in quite a bind, Yui remarked. Now, Let me show you the might of my martial skills, he declared, employing the 9 thunderous blades and striking forth, forcing Lu Yushi to parry with her sword. After the 4th slash of the 9 thunderous blades, Lu Yushi was pushed back several steps. Surprised, Lu Yushi exclaimed, "You two have cultivated your martial skills to minor completion. You truly have hidden your strength. Hey, aren't you a bit too arrogant?" With an air of disdain, Yu remarked, "You aren't so bad yourself. Apologies, but I am not a practitioner of blood warriors. Allow me to demonstrate my true strength," Luo Yushi declared with a sharp tone, promptly unleashing the ice amplification technique. As the technique took effect, the temperature around them plummeted noticeably, with even the air seemingly crystallizing into ice. The sword energy she wielded was imbued with formidable icy power, as if it could freeze anything in its path. Goodness, she's already using skills. It's no wonder she's a pay-to-win player. He thought to himself in astonishment. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, he dared not be complacent and immediately swung his blade to defend. However, without the enhancement of his lightning affinity and compounded by the opponent's skill amplification, his blade energy was swiftly suppressed, and he suffered several blows. Damn it! Although my physical body cannot be breached below the 6th level of the 1st tier, it shouldn't be this easy to take me down. Yu cursed inwardly, surprised by the overwhelming strength of his opponent. Just one skill amplification had thrust him into a passive position. Yet, he did not succumb to despair. Rather, it ignited his fighting spirit. Soon, he bore visible wounds, and icy power continued to seep from his body. This truly your strongest form?" Luo Yushi mocked. "Then let this be the end. My next strongest strike will be one you cannot withstand. I advise you to surrender." "Surrender?" A disdainful smile crept across Yu's lips. "A few minor wounds? Not a problem." "Ew, utterly unreasonable," Luo Yushi shouted in fury, then closed her eyes, softly chanting, "Icy slash." A massive icy sword energy surged forward like a ferocious beast. Lunging at he beheld the colossal icy sword energy. An intense sense of crisis welled up within him. Was he truly destined to falter here? No, he refused to accept that, clenching his fists tightly and gritting his teeth. He braced himself for this final blow. System. Ding. I allocate all talent points to blood vitality. Ding. Acknowledged. Confronted with Luo Yushi's mightiest strike, Yui did not dare to be negligent with the usage of his talent points. He successfully ascended to the 5th level of the 1st tier in blood vitality. With a vitality of 1216, the threshold for the 6th tier was 2,000. Feeling the surge of vitality fill him, Yui felt as though he possessed boundless strength. His blood boiled within, and every cell radiated vigor. Thus, he unleashed the thunderous 9 blades technique once more, attempting to counter the massive icy sword energy. He swung his blade, delivering 4 consecutive strikes. Yet the giant icy sword energy remained undiminished. As the sword energy drew near, Yui resolutely positioned his blade before him, intending to block the impending attack. A sharp crack echoed as his blade shattered instantaneously, and the sword energy struck Yui squarely in the chest. He was propelled back several paces by the overwhelming force, taking a deep breath. He silently rejoiced. "Thank goodness I managed a temporary breakthrough in blood vitality. Otherwise, I would surely have faced defeat." In that moment, he recognized the true strength of his opponent. Not only did she possess the skill amplification of an SS Ice Affinity talent, but she could also execute such a formidable icy slash technique. However, Yui was no pushover. Having reached the 5th level of blood vitality and with the Thunder Body refinement technique at the 1st level, he was well equipped to withstand the attacks of a typical 7th level opponent. "If only I had a spatial skill, this match would have been a walk in the park," he mused inwardly. Yet he understood that such thoughts were futile. The match was not yet over. He needed to concentrate on the challenges ahead. And more distractions. I must focus on completing this match. He silently admonished himself, then steeled his resolve to prepare for the next wave of attacks. Indeed, Miss Luo's mightiest strike is truly extraordinary. Observing Yui withstand her ultimate attack unscathed, Luo Yushi's face reflected disbelief and astonishment. "How is this possible? You are unharmed and can still utilize martial techniques." Her eyes widened. her voice laced with shock and confusion. You should be depleted in vitality. In response to Luo Yushi's inquiry, Yu Yi's lips curled into a sly smile. Miss Luo, perhaps you should worry about your own predicament. I believe your mana has been nearly exhausted, hasn't it? Upon hearing this, Luo Yushi's expression soured considerably. She knew her mental energy was almost depleted, and her vitality could not match his. Continuing the fight would only lead to her defeat. Despite her reluctance, she recognized her lack of chances for victory. Gritting her teeth, she resignedly declared, I concede. Upon hearing this, Yu Yi nodded in satisfaction, his mischievous grin widening. That's more like it. I wouldn't want to harm such a beautiful lady. A slight blush tinged Luo Yushi's cheeks as she spoke softly yet firmly. I will catch up to you. Next time, I shall defeat you. With those words, she gradually descended from the stage as the match concluded. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. The referee announced the champion of the competition, and to everyone's astonishment, it was Yu Yi who claimed first place? Wow, I can't believe Yu Yi won. It's utterly unexpected. Goodness, just witnessing Luo Yushi's ultimate strike was terrifying. How did he withstand it? Indeed. Moreover, his sword technique appears remarkably refined. I believe it's called Thunderous Nine Blades, which I heard was auctioned in Qingchuan City. It seems to be a terrestrial-grade martial technique, and he has actually cultivated it to a minor completion stage. In such a short time, he has mastered a terrestrial-grade martial technique to this extent. And keep in mind, the higher the grade of the martial technique, the more challenging and time-consuming it is to cultivate. How did he attain this skill? A top-tier terrestrial martial technique. It truly is Thunderous Nine Blades. This young man is astonishing, just an ordinary civilian. Yet he possesses a terrestrial martial technique and has cultivated it to the minor completion stage. Dong Lei mused to himself. Old Dong, congratulations on your class winning the ranking competition. Some might even believe he possesses SSS-level talent. The principal grinned broadly, instructing, make sure to call him to my office shortly. I promised him a grand gift. Thank you, Principal. Honestly, this young man is quite remarkable. I find myself unable to see through him, Dong Lei replied. Meanwhile, Huang Tianba, seated beside the principal, wore a grim expression, inwardly cursing damn. How could this brat be so strong? He actually defeated Luo Yushi and even broke through to the 5th level of blood vitality. At that moment, another person spoke mockingly to Huang Tianba. Brother Huang, your predictions have proven quite inaccurate. I believe Yu Yi did not use his full strength against your son. The words dripped with hypocrisy and derision. No matter. He's merely a civilian. I have my ways. Huang Tianba mused. I'll have my son approach him to discuss joining the Huang family. Simultaneously, Li Yuanli was also contemplating, I need to have my son connect with this champion. Both men harbored ulterior motives in their thoughts. As the competition officially concluded, the principal took the stage to announce the end of the event, informing the senior students of a 4-day break until Monday. The rewards would be automatically credited to the respective student cards, while the martial techniques would require the participants to select them from the school's martial arts repository. At this moment, Yu Yi slowly descended the podium, and the expressions of the onlookers were markedly different from the first round. They not only shouted Yu Yi's name with fervor, but also displayed an unmistakable reverence in their gazes. Igu, you are truly incredible. As I witnessed Luo Yushi unleash his most formidable strike, I genuinely believed you would succumb in this battle. However, I was astounded to see you turn the tide in your favor. It was nothing short of a miracle. Yu Yi smiled faintly and humbly remarked, it was merely a stroke of luck. I only managed to barely defeat him after unexpectedly breaking through to the 5th level of the first tier at a critical moment. Had it not been for that, I would have surely lost. Upon hearing that Yu Yi had advanced to the 5th level of the first tier, the thin monkey exclaimed in astonishment, Wow, Igu, you level up so quickly. Yu Yi appeared quite composed, responding nonchalantly, It's probably due to my innate talent. There is still much room for improvement. I could see that moment. He suddenly recalled the system task and inquired. System, I assume this task is considered complete? Where are you? After a brief pause, a mechanical voice responded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward. D-grade superior thunder slaying blade. 800 talent points. Yu Yi was taken aback by the system's abrupt announcement and complained. Oh, Why didn't you proactively inform me that the task was completed? Must I always ask you? However, he quickly found joy in the news, for he now possessed 2 million in cash, which could be used to purchase numerous precious elixirs to aid his ascension to higher realms, thereby ensuring greater safety upon leaving the city. Furthermore, he could learn a powerful, mysterious level martial technique to compensate for his shortcomings. The mere thought of this exhilarated you. Why the way? Where else can I reap some benefits from the principal and the homeroom teacher? It seems the time has come to seize those opportunities. He then turned to the thin monkey, saying, "Let us head to the homeroom teacher to reap some rewards." The thin monkey nodded cheerfully and replied, "All right, after we collect our rewards, let us have dinner at my house tonight." And why parents mentioned they wanted to meet you a few days ago. Hearing this, he readily agreed. "No problem, we'll go after collecting the rewards. For now, let us seize the homeroom teacher's benefits, and then the principal's." To add a note, just as with the ice elemental talent, the higher the level, the greater the power, the higher the spirit. The more spiritual energy one possesses, the higher the spirit, the stronger the skills become. Skills and martial techniques are not the same, and further details will follow. While walking towards the homeroom teacher's office with the thin monkey, Huang Hong approached with his lackeys that, "Oh, I assent this our commoner champion. Where are you rushing off to in such a hurry?" He disdainfully retorted, "What business is it of yours? Of course it's related. Join our Huang family, and we'll give you 8 million a year, along with martial techniques. What do you say?" Huang Hong said with a sinister grin. "You are merely a commoner, without a background. It's difficult to go far. Although I don't know why your cultivation speed is so rapid, it only becomes more challenging as you progress. Without resources to support you, your advancement will be excruciatingly slow. Just join our Huang family, and you will have money, resources, and beautiful women at your disposal. Are you tempted?" Huang Hong said insidiously to, "Yes, that all. If you truly wish for me to join, then present me with more sincere terms." "You ungrateful brat. Huang Xiao's invitation is already a great favor to you," shouted one of Huang Heng's lackeys. Huang Heng's expression darkened instantly. He furrowed his brow and said sternly, "Fine, then tell me a number. How much will it take?" He slowly extended a single finger, his gaze calm as he looked at Huang Hong. Huang Hong noticed Yu's gesture, but quickly regained his composure. He amused at himself, realizing he could not resist the allure of money. With a confident smile, he proclaimed, 10 million, right? No problem, I can have a contract ready for you immediately. However, Yui merely shook his head with a smile and softly replied, "Who said 10 million? I'm talking about 1 billion. Huang Hong's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter incredulity. His voice rose several octaves as he angrily shouted, "What? 1 billion? How dare you play me for a fool? Zheng Lao, teach him a lesson and let him know the might of our Huang family." Before he could finish his sentence, an elder standing beside Huang Hong suddenly lunged at Yui. Just then, a furious shout rang out. "Stop!" Everyone turned to see the principal exerting a faint pressure, compelling the assailant to halt. "Huang Hong, this is not your Huang family's territory. Do you dare to act violently within the school? Are you not afraid of being apprehended by the Martial Artist Management Bureau?" The principal said sternly, with righteous indignation. Huang Heng's expression soured considerably as he attempted to defend himself. "Principal, you misunderstand. This gentleman is a guest of our Huang family, and Zheng Lao merely wished to test the strength of our school's top student, without any malicious intent." His words betrayed a hint of dissatisfaction and helplessness, for the principal was a 5th-tier martial artist and a 4th-tier mentalist. "Oh, Zheng Lao, a 3rd-tier martial artist bullying the weak is rather excessive. Wouldn't you agree?" "Huh. Principal, I merely wish to gauge the strength of the first place in this ranking competition. Should I catch you causing trouble again? Do not blame me for being ungracious." He then turned to Yui and the thin monkey. "You both come with me to the office." After Yui left with the principal, Huang Hong's countenance darkened. "Damn it, how dare a principal threaten me? He truly does not understand the skies above." He promptly opened his phone and dialed Huang Tianba. "Hello," came a gentle yet familiar voice from the other end. Huang Hong spoke with some irritation. "Dad, I just approached you and invited him to join our Huang family, but he rejected me without hesitation, as if anticipating this." The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment, before slowly offering consolation. It's all right. I expected he would not agree. You should return soon. Remember, do not provoke him again, that if you accidentally anger him, you'll have to find a way to resolve it yourself. With that, the call ended abruptly. Hearing his father Huang Tianbai's words, Huang Hong felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, but chose not to voice it. He contemplated, what an arrogant fellow. A mere commoner dares to refuse my invitation. I must teach him a lesson and show him the consequences of offending me. Growing increasingly agitated, Huang Hong turned to Zheng Lao beside him and viciously ordered, Zheng Lao, arrange for some men to eliminate you. We can no longer allow him to grow stronger. Otherwise, when he returns for vengeance after gaining his wings, the consequences will be dire. Zheng Lao respectfully nodded in agreement. Understood, young master, I will arrange it promptly. With the assurance received, Huang Hong's mood lightened somewhat. After the earlier incident, Yu felt an acute sense of his own vulnerability. It seemed Huang Hong had no intention of letting him off easy and might take action against him. Yu thought to himself, I must be prepared in advance. Moreover, both Huang Hong and Zheng Lao were now on his list of targets. By the way, Principal, how did you know where I was? It was fortunate you intervened. Otherwise, I might have lost my life, Yu jokingly remarked. It's not unrelated to the promised gift I have for you. Initially, I went to your homeroom teacher's office, but did not find you. I then came out to see Huang Hong inviting you to join their Huang family. So, I stayed to observe your reaction that I never expected Huang Hong to be so arrogant as to allow the elder beside him to attack you. But rest assured, as long as you are in this school, I will guarantee their safety. Yu expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Principal. He then added, and this gentleman beside you, Wang Shua, seems quite impressive as well. I shall reward him too. Let us head to my office to discuss further. Following the principal, Yu and the thin monkey arrived at the office. The principal closed the door, seated himself, and looked at Yu. Yu, do you understand what it means to refuse the Huang family's invitation? The principal asked sternly. I understand, Principal, but I do not wish to rely on others. I want to become strong through my own efforts. Yu replied resolutely. The principal nodded slightly, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Your determination is commendable, but you must realize that in this world, power and wealth often bring forth greater opportunities and resources. However, you have made the right choice, for once you join the Huang family, you would become nothing more than a dog for them. Unless you surpass the Huang family in strength, you will forever remain in the shadows. Yu nodded, fully aware of this truth. Relying on others is not as dependable as relying on oneself, and besides, he had the system. Huang would undoubtedly not let you off easily, so he slowly retrieved a piece of jade and handed it to Yu. Within this jade resides a fragment of my spiritual power. Should you find yourself in peril, simply shatter it, and I shall hasten to your side. Initially, I had intended to bestow upon you medicinal pills and spiritual elixirs as your reward for the competition. But I believe this is far more suitable for your needs. And there's also this, the principal continued, producing a demon core. This core originates from a second-tier, five-fold spatial demon, gifted to me by an old friend. I believe you will find it invaluable at this stage in your journey, so I present these two items as your rewards for this grand tournament. You are likely aware of the significance of a demon core, which can absorb its essence to significantly enhance one's vitality and mental acuity. The higher the tier of the demon, the greater the benefits derived from its core. Furthermore, there exists a slight chance that skills may be contained within the core. The higher the tier of the demon, the greater the likelihood and potency of these skills. Demon cores are exceedingly rare. It is possible for thousands of demons to yield not a single core. Although the probability increases with the demon S tier, should a demon possess a core, it will materialize upon its demise, causing the demon's carcass to vanish. Conversely, demons without cores will simply leave behind their bodies upon death. If, by chance, you discover a skill within the core while absorbing it, you may choose not to learn it and can instead sell it. The attributes of the core correspond to the skills it may contain. For instance, a spatial core will only harbor spatial skills. Additionally, non-spatial talent bearers cannot learn these skills. They can only absorb the core to augment their vitality and mental acuity. If the core contains skills but lacks corresponding attributes, the skills will dissipate after absorption. However, No one would be foolish enough to take such a risk, as cores imbued with skills are exceedingly valuable, given that they are guaranteed to contain skills. Although this is merely a spatial demon core, I believe it will prove immensely beneficial to you. You are rather enigmatic. Not only is your tier unusual, but your advancement in martial skills does not seem characteristic of an S-tier individual. The principal remarked with a knowing expression. Upon hearing the principal's words, a wave of elation surged within you. He had been concerned about potential troubles with Huangheng after leaving the school. But with the appearance of this jade, all his worries seemed to dissipate. As long as he shattered the jade, the principal would come to his aid immediately, providing a sense of security. After all, no matter how formidable the adversary, it was unlikely they would dispatch a 6-tier powerhouse to eliminate a mere first-tier ability user. Thus, he felt reassured in his decision to venture out into the wilderness for hunting. Nonetheless, he reminded himself to remain vigilant and cautious. He then pondered the value of this spatial demon core, which must be substantial due to the extreme rarity and difficulty of capturing spatial demons. He couldn't help but wonder if the core contained any skills, and it was indeed peculiar, considering he possessed a system. He was uncertain whether the demon core absorption system could offer any assistance. After reviewing his rewards, he promptly expressed his gratitude to the principal. "Thank you, Principal. This gift is truly overwhelming. I am at a loss as to how I might repay you." You can repay me once you have grown stronger in the future." The principal chuckled. "I am acutely aware that, given my current capabilities, I cannot repay you significantly. But who can predict the future? Therefore, he resolutely declared to the principal, your kindness will be forever etched in my heart. I nearly forgot about your companion beside you. Here are 3 first-tier, 5-fold dark attribute demon cores, which will aid in accelerating your training that I asked for whether they contain skills that remains uncertain. The lean monkey hastily accepted the demon cores, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Principal. I've already devised a plan to repay you. I shall strive to gain admission to the top martial university, bringing glory to our school." The principal smiled with satisfaction, nodding in encouragement. "Good lad. I have faith that you will succeed. Now, you both may return to your tasks. The elite class has been arranged, and next Monday, you two will report to Class 1. The elite class is organized by ranking, with the top 50 comprising Class 1, and so forth, with rankings determined by the resources one can acquire. By the way, Principal, would it be possible for you to assist in transferring our homeroom teacher, Dong Lei, to the elite class? You inquired eagerly that he is not only responsible, but also very friendly towards the students at TO. Consider moving your homeroom teacher to the elite class. Let me see what I can do. If feasible, I will assist you. Thank you, Principal, Yue said with a beaming smile. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will do my utmost to resolve your issues. After all, you lack any significant background, and I shall serve as your support, guarding you until the end of your college entrance examinations, the principal said earnestly. After hearing the principal's words, both Yue and the lean monkey nodded solemnly and exited the office. Once outside, Yue and the lean monkey felt a surge of exhilaration and motivation. Ego. Now that we possess such precious resources, we must strive even harder in our training, the lean monkey exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, we cannot disappoint the principal's expectations, Yue said, gripping his possessions with determination. Let us proceed to see what rewards our homeroom teacher might offer us, Yue suggested as they approached the office door of their homeroom teacher and gently knocked. A gentle response came from within. Come in. They pushed the door open and entered the office. The homeroom teacher looked up, a hint of concern crossing his face as he said, Why are you two arriving so late? Given your character, I expected you to have rushed over to seek my assistance much earlier. Embarrassed, Yue scratched his head and explained, Teacher, I encountered some issues on the way that delayed me for a bit. Then I met with the principal, who brought me directly to his office for a discussion. The homeroom teacher nodded in understanding and responded cheerfully, I see. However, you have truly done well, returning with the first place. And you too, lean monkey, splendid work in securing a spot in the top 10. You have brought honor to our class. Initially, the homeroom teacher had intended to reward you with some spiritual elixirs or pills. But he reconsidered, feeling that such gifts would be somewhat trivial for you. After a moment's thought, he continued, an E-tier secret realm managed by the Dong family in the neighboring city is about to open. Intended for this year's awakened use to acquire resources. It is said that a talent with SSS-level potential has emerged from the Dong family. Typically, only their own offspring can enter, but there are additional slots for those who can assist the Dong family or from certain influential factions. Pausing for emphasis, the homeroom teacher continued, I, too, am a peripheral member of the Dong family, with a 17-year-old daughter who has yet to awaken and thus will miss this opportunity. The highest tier permitted within this secret realm is 3-tier. Second level, so this invitation shall be bestowed upon you. Treasure this chance that in this world, various secret realms exist, each a naturally occurring, independent microcosm. However, many are controlled by powerful families, the military, and educational institutions, while some are overseen by the state, which allocates portions for all awakened individuals to explore and hunt demons. Secret realms are classified by tiers from F to SSS, with higher tier realms housing more formidable demons and richer resources. He was taken aback to learn that the homeroom teacher would grant him a slot in the secret realm, as the resources within far surpass those available in the wild, and treasures might even be hidden within. Additionally, unlike public secret realms, which are often depleted due to frequent exploration, this opportunity was unique. Thank you, teacher. He expressed his gratitude. I sincerely appreciate your guidance, wishing you safety, health, and nights filled with joy. The homeroom teacher chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. You cheeky lad, always with your charming words. If you truly wish to show your gratitude, strive to gain admission to the Imperial University. And when you grow strong, return to repay me. He nodded solemnly, affirming, I will certainly do so. Teacher, I will not disappoint your expectations. Internally, he contemplated, the principal and homeroom teacher are truly remarkable individuals. When I become powerful in the future, I shall see what they need and find a way to repay their kindness. The principal nodded and then turned his gaze to the lean monkey, saying, Wang Shuo, you too have excelled, with an SS talent and no connections, yet you have still managed to secure a place in the top 10. You are indeed a prodigy. Having spoken, the principal retrieved a volume of martial arts from within his robe. This particular tome was a mid-tier, Shin-level technique known as the Phantom Steps, perfectly suited for your SS-level Dark Affinity talent. The frail figure promptly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, Thank you for your support. Well then, the rewards have been distributed. You may now return home. Come back next Monday, and by then, you shall be students of the elite class, the homeroom teacher said with a hint of reluctance tinged with sadness in his tone. Perhaps I won't be needed to guide you any longer. You keenly sensed the shift in the teacher's emotions and consoled him. Perhaps you will still lead us. After all, we have a top student and one in the top 10 in our class. You proclaimed with unwavering confidence. That remains to be seen. It ultimately depends on the principal's decision. The homeroom teacher replied, somewhat disheartened. Teacher, you must believe in yourself. I assure you, the one who will guide us will undoubtedly be you. So please do not worry. He pledged, thumping his chest. The teacher smiled and shook his head, saying, Well, I suppose I shall trust you this once. That's the spirit. He chuckled heartily. Then we shall take our leave. With that, he waved farewell to Shouho and exited the classroom together. Once outside the office, and Shouho engaged in conversation as they walked. Ego, what are your plans moving forward? Shouho inquired with curiosity. With determination in his gaze and steadiness in his voice, he responded, to grow stronger. The principal and the teacher have shown us great care and placed high expectations upon us. We cannot afford to disappoint them. Upon hearing this, Shouho's expression turned serious, and he nodded emphatically. Indeed, we must not let them down. He wholeheartedly agreed, fully aware that this was a world where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. Only by becoming powerful could one wield influence. His eyes reflected an unwavering resolve. I could see that moment. Shouho cheerfully suggested, Ego, let us head to my place that my parents have been eager to meet you. He readily accepted. Great. Let us go meet Uncle and Annie W. By the way, should I bring any gifts? Shouho quickly waved his hands, replying earnestly, No need, Ego. Your presence is already a wonderful gesture. Bringing gifts might seem overly formal. Well then, let us proceed to your home. It's getting late. We can help your parents with some chores when we arrive, Yu-E proposed. All right, go, Shoho said, scratching his head as he followed Yu-E towards the school entrance. Yes, they walked. Yu-E suddenly remembered an important matter he had overlooked, choosing a martial technique. He turned to Shoho and said, I still need to select a martial technique. Shoho nodded eagerly, of course. Ego, choosing a martial technique is crucial. What type are you considering? After a moment of contemplation, Yu-E replied, I believe I shall select a technique focused on agility to compensate for my current shortcomings in that area. With that, they made their way to the martial arts hall of the school. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Upon entering the hall, Yu-E approached the front desk and addressed the elderly instructor. Greetings, teacher. I am here to claim my reward for securing first place in the rankings. The old man looked up and said, Yu-E, I've been waiting for you. Please tell me what type of martial technique you seek, and I will check if the school has any relevant collections. Without hesitation, Yu-E responded, if possible, I would like to find an agility technique related to the lightning attribute. The instructor frowned slightly. But you aren't a lightning affinity user. What do you need a lightning-based agility technique for? Never mind, I can look it up for you. Thus, he began searching on the computer while Yu-E stood patiently. Shortly thereafter, the elder announced, there are only 3 techniques available. After all, we are merely a school and lack many formidable martial arts. He proceeded to outline each one. The first is called Thunder Step, a low-tier Shin-level technique that allows one to move with the swiftness of lightning once mastered. The second is Lightning Shadow Flicker, also a low-tier Shin-level technique, which uniquely enables the practitioner to leave behind lightning afterimages to confuse opponents. The last is Thunderbolt Instant Steps, a high-tier Shin-level technique. At its perfected state, you will move as quickly as lightning and can appear beside your opponent in an instant, though it is considerably challenging to master. After a moment of contemplation, Yu-E decisively chose Thunderbolt Instant Steps. With the aid of his system, he was inclined to select the more difficult technique with greater potential. The old man raised an eyebrow at Yu-Yi's choice, but said nothing further, instead instructing other instructors to bring the book to him. Soon, another teacher approached, carrying an ancient tome and handing it to Yu-E. Ding! The system detected whether the technique Thunderbolt Instant Steps should be learned. Upon confirmation, Yu-Yi's mind was flooded with a profound understanding of the technique. Ding! The technique Lightning Shadow Flicker can be upgraded to the Earth-tier high-level Thunderbolt Instant Flicker at the cost of 500 talent points. Oh! After a moment's thought, Yu-E decided to click the upgrade button, as he still had 800 points available. In an instant, he formed an initial impression and comprehension of Thunderbolt Instant Flicker. Excellent! If he could master a defensive technique as well, it would be even more splendid. Yu-E pondered while secretly considering his options. Thank you, teacher. We shall take our leave now. Yu-E bid farewell to the elderly instructor. The old man nodded slightly in acknowledgement but remained silent. After Yu-E departed, the instructor gazed at his retreating figure, murmuring softly, what an intriguing young lad. Let us go, Shoho. We can head to your home now, Yu-E said, turning to his companion. Shoho nodded. Ego, my family will surely be delighted to meet you. Just as they were about to step out of the school gate, Yu-E caught sight of a familiar figure at the entrance. None other than the school beauty, Luo Yushi. A flicker of curiosity crossed Yu-Yi's mind. Who could she be waiting for? However, since it did not concern him, he decided not to dwell on it and walked past her. Just as he exited the school grounds, he heard someone call out from behind. Hello. Could you add me on your contact list? It would be convenient for us to spar later. The school beauty spoke calmly, surprised by Luo Yushi's unexpected request for his contact information. He couldn't help but find it amusing. He gazed at her frosty demeanor and jested. You asked for someone else we chat while maintaining such an aloof air. Luo Yushi replied, her expression unchanged. What do you think I should do instead? After a moment of thought, Yu-E grinned mischievously and teased. I believe you should give me a kiss first before asking for my contact information. That would be the proper way to initiate. Shameless. Luo Yushi retorted angrily, appearing ready to retaliate. However, she quickly reconsidered, realizing she was no match for Yu-E at present, and thus stormed away in frustration. As she walked further away, her anger only intensified. How could this be? This was her first time ever requesting someone's contact details, and she was met with such a callous rejection. Usually, it was others clamoring to obtain her contact information. Was her charm waning? Luo Yushi pondered, further agitated by the fact that she could not best Yue in a confrontation. Resolving to vent her frustration, she pulled out her phone and dialed a number belonging to someone named Luo Tianhe. A gentle voice soon answered, "Hello, daughter. What brings you to call your old man?" "Father, I desire more cultivation resources," Luo Yushi stated directly. Her father on the other end expressed surprise. "Have you already exhausted the resources I provided you just half a month ago? Is something troubling you?" "No, I merely wish to double my efforts in cultivation to swiftly enhance my strength." Luo Yushi clenched her teeth, determined not to yield to Yue. "Very well, I shall arrange for your Aunt Luo to send you another batch," she replied, though she was keenly aware that while cultivation was paramount, one must not rush, as the voice from the other end advised earnestly. "Yes, I will," Luo Yushi calmly responded. Luo Tianheng then inquired, "When will you return?" "My daughter, though you may not favor your fiancé, you ought to at least meet him. Given that he hails from a prestigious family, I cannot refuse. I can only say you should return after your trials in Qingchuan City." Upon hearing her father's words, Luo Yushi's expression grew even colder as she resolutely declared, "I absolutely refuse to meet him. This arrangement was made without my consent and has nothing to do with me. If you wish to form a union, you may do so without me." With that, she terminated the call without hesitation. Luo Tianhe sighed helplessly, muttering to himself, "Alas, my girl, you do not understand the reasons behind this. I do not wish for you to be wed to that notorious playboy from the Li family." Yet he felt powerless. "Your mother was bitten by a Baidu Haima, and the poison from the Baidu Haima is exceedingly potent, requiring a special elixir for healing. Unfortunately, only the Li family possesses such a remedy. When I approached the Li family to procure this elixir, they took advantage of the situation, insisting on marrying you off before they would consider selling it. Given my wife's condition, I had no choice but to agree. However, I soon discovered that the elixir merely suppressed the symptoms, failing to resolve the underlying issue. For years, I have sought a solution to my wife's plight, but to no avail. Thus, the matter of the marriage alliance has remained unresolved." Contemplating this, Luo Tianhe clenched his fist tightly, filled with guilt and helplessness that I hope you can understand your father's predicament in the future. "I truly am not a worthy father." After hanging up, Luo Yushi felt increasingly agitated, partly due to Yu Yi's unyielding rejection and partly due to her aversion to the marriage arrangement. The thought of her lecherous betrothed filled her with disgust. "Enough of these troubling thoughts. Focusing on my own improvement is of utmost importance," she silently reminded herself. "Ego, you are truly impressive. You dared to tease that ice-cold campus beauty," Shouho exclaimed, admiration evident on his face. "It's nothing remarkable. She is merely a minor campus beauty, hardly worth mentioning. Come, let us head to your home," Yui replied nonchalantly. Thus, Yui and Shouho exited the school gates, making their way towards Shouho's residence. Shouho's home was situated in a working-class district, distinct from Yui's abode. In no time, they arrived at Shouho's doorstep, where Shouho gently knocked. A soft voice emanated from within. "Who is it?" "Mom, it's me, Wang Shou." Upon recognizing her son's voice, Shouho's mother hurriedly opened the door. When she noticed another boy standing beside Wang Shou, a hint of confusion crossed her face as she inquired, "Shouho, who is this?" "Mom, this is Yui, my close buddy from school." Upon hearing Yui's name, Shouho's mother beamed. "Ah, it's Yui. Come in, make yourself at home." "Thank you, Annie, you look lovely," Yui complimented. "Oh, you flatter me. At my age, how can I still be considered lovely?" Come inside, come inside." Following Shouho into the modest yet impeccably tidy home, Yui was warmly greeted with tea by Shouho's mother. Yui. "Thank you for looking after Shouho," she said with a smile. "Auntie, Shouho is my brother. It's only natural to take care of him," Yui replied. "Then I shall call you Shao-E. What does that sound?" "That works for me, Annie." We nodded. By the way, what talent have you awakened?" Shouho's mother asked. "I awakened an S-level talent," Yui responded. "An S-level talent? That's impressive. Unlike me, who only awakened an F-level talent." Shouho's mother, Yu, had awakened an F-level talent called affinity, which merely enhanced her ability to connect with others. Shouho's father, Wang Shan, had awakened an E-level talent that increased his speed slightly. He worked at a takeout company. Although everyone could awaken a talent, E and F levels had considerably low absorption rates and cultivation speeds. Many individuals remained ordinary throughout their lives, unable to reach the realm of warriors, opting instead for stable jobs in society. And no need to worry, Annie, you have raised a wonderful child. Just look at Shoho's SS level talent. Yu-E said, eliciting a laugh from Hiyu. Indeed, I have a good son, she replied, embracing Wang Shu. Observing their bond, Yu-E couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. After all, he had been an orphan in 2 lifetimes. Yet, the thought of Li Qingyue, who treated him like a sister, brought him solace, knowing that there were still those who loved him. After hugging Wang Shu, Hiyu cheerfully suggested, "Why don't you stay for dinner?" "No refusals," Yu-E nodded. "Then I shall sample Annie's culinary skills that I'll show you my cooking prowess." "You and Shoho sit tight while I prepare the meal," Hiyu said. "Annie, let me help you," Yu-E offered. "You are our guest. You mustn't help me." "Shoho, keep me good company," Hiyu instructed. "All right," Shoho replied, then turned to Yu-E. "Just enjoy being our guest," at why Yu-E nodded resignedly. "Then I shall comply," as the last dish was served. Wang Shua's father returned home. Upon seeing his father, Wang Shua rushed over, exclaiming, "Dad, you're back. Let me introduce you to my good friend." Wang Shan scrutinized the young man before him, noting his tall stature and handsome features, exuding a certain charisma. "So, you must be Yu-E. Quite the remarkable young man. You remind me of myself in my youth," he said, chuckling. Standing beside him, Wang Shua's mother shot an exasperated glance at her husband. "You old fool, you're bringing up your glory days again. Haven't you looked in a mirror lately?" Wang Shan, unperturbed, chuckled. "I was just trying to bond with the young man," sensing the conversation veering off course. Wang Shua quickly intervened. "All right, let's eat. We can chat while dining." He guided Yu-E to the dining table. "Sit down, enjoy your meal, and savor your Annie's cooking, Yu-E," Wang Shan warmly urged. "Thank you, Uncle," Yu-E politely replied as he took a seat. "Uncle, please sit as well. You've worked hard all day. You deserve to rest," Yu-E added with genuine concern. Wang Shan's heart swelled with appreciation. "Good lad, you're quite considerate. It seems Wang Shua has truly made a good friend." "Oh, it's nothing. As long as Wang Shua can focus on his training, I'll be happy, and his SS-level talent is my pride," Wang Shan declared, beaming with pride, "that we must celebrate today. Let us drink until we're merry." "Who said anything about drinking? No alcohol," Hiyu interjected sternly. "All right, I won't drink. I shall heed my wife's wishes," Wang Shan acquiesced with a smile. However, he was not yet deterred. "Oh, come on, since little brother Yu-E is here. Let's have a little toast." Hiyu shot him a knowing look, prompting Wang Shan to relent. "Very well. No alcohol, just food." With that, everyone at the table began to enjoy the sumptuous feast. Tea must be said. Hiyu's culinary skills were exceptional. Each dish was a feast for the senses, enticing them to indulge in more rice. Tea this moment. Wang Shan eagerly asked, "By the way, how did the ranking competition at your school go?" Shoho beamed. "I made it in the top 10. Wow, my boy managed to place in the top 10. Truly worthy of being my son, Wang Shan. Now I can boast to my colleagues." Wang Shan, filled with excitement, gently caressed Shoho's head and said, "Shoho, your eyes are slightly reddened. If it weren't for your unwavering support in acquiring cultivation resources for me, I might not even have made it into the top 10. Thank you, Mom and Dad." Silly child, the money I earn is meant for you to spend. In the future, once you grow strong, you'll be the one to protect me," Wang Shan replied with a hearty laugh. "Indeed, I will ensure your safety," Shoho responded. Hiyu, with a gentle expression, inquired, "By the way, how did Xiaoyi fare in the rankings?" I replied, "I was fortunate enough to secure the first position." "Wow, first place, you truly are a hidden talent," he exclaimed, astonished. "I've heard from you that you possess an S-level talent, even surpassing those of SS level. You are quite remarkable." I smiled modestly and replied, "It was merely luck." Yet in my heart, I knew it was not just luck. It was thanks to my invincible system. Wang Shan then cautioned, "You two should not become arrogant. There are always greater talents beyond that." I nodded earnestly, acknowledging the wisdom of his words. "Of course, uncle. After all, pride leads to downfall, while humility fosters progress." "Well said indeed," he replied. "Now, let us continue our meal." Everyone resumed their dining. Before long, I finished my meal, set down my chopsticks, and said, "Thank you, uncle and aunt, for your hospitality that I must return home. My elder sister is waiting for me." "All right, then hurry back. Don't keep your sister waiting," you kindly urged. Shua stood up, offering to see me out. "Thank you for the delightful meal, uncle and aunt. I shall certainly visit again when the opportunity arises," I replied with a smile. Wang Shan laughed heartily. "Ha! You are truly to my liking. Come visit often." After bidding farewell, Shouho accompanied me downstairs, as they watched the two children depart. He and his wife felt a surge of emotions. This child possesses good character, formidable strength, and is quite handsome, that if we had a daughter, we might consider marrying her to him, he mused. "However, having our son as a good brother is also quite wonderful," she added with joy. Wang Shan nodded in agreement, acknowledging the rarity of such an exceptional young man. Would be a fine choice to either forge a familial bond or cultivate a friendship. After seeing me off, Shouho returned upstairs alone. Walking home, I felt an extraordinary sense of contentment. Soon, I arrived at my building. Looking up, I noticed the windows of my home still glowed with bright light, filling me with warmth. Amidst the myriad of lights, one was my own sanctuary. With this thought, I quickened my pace, eager to return home and share my experiences and feelings of the day with my family. After all, no matter how splendid or tumultuous the outside world may be, home is always the warmest and most reliable harbor. Upon entering, I found Qinghua quietly resting on the sofa, seemingly asleep. She lay with her head resting on her left arm, her red lips slightly parted, and her long eyelashes fluttering like delicate butterfly wings. Dressed in a loose-fitting nightgown, the soft fabric clung to her form, accentuating her perfect curves. That I was struck by her beauty. Although she often wore an apron and casual clothes, I had not realized how stunning she truly was. I returned to my room to fetch a blanket to cover her, just as I was about to drape it over her. Qingyue's eyes fluttered open. "Xiao Yi, why did you return so late? I called you, but you didn't answer." "It's already 10 o'clock, she said. Checking my phone, I realized it had run out of battery. My classmate invited me over for dinner, and I lost track of time while playing on my phone. That I'm sorry to have worried you." "Qinghua," I explained. Seeing my sincerity, Qinghua nodded in relief. "Next time, just let me know if you're going to be out late. All right? I will." "Qinghua, I promise to keep you informed next time," I replied. By the way, why were you sleeping on the sofa?" I inquired. "I was a bit worried when you didn't answer my calls, so I waited for you here and dozed off," she replied earnestly. "Thank you." Qinghua, I stepped forward to hug her, and she quietly savored the warmth of the embrace. "Oh, by the way, I ranked first in the school's competition today and won a 2 million prize. How about I take you shopping this Saturday?" Hearing that I had secured the top spot surprised Qinghua. "Xiao Yi, that's incredible, but you don't have to buy me anything. Save your money for cultivation supplies." "Qinghua, you have taken care of me for so long. It is only right for me to buy you something," I insisted. After a moment of contemplation, she agreed. "All right, Xiao, let us go shopping together when I'm off this Saturday." I nodded in affirmation. "Then you should hurry back to sleep, Qinghua." She replied, "Okay, Xiao, I'll head back now." She stood to leave. She suddenly lost her balance and began to fall. Quick as a flash, I reached out to catch her. Holding her tightly, "Qinghua, are you all right?" I asked anxiously. Feeling the warmth of my embrace, she shyly murmured, I twisted my ankle, so I stumbled." "Twisted your ankle? That must hurt. I can massage it for you," I offered with a smile. As I said this, Qinghua seemed shy, torn between wanting my help and feeling hesitant. She hesitated, deliberating whether to accept my offer, but ultimately decided to do so. She replied, a hint of shyness in her voice. I carefully helped her onto the sofa, gently removed her shoes, and held her delicate, silky foot. A rush of unfamiliar sensations coursed through me, accompanied by a flicker of heat. However, I suppressed those thoughts and focused on massaging her foot. "Does that feel better, Qinghua?" I asked concernedly as I continued. "Yes, it feels nice," she responded softly. "Does it still hurt?" I inquired further. She shook her head slightly, indicating that it was much better. I could see that moment. The atmosphere between us grew beautifully intimate, as if we were a couple. Sensing the shift, Qinghua said, "I should head back. It's getting late." Shouted that I was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Then you should go." Qingyue. Her home was just a few steps across from mine, where she usually lived alone while her parents resided elsewhere. Once back in her room, Qingyue reflected on the earlier moment, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. That little rascal dared to take advantage of me by touching my foot, she thought, lying on her bed, her mind drifting back to that instant. Her heart raced, and the blush on her face lingered. Why did I let him massage my foot? She pondered, realizing that her feelings towards you seemed to have shifted. In my own room, I was caught in a whirlwind of thoughts after the earlier encounter. After all, I was a passionate young man, and how could I not be moved in the presence of someone as enchanting as Qingyue? Although I had simply massaged her foot, I had also taken the opportunity to savor the softness of her delicate skin, as if I had touched a part of her inner beauty. Yet, I recognized that such thoughts were inappropriate. I could not allow myself to spiral further into daydreams. I resolved to take a shower to calm my mind. Aiming for a restful night before checking my rewards and heading to the martial arts building for some shopping the next day. After hastily showering, I fought to suppress my inner turmoil and lay down, quickly drifting off to sleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, awakening me with the crisp chime of my alarm. Groggily stretching and rubbing my eyes, I glanced at my phone and realized it was already 8 o'clock. How can you still be asleep at this hour? Hurry up and get up. The mobile alarm clock emitted a questioning tone that I reached out to silence it, my mind drifting to the rewards for yesterday's tasks, which still fill me with a sense of excitement. In total, I had accumulated 800 talent points and a D-class weapon. After spending 500 points to upgrade my martial arts skills yesterday, I was left with 300 points. Adding the 100 points earned from the final day's competition, I had a total of 400 talent points remaining. Alas, I still felt that the talent points were insufficient. If only the daily tasks could offer a greater reward. With such thoughts, I rolled out of bed, preparing for a new day at O, and there was also the second-tier quintuple space demon core rewarded by the principal. I wondered if it contained any skills. Can the system directly absorb this demon core? Ding! Normally, a first-tier entity cannot absorb a second-tier demon core, but as one with a system, you can directly absorb this core, saving the time required for absorption and allowing for cross-tier absorption. Ding! First-time detection of the host using a demon core rewards the spatial skill Spatial Leap. Ding! In the future, every 100 spatial demon cores absorbed will reward a spatial skill. Wow, this is incredible. System, absorb this demon core. Soon, the demon core was completely absorbed, its radiance fading away. My vitality reached 1880, and my spirit stood at 1688. Feeling the surge in vitality and spirit, a wave of exhilaration washed over me. Having a system is truly delightful. It not only saves time on absorption potions, but also on crystal cores, placing me leagues ahead of others. Moreover, I was rewarded with Spatial Leap, allowing me to appear beside anyone I dislike and give them a slap. The distance of the leap would increase with the strength of my spirit. Currently, it is approximately 30 meters, but excessive use would drain my spiritual energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of achieving first-tier quintuple vitality and spirit, rewarding 500 talent points. Ding! Daily tasks updated. Meditative cultivation and body refining for 1 hour will reward 200 talent points. Ding! New task issued. Achieve second-tier, first-level vitality and spirit for a reward of 1,500 talent points. Oh, marvelous! The system has issued another task. And daily tasks have become simpler with increased rewards. This is truly fantastic. In light of this, I shall first head to the warrior tower to purchase some necessary items. Thus, I hastily completed my morning routine, grabbing a few buns from a street vendor, and hurried towards the warrior tower. Upon arriving at the warrior tower, the atmosphere was as bustling as ever, with a throng of people entering and exiting. After all, the warrior tower encompasses a myriad of services. Here, one can not only purchase items, but also sell them, accept tasks, and engage in various entertainment activities. Entering the warrior hall, which boasts 18 floors. The first floor primarily offers basic services and answers to queries for warriors. I made my way to the window, where the young lady had certified my status as a warrior last time, and quickly joined the queue. Before long, it was my turn and I smiled at her and said, "Hello, I am here to update my level as a warrior spirit master." The young lady glanced at me in surprise, exclaiming, "It's you." I was somewhat taken aback that she remembered me. Of course, you were the very first to come for certification after awakening, she replied, winking. By the way, what level of warrior are you updating this time? Generally, a level 5 warrior can register once. Achieving first-tier quintuple level is precisely what is required for hunting outside the city. The young lady inquired with curiosity. Please don't tell me you've already reached first-tier quintuple? I calmly nodded, admitting I've managed to reach first-tier quintuple by a stroke of luck. The young lady's face displayed disbelief. How is that even possible? You can't be a scion from a prominent family here in Qingchuan City for training. Can you? She said excitedly. Well, it's just standard training, I replied with composure. That you're pulling my leg. Oh well, it's fine if you don't want to share. Can we exchange contact information? She asked with eager anticipation. After pondering for a moment, I nodded. Sure. Great. By the way, I'm Zhao Xiao, and since I know you're you... No need for further introductions. I scratched my nose, thinking to myself. Her name is Xiao, but she seems quite significant in some respects that we exchange contact details. All right, brother Yue, I'll now conduct a vitality and spirit assessment. You must pass to successfully update your certification. Xiao stated earnestly. That I nodded and placed my hand on the device. In no time, the readings appeared. Vitality, 1880. Spirit, 1688. Xiao stared at the figures, her jaw dropping in astonishment. I can say for certain that you must be from a prestigious family training in Qingchuan City. How can your spirit and vitality simultaneously reach first-tier quintuple? That is only possible for top-tier families. Her eyes widened as if witnessing something truly extraordinary. That I chose not to speak, as I prefer to keep my identity somewhat concealed to avoid jealousy and envy from others. After a brief silence, I smiled and said, Then, let us just say I'm a scion from a distant family. With that, I turned to her and continued. Now, can you assist me in updating my badge? Of course, she replied with a smile, extending her hand for me to pass her the badge. Without hesitation, I handed it over. Before long, the update was successfully completed. Xiao looked at the newly updated badge in her hand. Nodding in satisfaction. If recalling something important, she looked up and said, Oh, once you reach first-tier quintuple, you'll receive a monthly subsidy of 3,000 yuan. She then explained in detail how to claim this subsidy. All I needed to do was download an app called Warrior Hall, log in using the badge number, and bind my personal bank account to receive the monthly payments. I listened attentively, nodding to show my understanding. I took out my phone and followed her instructions. In no time, I successfully downloaded and logged into Warrior Hall, promptly binding my bank account. Thank you, miss. Truly, the sisters from Bear University have such kind hearts. I joked. Upon hearing my compliment, Xiao's face flushed a light crimson, revealing a hint of shyness. I have one more question. Where can I purchase elixirs and spiritual liquids? I inquired. Both elixirs and spiritual liquids are on the second floor. She replied. I nodded, smiling. Then I'll head up to buy elixirs. Xiao nodded, aware that she still had work to do. Entering the elixir hall, I directly asked, Hello, how much for a first-tier premium vitality elixir and a first-tier premium spiritual liquid? The staff member looked at the plain young man before her, revealing no signs of disdain, but rather responding politely. The price for a first-tier premium vitality elixir is approximately 65,000 per piece, and the spiritual liquid is similarly priced. Would you like to make a purchase? 65,000 each? Then I'll take 10 of each, I replied calmly. The staff member was taken aback by my order of 10 of each, astonished that this seemingly ordinary young man was so affluent. That amounts to a total of 1,300,000 Blue Star coins, she said with a smile. That I nodded, then produced my bank card to hand to her. Please charge it. The staff member took the card and skillfully completed the transaction. Here are your elixirs and spiritual liquids. Wishing you a smooth journey and enjoyable cultivation. We look forward to your next visit. The staff member said warmly. That I nodded slightly in gratitude. That moment, I began to contemplate what else I might need. After some reflection, it dawned on me that I seemed to lack everything at this stage, not only martial skills, but also lightning and spatial skills, armor, and most importantly, money. Alas, I still lack funds, but that is all right. I'll earn money once I can hunt outside the city. With this thought, my confidence surged. First, I should buy some armor. It would provide extra safety when out in the wild. Thus, I made my way to the section selling weapons and protective gear. What is the price of an F-class armor? I was greeted by a rather portly attendant who said, "The F-grade battle armors are all here. Feel free to take a look at as he spoke. He handed me a list. Upon examining it closely, I discovered that the prices for mid-tier F-grade armors range from 200,000 to 300,000, while the high and premium grades fell between 300,000 and 500,000. After further contemplation, I ultimately chose a piece of soft armor named Fiber Soft Armor. Crafted from special fiber, it boasted a certain level of defensive capability and was classified as a mid-tier F-grade. Priced at 280,000 blue star coins. After purchasing the soft armor, I also acquired a map of the outskirts of the city, intending to return home to enhance my abilities before venturing out to hunt magical beasts. However, just as I was about to leave, I noticed an elderly gentleman waiting for me ahead. "May I inquire who you are, sir?" I asked, puzzled. "I am merely a senior member of the Martial Artist Tower, named Zhao Guanshan." "Zhao Guanshan. I'm afraid I'm not familiar with you," I replied, shaking my head lightly. Upon hearing this, the old man displayed a hint of embarrassment, but quickly regained his composure, chuckling, "No matter. We are acquainted now. Aren't we? Young friend, I perceive you possess extraordinary potential. You would undoubtedly make an excellent martial artist. Would you consider taking me as your master?" "What is this? He is asking me to become his disciple right off the bat. This fellow can't possibly be a con artist," I thought to myself. Regarding the elderly man with a wary gaze, "I apologize, sir, but I have no interest in taking on a master. Please seek another," I replied, turning to leave. "Do not be hasty, young friend. I was merely jesting," Zhao Guanshan said with a smile, his demeanor still warm. "The matter is this. Since you're the first martial artist recognized by my granddaughter Zhao Xiao on the second day of her awakening, and given that her mental prowess has reached the second level of the first tier, I had instructed her to notify me should any promising candidates arise. Consequently, the relevant information naturally reached me." He then took the initiative to investigate my profile in detail, which astonished him. Despite my F-grade spatial talent, it was logically improbable for anyone to achieve the second level of the first tier in such a short span of time, even with ample medicinal support. Yet, I had managed to do so in just one day. This undeniably piqued his curiosity. Today, upon hearing from his granddaughter that I was coming to update my martial artist status and mental mastery level, he awaited me. After listening to Zhao Guanshan's explanation, I relaxed my caution and replied, "In fact, I possess S-grade spatial talent. It was merely a mistake on the school's part. The school records have since been updated. Besides, it's impossible for someone with an F-grade talent to progress so quickly." The old man nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiry, understanding that many individuals harbor their own secrets, and delving too deeply into others' matters is not advisable. "Young friend, are you here to purchase something?" Zhao Guanshan inquired kindly. "I am looking to buy some medicinal pills and elixirs to enhance my vitality and spirit," I responded nonchalantly. Zhao Guanshan nodded approvingly, stating, "You are commendable. Having reached the first level of the fifth tier while remaining so diligent in your cultivation is truly impressive." He then continued, "I have come to discuss a matter with you. My granddaughter requires some water spirit grass to enhance her water attributes. If you venture outside the city, would you be so kind as to gather some for me, regardless of the quantity you find? I shall reward you with 500,000 as compensation. What say you?" The old man spoke with a gentle smile that I found myself puzzled as to why he sought my assistance, considering that water spirit grass is quite common and can be purchased for just a few thousand. The 500,000 would suffice to buy a substantial amount. Why did he need me to gather it? I stroked my chin in thought. Perhaps he recognized my immense potential and was keen to cultivate a relationship early on. After all, a merchant must foster connections and discern who possesses potential before they fully develop, as such investments may yield unexpected rewards in the future. After some contemplation, I decided that since I intended to venture out today, it would be a convenient task, especially with the promise of 500,000 on the line, as I was in need of funds. "Very well, if I go outside the city, I shall look for it." I agreed. Zhao Guanshan, satisfied with my response, nodded and said, "Then let us exchange contact information for future correspondence." That I nodded in agreement and exchanged contact details with Zhao Guanshan. "All right, young friend, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I still hold some influence within the Martial Artist Tower." I expressed my gratitude, saying, Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall take my leave now. After I departed, Zhao Guanshan gazed at my receding figure amused. He is neither arrogant nor impatient, possesses a keen mind, and lacks the pretentiousness of a scion from a prominent family. Truly a fine candidate. He nodded in satisfaction. Leaving the martial artist tower, I headed towards home, preparing to enhance my skills upon arrival. Back at home, around 10 o'clock, I found that Xingwei would typically return from work at 7 p.m. after a 5-day workweek, so I did not encounter her. I then began to consume vitality pills and elixirs. Ding! Detected that the host has used a first-tier premium pill. Vitality increased by 70 points. 10. Ding! Detected that the host has used a first-tier premium elixir. Spirit increased by 70 points. 10. My vitality reached 2,580 points, and my spirit 2,388 points. Both attributes elevated to the first level of the 6th tier. Afterward, I practiced for an hour, earning 200 ability points for my daily tasks. I still had 1,100 talent points remaining. There was no urgency to allocate points to my movement skill, Thunderflash, since I possessed the skill Spatial Jump. It would be wiser to cultivate Thunderclap 9 blades to perfection. The system elevated Thunderclap 9 blades to completion. Ding! Consumed 1,000 points. Thunderclap 9 blades successfully perfected. Instantly, numerous images of employing Thunderclap 9 blades flooded my mind. Excellent. Now I can strike with 6 blades. I feel significantly stronger. I plan to test my strength at the martial arts hall in the afternoon. Ding! Task issued. Perfect a martial skill to receive a reward of 500 talent points. The number of attempts is unlimited. System login panel. Character. UE level. Martial artist. First level 6 tier, mental mastery. First level 6 tier vitality. 2,583,400 points for first level 7 tier spirit. 2,388, 3,400 points for first level 7 tier talent. Spatial. SSS Thunder System Shop. Unlocked 1,000 talent points required. Techniques. King Grade Premium. Thunder Body Refinement Technique. First level. King Grade Premium. Thunder Meditation Method Martial Skills. Earth Grade Premium. Thunderclap 9 blades. Perfected. Profound Grade Upper Class. Gale Fist. Minor Completion. Earth Grade Upper Class. Thunderflash. Unlearned. Skills. Spatial Jump Bag. D Grade Upper Class. Thunderblade. 420,000 Blue Star Coins. F Mid-Class. Fibersoft Armor. Map of Qingchuan City surroundings. Talent points 100. After a simple lunch, I eagerly made my way to the nearest martial arts hall. Upon arriving at the entrance of the King Kong Martial Arts Hall, I could see many individuals fervently training within, each fully engrossed, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. That I approached the front desk and addressed the lovely attendant. Could you please reserve a virtual simulation testing room for magical beasts for 1 hour? The attendant responded with a smile. Certainly, sir. May I ask which level range you would like to select? After a brief moment of contemplation, I replied, below 2nd level 1st tier. Upon hearing my response, the attendant's expression revealed a hint of surprise. Clearly, she had not anticipated that someone as young as I had already reached 2nd level strength. That it was well known that 2nd level 1st tier magical beasts were not easily dealt with. Suggesting that I must indeed possess the corresponding prowess, the attendant smiled and said, very well, the total fee for 1 hour is 30,000 Blue Star Coins. Your virtual magical beast simulation training room is located on the 2nd floor. Room 203. Here is your access card. Please keep it safe and swipe it to enter. I promptly settled the payment and soon found myself in room 203. Inside, there was a sleep pod positioned in the middle of the room. I gently opened the pod door and lay down inside. Almost instantly, I was engulfed by a sensation of spinning, and moments later, the scenery before me gradually came into focus, revealing that I had been transported to a sci-fi themed virtual space. Greetings, esteemed guest. I am Xiao. What level of magical beast would you like to challenge? An intelligent AI voice inquired. That I couldn't help but marvel at the astonishing technological sophistication of this virtual space. Contemplating my next move, I decided to start with a lower difficulty level and replied, let's begin with a first level 6th tier beast. The magical beasts do not differentiate between vitality and spirit. Only with a realm akin to a first tier 6-fold thunder serpent beast. May I inquire if there are any additional requirements, such as attributes or other aspects? The AI gently inquired. Then let it be a thunder attribute demon beast. I will promptly select a suitable one for you from the first tier sixfold. Soon, a first tier sixfold thunder serpent beast appeared before you. Its body was enveloped in tough scales, radiating a brilliant blue light akin to electric currents. It was massive and formidable, measuring approximately 5 meters in length, intently gazing at the human before it. Very well, let me test my current strength, he declared as he donned his fiber armor and brandished the thunder cleaver. Slicing towards the thunder serpent beast, a blade of lightning surged forth, cleaving the beast in twain, but he mused inwardly. This is rather unimpressive that I need to select another one. Shao, he elevated the realm of the thunder serpent beast to the first tier sevenfold. Very well, esteemed guest. Subsequently, she unleashed 2 strikes, the blade energies effortlessly severing the thunder serpent beast. After all, it was a D-grade weapon, enhanced by an SS-level thunder attribute talent, which is quite normal, with great difficulty. Defeating the first tier 10-fold yielded results that greatly satisfied you. His ultimate combat power could likely slay an ordinary first tier 10-fold demon beast. Vanquish a first tier 10-fold thunder serpent beast. One would need to employ all available means that would require the culmination of the 9 thunderblades, combined with bombardments of lightning and a fierce struggle to secure victory. He then tested its defensive capabilities, discovering that it could withstand attacks from a first-tier 8-fold without much issue. After completing the tests, he nodded in satisfaction, though he recognized that the wilderness and the virtual environment were ultimately distinct. The wild harbored too many uncertainties. Encountering a first-tier 10-fold demon beast would necessitate caution this stage. To slay a first-tier 10-fold demon beast would deplete both his vitality and spiritual energy. The higher one's spirit, the greater the spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is consumed when utilizing skills, such as spatial jumps or employing lightning to assault demon beasts. However, should both vitality and spiritual energy be exhausted, one would lose their means of survival. The consequences of encountering malevolent individuals or ferocious demon beasts would be dire. He pondered inwardly. Upon concluding the tests, he exited the virtual space and rose from the sleep pod. Soon, he arrived on the first floor and handed his access card to the front desk staff. Turning around, he noticed a crowd gathered, engrossed in a certain competition. Do you think this young man can defeat the Master's Son? It's hard to say. The Master's Son possesses a vitality of the first-tier 4-fold, and he also has an S-grade talent. This lad seems to have merely a B-grade talent, though his true realm remains unknown. At that moment, an elder of the 3rd tier interjected. He is at the first-tier 3-fold vitality and the first-tier 2-fold spirit realm. In that case, he likely stands little chance. Acquiring the defensive martial skill from the Steel Body Martial Arts Hall is no easy feat. Soon, the B-grade talent user was seen being knocked off the stage. Defensive martial skills? I listened to the surrounding discussions, piecing together the gist of the situation from their words. Next, I turned to the front desk staff and inquired, "May I ask if defeating the Master's Son will grant one access to the defensive martial skills of the Steel Body Martial Arts Hall?" The staff nodded and explained, "This year, the Master's Son awakened an S-grade talent. Generate greater profits for the Martial Hall. Anyone who awakens this year has the opportunity to challenge the Master's Son. If victorious, they will receive the most formidable defensive martial skill." The steel-bodied I listened intently to the staff's words, nodding in understanding. After all, those who awaken S-grade or SS-grade talents often possess substantial backgrounds and would not seek to challenge for a mere martial skill. As for those of humble origins who awaken S-grade or SS-grade talents, their current cultivation speed is unlikely to rival that of the Master's Son, hence they would not easily attempt such challenges. Of course, there might be some exceptions among them. Just as I was in need of a defensive martial skill, the opportunity presented itself fortuitously. Thus, I slowly walked toward the front. There stood a burly man on the stage. "Truly impressive," I remarked, as the man on the platform called out. "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge?" The audience murmured among themselves, yet no one stepped forward to challenge. If no one is willing to challenge, then this will conclude for today. Wait, a bold individual spoke up, drawing everyone's gaze toward me. "Who is this? Is someone challenging? I don't recognize him. He must be a newcomer, perhaps another brash youth," the burly man on the stage inquired. Brother, are you here to challenge? I nodded and stepped onto the stage, presenting my student ID from the Ninth Martial Arts High School. The sturdy youth took a glance at it and said, A pleasure to meet you. I nodded in acknowledgement. Why you, brother? Please guide me well. I am Sun Chong, an S-grade talent specializing in physical enhancement, I stated calmly. Upon hearing I was an S-grade spatial talent, Sun Chong furrowed his brow slightly. The audience buzzed with excitement. An exceedingly rare S-grade spatial talent. It seems that Sun Chong has encountered a true adversary this time. Not necessarily. At this stage, the spatial talent likely hasn't mastered any formidable skills yet. Moreover, Sun Chong is a physical enhancer, capable of significantly augmenting his physical form. Thus, he certainly holds the advantage at present. Indeed, and there isn't even a prominent Yu family in Qingchuan City. His realm likely isn't too high. The match officially commenced. In the blink of an eye, I struck swiftly, unleashing a fierce slash towards Sun Chong, a blade of unparalleled ferocity darting forth like lightning. The blade energy surged menacingly, its speed astonishing. Sun Chong had no choice but to activate the steel body and enhance his physical form, positioning his spear defensively across his chest. With a thunderous clang, the blade energy collided with the spear, unleashing an immense shockwave that forcefully knocked Sun Chong off the stage. Had it not been for the spear's protection, that strike might have cleaved directly into him. Who dares harm my son? Upon this exclamation, a towering, muscular figure strode purposefully towards Sun Chong. This man was none other than Sun Chong's father, Sun Ba, the master of this martial hall. Upon entering, he witnessed his beloved son being thrown from the stage and was instantly filled with rage. Glaring at the young man on stage and demanding, "Was it you who harmed my son?" I found myself momentarily at a loss. Was this not a challenge match? Why had the father come seeking vengeance for his son's defeat? He hurriedly explained. I merely issued a challenge to this brother. We were engaging in a friendly exchange of skills and had no intent to harm your son. Sun Ba turned to his son. Concern etched on his face. Is the injury serious? Is it truly as he claims? Sun Chong nodded in affirmation, replying, It's nothing serious, father. Did you not say that anyone who could defeat me would earn the steel body? Thus, he naturally challenged me, and there was no intention to harm. It was merely a matter of skill. Father, he has succeeded in his challenge. Please bestow upon him the martial skill, steel body. Sun Chong continued. Hearing this, I felt a sense of admiration. Sun Chong is quite the honorable individual. Sun Ba seemed to realize he had misjudged Yu. He nodded and said, I see now. It appears I have wronged this young friend. Bring forth the martial skill, steel body. He then smiled warmly at Yu, saying, My apologies, young friend. It was indeed my oversight that I entered and immediately saw my son bested, which understandably angered me. However, I tend to be rather impulsive. So I hope you will not take offense. Yu smiled gently in response. No need to worry, son senior. It is quite understandable. Anyone witnessing their child being bullied would likely feel a surge of anger. Sun Ba laughed heartily. Ha! Indeed, you are a magnanimous person. May I ask which family you hail from? I replied calmly. I regret that I cannot disclose that information. After all, when traversing the world, revealing one's strength without a formidable backing can easily attract the attention of those with ill intentions. Thus, it is more prudent to cultivate the impression of having a powerful force supporting one. Sun Ba pondered briefly before responding. Very well. If it is inconvenient for you to reveal, then I shall respect your wishes. Before long, the staff delivered the martial skill into my hands. Ding! Successfully learned steel body. I nodded in satisfaction, reflecting that both the martial hall master and his son were quite honorable, neither shirking their responsibilities nor bullying the weaker. I shall take my leave now, as I spoke. I turned and made my way towards the door. Wait! Sun Chong called out hurriedly. I glanced back at him, my eyes betraying a hint of confusion. I pondered quietly to myself. What could Sun Chong possibly want? May I inquire about your training methods? Sun Chong asked, given that we both possess S-class talents. Logically, our rates of advancement should be fairly comparable. Yet how is it that your realm surpasses mine so significantly? Surely you must possess some secret to gaining strength. The mention of a secret to becoming stronger elicited a quiet chuckle from within me. Truth be told, I do possess a secret system. However, that is something I cannot disclose to him. Therefore, I feigned calmness and replied, there is no secret to becoming stronger. I merely exert more effort than others. More effort, Sun Chong murmured, seemingly contemplating my words. Then, as if suddenly enlightened, a determined gleam sparkled in his eyes. I understand. From this day forth, I shall devote myself to rigorous training. Thank you, my brother, for your guidance. One day, I shall surely surpass you. Witnessing Sun Chong's earnest demeanor, I inwardly lamented. I had merely spoken casually. No matter how hard this child tries, it will ultimately be futile, for he cannot possess a system akin to mine. Ahem, with that said, I should take my leave, I thought, and then voiced, let us both strive diligently. Until we meet again, at that moment. Sun Chong hastily called after me. Brother, please wait. May I have your contact information? This is my family's martial arts school. Should you find time, you are welcome to come train. We can also engage in friendly sparring. Though I may not match you now, I shall surely work harder in the future. I contemplated for a moment, recognizing that while he may be somewhat simple-minded, his character is commendable. After exchanging contact details, I stepped out of the martial arts school. Ate tea this time. Those who had previously asserted that you would lose the match were left agape, unable to close their mouths, with just a single strike. He had effortlessly defeated Sun Chong, a display of prowess that was truly astonishing. Perhaps I had been too ignorant. This individual could very well be a skilled practitioner from a formidable faction, here in Qingchuan City for training. Indeed, how I wish I had seized the opportunity to forge a connection. Regret washed over someone nearby. Son, why are you so fixated on him? Sun Ba asked, his face full of confusion. Because he is incredibly powerful, Sun Chong replied without hesitation. How powerful? How many exchanges did you engage in just now? Sun Ba pressed on. Sun Chong raised a single finger, prompting Sun Ba to speculate. 100 exchanges? That is indeed remarkable, considering your own impressive strength. Defeating you is no small feat, however. Sun Chong shook his head and softly replied, it was one strike. What? One strike? Sun Ba's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, goodness, that's outrageous. My son, Sun Chong, possesses S-class talent and has already reached the first stage, 4th level of blood chi. Yet he was defeated in a single blow. His face was a canvas of shock and incredulity. What realm could that young man possibly be at? Under normal circumstances, if one is not in combat, others cannot perceive their cultivation level. Did anyone catch a glimpse of that young man's true level just now? Sun Ba turned to the surrounding onlookers, inquiring that at that moment, an elderly man with white hair slowly spoke. His blood chi should be at the first stage, 6th level. Moreover, it appears he is on the verge of breaking through to the first stage, 7th level. However, as for his mental realm, that remains unknown. What? He has only trained for a little over half a month, yet someone has managed to reach the first stage, 6th level. Is this individual truly 18 years old? It seems he hails from some powerful faction, deliberately sent out to hone his skills. Alas, why did I not take the opportunity to form a closer acquaintance? Oh, my son seems to have added him as a friend. Perhaps this could serve as a chance to cultivate our relationship. Son, you did well. Your insight surpasses your father's by a great deal, Sun Ba remarked with a grin. Sun Chong responded with calmness. I merely wish to become stronger. All right. That is sufficient. Today, I am in good spirits. Come, let's go have a drink. Sun Chong declined, stating no. I wish to continue my training. With that, he turned and departed. Sigh, if mere effort could guarantee success, what need would there be for geniuses? Sun Ba shook his head helplessly as he watched his son walk away. After leaving the martial arts school, I walked briskly towards the city gate. It was around 2 in the afternoon. The sun shining brightly and the weather pleasant. I intended to seize this time to hunt and return home later. Before long, I arrived at the city gate, where a bustling crowd ebbed and flowed. Some individuals acted alone, while many others formed teams to venture outside the city. According to regulations, if a team had more than 5 individuals at the first stage, 5th level, then even if the others had not reached that level, they could still exit the city. Just as I prepared to leave, a middle-aged guard intercepted me. Hey, young man, are you alone? His voice was deep and powerful, exuding authority. I nodded and replied, yes, I am alone. Oh, are you not aware of the rules? Without reaching the first stage, 5th level, you cannot leave the city. He scrutinized me from head to toe, seemingly surprised that I was attempting to go out alone. Of course, I was aware of the regulations, and I retrieved a badge from my pocket, handing it to him. The middle-aged man accepted the badge and examined it closely, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes. Warrior. First stage, 6th level. You do meet the requirements. You may exit the city. However, the outside world is far less safe than within the city. Traveling alone is quite perilous. Are you truly certain you wish to proceed? Without hesitation, I nodded, affirming my readiness. Although I was aware of the myriad unknown risks and challenges beyond the city, I still yearned to enhance my strength through real combat. The middle-aged man sighed and shook his head, saying, "Very well. Since you are so resolute, I shall say no more. That I respect your decision. But remember to exercise caution." Yes, I watched the departing youth. The guard shook his head slightly. Yet another brave fool. Just having reached the threshold to exit the city, and he dares venture into the wild alone, that he appears rather young. What a pity. That I hope he returns safely. After exiting the city, I took out a map and began to study it closely. This map meticulously detailed the terrain outside the city, the distribution of demonic beasts, and some significant landmarks that I needed to plan my route carefully, avoiding danger as much as possible. After thorough deliberation, I ultimately chose a low-level demonic beast area located 20 kilometers away as my hunting ground. This place was once a tranquil and harmonious small town, but it had since been overrun by demonic beasts, transforming into their habitat. As I set foot on the rugged, pothole-ridden road, I was greeted by nothing but endless desolation and ruin. The grass grew wild on either side of the road, and occasionally, I caught sight of enormous demonic beast bones, seemingly recounting the fierce battles that had transpired here. Before long, I arrived at my destination. Upon my arrival, I spotted 2 enormous corrupted mice voraciously gnawing on a long-decayed carcass. Ding! The system issued a task. Eliminate 1 demonic beast to unlock the exploration feature, allowing you to view items, demonic beast levels, and more. Ding! The system issued a task. Eliminate 10 demonic beasts to earn 300 talent points that a task has been issued. How splendid! Especially the exploration feature. It seems exceedingly practical. Moreover, slaying demonic beasts aligns perfectly with my current objectives. I swiftly donned my fiber armor, drew my sharp thunderblade, and without hesitation, I swung at the 2 corrupted mice with all my might. In an instant, the 2 corrupted mice fell lifelessly to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task. You have unlocked the exploration feature. With the system's notification, my mood instantly brightened. That I then turned my gaze to the fallen corrupted mouse. First stage, 3rd level. Enjoys consuming decayed food. Demonic beasts do not differentiate between blood chi and mental prowess. They only possess levels, just like this corrupted mouse. This feature is incredibly useful. In the future, should I encounter a formidable opponent, I will be able to ascertain their level with ease. That I nodded in satisfaction. However, to my disappointment, the decaying corpse of the corrupted rat had not vanished, indicating that no crystal nucleus had formed within it. Indeed, the probability of crystal nucleus formation remained quite low. Nevertheless, it was of no consequence. Quantitative changes would lead to qualitative transformations. It was merely a matter of slaying more beasts. Subsequently, I stored the corpse of the corrupted rat in my system backpack. After all, my primary purpose was to hunt demonic beasts for profit, and I resumed my hunting activities. Let the slaughter commence. In the Huang residence, within the Huang Manor, young Master Yu, he had ventured outside the city and had dispatched 2 first-tier 9th-level blood warriors to eliminate him. It was inconvenient to act within the city, but outside the city, fatalities were commonplace. An elderly man spoke respectfully. "Yes, you have done well. Elders, and that brat dared to refuse me, and even mocked me, making me lose face so thoroughly." Huang Hung sneered ominously. What if he is a genius? A genius who has not yet matured can hardly be considered a true genius. This is the fate that befalls those who oppose me. Huang Hung. After all, he does not have a father as formidable as mine. By the way, remember to have those 2 capture the scene of Yu Yi's demise. I want to witness his death with my own eyes. Upon finishing his words, Huang Hung waved his hand, signaling Elder Zeng to withdraw. Immediately after, a sinister smile crept upon his lips as he called out, "Bring forth 2 beautiful maidens for me." Soon, 2 young and attractive maidens approached, humbly seeking to curry favor with Huang Hung. They were acutely aware of this man's status and hoped to gain his favor, while Huang Hung reveled in the adoration, secretly feeling pleased with himself. Meanwhile, Yu, who was hunting outside the city, remained oblivious to the fact that he had become a target. Armed with the Thunderblade, he navigated through the dense underbrush, his keen eyes searching for traces of demonic beasts. Before long, he had successfully hunted 10 demonic beasts, and the system rewarded him with 300 talent points. At that moment, his total talent points had reached 400. Subsequently, the system issued a new task: to slay 100 demonic beasts. With a reward of 600 talent points, Yu felt a surge of joy. Believing this task to be quite favorable, a growth-oriented mission, he mused to himself, not bad, system. Could you possibly send me more tasks in the future? My system shop hasn't been unlocked. It seemed the system understood his words, responding, received. Tasks will be allocated based on varying system circumstances. Hearing the system's reply, Yu was immensely satisfied and continued. System, you truly are a well-behaved companion. Could you also grant me a few more talent points? Just a few million will suffice. However, the system fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding! Please, host, stay grounded and do not fantasize about shortcuts. Yu pouted in resignation, sighing to himself. Well, I suppose I'll have to rely on my own efforts to accumulate points gradually. Thus he collected his thoughts and immersed himself back into the hunt, determined to earn more talent points through his own diligence. Soon, he encountered a first-tier, 6th-level ironhide rhino. With a swift slash, he felled it and stored it in his system backpack, less than 10 kilometers away. 2 individuals were conspiring. Xiaohei, have you sensed his location? Yes, it's just under 10 kilometers away. Xiaohei possessed a D-level tracking talent, and by mentally reciting the name of the target, he could sense their proximity the closer he got. The stronger the sensation. All right, let us hurry back to complete the task and claim our reward. The 2 then transformed into shadows and began to move swiftly. Zhang Kai, wait for me. Zhang Kai, whose talent was C-level shadow transformation, was well suited for ambushes. The 2 advanced toward Yu's direction. Yu, fully focused on hunting the ferocious beasts, remained completely unaware of the impending danger. Not bad, he thought to himself. I've already hunted over 30 demonic beasts. I should be able to fetch a good price. If I can slay 100 today, I can wrap things up and head home. As he pondered, he continued onward. Suddenly, before him loomed a massive scorpion-like demonic beast. Its body is solid as iron and exuding a chilling glow. This was the ironhide scorpion. Yu was taken aback. At first tier, 8th level, its shell was exceptionally tough. Yet, facing such a creature, he felt a surge of excitement and whispered, "Oh ho, at last, a formidable opponent has appeared. Let us see how I shall slay you." With that, Yu unsheathed his blade, his figure flickering as he charged toward the ironhide scorpion. The long blade in his hand shimmered with electric light. Slicing through the air with a fierce blade, aura aimed at the scorpion's shell. In an instant, 2 crisp sounds rang out as deep gashes appeared on the scorpion's tough exterior. The injured ironhide scorpion writhed in agony. Its tail arched high, resembling a sharp spear, as it lunged fiercely toward you. Oh ho, indeed, the martial arts test was still not accurate enough. Yu mused, this scorpion shell appears even tougher than that of the thunder serpent. Not daring to be complacent, Yu swiftly employed his spatial leap skill, evading the scorpion's lethal strike. He then raised his long blade again, striking without hesitation. After several more slashes, the ironhide scorpion could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed to the ground. Gazing down at the fallen creature, Yu thought to himself, splendid. This beast's shell is so robust, it must fetch a handsome price. He gleefully stored it away, then fixed his determined gaze on the horizon. Murmuring, onward, I hope to complete the 100 beasts slaughtered today. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he re-engaged in the hunt for demonic beasts. He nimbly weaved through the underbrush like a wraith, evading detection. Meanwhile, not far away, 2 shadowy figures perched upon a large tree, Observing Yu Yi's every move point, one of the figures whispered, "Xiao He, that individual hunting the demonic beasts ahead must be Yu Yi, right?" Upon taking out a photograph for careful scrutiny and confirming his identity, the figure nodded and responded softly, "Yes, indeed, it is him. Finally, we've found him." After a moment's contemplation, the shadowy figure made a decision. "Let us take action." I'll transform into a shadow and stealthily approach for a surprise attack. If that fails, you can provide support. And no sooner had the words left his lips than the figure melded into the shadows. Silently advancing toward Yu Yi, suddenly, a figure lunged forward, brandishing a dagger with lethal intent. Upon noticing the unexpected assailant, Yu Yi reacted promptly, employing his teleportation skill to narrowly evade the attack. Realizing that this cloaked man had come to kill him, Yu Yi surmised that he was likely dispatched by Huang Heng and immediately activated his investigative abilities. After a thorough examination, Yu Yi discerned that the black-clad man possessed sea-level shadow transformation talent. With a realm of first tier, 9th level blood, and first tier, 8th level spirit. Having confirmed the intruder's realm, Yu Yi felt a slight sense of relief and thought to himself, "Fortunately, I need not yet shatter the jade given to me by the principal." He then shifted his gaze to the black-clad man, sneering coldly, "I presume you did not come alone to seek trouble with me. Surely, there are others accompanying you." After all, Yu Yi had previously employed his divine consciousness to meticulously scout his surroundings and had detected no signs of pursuit. "I've been hunting demonic beasts here for over an hour, yet you've only just arrived. Your companions must have been tracking some special type of talent user. Indeed, you are quite perceptive, Yu Yi. All right, Xiao He, come directly here." A masked figure stepped forward. Through his investigation, Yu Yi discovered that this person possessed D-level tracking talent, with a realm of first tier, 9th level blood, and first tier, 7th level spirit. That Yu Yi regarded the newcomer, confirming his suspicions but showing no signs of panic. "You possess spatial skills like teleportation. It is truly remarkable. Had you not used that move just now, you would have been dead by my hand. But now, you still must die. Kid, you have crossed the wrong person. Remember to be born into a good family in your next life." Having spoken, he transformed into a shadow and lunged towards me with lethal intent. Yu Yi pondered inwardly. Could this be a talent that allows one to become their own shadow? Such an ability would indeed be exceptionally suited for assassination endeavors. I could see that moment. A notification sound abruptly echoed his mind. Ding. Task issued. Vengeance must be exacted. Huang Heng intends to harm the host. The host is to annihilate the Huang family. This task is divided into 3 phases. The first phase has now been issued. Eliminate these 2 assassins. Reward: 800 talent points. Upon completion, the second phase will commence. How splendid. The system has issued a new task, and the reward for the first phase is quite substantial. One can hardly wait for the second and third phases. Yu Yi gripped the thunder blade tightly, channeling an unceasing torrent of thunderous power into the blade. In an instant, the blade shimmered with dazzling lightning, and without hesitation, I struck out twice at the eerie shadow. 2 fierce blades of energy, imbued with boundless thunderous might, surged forth like lightning. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed, and the once invisible shadow was forcibly revealed. "How could this be?" The shadow gasped, disbelief etched across its face. "Your blade energy can actually harm me. I am clearly a first-tier, 9th level blood warrior. Yet you are merely a first-tier, 5th level. How could you possess such formidable strength? Furthermore, you have mastered lightning-type talents. This is inconceivable." However, little did he know that at this very moment, Yu Yi had already transcended to the first-tier, 6th level realm and possessed the exceedingly rare SS-level lightning talent. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, the shadow talent user urgently called out, "Xiao He, quickly assist me. I wish to act." Alas, it is far too late. I flickered, utilizing my teleportation ability, and instantly appeared before Xiao He. After all, the opponent was a first-tier, 9th level blood warrior. Without a full commitment, it would be exceedingly difficult to dispatch him in one blow. Therefore, Yu Yi resolutely unleashed his martial technique, Thunderous 9 Blades. Before Xiao He even had the chance to activate his martial technique, he was directly slain by the 4th blade of Thunderous 9 Blades. The shadow talent user was instantly struck with horror. "Xiao He, The shadow talent user cried out in agony. You killed Xiao He. I will see you dead. With that, he transformed into a shadow and charged forth once more. Alas, how stubborn! Very well, I shall send you on your way. Thunderous 9 blades. As the 6th blade was unleashed, 6 colossal blades, accompanied by violent crackling thunder, cleaved through the air. The first 4 blades were evaded by the shadow talent user. But the 5th blade forced him out of his shadow form. As the massive lightning blade descended upon him, the shadow talent user's expression changed dramatically. Shadow transformation can reduce a portion of damage, which is why he could withstand the 5th blade of thunderous 9 blades. However, now that he had just been forced out of his form, he was utterly unable to shadow transform at this moment. The shadow talent user was engulfed in fear and despair. He realized that he was in grave danger. If he could not evade this strike in time, he would surely perish here. Just then, in a moment of dire urgency, the shadow talent user activated his skill, Shadow Body. This skill allowed his true form to merge with his shadow, enhancing his defense. Without hesitation, the shadow talent user unleashed the Shadow Body skill. His body flickered between shadow and corporeal form. However, the power of the 6th blade of thunderous 9 blades was simply overwhelming. Even with the activation of the Shadow Body skill, he could not fully withstand it. As the massive lightning blade swept through his position, an immense force still surged forth, sending him hurtling away. The shadow talent user was violently thrown back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A ghastly wound etched across his body. He approached him slowly and spoke. Huang Hong sent you, did he? No matter. There is likely no value in questioning you further. It is time for you to die. With that, he struck down upon the shadow talent user, who met his end on the spot. Damn it. Not even a storage ring. Searching the belongings of these 2 assassins revealed their utter poverty. In the end, I simply took the shadow talent user's dagger. An E-grade quality dagger that should fetch a decent price. Outside the city, death was an all too common occurrence. Thus these corpses required little handling. Occasionally, certain beasts would follow the scent of blood and feast upon these remains. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward: 800 talent points. Ding! Second phase initiated. Eliminate Huang Hung and his aide, Elder Zheng. Reward: space cutting and 1,000 talent points. Upon hearing the system notification, a wave of joy surged within me. A spatial skill, and an offensive one at that. How marvelous! Such a skill could catch enemies off guard, delivering a lethal strike unexpectedly. At this moment, he felt the toll of the previous fierce confrontation on his vitality and mental strength. For safety's sake, he decided to return to the city first. After all, the greatest dangers in the wild are not solely those ferocious beasts, but also individuals with ulterior motives, if one were to encounter them. The consequences could be dire. Reflecting on today's experiences, overall, the rewards were plentiful. Although the sudden assassination had disrupted his plans, acquiring an E-grade dagger was a decent consolation. Additionally, he had a first-tier, 8th-level iron-armored scorpion, which would surely command a good price. Coupled with the various low-tier beasts he had collected, this venture was not in vain. Moreover, his talent points had increased from 400 to 1,200, and after all, the 100 beast/task had yet to be completed. Following this thrilling assassination incident, he was confident that soon Huang Hung would receive news of the failure of the assassin's mission. Next time, it was highly likely he would dispatch even more formidable assassins. Whether he could withstand such an onslaught was uncertain. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He still possessed the jade stone given by the principal. If the situation grew dire, he could always call for the principal's support. Considering the principal's strength, such troubles should be easily resolved. It was time to return home. It was nearly 6 o'clock, and Qingwei Jie would likely be back soon. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace towards home. Soon he arrived at the city gate, where the guards, noticing his unscathed appearance, were somewhat curious. Young man, you've returned. You seem to be unscathed. It appears there was no battle? Wishing to say little, merely nodded. Yes. I went to observe the beasts. Young man, you should hurry home. It is not safe outside. After a slight nod, he strode briskly towards the martial artist tower. Before long, he reached the martial artist tower and followed the directions to the Wanbao Pavilion on the 4th floor. Hello, do you purchase beast corpses here? inquired softly. Certainly, young man, we are the fairest shop around. The elderly man replied with a beaming smile. However, I might have brought a bit too much. I fear this place may not have enough space. He said it, oh? Then please follow me to the back room. The elder warmly invited him. Following the elder, he entered the back room, but he then opened his system backpack and extracted all the beast corpses. Young friend, you are truly remarkable to have hunted so many beasts. The elder marveled at the sight of the numerous corpses strewn across the floor. After a thorough appraisal, the 30 or so beasts were valued at approximately 120,000 blue star coins, while the first tier, 8th level iron armored scorpion was worth around 20,000 blue star coins in total. That amounts to 140,000. What do you think? Yui nodded. After all, a significant portion of those 30 beasts were corrupted mice. That sounds fair, by the way. Do you accept weapons? Certainly, young friend. Please show me what you have. Subsequently, I presented the E-grade dagger. This is a mid-tier E-grade dagger, though it appears somewhat worn that I could offer you 450,000 for it. How does that sound? I nodded. A mid-tier E-grade dagger typically sells for around 700,000, and given its wear and that it is second-hand, a lower price is acceptable. After all, second-hand goods hold less value. Subsequently, after the elderly man transferred 590,000 blue star coins to my card, I departed from that place that I then spent 650,000 to purchase 10 first-tier exquisite blood recovery pills, intending to enhance my vitality first. On my way home, I began to consume the blood recovery pills. Using a first-tier exquisite blood recovery pill, my vitality increased by 70-10, bringing my vitality to 3,280. Excellent. I was on the verge of breaking through to the 7th level of the first tier. Upon returning home, I found Sister Qingwei already busy in the kitchen. Watching her work, I couldn't help but recall the scene from last night, where I had indulged in the beauty of her jade-like feet. Instantly, I yearned for a repeat, but I quickly reprimanded myself. Qingwei is your sister. How could you think such thoughts? Although we are not blood-related, I silently reminded myself. Qingwei, I'm back, I called out, hearing my voice. Qingwei hurried out of the kitchen with a puzzled expression. She looked at me and asked, Xiao Yi, didn't you say there was no school today? Why did you go out again? I scratched my head and replied with a smile. Today I went to the martial arts hall and even hunted outside the city. Qingwei's face turned tense at once, and she anxiously asked, What? You went hunting outside the city. Were you hurt? It's very dangerous out there. I quickly waved my hands in reassurance, saying, No, Sister Qingwei, I only went to areas where low-level monsters were active. I didn't venture into any danger zones. Nevertheless, Qingwei remained unconvinced. Furrowing her brow as she continued to admonish, that is still not acceptable. You mustn't take risks. Your parents sacrificed themselves fighting monsters. Although you have good talent, you are still too weak. Feeling the concern from Sister Qingwei, I patted my chest confidently and declared, Sister Qingwei, don't worry. I'm already at the 6th level of the first tier. Qingwei's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at me. What? The 6th level of the first tier? You've progressed that quickly. Her face was filled with astonishment. Seeing her surprise, I couldn't help but smile gently, saying, and rest assured, if I encounter monsters I can't defeat, I will flee immediately. I once put myself in danger. I knew how much Sister Qingwei cared about my safety, so I aimed to reassure her. Well, I can't help you much, she said. Her tone tinged with disappointment. I recognized that her disappointment stemmed from my talent, and I contemplated whether there were treasures that could elevate talent levels, promising myself to acquire one for her once I became stronger. I grasped Sister Qingwei's hand tightly and earnestly said, Sister Qingwei, don't worry. Once I become stronger, I will definitely find treasures that can enhance your talent. Besides, you are so beautiful. You only need to focus on being stunning. While I'll take care of the family's livelihood. Upon hearing my words, Li Qingwei's face flushed with embarrassment. She lowered her head, glancing at the hand I held, secretly pondering. Aren't these words something only couples would say? Does Xiao Yi see me as his wife? As this thought crossed her mind, she couldn't help but feel a sense of delight, her lips curving into a slight smile. No, I am Xiao Yi's sister. How can I entertain such thoughts? Moreover, I am 8 years older than him, and am simply unworthy of him. I must not let my imagination run wild. Thusly Chinyue quickly said, Xiao, you've worked hard all day. Let us go eat. Her gaze was somewhat evasive, as if she wished to avoid my intense stare. I observed Sister Chinyue's demeanor. She appeared quite adorable that I decided not to rush things, and instead replied, All right, Sister Chinyue, let us eat first. After dinner, I practiced for a while to complete my daily tasks. My talent points had now reached 400 at system. Unlock the system store. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the system store. The system is being updated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the system store reward. You can make one free purchase. I was filled with joy at this unexpected fortune. I eagerly opened the system store, curious to see what treasures awaited me. Upon entering, I was astounded by the plethora of items before me. The store offered everything from the most mundane daily necessities, pills, and weapons to rare martial arts techniques, skills, and even some unheard-of exotic treasures. My gaze first fell upon the first-tier exquisite blood recovery pills. Seeing that I could purchase one for just 30 talent points, my eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, these blood recovery pills are so cheap. I could have simply used talent points to enhance my cultivation. I've truly missed out. I lamented inwardly, feeling as though I had let a fortune slip through my fingers. The more I browsed, the more exhilarated I became, scrolling through the pages of the system store in search of the most expensive item. Finally, when I reached the last page, there was only one item listed: chaotic divine thunder, the tribulation of the great Tao. Capable of annihilating all, containing boundless destructive power, quality unknown, chaotic divine thunder. What is this? Is it a talent? I pondered, perplexed. System, what is the use of this chaotic divine thunder? Can it be fused? Ding! It can be fused to replace the original ordinary lightning attribute, transforming into chaotic divine thunder. My heart raced with excitement. This was incredible. System, does this quality refer to its strength? Ding! Some elemental talent users can fuse with spirit seeds. The quality of spirit seeds is categorized into primary, intermediate, advanced, top tier, and divine. That I was taken aback. I had never encountered such information in textbooks. Having traversed into this world for 3 years, it seemed there were still many things I had yet to grasp. Chaotic divine thunder, I recalled, was regarded as the most formidable existence among lightning during my time on Earth. Isn't this supposed to be a high martial world? Yet it seems to encompass more than just that. It must be due to the system's overwhelming power. Moreover, the quality of chaotic divine thunder is still unknown. By typical novel standards, it should be even higher than divine quality. How exhilarating! I exclaimed without hesitation. I instructed the system, purchase the chaotic divine thunder. Congratulations, host, for successfully purchasing the chaotic divine thunder. Would you like to fuse it? Fusion will create a phenomenon in the world. Upon hearing the system's prompt, my earlier eagerness to fuse the chaotic divine thunder instantly waned, and I decided it was best not to fuse it just yet. Doing so in the city could provoke a dangerous phenomenon. If that were to attract unwanted attention, I would be finished, and no one could guarantee my safety. That I would wait until tomorrow to fuse it outside the city. There were still 5 items available at a discount, and I had 400 talent points left. I wondered if there were any good items. First tier exquisite spirit liquid 10, 30 talent points. 300 Tang poems, 1 talent point. Teleportation talisman, 40 talent points. 300 children's songs, 1 talent point. First tier 5-fold monster core 2, 30 talent points. Among these 5 items, only 3 could be utilized, so I purchased the spirit liquid, monster core, and teleportation talisman. That I subsequently consumed 10 portions of the spirit liquid. Ding! Detected that the host used first tier exquisite spirit liquid. Spirit increased by 70. Ding! Spirit 3088. Next, I absorbed the first tier 5-fold monster core. 1 monster core approximately increased my vitality and spirit by 160, bringing my vitality to 4,880 and spirit to 4,688. This felt fantastic. I had now broken through to the 7th level of the first tier, and the 8th level required 500. I was nearing the 8th level. However, I was uncertain if I could defeat a 2nd-tier first-level monster. Defeating them at a higher tier was particularly challenging, with only 300 talent points remaining. There was little I could do. Alas, there were too few tasks available that I was already excited at the thought of fusing chaotic divine thunder tomorrow. Additionally, I had spotted items in the system store that could enhance talent levels. I would purchase them once I had more talent points that I was still lacking in talent points. I hadn't upgraded my diamond body technique or allocated points to any martial skills. I surmised that triggering more plots would likely yield additional tasks that I decided to stop overthinking it. That I picked up my phone to check the WeChat class group, where many were discussing my supposed prowess and ranking as the top student in the school. I found it all tedious, as it reeked of hypocrisy. They knew I had spatial talent and had mocked me. Now, they were currying favor with me. It felt insincere. Besides a class group, I also received messages from Shoho and Sunchong. After replying, I went to bed, knowing that with the system as assistance, I didn't need to practice. I could simply allocate points. Old Zung, have the two assassins returned to report their findings? Replying to the young master. Zung wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. They have yet to return. Is it truly taking so long to assassinate someone at the first level? 5th stage. Did they not depart this afternoon? This should not take so long. I cannot fathom the reason for their delay. Zung answered, his voice tinged with unease. However, I dispatched an individual with C-grade shadow transformation abilities, assassinating someone at the first level. 5th stage who lacks spatial skills should be a trivial matter. Rest assured, young master. Very well. I place my trust in you. Upon their return, ensure they come to me at once. Understood, young master. At that moment, Huang Tianba approached and inquired. Have you sent someone to eliminate you? What is it, father? Did you not say that if trouble arose, we should handle it ourselves? Is there an issue? Your actions were not amiss, yet sending 2 individuals at the first level. 9th stage was ill-advised. Those 2 must have perished, Huang Tianba remarked, his brow furrowing. What? Perished? The young master exclaimed, taken aback that it is due to your recklessness. You should have sent old Zung directly. Father, I believed sending old Zung would be overkill, which is why I had him dispatch 2 experts at the first level, 9th stage to eliminate you. Oh my astonishment. Even those 2 experts at the first level, 9th stage, could not dispose of you. In that case, I shall send old Zung again when he next ventures out. Unnecessary. You need not concern yourself with you any further, Huang Tianba replied, hands clasped behind his back. The Dong family in the neighboring city is about to unveil a secret realm, and there are business partners having granted me a quota. This secret realm has restrictions. Only individuals of the 3rd level, 2nd stage, and below may enter. You must dedicate yourself to training. Coincidentally, old Zung has reached the 3rd level. 1st stage in vitality, though his mental strength has yet to attain the 3rd level, he can accompany you into that secret realm. Though it is merely an E-grade secret realm, it is rumored that it contains 2nd-grade enlightenment fruits. What? Enlightenment fruits? These fruits enhance one's comprehension of martial skills, techniques, and certain secret arts. Indeed, therefore prepare yourself well that you have confidence in obtaining the enlightenment fruit. Huang Tianba asked, his demeanor serious. Father, I assure you I will complete the task. The young master replied, glancing at Huang Tianba. Concerning you, let him be for a few days. Focus on your training for now, as long as he is dealt with before the college entrance examination. It suffices after the exams. It shall be more challenging. Do not rush this matter. Understood. Fathered, I will certainly secure the enlightenment fruit. Very well. I shall take my leave. Train diligently. Meanwhile, you oblivious to the intentions of Huang Hong and his son, was fast asleep. The following morning, as the sun began to rise and the clock struck 8, it was a Friday morning that Yue gazed out at the sunlight filtering through the window, sighing inwardly. Ah, how I envy those who can train diligently without the need for sleep. I wish I could calm my mind and dedicate some time to training. That moment, Sister Qingyue had already left for work. The thought that she would no longer need to work the following day and they could go shopping together to strengthen their bond filled Yue with anticipation. After all, no matter how wonderful a sister may be, she will ultimately marry. A girlfriend, however, is different, he mused, recalling the teleportation talisman purchased yesterday, capable of transporting him approximately 200 miles. Yue planned to leave the city today, seeking a relatively secluded location to fuse with the chaos divine thunder. Finally, he would use the teleportation talisman to return to the city. Moreover, he currently possessed a teleportation ability of about 50 meters. Yet, to certain formidable entities, that was but a fleeting moment, necessitating utmost caution. He then rose, washed up, and had breakfast at a roadside stall before making his way to the city gates. Are we venturing out to experience the world again today? Inquired the same guard from yesterday. He nodded slightly in affirmation. Indeed, my courage is lacking. I must undergo more training. You are quite the amusing little fellow, but do be careful. The outside world can be perilous. Off you go, the guard kindly advised. Once outside the city, he immediately unfolded the map in his hand, focusing on a particularly secluded location before hastening towards it without hesitation. After more than 2 hours of arduous trekking, he finally arrived at a forest over 200 kilometers from Qingchuan City. This area was frequented by third-level demonic beasts, and thus rarely visited by others, as there were not many third- or fourth-level experts in the entire Qingchuan City. Upon entering the forest, Yue became exceedingly cautious. Given his current strength, he would be easily dispatched by these demonic beasts. After a prolonged search, he finally discovered a relatively flat area, and he resolved to fuse the mysterious chaos divine thunder here. System, fuse with the chaos divine thunder. Yue silently commanded. Beep. Acknowledged. As the system responded, the sky instantaneously roiled with tumultuous winds, dark clouds gathering ominously as grayish lightning danced recklessly among the clouds, flickering erratically. In the blink of an eye, the bizarre celestial phenomenon enveloped a radius of several hundred miles, sending the demonic beasts that had once dwelled here into a panicked flight. Yuyi's body became gradually ensconced by the power of the chaos divine thunder, the immense force inflicting an unprecedented agony upon him. This pain felt as if thousands of steel needles were simultaneously piercing his body, rendering him nearly incapable of enduring it. He gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to withstand the torment. The energy of the chaos divine thunder rampaged within him, threatening to tear apart his meridians and bones. Each wave of energy assaulting him brought unbearable suffering. Yet he persisted through sheer will. It hurts like hell. Yue grunted through clenched teeth, his voice laden with anguish. That moment, a formidable chaos divine thunder coalesced above him, resembling a colossal dragon coiling in the sky, exuding an aura that was both unsettling and awe-inspiring. Looking up at the immense lightning looming overhead, a flicker of fear surged within Yue. This meant to kill me, he muttered through gritted teeth. Has the system successfully fused? Yet at that moment, the system offered no reply to his query. That a wave of frustration surged within Yue. Come on, system, don't let me down. Despite his dissatisfaction, Yue did not surrender. He took a deep breath, resolutely affirming, even without the system's assistance, I will fuse with this chaos divine thunder. In the Qingchuan City Lord's residence, a terrified murmur arose. What terrifying thunder! Even from 200 miles away. It can be felt here. What on earth is happening? Is there a rare treasure descending upon us? Or is someone fusing a spirit seed? It is impossible for anyone to endure such a level of thunder's baptism. Forcibly fusing would only result in utter destruction. Moreover, such a grand spectacle has never accompanied the fusion of a spirit seed. It seems only the descent of a rare treasure could provoke such an anomaly. Perhaps it is a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon Qingchuan City by the heavens. However, in that moment, none dared to approach the area beneath the thunderclouds. The overwhelming aura of lightning seemed capable of reducing anything to ashes with the slightest contact. The residents of Qingchuan City gazed up at the grayish clouds above, their hearts filled with trepidation and unease. What in the world is this? Are we truly facing the apocalypse? I haven't even had the chance to hold a girl's hand yet. I don't want to kick the bucket so soon. Who dares to touch my backside? Meanwhile, in the distant capital of the Dragon Kingdom, an elderly man leisurely watering his flowers glanced at the terrifying thunder in the sky over Jiangnan province. Murmuring to himself, what a fearsome thunder! It appears in the direction of Jiangnan. Even I feel an inexplicable sense of trepidation. In a mysterious and perilous domain inhabited by demonic beasts, the sight of the fearsome thunder struck awe and terror into the hearts of many beasts. What is that? One beast gasped, eyes wide in disbelief. What level of spirit seed could possess such power? Immediately thereafter, a commanding voice resonated. Come forth, swiftly ascertain the direction of this celestial anomaly, and dispatch personnel to investigate the matter at once. Simultaneously, on a distant battlefield inhabited by foreign tribes, the same powerful surge of energy was felt. How could this planet possibly harbor spiritual entities surpassing the intermediate level? The outsiders exclaimed in disbelief. This is impossible. Moreover, this force instills fear in me from such a distance. What level of spiritual entity could it be? An atmosphere of tension enveloped the scene, prompting further orders to continue the assault on the Dragon Kingdom. However, at that moment, a chaotic divine thunderbolt descended from the heavens, striking a man named Yue directly. Yue gritted his teeth, enduring the pain while striving to absorb this terrifying energy. Before long, the chaotic divine thunder coursed within him, and Yue struggled to gain control. Congratulations, host, on successfully merging with the chaotic divine thunder. A voice echoed in his mind. However, due to the host's currently minuscule strength, the chaotic divine thunder can only manifest at a primary quality level for now. Yet, it shall grow in power alongside the host's ascent. Yue exhaled deeply, secretly relieved. At last, the fusion is complete. It feels as though my body is on the verge of disintegration. He surveyed his surroundings, astonished to find that the once lush forest had vanished, replaced by a barren wasteland. Yet at that moment, Yue could not afford to dwell on this. He unhesitatingly tore the teleportation talisman, his form vanishing instantly, reappearing beside Qingchuan City. Phew, that was a close call. The fusion was successful. Yue gasped, his heartbeat gradually stabilizing. He glanced at his right hand, where gray arcs of electricity danced incessantly. Is this the chaotic divine thunder? Just a glance at it evokes a sense of impending doom. How terrifying. Yet having merged with this divine lightning, he now felt an odd familiarity. It was worth enduring such torment for this fusion. Once I find the time, I'll test your combat prowess. That IT seems the system mentioned you are still at a primary intensity. Perhaps it is my weakness that prevents me from fully harnessing your power. Even as a primary chaotic divine thunder, it remains an exceedingly formidable and fearsome force. Yue dared not linger, hurriedly changing into another set of clothes before preparing to enter the city. Just then, he sensed several exceptionally powerful presences racing toward the epicenter of the thunderstorm, but Yue inwardly rejoiced at his swift departure. Had he been discovered by those formidable beings, the consequences would have been unimaginable. System, why didn't you appear earlier? Yue inquired within his mind. Ding, I was just assisting you in withstanding the chaotic divine thunder. Host, if it weren't for me, you would have been delusional to think you could merge with the chaotic divine thunder. The system's response left Yue momentarily speechless. All right then, thank you, system, Yue expressed gratefully. Ding, no need to thank me. Simply focus on becoming stronger, the system replied. Understood, system. Yue acknowledged. Upon entering Qingchuan City, he found people discussing the recent celestial phenomenon. Thank heavens it's over. I thought it was the end of the world. Indeed, I nearly soiled myself out of fright. Who just touched my backside? Step forward. A 200-pound young lady exclaimed. I never expected my fusion of chaotic divine thunder would cause such a commotion. Could it really affect me from such a distance? Ding. It was merely an anomaly caused by the initial fusion of chaotic divine thunder. The host can only bear this intensity at present. Moreover, had this small planet not yet reached its 200-year preliminary evolution, with certain restrictions still in place, the fusion of chaotic divine thunder would have drawn the attention of other cosmic planets. I see. Are there indeed other cosmic planets? It seems my understanding of this world is still quite limited. I must admit, I am too weak, Yue reflected privately. Forget it. I shall rest well at home today and take Qingyue's sister shopping tomorrow. The day after, I'll venture into the wild to lay low for a bit. City Lord, is this where the celestial treasure descended? A voice inquired. Why is it so barren, not even a blade of grass in sight? The City Lord appeared puzzled. It is indeed strange. Could someone have attempted to merge with a spiritual entity here? Another immediately shook his head. Absolutely impossible. The power of that thunderbolt would obliterate even the most formidable of experts. Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd. The might of that thunder was truly terrifying, but if anyone could withstand it, their strength would be unfathomable. Yet the peculiar thing remained. There was nothing within a 10-mile radius. Someone scanned the surroundings. Frowning deeply, we witnessed the thunderbolt descend. Surely, there should be a celestial treasure manifesting. Just as discussions flourished, the city lord invited, "All right, everyone, since you have come to Qingchuan City, why not rest a while and allow us to extend our hospitality?" Then we thanked the city lord. The crowd responded in unison. Meanwhile, in a conference room in the imperial capital, several grave-faced individuals were seated. The middle-aged man at the head of the table, Long Tianghua, spoke first. A vast expanse of terrifying thunderclouds has appeared in the skies above Jiangnan province. What are your thoughts on this? It must be a celestial treasure descending. An elder remarked. Indeed, we can feel the dread of those thunderclouds even here in the imperial capital. It must signify the emergence of a spiritual entity or a celestial treasure, and a remarkably powerful one at that. According to reports from Qingchuan City, the area surrounding the thundercloud center is utterly devoid of life. Thus, it seems unlikely that a celestial treasure is present there. Could it be that someone attempted to merge with a spiritual entity? Yet, such a possibility seems slim. After all, none of us here could endure that level of thunderous power. Long Tianghua pondered for a moment before stating, "It is likely that the individual attempting to merge with the spiritual entity was struck down by the thundercloud." A hint of regret colored his tone. This year, the number of SIS-level gifted individuals emerging in various provinces has surpassed any previous records, even in our imperial capital. This undoubtedly signals the arrival of a prosperous era. Yet, it also heralds the onset of immense challenges. Time flew swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the 200th year of our planet's evolution was approaching. This year marked the 195th. According to the outsiders, after 200 years, our planet would complete its preliminary evolution, becoming a planet without allegiance and exposing itself to various forces and races from the cosmos. Given the newly evolved planet's resources, secret realms, and celestial treasures, it would inevitably attract fierce competition among various factions. If the human race does not claim it first, disaster awaits you. Prevent being overtaken by foreign races and avert a tragic fate of extinction. We must prepare in advance, seeking out human factions in the cosmos to gain their protection. Only then can we safeguard against being overwhelmed by other races in 5 years, ensuring the continuity of our civilization. However, saying it is easier than doing it. Currently, we are at a loss and unable to establish contact with the outside world. It seems we must wait for the 200-year preliminary evolution to lift certain restrictions. However, there is another option available. That is to eradicate all foreign races on Blue Star. This way, even if we expose ourselves to other races in 5 years, as long as we are not discovered immediately, we can seek refuge among the populace in the cosmos. If we do not eliminate these foreign races, they will surely find a way to contact their kin. And when our planet falls into their hands, it will be disastrous. Indeed, well said, but eradicating foreign races is no simple task. We must also defend against the territories of those demonic beasts that we lack the strong forces and manpower to eliminate the foreign races. Long Out Hien furrowed his brow. There are still 5 years left. Let us hope we can turn the tide in this time. Why is my luck so abysmal? Amidst a list of items with a mere 90 discount in the system mall, he found himself muttering in disbelief, his face a canvas of exasperation. The so-called discounted goods were nothing more than trivialities, utterly incapable of capturing his interest. Upon returning home, he had hoped to uncover some useful treasures within the discounted section. But reality dealt him a harsh blow. With a sigh of resignation, he lamented the unfortunate hand fate had dealt him. It seems that for the next few days, maintaining a low profile is essential to weather the storm. Today, he resolved to devote himself to cultivation, savoring the joys it might bring. Tomorrow, he would take Qing West's sister to the mall, a splendid opportunity to deepen their bond. Yes, that's the plan. Yet, a flicker of anticipation arose within him regarding the mysterious Dong family's secret realm in the neighboring city. He pondered silently. When would that realm finally open? His eagerness to explore it grew. But for now, such thoughts were futile. Focusing on his cultivation was paramount. Time flew by, and soon it was 7 in the evening. coinciding perfectly with Qing West's sister's workday conclusion. Exhaling deeply, Yu reflected on his day of cultivation, feeling a slight enhancement in both his vital energy and spirit. His gaze fell upon his data panel, which clearly displayed vitality 4976, spirit 4799, that a frown creased his brow at the sight of these numbers. Alas, after an entire day of cultivation, such a meager increase was disheartening that it appeared that to hasten his strength, he would need to rely on elixirs and monster cores, for his total of 500 talent points felt woefully insufficient. Yu shook his head in resignation, acknowledging the slow progression that came from relying solely on cultivation. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, for the path of cultivation was long and required ample patience and perseverance to traverse further. In a moment of boredom, he retrieved his phone and began aimlessly browsing various news articles. However, today's trending topic left him astounded. The number one discussion revolved around the ominous black clouds lingering in the sky over Jiangnan province for several minutes. Speculations abounded. Were rare treasures descending from the heavens? Or was someone undergoing a tribulation to ascend to immortality? A user named Weakened Little Dragon exclaimed, "Damn, I live right next to Jiangnan province, and I can see that terrifying thundercloud for a moment. I feared the world was ending." Another self-proclaimed lowly from the nearby Qingchuan city remarked, "I witnessed that bolt of lightning with my own eyes. Just looking at it made me feel like I would turn to ashes." Meanwhile, a user named Black Whirlwind Girl firmly believed it must be a rare treasure descending, and judging by the commotion, it's bound to be immensely powerful. The people of Jiangnan province are truly fortunate. As Yu contemplated this hot topic, he was taken aback by the unforeseen commotion his celestial phenomenon had stirred. Reflecting on the recently merged chaotic divine thunder, he felt a surge of excitement about its potential power. At present, his physical strength could only withstand the initial tier of the chaotic divine thunder, but as his strength grew, so too would its intensity. Not long after, Qing West's sister returned home and made her way to his place. Typically, she would come over after work to prepare dinner for him. Seeing her arrival, Yu greeted her. "Qing West's sister, off work now? Are you tired?" Noticing Yu safe at home, Qing West's sister's initial worry dissipated. "I am relieved to see you well. Little those ominous clouds outside the city, along with the lightning within, looked quite frightening. Knowing you were hunting monsters outside had me quite concerned. It's all right." Qing West's sister, "I stayed home all day, having encountered that black cloud, so I didn't venture out." Yu reassured her, still somewhat uneasy. She cautioned little "Please be careful. I don't wish to lose you as my brother." Yu patted his chest confidently, promising, "Don't worry, Qing West's sister, I will ensure my safety." Wanting her to relax, he suggested, "How about we order takeout today, instead of you cooking?" With a playful tone, Qing West's sister replied, "What? Do you find my cooking unappetizing?" Yu quickly clarified, No, your cooking is the best. It's just that you've had a long day, and ordering takeout would be more convenient. Plus, I can now earn money from hunting monsters." With a smile, Qing West's sister agreed. "All right then, little Before long, their takeout order was placed, and shortly thereafter, it arrived at their doorstep. Qing West's sister, "Dinner is ready." Yu called out, "Tomorrow, you'll be off, and as promised, I'll take you to the mall." He added, "Little I'm truly sorry. My parents are coming tomorrow morning, and they want me to go on a blind date." Qing West's sister responded with a hint of resignation. "What? A blind date?" Yu exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, they keep saying I'm not getting any younger and should find someone to marry, so they've arranged this blind date." She sighed. "I understand, Qing West's sister. How about this? When your parents arrive tomorrow, I'll have a word with them and make sure this matter is handled properly," Yu assured her. Looking at him, Qing West's sister's eyes glimmered with gratitude. "Well, you don't want me to go on this blind date, do you?" Yu nodded earnestly, responding, "Qing West's sister, I know you don't wish to go, but you feel unable to oppose your parents. Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. I'm confident I can persuade them to stop pressuring you about this." "Really?" Qing West's sister's face lit up with hope as she gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Of course. Just wait and see what I can do when your parents arrive tomorrow." Yu grinned with confidence. Qing West's sister smiled back and gently embraced Yu, saying, "Then I'll leave it to you, little After dinner, she hurried back to her own home. Meanwhile, Yui found himself deep in thought, uncertain of how to approach Qingwe's sister as parents. Although he had met them before, the circumstances were different this time, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness and concern. He was well aware that Qingwe's sister as parents had always been friendly towards him. Yet directly confessing his intentions to pursue her felt a tad reckless. He decided to wait until they arrived to figure out how to handle the situation. Before he knew it, Saturday morning had arrived. As the clock struck 8, he eagerly inquired, "Qingwe's sister, when will your parents be here?" "They'll be here shortly," she replied softly. "It's been a while since I last saw uncle and aunt. I wonder how they've been doing," Yui expressed with anticipation. Before long, a crisp knock echoed from the door. "Qingwe, open the door. I'm coming," Qingwe's sister responded promptly. The door swung open, revealing her parents. "Hello, Mom and Dad." Qingwe's sister greeted them with a smile. "Oh, is also here." Her father, Li Lei, acknowledged politely that Li Qingwe's mother, Zhang Fong, nodded and turned to her daughter. "You know, the child from Aunt Wang's family is about your age and possesses a C-level intelligence aptitude. He is currently working at a tech company that we thought it would be good for you to meet him and see if you two are compatible." "Mom, I don't want to go," Li Qingwe protested. "You stubborn girl, you're already 26. Your neighbor's son has a baby, and here you are with nothing. Little E is now an adult and doesn't need your care. You should think about your own future," her father, Li Lei, interjected earnestly. "Qingwe, your mother and I haven't awakened any useful talents, but we just hope for you to have a good life, that we don't have many other demands." Li Lei added with heartfelt sincerity. "Uncle and Aunt, may I have a word with you?" He suddenly spoke up. "Xiao Yi, are you here to persuade us too?" "It's not so much persuasion, Uncle and Aunt, as I wish to speak candidly with you. The truth is, I've always held a deep affection for Sister Qingwe," Yui said unabashedly. "Xiao Yi, what did you just say?" "You like Qingwe?" Li Lei and his wife were clearly taken aback. "Indeed, I genuinely adore Sister Qingwe. Moreover, I have awakened an S-class talent in the spatial domain, which is far superior to mere intellectual prowess," Yui declared. Upon hearing this, Li Lei and his wife were momentarily stunned. They had never anticipated that Yui would express such sentiments. "But Xiao Yi, Qingwe is, after all, 8 years your senior. Are you truly untroubled by that? With your S-class talent, you could pursue any girl you desire." Li Lei asked, puzzled. "Sister Qingwe is so beautiful. What does age matter? A woman 3 years older is like gold, and 8 years older. I'll just gather more gold bricks, though Sister Qingwe is not my girlfriend yet. I will strive to win her heart," Yui replied resolutely. Li Lei and his wife exchanged glances, speechless at that moment. Li Qingwe's face had reddened to the roots of her ears. Zhang Fong said, "Then let's dismiss Qingwe's matchmaker prospects. Qingwe, from now on, we won't pressure you. The decision is yours." After a moment of contemplation, Li Lei nodded. "Thank you, Mom and Dad." Li Qingwe expressed her gratitude. "Xiao Yi, I didn't expect you'd say that. But Annie knows you're a good kid. However, if you truly wish to pursue my daughter, you must not take advantage of her," she added, observing the slight blush on Li Qingwe's face as he spoke of his intentions. Li Lei and his wife keenly noticed her reaction, realizing she might harbor feelings for Yui as well. "Rest assured, Uncle and Aunt, I will certainly protect Sister Qingwe," Yui vowed earnestly. "Very well. We shall not intrude on your time together. Come, dear," Li Lei said. "Yes, I just remembered we have matters to attend to. We must hurry back. Auntie, Uncle, are you leaving already? I'd hoped to treat you to a meal." Yui warmly insisted. "And oh need, Xiao Yi, you and Qingwe should go enjoy a meal together. We'll take our leave." Li Lei and his wife smiled as they waved goodbye and turned to depart. "Take care, Uncle and Aunt." Yui courteously bid them farewell. After Li Lei and his wife left, Li Qingwe turned to Yui, her curiosity piqued. "Why did you say that just now?" Yui scratched his head and beamed. "Well, I just wanted to help you out." Li Qingwe felt a flutter of emotion. "Xiao Yi, were you serious about what you said?" After a moment, she shyly lowered her gaze. "Of course, Sister Qingwe. How do you feel about me?" Facing Yui's unexpected question, Li Qingwe appeared caught off guard. At a flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes. "That I haven't thought it through. Could you give me some time? This is all happening too fast." After all, she had only just discovered that Yu Yi's feelings for her transcended mere sibling affection, leaving her somewhat bewildered to why Yu Yi nodded in understanding. All right, no problem. Now let's go browse them all, Sister Qingwei. Thus, the two strolled towards the bustling commercial district. Soon, they arrived at the largest shopping mall in Qingchuan City. The technological advancements here far surpassed those on Earth, yet cultural and customary similarities were abundant. Sister Qingwei, let's buy some clothes, Yu Yi suggested. As you wish, Xiao Yi, but you need to pick out some formal attire as well that I've noticed you usually wear casual clothes. Sure, but I believe comfort is paramount. Make sure to select some beautiful outfits. It will surely uplift the mood, Yu Yi remarked playfully. The clothes aren't that important. Just a few will suffice. They wandered through several stores, and Yu Yi asked, "How about this dress, Sister Qingwei? This one looks nice. Let me try it on." Moments later, she emerged from the fitting room, adorned in a flowing white dress that danced with the breeze, exuding beauty. Sister Qingwei, you look absolutely stunning in that dress. You resemble a celestial being. Yu Yi exclaimed sincerely. A blush crept onto Li Qingyue's cheeks as she playfully retorted, "Stop exaggerating." She then resumed her earnest selection of other garments. Before long, she had chosen several more outfits. "Sir, your girlfriend is truly lovely. She looks good in anything," the sales assistant complimented. Hearing the term girlfriend, Li Qingyue felt a mix of emotions. She contemplated correcting the assistant about their relationship status, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Thinking that today might not be the day, but perhaps tomorrow. Yu Yi, however, responded without hesitation, "Of course, we are indeed a handsome couple. I'll take all these clothes. How much do I owe?" "That will be 60,000 blue star coins. Will you be paying by card?" the sales assistant inquired with a smile. That moment, Li Qingwei interjected, "Xiao Yi, let me pay." Yu Yi quickly waved his hand, interrupting her. "We agreed that today I would treat you to shopping. I can't let you pay." He then pulled out his credit card and handed it to the assistant. "Charge it," he said decisively. "All right, please hold on for a moment." The sales assistant took the card, completed the transaction, and handed the neatly packaged items to them with a smile. "We look forward to your next visit. Let us go have lunch," Yu Yi suggested, glancing at Li Qingwei with anticipation. "Sister Qingwei, may I hold your hand?" A faint blush colored Li Qingyue's face as she shyly replied, Okay. With that, Yu Yi took her hand without hesitation, holding it firmly in his. Her hand felt soft and delicate, causing his heart to flutter. So soft. He hold hands today, kiss tomorrow, and cough. He amused himself, revealing a mischievous grin. Soon, they arrived at a restaurant and found a table by the window. "Sister Qingwei, is your work exhausting? Do you want to quit?" "Not really. It's quite manageable and rather relaxed," she replied. Suddenly, Yu Yi grinned and said, "Sister Qingwei, if you ever wish to stop working, I could earn money to support you." Li Qingwei paused, her cheeks flushing slightly as she softly responded, "Xiao Yi, we're not in a romantic relationship yet. How could you support me? Besides, I'm perfectly capable of supporting myself." Yu Yi chuckled, flashing a confident smile. Just because we're not now doesn't mean we won't be in the future. Perhaps in a few days, once you've thought it over, we could become a couple." He gazed at Li Qingwei, brimming with hope. That moment, Li Qingyue's cheeks still bore a rosy hue, making her all the more enchanting. Feeling a bit bashful, she quickly changed the subject. "All right, let us not dwell on that. Let us eat." Yu Yi nodded in agreement. "However, I plan to apply to a university in the capital after the college entrance examination, and I'm likely to settle there for my career. Once the exams are over, I want to bring you an uncle and aunt to the capital. I'll buy a house there. And as for work, we can figure that out later. So, Sister Qingwei, you should start preparing to resign." Upon hearing this, Li Qingwei shook her head slightly and said, "Xiao Yi, there is no need for all that. If you want to pursue your dreams in the capital, go ahead. My parents and I will be just fine. No, I must bring you all to the capital in gratitude for the care you've provided me these past years." Li Qingwei remained silent, but nodded slightly. Time flew by, and before long, their sumptuous lunch came to an end. In the afternoon, they enjoyed a movie together, deepening their bond. As night fell, they made their way home. "Sister Qingwei, see you tomorrow," I smiled, gently releasing Li Qingyue's hand before turning to return to my own home. Li Qingwei returned to her residence next door. Yu let out a long sigh of relief, secretly contemplating. Perhaps soon, Sister Qingwei will agree to be with me. That thought truly brings a delightful feeling. Oh dear, I almost forgot that I have yet to complete today's daily task. I cannot afford to be idle. I should swiftly dedicate some time to my cultivation. After 2 hours of diligent effort, I finally completed today's task without any hindrance. Moreover, I sensed a slight enhancement in both my vitality and spirit. Alas, I currently possess a mere 700 talent points that I ought to refresh the daily discount store and see what is available. Thank heavens, this time I was fortunate enough not to encounter the same bad luck as yesterday. Although the items available were all mundane necessities, one of them was quite useful. Cursed Talisman, 10 talent points upon use. It will bring misfortune for the next 12 hours. This item seems to hold some potential utility. I shall purchase it and allocate the remaining resources to upgrade my martial skills, without hesitation. I opened the system interface and clicked on the icon for the diamond body skill, preparing to allocate points. As a crisp notification sound echoed, the system presented a dialog box indicating that diamond body could evolve into thunder armor. This revelation filled Yu with immense delight, for thunder armor sounded extraordinarily powerful, complementing his own mastery of thunder. Upon delving into the details, he discovered that thunder armor could transform the power of thunder into a robust armor that clings to the surface of his body, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. It was akin to adding wings to a tiger. However, upon noticing the requisite talent points displayed below, Yui couldn't help but gasp. It required an astonishing 690 talent points for the upgrade. Internally cursing, he thought, isn't this going to deplete my entire savings? Yet, contemplating the formidable benefits of thunder armor, he gritted his teeth and resolved to go for it. After all, only by continually augmenting his strength could he hope to survive in this perilous world. Thus, Yui resolutely pressed the allocate points button. Accompanied by another pleasing notification sound, the system informed him that he had successfully learned the mid-tier heavenly skill, Thunder Armor. The system opened the panel. Character, Yui Realm. First stage, 7th level Martial Artist. First stage, 7th level Mentalist Vitality. 49,763,400 points at first stage, 7th level Spirit. 4,799 of 5,500 at first stage, 8th level Talent. S-Space. SSS Thunder Store, Cultivation Techniques, King Grade Supreme, Thunder Body Refinement Technique, First Level, King Grade Supreme, Thunder Meditation Method Martial Skills, Earth Grade Supreme, Thunder 9 Blades Great Accomplishment, Mysterious Grade Upper Tier, Gale Fist Minor Accomplishment, Earth Grade Upper Tier, Thunder Flash, Not Initiated, Heavenly Grade Mid Tier, Thunder Armor, Not Initiated Skills, Teleportation Inventory, D Grade Upper Tier, Thunder Slashing Blade. F Mid Tier, Fiber Armor, Map of Qingchuan City and surroundings, etc. Still lacking in talent points. But what to do with so few tasks? Ding. New task released. Pursue Li Qingwei. Reward, 2,000 talent points. Excellent, system, you truly understand me. Commendable. Now, with 2 martial skills yet to be initiated, I plan to hunt in the wild tomorrow, and on Monday, I must return to school for classes. On Monday, I shall request leave from the principal to focus on hunting beasts in order to earn money for elixirs and demon cores. As night fell, I was grateful for the system. It was indeed refreshing to not have to cultivate system. Morning dawned, sunlight streaming through the window onto Yuyi's face, awakening him from slumber. After freshening up, he first visited Sister Qingwei to report his plan to leave the city today, engaging in conversation to strengthen their bond. Subsequently, he prepared to set off outside the city, embarking on today's hunting adventure. Yui gently closed his eyes, concentrating, and invoked the teleportation technique. As soon as he spoke, he found himself instantly on the ground floor. His first stage, 7th level mental power allowed him to teleport approximately 60 meters. Although this was already quite impressive, compared to those who could teleport several kilometers or even dozens of kilometers in an instant, Yui still had a long way to go. He swiftly made his way to the city gate. Upon arrival, he noticed a change in the guards. The new sentinel looked at him and said, "Young man, it has been quite dangerous outside lately. Did you not witness the strange occurrences 2 days ago? Why venture out today?" Yui smiled and replied, I merely wish to hunt some low-level beasts to earn a little money to support my family." Upon hearing this, the guard showed an expression of admiration. "You are truly remarkable, young man, but do exercise caution." Yui nodded in gratitude and stepped through the city gate. Today, he intended to venture into areas inhabited by higher-level beasts. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose a beast zone located about 60 kilometers from the city. Before long, he arrived at this region, which was a dense forest. Ever since the invasion of anomalous energy, both flora and fauna had undergone mutations. The trees had grown abnormally large, some even transforming into beasts, while the air was filled with the scent of blood, invoking a sense of vigilance. This was an area frequented by second-level beasts, exuding an eerie and perilous aura. However, for Yui, it was an ideal trial ground. It was the perfect opportunity to test the power of the chaos divine thunder and ascertain its true might. Proceeding cautiously, he suddenly spotted a crimson flame wolf voraciously devouring a corpse. This massive creature radiated an intense fiery aura. Clearly a second-level, first-tier beast endowed with fire attributes, I could gnawed on flesh with a fierce gaze, fixating on Yui, the unwelcome visitor. Crimson Flame Wolf, a second level. First-tier wolf capable of controlling fire. Second level. First tier? Just right for me to test the ferocity of this chaos divine thunder. Yui mused, quickly donning his fiber armor and drawing the thunder slashing blade. Focusing his mind, Yui infused the power of the chaos divine thunder into the thunder slashing blade. Gray arcs of electricity coiled around the blade like ethereal serpents. The crimson flame wolf sensed his presence, its eyes flashing with ferocity as it opened its gaping maw and unleashed a massive fireball hurtling towards him. In the face of this sudden attack, Yui flickered and instantly activated teleportation, vanishing from the spot. The next moment, he appeared beside the crimson flame wolf, raising the thunder, slashing blade high, and delivering a powerful strike. He observed a deep gash appear on the wolf's body, with remnants of the chaos divine thunder wreaking havoc within. Not bad. It's important to note that second-level beasts are incomparable to first-level ones. Be able to overcome a second-level beast is a testament to my talent. Feeling the pain, the crimson flame wolf quickly fled, howling in distress that you think you can escape. He taunted, then unleashed several waves of blade energy imbued with chaos divine thunder. The crimson flame wolf collapsed heavily to the ground. Excellent. I should now be capable of defeating second-level, second-tier, or even third-tier beasts. The chaos divine thunder can annihilate killed foes into ashes. However, I need to conserve the beast for profit, so I instructed the system to deactivate this feature until necessary. Splendid. The carcass of this crimson flame wolf should fetch a considerable price. Once I stored it in the system space, I unhesitatingly continued deeper into the forest. Shortly thereafter, I sensed a pack of wolves racing towards me. Oh no! It seems that the previous wolf was howling for its companions. Without a moment's delay, I activated teleportation and quickly fled the perilous area. After all, facing a pack is not trivial. Wolves are social animals. It is quite reasonable for them to summon allies when confronted with danger or unable to defeat an adversary. As I ventured further into the forest, I suddenly spotted several individuals encircling a beast. Brothers, put in more effort. This wind demon tiger is nearing its end. With a middle-aged man executing his B-grade talent, the beast finally collapsed into a pool of blood. Everyone exhaled in relief, and one person remarked, "Phew, that was no easy feat. We finally took down this second-level, sixth-tier wind demon tiger." Another voice chimed in, "Indeed, we nearly capsized." He silently observed the individuals before him, who were united in their endeavor to hunt the demonic beasts. He speculated within himself that they might be members of a particular organization or team, he had no intention of approaching them for conversation, having long since accustomed himself to solitary actions. Subsequently, he turned and stepped in another direction. "Hey, young brother!" Suddenly, a shout pierced the air, and I glanced back to find it was the bearded middle-aged man from earlier, approaching me. That he looked at me and inquired, "What are you doing here alone? You seem quite young. Your strength probably isn't formidable, is it? Have you perhaps wandered into the wrong place?" With an expressionless face, Yui replied calmly, "I am here to hunt demonic beasts." I have not strayed from my path. Upon hearing my response, a hint of confusion crossed the middle-aged man's face, prompting him to probe further. Oh, young man, at such a tender age, have you truly attained a realm above the second level? He nodded. In such a desolate wilderness, one must not easily trust others, nor should one readily reveal their true capabilities. Thus, slightly exaggerating his own strength seemed the wisest course of action. The middle-aged man mused to himself. It appears this young lad is from a prominent family. His cultivation speed is astonishingly swift. Way going. What are you chatting about with that young man over there? A woman of ant-like age called out loudly. Oh, I was merely asking him a few questions, engaging in some light conversation, Wei Goen replied. All right, hurry back to the group. We still need to search for the next suitable demonic beast, the woman urged. Coming, young man. In that case, do take care. Our little team specializes in hunting demonic beasts, and we initially thought to accompany you for a while, but it seems your strength has already surpassed the second level. Be vigilant about your surroundings. I'll take my leave now. Wei Goen advised that Wei nodded and said, Thank you, uncle. I will remain cautious. This uncle seemed decent enough, devoid of malice, yet one can never be too sure of another's true intentions. Solitude was preferable, he thought to himself. He continued deeper into the forest, encountering numerous individuals engaged in slaying demonic beasts. Occasionally, he heard them discussing the peculiar phenomena that had occurred a few days prior. Some had ventured out specifically to investigate these anomalies, hoping to stumble upon treasures of heaven and earth. Reflecting on the significant impact of his fusion with the chaos divine thunder, he found himself deep in contemplation. Before long, he spotted a small lake ahead. Gazing into the unfathomable depths, he surmised that formidable demonic beasts must surely lurk within. I must also assist Zhao Guanshan in gathering water spirit grass. Perhaps I should search here, he thought. Although water spirit grass was relatively common, it typically thrived in secret realms, with only a few specimens found in the wild. Moreover, the number of water spirit grass often increased in lakes frequented by higher-tier demonic beasts. As he strolled along the lake's edge, he suddenly noticed a second-tier, second-level rockwater crocodile ahead. This creature was notorious for its love of slumber, making it an apt target to test his skills against a demonic beast of this tier. He swiftly infused the chaos divine thunder into his lightning blade and unleashed 2 blades of energy infused with chaotic power towards the rockwater crocodile. The 2 energy blades streaked across the sky like meteors, striking the crocodile's incredibly hard shell. Although they failed to breach it, they left distinct marks. More critically, the chaos divine thunder clung to the exterior like a festering wound, gradually eroding and dismantling the rockwater crocodile's robust defenses. Indeed, such tough-skinned beasts are exceedingly difficult to injure. It seems my own vitality is insufficient, he lamented inwardly. Fortunately, with the aid of the chaos divine thunder, he could continuously damage the crocodile's shell. Sensing the threat posed by its adversary, the rockwater crocodile opened its massive jaws and lunged at him with ferocity. Let us see how my martial skills fare, he silently resolved that in an instant. He blinked, appearing above the beast. With a swift motion, he struck down with his blade twice. Bolstered by his martial prowess, the crocodile's shell finally succumbed to the onslaught and shattered. Thunder clapped 9 blades as he executed the 6th strike. A massive gash appeared on the crocodile's enormous body, blood gushing forth. The excruciating pain sent the creature into a frenzy. It swung its robust tail, slicing through the air towards him with a fierce wind. With a swift teleportation, he positioned himself at the crocodile's head and unleashed the thunderclap 9 blades once more, ultimately cleaving the beast down. Phew! It truly is challenging to overcome a tier differential. With each elevation in realm, it becomes increasingly arduous to defeat demonic beasts of higher levels. After all, as one advances in cultivation, the increments in vitality and mental fortitude grow significantly. A second-tier, third-level beast would likely be quite formidable. Without the fusion of the chaos divine thunder, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to slay even a second-tier, first-level beast. However, since merging with the chaos divine thunder, he had experienced a substantial boost in his offensive capabilities. Furthermore, he had yet to learn any lightning-based skills. Should he master such techniques, and synergize them with the chaos divine thunder. The resulting power would surely be immense. After disposing of the beast's carcass, he pressed onward but found no trace of water spirit grass. They must be growing beneath the water. Should I plunge into the depths to search? Yet the uncertainties lurking below were far too great. Encountering danger would be troublesome. Perhaps it would be wiser to refrain from such risks for now. Once my strength has increased further, I may explore the public secret realms available after the second tier. In the Dragon Kingdom, there are clear stipulations. One must attain a vitality or mental fortitude of at least second tier, first level to enter certain public secret realms. Otherwise, if everyone could access a single secret realm, resources would quickly deplete, and demonic beasts would face extinction. Yue felt no urgency, as Zhao Guanshan had not specified a deadline for the water spirit grass. Even if he purchased a few specimens to present to him, he would likely have no objections, as it would be an investment on his part. Thus, Yue resolved to continue hunting demonic beasts. He swiftly departed from the area, fully aware that the unknown often harbors the greatest dangers. Soon, he encountered several more demonic beasts, successfully slaying them. As time passed, he drew ever closer to completing his task of slaying 100 beasts. When the final beast fell to the ground, he realized he had achieved his goal of 100. By now, twilight had begun to settle, nearing 7 o'clock. With the sky darkening, it was time to return. Just then, a system notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for completing the 100 beast slaying task. Reward: 600 talent points. Immediately following, a new task was issued. Upon completing the 1,000 beast slaying task, you will receive 2,000 talent points as a reward. Yue checked his talent points and found that, combined with those earned from today as training tasks, he had a total of 800 points available. Without hesitation, he chose to allocate points to the Thunder Armor. However, the system indicated that 500 points were required for entry. Yue decisively clicked to allocate the points. Now he felt his strength had further advanced. With just a few lightning skills, he could achieve perfect synergy. Yue collected his thoughts and prepared to return home. Simultaneously, he needed to visit the Wanbao Pavilion to sell the demonic beast carcasses for some financial gain. He soon arrived at the city gates, where the familiar uncle from earlier was no longer present. After a smooth return, he hastened towards the warrior building. "Hello, are you still purchasing demonic beasts?" "Oh, young man. It's you. Back to sell more demonic beasts, I see." "Yes, we're buying. Did you bring a sizable haul again? Let us head to the same spot as last time and take out the beast carcasses." He responded, while Yue retrieved all the beasts from his system space. "Wow, young man, this time you even have a second-level beast. Impressive. Actually, these were hunted by others. I merely assisted in selling them," Yue replied, not wishing to disclose his true strength. So he offered an excuse that, "I see. There are approximately over 60 first and second-tier magical beasts here. Allow me to tally up the accounts for you." After some calculations, it turns out these magical beasts were sold for an astonishing total of 1.45 million. Hunting magical beasts indeed proves to be a lucrative endeavor, and the price of second-tier beasts is considerably higher than that of the first tier. Yue mused to himself. Subsequently, he procured several first-tier exquisite blood-boosting pills and first-tier premium spiritual liquid before hastily making his way home. Upon returning home, Yue was greeted by the sight of his sister Qingyue preparing dinner, which filled him with warmth. After exchanging pleasantries with Qingyue, he retreated to his room to consume the pills and spiritual liquid. Ding! The host consumed a first-tier exquisite blood-boosting pill. Vitality increased by 60. Ding! The host consumed a first-tier exquisite blood-boosting pill. Vitality increased by 60. This sequence of system notifications continued for 10 times. Ding! The host consumed a first-tier premium spiritual liquid. Spirit increased by 60. Ding! The host consumed a first-tier premium spiritual liquid. Spirit increased by 60. Once again, the system notifications rang out 10 times consecutively. Observing the data on the system panel, Yue murmured, "It seems that continuously relying on first-tier exquisite blood-boosting pills and spiritual liquids will lead to diminishing returns in vitality and spirit." He glanced at his current vitality value of 5,576 and spirit value of 5,299. Silently contemplating, vitality has already reached the 8th level of the first tier, while spirit is still lacking a bit. It appears I need to make up for that later, especially with the impending chaos divine thunder. Just then, a voice from outside called out, "Shout, Yi, it's time to eat." Soon, he enjoyed a pleasant dinner with Qingwei and then returned to his room. Tomorrow marks the start of school. Time truly flies. Yi remarked that, "Oh well, time for bed. I have school tomorrow." With that, he drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, Monday at 7:30 in the morning, he sighed. Ah, how delightful it is not to have to practice. Stretching lazily, he contentedly rose from his bed, freshened up briefly, and began to gather his belongings in preparation for breakfast before heading to school. Upon entering the campus, he overheard numerous students engaged in lively discussions. "Can you believe that Yi is the top student in Class 1? I saw him during the last competition. He defeated Luo Yushi. Indeed, I wonder if he can maintain this performance." Hearing these conversations, Yui did not dwell on them excessively. After all, the stage here is still too small for me. It hardly matters. Upon arriving at Class 15, he found many students already seated within. "Wow, the great Yi has arrived." Suddenly, a boy exclaimed excitedly. With a shout, the entire class immediately directed their attention towards him, a cacophony of voices erupting. Some sought to befriend him. Others attempted to curry favor. And of course, a few were genuinely sincere. Faced with these enthusiastic classmates, Yi chose not to respond, merely returning to his seat in silence. At the tea that moment, Shoho entered the classroom as well. "Iga, you're quite the celebrity in our school now." Shoho chuckled, ruffling his hair at why Yi smiled faintly, replying, "Being a celebrity in this school serves little purpose. Only when I reach a top-tier academy or become a household name and long will it hold significance." Shoho responded with a grin. "Ha, Iga, you certainly think far ahead." To why you laughed. "Well, one must always look towards the horizon." Before long, the teacher arrived in the classroom. "Hello, everyone," the teacher greeted with a smile. "First and foremost, I would like to congratulate our Yi from Class 15 for securing the first place in the ranking competition." As the words concluded, the classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause. "Everyone should aspire to learn from Yi." The teacher continued. "Moreover, I have some wonderful news. 3 students from our class have made it into the top 200. They will be transferred to the elite class. I believe everyone knows who they are, so let us congratulate them." Another round of applause followed. "All right, Yi Wang Shuo, Li Liang, please report to the elite class according to your rankings. That I wish you all the best in your new class." The teacher encouraged at that moment. Dong Lei's phone suddenly rang. Puzzled, he picked it up and saw the principal's name flashing on the screen. What could the principal want at this time? He wondered, answering the call. Dong Lei politely inquired, "Hello, principal, is there something you need from me?" The principal's voice came through. "Teacher Dong, I must commend you on your exceptional guidance of the students, especially following this exam. Not only did your class produce a first-place winner, but also a student in the top 10. Thus, I would like to invite you to be the homeroom teacher for the elite class. What do you think?" Dong Lei was taken aback, nearly exclaiming in disbelief. "What? You want me to be the homeroom teacher for the elite class?" He understood that the elite class was a key focus for the school, comprised of exceptionally talented and well-cultivated students. The principal seemed to anticipate Dong Lei's astonishment, chuckling, "Yes, I believe you're more than capable of fulfilling this role. Additionally, leading the elite class would benefit your personal development as well." "All right, it's settled then. I will hang up now." Why the sudden decision? Dong Lei pondered, feeling somewhat bewildered. After all, moving to the elite class would undoubtedly enhance his own benefits in the future. "I see now. It must be that lad you... He was so adamant last week about wanting me to become the homeroom teacher for the elite class. I thought he was merely jesting, but it turns out to be true," he muttered to himself, casting a meaningful glance at Yi. After hanging up, the classroom was abuzz with chatter, students discussing. "Wow, our teacher Dong is going to be the homeroom teacher for the elite class. Is that for real? Wasn't it supposed to be the homeroom teacher from Class 1? Could it be because our class had a first-place winner that they decided to send teacher Dong?" Yi silently thought. The principal truly delivered on this. Now, I owe him another favor. At this moment, Dong Lei clapped his hands to quiet the class, then cleared his throat. "Students, I am not entirely sure of the specifics regarding this matter. However, after the college entrance examination, I will no longer be your teacher. Another instructor will take my place. Nevertheless, you must continue to cultivate diligently and not slack off. All right, you 3, follow me to the elite class. Thus, the four of them made their way to the elite class's classroom. Soon as they exited their classroom, Donglei spoke. Was this your doing? Grinned. What can I say? I always keep my promises. Thank you. I suppose this time it's the teacher who owes you a favor. Donglei replied. No problem, teacher. The crystal cores and the secret realm quota you offered me are far more precious than this. Remarked. Donglei nodded in satisfaction. Good lad. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. I will certainly notify you when the secret realm opens. Before long, they arrived at the elite class's classroom. And Shoho were both from Class 1, while the other student had been assigned to Class 3 of the elite program, as the class arrangements were based on ranking from the competition. Upon entering the classroom, they found several students already seated. Whispers filled the room, and Yuyi's gaze immediately fell upon the school beauty, Luo Yushi, who was exceptionally beautiful and exuded a cold demeanor. She sat quietly at her desk, seemingly in deep contemplation. Huang Heng stood behind her, ingratiatingly attempting to engage her in conversation, but Luo Yushi did not even lift her head, completely disregarding him. He entered. The chatter in the classroom intensified further. Upon noticing him, the school beauty slightly raised her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of indignation. Shortly thereafter, the principal arrived in the classroom. Students, your homeroom teacher is Mr. Donglei. I trust you are already aware of who secured the first place in the ranking competition. That's right, it's a student of Mr. Dong. The principal looked expectantly at the students below. Continuing, I hope that under Mr. Donglei's guidance, you will all reach new heights. Very well. Let us allow Teacher Donglei to share a few words with you, as I must attend to other elite classes. With that, he cast another glance at Yui before turning to leave. Noticing the principal's fleeting gaze, Yui took the initiative to express his gratitude. Thank you, principal. The principal responded with a gentle smile. Devote yourself to your training. That is the greatest reward you can give me. I will, principal. Yui nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, the principal exited the classroom. Teacher Dong stepped onto the podium to introduce himself and deliver a speech. Heng Xiao, do you think that Yui has some connection with the principal? They seem rather close, one of the students remarked. Huang Heng scoffed disdainfully. So what if they do? He is merely a fifth-tier warrior, with spiritual power that barely reaches the fifth tier, that he poses no threat to our Huang family. Young Master Huang is indeed formidable. A man seated beside Huang Heng assented obsequiously, pleased by this remark. Huang Heng smiled, yet inwardly considered. Although Yui may not be powerful now, it will be prudent to remain cautious, lest he becomes a stumbling block for the Huang family in the future. The lean monkey took a seat against the wall, while Teacher Dong continued passionately speaking. Rankings represent resources. Our elite class is the finest in the school. He raised his voice. Do you all understand? Soon, you will receive this month's resources. The first place will receive 1 first-tier premium blood replenishing pill and 8 first-tier premium spirit liquids bi-monthly. Second place, third place, 4th to 10th places. After this, Teacher Dong added that if anyone deemed themselves exceptionally strong, they could challenge higher-ranked classmates for their positions. After sharing this information, he instructed the class to familiarize themselves with the environment. As training would commence shortly at this moment, the lean monkey leaned over and whispered, Ego, what is your current realm? I'm doing well, having made a slight improvement, I replied nonchalantly. And you, lean monkey, what is your realm? I inquired in return. Ego, I've made noticeable progress recently. I've had access to training resources and crystals these past few days. My vitality and spirit are both at the 3rd level of the first tier, and my spirit is nearing the 4th level, the lean monkey said with a hint of pride. Impressive, lean monkey, I nodded in approval. In truth, I had already discerned the lean monkey's realm through my probing skills, but I still felt the need to ask, as he was unaware of my abilities. Now, let's establish a class group. We also need to elect a class leader. Everyone must scan the QR code to join the group. Before long, the group for the elite class of 9th Martial Arts High School was established, with both students and teachers already in it. After careful consideration, I appoint you as the class leader. Teacher Donglei announced without hesitation. Upon hearing this news, he was momentarily taken aback. It was not that he was unwilling to take on the role, but the thought of managing various affairs seemed quite bothersome. He initially intended to explain to teacher Dong, yet Dong Lei had already turned away. Given the situation, it appeared that he had no choice but to accept. Sighing, he thought, well, I shall simply be a carefree figurehead. It is not a significant burden. Soon after, everyone proceeded to the training ground to commence their training. In no time, all members of the elite class arrived at the school's training facility. Teacher Dong was elaborating on martial techniques and how to combat demonic beasts that Yue silently mused. How dull. I would rather hunt demonic beasts. Perhaps I should just request a month off from Teacher Dong. He then approached Teacher Dong and said, Teacher, may I request a month off? I feel that I am not learning much at school, and it is hindering my training. You, don't be so arrogant. What do you need a leave of absence for? Teacher Dong replied. For training. I intend to practice nonstop for 24 hours, and being at school feels like a waste of valuable training time. Yue asserted. Though I am unsure of your intentions, I will grant you a half-month leave. After that, return to school, and if your class ranking remains first, you may participate in the martial arts high school competition in Qingchuan City. Teacher Dong replied slowly. Martial arts high school competition? What is that? Yue inquired. It is a competition held annually in Qingchuan City for students awakening at martial arts high schools. The ranking matches serve as qualifiers for this competition, with each martial arts high school sending 5 elite representatives to compete for first place. The rankings also influence the allocation of resources for the following year, Teacher Dong explained. Ding sees the first position in the martial arts competition. Reward. 1,000 talent points for space enhancement to S.to elevate my space talent to SS. I must certainly participate in this competition. Yue thought to himself. All right, teacher, I will definitely participate. I would like to request a half-month leave. Very well, go collect your resources and return to school in half a month, Teacher Dong affirmed. Yue quickly left the training ground and collected the resources designated for the first place in the elite class. After absorbing 8 pills and spirit liquids, he experienced a boost in his abilities. Vitality. 6056, Spirit. 5779. It seemed his spirit had also made a breakthrough. Quite remarkable indeed that I should consider purchasing second-tier pills or spirit liquids. Yue pondered as he walked home. Upon arriving home, he found that Qingyue Jie was not present, as she was at work. I should buy some household items today. I will begin my formal hunting tomorrow. Yue said. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was Tuesday morning. Phew, adding yesterday's tasks to today's, I have accumulated 700 talent points. Just 100 more, and I can refine the thunder meditation technique to the first level. Today marks the day for hunting demonic beasts. Only by growing stronger can I find peace. Meanwhile, at 9th Martial Arts High School in the classroom, teacher, may I ask why Yue has not arrived? Luo Yushi inquired. Oh, he's taken a half-month leave to focus on training, the teacher replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Yushi sat down, contemplating how diligent. It seems I must also strive to be more industrious. Teacher, I too wish to request a half-month leave to focus on my training, she declared. What? You wish to as well? Teacher Dong Lei raised an eyebrow at Luo Yushi. Very well, just remember to return to school in half a month. Thank you, teacher. With that, Luo Yushi turned and exited the classroom. Damn it, this Luo Yushi is so concerned about Yue. It's infuriating. Huang Heng gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he could not help but stand up and address Teacher Dong Lei. Teacher, I also want to request a leave of absence. I will return in half a month. Teacher Dong looked at Huang Heng in surprise, asking, You too? That is not allowed. Why not? Why can they, but I cannot? Huang Heng retorted indignantly. One exception can be made, but not a second, and you're not even in the top ranks. Teacher Dong said sternly, Fine. Huang Heng seethed internally. What is the point of being here if Luo Yushi is not in school? Ignoring the teacher's disapproval, Huang Heng stormed out of the classroom. Teacher Dong paid him no mind. After all, Huang Heng had a powerful father and was not concerned about school regulations, so it seemed unnecessary to intervene. As Luo Yushi walked down the road, she hesitated, contemplating whether to add Yue. I will surely defeat you, she declared, adding Yue to the class group. Note, hello, Yue, I will defeat you. Please accept my challenge when we return school in half a month. After sending the friend request, Luo Yushi continued on her way home. Meanwhile, Yu-E, on his way to the warrior tower, found the friend request notification on his phone rather amusing. This woman is quite determined. But she will never surpass me, he thought, accepting the request before continuing on his path. Hello, I would like to purchase some vitality and spirit recovery potions. Certainly, these are low-grade recovery potions priced at 10,000 each, suitable for both vitality and spirit, providing a small amount of recovery. No problem. Please give me 10 bottles. Soon, I procured the restorative potions and set forth into the wilderness to embark on my hunt for the monstrous beasts. I found myself in the same area as before, where second-tier beasts roamed. The goal of slaying 1,000 beasts seemed a distant aspiration. At the current pace, it would likely take me about half a month to achieve. However, upon completion, my strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Quietly calculating in my mind, I resolutely ventured deeper into the forest, determined to seek out the traces of these creatures. Along the way, I encountered many others engaged in the hunt for these beasts. To avoid unnecessary complications, I decided to proceed with caution. Thus, I retrieved a mass from my system's inventory and donned it. Ahead lie several first-tier, 9th-level beasts, an excellent opportunity to hone my skills. My eyes sparkled with excitement as I charged forward wielding my blade. Before long, I successfully dispatched the beasts. As time passed, I unexpectedly came upon a colossal rock rhinoceros. I couldn't help but exclaim, so enormous, and its entire body is composed of hard rock. Upon checking the system's notification, I discovered that this rock rhinoceros was indeed a second-tier, 3rd-level entity, boasting an exceptionally tough rocky exterior and formidable defenses to second-tier 3rd level. I had yet to attempt a challenge of this magnitude that I was uncertain if I could conquer it. But I had to test my limits. Taking a deep breath, I gripped my thunder-slaying blade tightly, donning my fiber armor in preparation for battle. Slash! With a fierce roar, I unleashed a torrent of chaotic divine thunder. The razor-sharp blade, energy hurtling towards the rock rhinoceros like a bolt of lightning. Yet this strike failed to inflict any critical damage, merely leaving a few shallow marks on its exterior. However, the chaotic divine thunder lingered upon its shell, continuously emanating powerful destructive energy. Indeed, it is quite resilient. It seems that my current first-tier, 8th-level vitality is insufficient to readily overcome it. Gazing at the rock rhinoceros's impenetrable shell, I couldn't help but marvel. The rock rhinoceros, enraged by the attack, emitted a deafening roar, and its massive forelimbs slammed into the ground. In an instant, countless sharp rock spikes erupted from the earth, raining down upon me like a torrential downpour of arrows. Faced with this sudden onslaught, I remained undaunted, swiftly utilizing my teleportation skill to evade the sharp rock spikes with ease. It possesses rock-based powers. This is intriguing that a slight smile crept onto my lips. Excitement flickering in my eyes. Thunderous 9 slashes. I teleported above the rock rhinoceros, calling out, then swung my thunder-slaying blade, unleashing 6 ferocious arcs of blade energy. As the blades intertwined, a deep gash appeared on the gargantuan body of the rock rhinoceros. Blood oozing forth. Least I can break through its defenses. Thankfully, my vitality has risen to first-tier, 8th level. Otherwise, this battle would have been impossible. I let out a light sigh of relief, grateful for my progress. The injured rock rhinoceros, now furious, encased itself in rock. It can employ its rocky exterior for both offense and defense. It appears that the higher the level of the beast, the greater its intelligence. I dared not linger, swiftly activating my teleportation skill once more, leaping away from the vicinity of the rock rhinoceros. Taking a deep breath, I shouted, "Chaotic divine thunder." As my words resonated, a grayish divine thunder swiftly coalesced in my palm. I fixed my gaze upon the chaotic divine thunder, my eyes shimmering with determination and resolve, and without hesitation, hurled it at the rock rhinoceros. Due to the immense size of the rock rhinoceros, its movements were relatively sluggish, making it difficult to evade this strike. After a barrage of attacks, the chaotic divine thunder enveloped the entire body of the rock rhinoceros like a surging tide, relentlessly dismantling its defenses and flesh. Heh, since I cannot breach your defenses, I shall simply obliterate them with chaotic divine thunder. I muse within my thoughts, like tea that moment, the rock rhinoceros, feeling the thunder raging around it, let out a thunderous roar and charged aggressively toward me. Simultaneously, it harnessed its powers, manipulating the surrounding rocks to ensnare me within their grasp. What an unexpected turn of events! I had become overly complacent, failing to anticipate that this colossal beast could envelop itself in rock. Having already utilized teleportation twice, I would need to wait before employing it again. It seemed I would have to endure for the time being. I pondered. With that thought, I immediately activated my heavenly tier martial skill, Thunder Armor. Soon, the chaotic divine thunder rapidly converged, forming an indestructible armor that adhered tightly to my body. The Thunder Armor, formed from chaotic divine thunder. It indeed exudes an unparalleled sense of power. Feeling the energy fluctuations coursing across my surface, I couldn't help but marvel. However, at that moment, the rock rhinoceros raised its massive hoof, preparing to stomp down upon me. Faced with such a ferocious assault, I knew I could not withstand it head-on, but I quickly made a decisive move, severing the rocks that bound me. With a resounding crash, the rock rhinoceros's weighty foot slammed down. That was close. I barely managed to escape the attack's range. But even so, the residual force was not to be underestimated. That I exhaled with trepidation, that I continued to unleash the powers of chaotic divine thunder relentlessly. Before long, I noticed the rock rhinoceros's once impenetrable shell beginning to crumble, and its aura weakened. Now it's my turn. Thunderous 9 slashes. I executed 6 powerful slashes imbued with chaotic divine thunder. Instantly, the unprotected rock rhinoceros bore several deep wounds. Without its defenses, it was merely an ordinary beast. Meanwhile, the chaotic divine thunder wreaked havoc within its body. In no time, the rock rhinoceros collapsed. Phew, this beast was far more formidable than some second-tier, fourth-level creatures. No wonder there was only this one beast in the vicinity. Where did the beast's corpse go? I didn't activate the system and disintegrate it. Why has it vanished? The beast core. It actually dropped a beast core. My efforts in slaying you were not in vain. I joyfully picked up the beast core. It was a beast core. No wonder. System, please absorb this beast core directly. Vitality, 6666. Spirit, 6176. This beast core enhances my vitality less than the second tier. 5th level spatial beast core, but provides a greater boost to my health. Not bad. I have garnered such a bountiful reward right at the onset. Yet, I must remain cautious. I had grown somewhat careless during the hunt. I wonder if the system has any items for sale that could enhance combat awareness and experience. I mused as I departed the area. Shortly after my departure, a small team arrived at the location. They were astonished to find that the rock rhinoceros, which should have been present, had vanished without a trace. How peculiar. Where has the rock rhinoceros gone? The captain furrowed his brow, questioning in confusion. The team members scanned their surroundings, searching for clues. Suddenly, one member exclaimed, "Captain, it seems there are signs of a battle here. Could it be that another team came to hunt this rock rhinoceros?" The captain approached to investigate, indeed discovering traces left by a struggle. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Perhaps, but that rock rhinoceros had consumed a significant amount of rock spirit grass, so its mastery over rock powers must have been formidable, not to mention its high defenses. How could it have been so easily vanquished?" Another team member speculated, "Captain, could it be that a team stronger than second tier, 5th level came here to hunt it?" The captain shook his head, expressing uncertainty. He sighed regretfully. "Alas, what a shame for this beast. Having consumed so much rock spirit grass, the probability of it producing a beast core was substantial. I had hoped to profit from it, but now it seems hopeless. Let us move on to the next marked point. This moment. He remained blissfully unaware that he had usurped someone else's preordained demon beast. Even if he were to discover this fact, he would show no sign of remorse. After all, within this treacherous land, the law of survival of the fittest reigned supreme. Right now, his utmost priority was to swiftly restore his vitality and spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he consumed a restorative potion. The efficacy of this potion was quite commendable. With a little patience, he anticipated a full recovery. Yu mused inwardly. Before long, he felt that both his vitality and spiritual energy had been sufficiently replenished. Rising to his feet and stretching his limbs, he resumed his quest to seek out demon beasts. You unfortunate lad, encountering me must be the result of your ill fate. He sneered. Bah, you spawn of the heretical church. May you meet a wretched end, he exclaimed, his eyes blazing with fury. We shall meet a wretched end. It seems you shall depart this world before us, a man retorted, his voice dripping with malice. The man lying on the ground had succumbed to despair, tightly shutting his eyes in anticipation of death's embrace. Suddenly, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. He appeared like a specter, and with a swift motion, unleashed a torrent of formidable blade energy that forced the heretical church members to retreat several steps. Who dares to disrupt my affairs? One member of the heretical church bellowed. The one who intends to slay you. He coldly replied. Humph, arrogant fool. Since you've come to me, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Run, young man. He belongs to the heretical church. You must flee this place at once. The man on the ground croaked, his face etched with terror, that he paid him no heed, instead fixating his gaze on the adversary before him. Upon first sighting the heretical church member, he employed a unique ability to gauge his innate talent and immediately felt a surge of confidence, prompting his decisive intervention. Upon further scrutiny, it became evident that the individual named Li Chong was merely an ordinary member of the heretical church, though his strength was not to be underestimated. His current status was that of a secondary vitality level 3, with a mental prowess reaching the first stage, 9th tier, classified as C-grade brute strength. Just then, a system notification chimed. Ding! Slaying Li Chong will yield a reward skill. Thunder Spear. Upon hearing this notification, Yu's heart raced. The Thunder Spear, a skill of the lightning element. Acquiring it would undoubtedly bolster his power significantly. Faced with such a tempting reward, he resolved to rescue the man on the ground. Regardless of any other considerations, drawing a deep breath, he focused his energy and activated his teleportation skill, materializing beside Li Chong in an instant. Subsequently, he unleashed all his strength, executing the 9 Thunderblades, each strike imbued with fierce momentum aimed squarely at Li Chong. Li Chong, caught off guard by Yi's formidable prowess and unexpected mastery of spatial skills, widened his eyes in disbelief and gasped, How could you? But before he could finish his sentence, he fell, howling in agony, meeting his demise on the spot. Fortunately, Li Chong had underestimated Yi, allowing him to dispatch him with relative ease. However, such details were now inconsequential. What mattered was the successful completion of the task and the acquisition of the Thunder Spear skill. Yi quietly rejoiced in his triumph, recognizing that had Li Chong been more vigilant, this confrontation could have proved far more arduous. The heretical church was an evil organization composed of deranged individuals devoid of humanity. They frequently ravaged human settlements, evoking deep-seated hatred akin to that felt towards traitors. Members of this church were compelled to ingest a mysterious potion, which gradually imbued them with traits of demon beasts. However, such transformations only manifested when they activated their half-human, half-demon state, significantly enhancing their physical prowess and combat capabilities. Yet this came at a cost. Each activation of the half-human, half-demon state drew them closer to becoming demon beasts, ultimately leading to a complete degradation of their humanity. The unparalleled power of this hybrid form incited many to seek strength within the ranks of the heretical church, marking the origins of this sinister group. Yi inquired, How did you attract the attention of the heretical church? Thanks to your assistance, I, Qianwei, am immensely grateful. To be candid, I am at a loss as to why the heretical church has pursued me. I was hunting here when that member of the church suddenly attacked me. I truly do not understand. Yi nodded thoughtfully, aware that members of the heretical church were notorious for their destructive tendencies. My name is Qianwei. May I ask your name, young brother? Once we reach Xinchuan City, I would like to express my gratitude for your life-saving intervention, Qianwei inquired. There is no need for thanks. Just be cautious that I must take my leave, Yi replied. Please wait. This second-tier, first-level fire demon core is a prize I acquired after much toil. That vile member of the heretical church likely sought to rob me upon witnessing my success in obtaining it. Please accept this humble gift, Qian Wei insisted, "Won't you keep it for yourself?" Yu asked, "No. Were it not for your timely rescue, I would surely be dead by now. Therefore, you must accept this small token of my appreciation." Qian Wei implored, his earnest gaze and steadfast demeanor compelling Yu to acquiesce. He accepted the softly glowing fire demon core. Then, Yu retrieved 2 restorative potions from his backpack and handed them to Qian Wei, advising him to use them promptly to restore his strength and injuries. After completing these tasks, Yu turned to depart. He watched Yu Yi's receding figure. Qian Wei sighed inwardly, pondering whether he would ever have the chance to meet his savior again. Filled with a blend of sentiment and gratitude, he too slowly left the area. That moment, a crisp notification echoed in Yu Yi's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving the reward skill. Thunder Spear." The Thunder Spear could condense chaotic divine lightning into a spear for attack. Excellent. Now he possessed a lightning skill as well. The system absorbed the second tier, first level demon core. Vitality, 7089, Spirit, 6656, first tier, 9th level, 9000. This demon core significantly enhanced his spirit. However, he still had a distance to cover before reaching the first tier, 9th level. Deciding against further hunting today, he resolved to return home for some rest. A week later, Yu exhaled deeply, feeling his vitality and spirit had undergone tremendous enhancement. It was truly remarkable. The week's endeavors in hunting demon beasts had proven immensely worthwhile. After a week of diligent effort, he had slain approximately 500 demon beasts, nearing the halfway mark of his goal to achieve 1,000 demon kills. During this time, he sold the carcasses of the demon beasts, amassing nearly 8 million blue star coins. With this newfound wealth, he first purchased a new set of D-grade mid-tier Thunder Crystal armor for over 3 million. Following that, he acquired 30 portions of first-tier premium spiritual liquid and elixirs to bolster his vitality and spirit. With daily task completion and training, both his vitality and spirit saw a notable increase. Presently, his vitality had reached 9119, while his spirit stood at 8696. It was noteworthy that the standard vitality for the first tier, 9th level, was 9000, and he had already attained that threshold after consuming the elixirs and spiritual liquids. The system notified him that the absorption efficiency for the next consumption of first-tier premium elixirs and spiritual liquids would decline to 40 per item, down from the initial 70. It seemed that as he progressed, further enhancements to his strength would become increasingly challenging. His talent points had also risen from 700 to 2100, courtesy of the daily tasks over the week. He allocated points to the Thunder Meditation technique. The Thunder Meditation technique had finally reached the first level, and he could feel his internal spiritual energy expanding considerably, along with an increase in his spirit. 9269. Both his vitality and spirit had surpassed the first tier, 9th level, further elevating his prowess. With 1,300 talent points remaining, he contemplated what enhancements to pursue, sensing a deficiency in single-target damage skills. This week, the discount store has only offered items of little value. The system explained that on a specific day each week, valuable items would be available, and today marks the 7th consecutive day without anything noteworthy. Let us hope for something worthwhile. Refresh the discount store. 4 jugs of glass liquid, 50 talent points at a top-tier heavenly grade void slash, 150 talent points. However, the other 3 items remain mere everyday goods. These 2 are the only useful ones. System, what is the purpose of this glass liquid? Ding. Once the host reaches the second tier, the bone tempering process can be accelerated. Is that so? Well, I still need to temper my bones after reaching the second tier. Ding. The first tier becomes the foundational realm, and once sufficient vitality is attained at the second tier, bone tempering can commence. I see. It appears my understanding of this cultivation knowledge is still somewhat lacking. Subsequently, I purchased the glass liquid and the void slash. Void slash, a single-target martial technique that upon mastery can unleash a devastating slash. Quite remarkable. Just when I thought there were no single-target techniques, this system truly excels. System, allocate points to the entry level. Ding, 600 talent points are required. Soon, Yu felt his comprehension of the void slash deepening, successfully stepping into the entry level. Exhaling a sigh of relief, he privately rejoiced. Ah, my strength has advanced yet again. However, when he checked his remaining talent points, he discovered only 500 remained. These talent points seemed to serve little purpose. Yet Yu remained undeterred. Deciding to take a well-deserved day of rest, he recalled that he still needed to deliver the water spirit grass he had collected to Zhao Guanshan. So he prepared to do so shortly. After that, he planned to pick up Qingwei Jie from work later. Before long, Yui solidified his realm and set off toward the martial artist building. Along the way, he messaged Zhao Guanshan. I am currently heading to the martial artist building to fulfill our appointment and deliver the water spirit grass. Soon, Zhao Guanshan replied, Young friend, your pace is impressive. Have you already gathered the water spirit grass? I shall await you at the martial artist building. Yue simply responded with an okay. In no time, he arrived at the martial artist building. Upon seeing Zhao Guanshan, he spoke. Mr. Zhao, I have brought the water spirit grass for you. Zhao Guanshan, somewhat surprised, asked, Young brother Yue, you gathered it so quickly? Yue nodded and replied, Yes, I happened upon some a few days ago. Excellent. In that case, please hand over the water spirit grass. Zhao Guanshan smiled with satisfaction. Yue promptly retrieved the water spirit grass from his system backpack. How did you manage to gather so much? Yue explained. A few days ago, I was fortunate to find a location where the water spirit grass was abundant. Very well. I shall transfer 500,000 to your card shortly. Thank you, young friend, said Zhao Guanshan. Would you care to stay for a meal? It is almost noon. Yue nodded, thinking that since Qingwei Jie would be finishing work later and he had no other plans for the day, staying for a meal would be fine. Soon, they arrived at the restaurant. As soon as they sat down, Zhao Guanshan warmly said, Young friend, feel free to order anything you desire. Do not hold back. By the way, young friend, are you a local of Qingchuan City, or have you come from elsewhere? Zhao Guanshan casually inquired. Yue replied, I'm a local. Zhao Guanshan, surprised, responded, Oh, I did not realize. I only knew you were a student at the 9th Martial Arts High School of Qingchuan City. I thought you were like Luo Yushi from your school. Upon hearing this, Yue curiously shook his head. I am merely an ordinary student at by the way. What is the situation with Luo Yushi? You do not know about Luo Yushi? Zhao Guanshan looked at me in astonishment, seemingly incredulous at my ignorance. Yue interjected. I only know he has some connection with the imperial capital, but I'm not quite sure of the specifics. That makes sense. After all, it is quite normal for a student like you to be unaware. Luo Yushi is the second daughter of a prestigious family in the imperial capital. I believe she came to Qingchuan City 3 years ago to escape an arranged marriage. Zhao Guanshan explained at IC. That explains why Huang Heng is so eager to curry favor with Luo Yushi. Yue thought to himself, Yue. Thank you, Mr. Zhao, for clarifying that no problem. I did not expect you, a commoner, to cultivate so rapidly. Your speed rivals that of certain SS-grade individuals that it seems you harbor some secrets. Zhao Guanshan remarked slowly. Yue remained silent. After all, a secret divulged ceases to be a secret. Very well, young friend, I shall not pry in your secrets. You must understand that my request for you to gather the water spirit grass was, in essence, an investment in you. Yue nodded, indicating his understanding. Then I shall be straightforward. If you encounter any issues in the future, feel free to approach me. I will certainly assist you where I can. And should you grow strong, remember to look after me. Zhao Guanshan added. Yue thought to himself. This Mr. Zhao is indeed astute, establishing connections through broad investments. No problem, Mr. Zhao. I will do my utmost to assist you when possible. Ha ha! Then it is settled. After finishing lunch with Mr. Zhao, Yue returned home. Upon opening his phone, he noticed a discussion taking place in the elite class group. I am the dog of Kamisato Aika. By the way, the Qingchuan City University competition is just a week away, right? I am an A-grade talent. Indeed, I wonder how our batch will fare. Last year's top student only placed 10th. Revive my beloved. This year we have 3 SSS grades. And there's even a monstrous S grade that we should be able to secure several top 10s. 18 centimeters. The first place E has not shown up at school for a week. He must be afraid of being challenged. So he is avoiding us. We shall see. Huang Heng. Positive energy youth. One cannot say that. Perhaps he is diligently cultivating at home. We will know in a week. Observing these discussions, Yue paid them little mind. The one mocking him was certainly Huang Heng's follower, and since Huang Heng was his sworn enemy, it was only natural they would take jabs at him. I wonder if Huang Heng can withstand my slash. Yu mused with a light laugh. With only a week left, it should be difficult to break through to the first tier, level 10. However, it would be sufficient to contend with all the students from Qingchuan City in the same cohort. Once the 1,000 demon slash is completed, I will obtain a significant number of talent points and become even stronger. Later, I will go pick up Qing Jie from work. This week, I have not only hunted demon beasts, but also grown closer to Qing Jie. I just hope she has made her considerations. T6 p.m. It was time to pick up Qing Jie from work. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed such a lengthy afternoon nap. Throughout the week, he had been leaving at 7 a.m. to hunt demon beasts and returning home at 6 p.m., which had left him utterly exhausted. Soon, he arrived at the place where Qing Jie worked, the Spirit Plant Cultivation Center. Upon seeing these words, he prepared to enter and wait in the lobby. Before long, it was time to clock out. Qing Wei and a woman walked into the lobby, chatting and laughing. Qing Jie. He waved his hand and called out that, "Oh, who is this charming suitor of yours, Qing Wei? He looks quite dashing." "Sure, this is my younger brother," Li Qing Wei replied that, "Oh, a younger brother? Why didn't you introduce him to me sooner? Does such a handsome brother have a girlfriend? If not, what about me?" "Sure," he teased playfully. "You mustn't get any ideas. Although he doesn't have a girlfriend, he will very soon," Li Qing Wei retorted. "Oh ho, good fortune must not flow to outsiders." "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Your brother is too charming. How could he compete with you? Off you go. I won't walk with you today." "Qing Jie, what were you and that colleague just discussing?" Li Qing Wei replied. "Oh, it was nothing much. Little why are you here to pick me up today? Hunting demon beasts has been exhausting. I thought of you working here and decided to come by for a rest." Yu explained. "You don't have to overexert yourself, little E. You are already quite strong." Li Qing Wei reassured him not. Yu was well aware that, although he currently stood invincible at his level, he was still insignificant in the face of true strength. Never mind. Let us not dwell on that today. Come, Qing Jie. I shall take you out for a meal. Qing Wei gently nodded, signifying her agreement. Subsequently, the two proceeded to a restaurant themed for couples. Upon entering, Yu had reserved a private room in advance and led Sister Qing Wei to her seat. Once everything was arranged, Yu took a deep breath, summoning his courage to ask, "Sister Qing Wei, have you given it some thought? Would you be willing to be my girlfriend?" Hearing these words, a faint blush crept on Li Qing Wei's cheeks as she shyly lowered her head. In a soft voice, she replied, "Xiao Yi, I have considered it. Initially, I treated you as a younger brother to care for. However, I later realized that my feelings for you have subtly shifted. If you don't mind that I am significantly older than you, I would be willing to be your girlfriend." After speaking these words, Li Qing Wei's face turned even redder, resembling a ripe apple. Yu, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "How could I ever find that off-putting? Sister Qing Wei, I'm overjoyed to have you as my girlfriend." He chuckled. "You're officially my girlfriend now. So call me hubby so I can hear it." Yu eagerly awaited her response. Li Qing Wei's voice was as soft as a whisper, yet she managed to utter, "Hubby," her tone imbued with endless shyness and tenderness. Upon hearing this, Yu could not contain his joy and burst into laughter. "Ha, that's wonderful. Wife, you finally agreed to be my girlfriend." At that moment, his heart brimmed with delight. Li Qing Wei remarked, "Xiao Yi, why do I feel like you're quite experienced? Do you often behave this way with other girls?" Yu gently shook his head and replied, "Sister Qing Wei, you are my first love. Perhaps our familiarity with each other allows for such a natural rapport." He felt a twinge of guilt while saying this. In this world, Li Qing Wei was indeed his first girlfriend. But on Earth, he had experienced several relationships. Yet, compared to Li Qing Wei's feelings for him, those past experiences seemed trivial. Yu pondered inwardly. So that's how it is. Even if Xiao Yi has other girlfriends, I wouldn't harbor any resentment as long as you hold a place for me in your heart and genuinely care for me. Qing Wei spoke softly, her head bowed. Upon hearing her words, Yu expressed surprise. "What? Sister Qing Wei, you can rest assured that my heart belongs solely to you. I will love you faithfully and unconditionally. Without hesitation, he reached out, taking her hand and pulling her tightly into his embrace. Li Qingyue offered no resistance. Instead, she clung to Yu Yi as if you were her most treasured possession. Sister Qingyue, you are truly a kind and wonderful woman, Yu Yi exclaimed with heartfelt gratitude. In this world, there were no strict regulations mandating monogamy. After all, descendants of exceptionally gifted individuals often inherited remarkable talents themselves. Thus, polygamy was quite commonplace here. Sister Qingyue, let us indulge in some delicious food. Allow me to feed you, Yu Yi said softly. Time quickly passed, and soon they had finished dinner, hand in hand making their way towards the cinema. After watching the movie, the weather took a turn for the worse, with heavy rain accompanied by thunder and lightning. Sister Qingyue, let us head back. It seems today, as weather isn't cooperating. Xiao Yi, let us leave for now and go out together another day. Li Qingyue suggested. They quickly hailed a cab and returned home together. Sister Qingyue, when will you tell your parents about us? Yu Yi inquired. When they come back, I shall inform them that I believe they will be quite pleased. She replied. All right, I will heed my wife's words out so. Sister Qingyue, are you going to sleep now? Yu Yi asked reluctantly. I'll go back and take my time to adjust, Li Qingyue said, her head lowered. Very well then. Remember to contact me if anything comes up. Good night, wife. Good night, hubby, Li Qingyue said hurriedly before dashing out of the door and into her home. That shy demeanor is truly adorable. I must take good care of Sister Qingyue, Yu Yi resolutely declared. After all, many may love your wealth and beauty, but few genuinely love you. Outside, thunder roared and winds howled, yet Yu Yi's mood remained exceptionally bright, sitting quietly by the window. He gazed at the lightning slicing through the night sky, his heart brimming with joy. Sister Qingyue has finally become my girlfriend, Yu Yi whispered to himself, a radiant smile illuminating his face, reflecting on the moments shared with Li Qingyue that day. He felt an overwhelming warmth, the taste of being loved and the sensation of loving someone. Meanwhile, back in her own home, Li Qingyue was equally restless. Lying on her bed, her heart raced, and her mind replayed the scenes from her time with you. A smile crept uncontrollably to her lips, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder outside startled her, causing her to shiver. Fearful, she wrapped herself tightly in her blanket, as if that could shield her from the terrifying sounds. An experience from her childhood had left her with a lingering fear of thunder on that rainy day. With thunder rumbling and her parents absent, she had felt an inexplicable dread whenever a storm arose. Despite her fears, Li Qingyue slowly took out her phone. I end the chat with Yu. She typed and deleted several times before finally sending 6 words. I'm a little scared of thunder. Upon receiving the message, Yu paused momentarily, surprised. I'm a little scared of thunder. Could it be that Sister Qingyue is afraid of thunder? Why had she never mentioned this before? Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, contemplating the true meaning of her words. That a realization struck him. It was an invitation. She wished for him to be by her side, to provide her with a sense of security. With this thought in mind, Yu sprang into action, dashing out of his home towards Li Qingyue's knock. Li Qingyue, puzzled by who could be visiting at such a late hour, opened the door to find Yu standing there. Xiao Yi, what brings you here? Didn't you invite me over, my dear Qingyue? Yu replied with a grin. That I never invited you, Li Qingyue said, her gaze shyly averted from Yu. Wasn't that statement? I am a little scared of thunder. An invitation? I merely mentioned it. It wasn't an invitation, Li Qingyue responded bashfully, her head lowered. All right, Sister Qingyue, let us consider it an uninvited visit. How about I stay with you tonight? Yu asked hopefully. Qingyue softly murmured an and led the way to her room. Following her, Yu entered her chamber, where only a small lamp cast a gentle glow. Sister Qingyue, may I sleep in your bed? He inquired. Well, yes. Li Qingyue stammered in response. He climbed on her bed, where the sheets still held a faint fragrance. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder reverberated outside, causing Li Qingyue to cry out and bury herself in Yu Yi's embrace. This thunder is quite something, he remarked gently, wrapping her in his arms. Sister Qingyue, does this make you feel any more comfortable? Yet, Li Qingyue offered no verbal response, instead pressing herself closer to him. Minutes ticked by, and finally, she slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes meeting Yu Yi's, gazing at her slightly flushed, beautiful face and her delicate lips. He felt entranced, drawn closer to her. That moment, Li Qingwei made no move to resist. Instead, she gently closed her eyes. Witnessing this, Yu Yi seized the opportunity and kissed her lips without hesitation. The kiss was inexperienced and innocent, yet it brimmed with a pure essence. This sweet moment seemed to suspend time itself, intoxicating them within its embrace as their tongues intertwined. It was as if ripples danced across the surface of a lake. Yu Yi's hands began to explore her body, moving towards the most intimate places. Just as he was about to venture further, Li Qingwei, blushing fiercely, shyly protested, "Xiao Yi, wait, please don't rush. I'm not ready yet." Observing the crimson flush on Qingyue's face, which seemed as if it might bleed. "All right, Sister Qingwei, I shall heed your words. After all, one cannot rush to consume hot tofu. We must tread carefully, step by step. So, shall we kiss then?" Li Qingwei shyly blinked her eyes as she spoke. Without uttering a word, Yu Yi leaned in and kissed her, to which Li Qingwei responded with bashful eagerness. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted. "Sister Qingwei, it's time for bed. Tonight, I shall hold you as we sleep," Yu Yi gently suggested. Li Qingwei felt a wave of warmth wash over her, her strength waning as she nestled into Yu Yi's embrace. Murmuring a soft he then held her tightly in his arms. Outside, the thunder rumbled relentlessly, yet on Li Qingyue's face, there was no trace of fear, only a sweet smile. Thus, they spent the night in each other's arms, without engaging in anything further. The following morning, when Yu Yi arose, Li Qingwei had already vanished, leaving behind only a few messages on his phone. "I have gone to work first. My love, I made breakfast. Remember to eat. Love you." The sigh escaped him as he recalled the previous night's scene, feeling a surge of frustration. The youthful temper is indeed too fiery. Nevertheless, savoring the memory of Li Qingyue's soft, red lips was not without its merits. After all, one must progress gradually. Just then, his phone buzzed with a notification. "Luo Yushi, what level have you reached? This woman is truly obsessed with cultivation." Yu Yi mused silently. "Yu Yi, why should I tell you, Luo Yushi? Regardless, I will challenge you when you return to school in a week. Yu Yi, suit yourself." After sending the message, Yu Yi proceeded to wash up and enjoy the breakfast prepared by Li Qingwei. I must grow stronger. Only the powerful can protect themselves and those they cherish. Stepping outside, he prepared to head to the warrior's tower to procure some potions. Upon reaching the ground floor, he encountered two men approaching him. "Hello, young man, we are from the City Beast Control Bureau. Are you aware of the recent incidents involving beast attacks in this area?" One of the men inquired. Yu Yi shook his head, indicating his ignorance. "Then you must be cautious, young man. This area has become perilous lately, with beasts prowling about. Stay vigilant." Yu nodded, and the two officials, seeing he had no useful information, departed to seek the next resident. That young man is remarkably calm. There was no hint of fear in his eyes. He seems to be a newly awakened student this year. Perhaps he is still unaware of the dangers posed by beasts. The two bureau personnel discussed amongst themselves as they walked away. Could beasts truly appear in the city, yet remain undetected? Quite strange. Yu Yi pondered inwardly. It would be wise to remain cautious and to remind Qingyue of the potential dangers, especially since her cultivation level is rather low. He wondered what level the beast that had caused harm might be if he encountered it. He questioned whether he would be able to cope. No matter. Should I find myself in a predicament, I can always teleport away. With that thought in mind, he continued on his way to the warrior's tower. After purchasing several restorative potions, Yu Yi readied himself to embark on his hunting expedition outside the city. Just as he was about to step out of the warrior's tower, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Long time no see. Ego." Upon looking closely, he saw a girl standing before him, beaming with joy. Xiao, why haven't I seen you at work lately?" Yu Yi inquired curiously. Xiao blinked her bright eyes and replied, "I am also an awakened one this year. Initially, before awakening my abilities, I was merely helping out temporarily to experience life. After awakening, my grandfather Zhao Guanshan asked me to serve for a while as a certification officer for warriors, assisting him in scouting for promising talents. Hence, I haven't been working there recently and have focused on my cultivation instead. He nodded and asked, I see. So how is your cultivation progressing? Zhao Xiao frowned, a hint of exasperation in her voice as she said, Oh, don't mention it. I actually don't enjoy cultivating. However, my grandfather, father, and mother insist I pursue it. It's truly bothersome. My vitality and spirit are only at the first level, third stage, and progress is painfully slow. With that, she cheekily stuck out her tongue. Yui nodded, acknowledging that everyone possesses their own attitude towards cultivation. By the way, you must have a water affinity, right? Yui queried. Yes, I have an A-grade water affinity. How did you know? I never mentioned it. Zhao Xiao asked, surprised at Yui, because your grandfather asked me to help you find some water spirit herbs. So, I deduced it. Zhao Xiao. I see. My grandfather mentioned you possess an S-grade space affinity, which is far more impressive than mine. That he also said you progress at an astonishing speed and encouraged me to spend more time with you. But you seem too busy. Yui chuckled inwardly, thinking this girl is rather novel, saying everything so openly. After all, I am but a commoner. I can only rely on myself. It is only by growing stronger that I can protect myself and my family. Yui declared resolutely. Is that so? Do you have time for lunch today? I would love to treat you. Zhao Xiao said with eager anticipation. I don't have time. I must go hunt beasts outside the city. Perhaps another day, Yui replied, scratching his nose. What a pity. You're really going out to hunt beasts. I've heard from my grandfather that it's quite dangerous out there. Zhao Xiao's expression shifted to one of concern. Yui smiled. Hunting bees can be lucrative. With money, I can acquire potions and elixirs to enhance my strength more swiftly. All right then, see you next time. Figured out I'm off to find my grandfather. Zhao Xiao said before entering the warrior's tower. Time to embark on my beast hunting journey. Alas, I am not wealthy. I must rely on my own efforts. Yui sighed on the way to the outskirts of the city. Yui took out his phone to browse through various tasks posted by others. One particular task caught his attention. Old man on a bicycle. Head to the Withered Woods Beast territory to locate a young man named Liurden. A reward of 200,000 cash awaits for finding him. This task appeared quite rewarding, and since the Withered Woods was known to host beasts of second level and fifth stage or lower, it would be an opportune chance to hunt beasts while fulfilling the task. Yui thought to himself as he accepted the task and made his way towards the Withered Woods as indicated on the map. Soon, he arrived at the location. Just then, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared and called out to Yui, Young man, why do you dare to venture here alone? This area is not safe. Yui, puzzled, asked, Uncle, why do you say that? Is there something particularly dangerous about this region? The man furrowed his brow, his expression grave, as he replied, This beast territory conceals a monster. No one has witnessed its true form, but anyone who has encountered this monster has not survived, and their deaths were exceedingly tragic. Upon hearing this, Yui felt a chill run down his spine, momentarily at a loss. I see. Thank you for the warning, Uncle. I will be cautious, he said, bowing slightly in gratitude. The man shook his head helplessly, sighing, I had intended to advise you to return and hunt in a safer area. But since you have made up your mind, do take care. Yui nodded. What a trap. No wonder the task reward is so generous. This area must have encountered trouble, Yui thought to himself. Well, I've accepted the task, so I might as well take a look. If things go awry, I still have teleportation to save my skin. The trees around him were mostly withered, shrouded in mist, and the entire environment appeared exceedingly hazardous, as if something terrifying could occur at any moment. Yui donned his thunder crystal armor and unsheathed his thunderblade, proceeding with utmost caution. Before long, he encountered a beast, a purple lightning ferret. The purple lightning ferret, a second-level, second-stage beast possessing a degree of lightning power. In no time, Yui successfully dispatched it. After a considerable while, he had slain several beasts without any unusual occurrences. Why is the mist growing thicker? Yui pondered. I must remain vigilant, he thought as he treaded carefully. Before long, the fog had thickened to the point where he could barely see his own hand in front of him. This is peculiar. The fog shouldn't be this dense. It must be the work of some entity. Thunder armor, he activated his martial technique, transforming the chaos divine thunder into armor. This is bad. I should have known better than to come here. I am truly doomed. The visibility was exceedingly poor, rendering any attempt to venture outside futile. At that moment, an unsightly monstrosity suddenly materialized before Yu-E, launching a fierce assault with its slimy, damp tentacles. Yu-E had been prepared. As the thick fog enveloped him, he had already extended his spiritual awareness to gauge his surroundings. In a swift motion, he vanished from sight. The tentacled creature, realizing its strike had missed, immediately began to scour the area for Yu-Yi's presence, disappearing into the mist. Meanwhile, Yu-Yi had seized the opportunity provided by the creature's brief moment of distraction to thoroughly investigate the details of this beast. It turned out that this entity, known as the fused tentacle monster, was at the third tier of the second stage. This aberrant beast possessed the ability to amalgamate the bodies and organs of other creatures, rendering it exceptionally powerful and perilously dangerous. Fortunately, its tier was not exceedingly high. It seemed that the words of the older man he had encountered prior to arriving here were indeed true. This monster was the very creature he had spoken of. The monster would mercilessly slay its victims before disassembling their corpses to enhance its own strength. Furthermore, it appeared that this creature had the capability to manipulate the fog, which explained why none had ever detected its presence. Yu-E pondered quietly. Now that the enemy was visible while he remained hidden, how could he compel this cunning tentacle monster to reveal itself? After a brief moment of contemplation, an idea struck him. The system he exchanged for an invincibility card. The invincibility card grants 1 second of invincibility for a price of 100 talent points, only purchasable once per stage. Empowered by the invincibility card, Yu-E resolved to bait the enemy and boldly strode through the mist. Observing the swagger of its prey, the tentacle monster hesitated for a moment before launching its assault once more. Here it comes, he thought, activating the invincibility card. In an instant, as the card was employed, the creature's tentacle struck Yu-Yi's chest. Yet the tentacle monster was now exposed. Bewildered, it wondered how this human appeared to be entirely golden, and how its tentacle had failed to pierce even his clothing. Before the creature could react, Yu-E unleashed his martial skill. Heavenly level martial skill, Void Slash, with a single stroke, a massive wave of blade energy, imbued with chaotic divine thunder, surged forth like a mighty lion towards the tentacle monster. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the creature was cleaved in two, leaving behind a scattering of putrid flesh, eyeballs, and limbs. The sight filled Yu-E with a sense of revulsion. Why hasn't the fog dissipated? Something feels off. His expression grew serious as he observed the dismembered parts of the tentacle monster reassembling themselves. So, even severed, it cannot be exterminated? System, activate the chaotic divine thunder to obliterate the beast into ashes. The reconstituted tentacle monster did not flee. Instead, it regarded its prey with a mocking gaze. Apologies, but this is chaotic divine thunder. Thunder spear. He then condensed the chaotic divine thunder into a spear and hurled it with great force at the fused monster. Be obliterated. The spear penetrated the creature's body, and in an instant, the chaotic divine thunder began to reduce it to ashes. A mere target. Before the chaotic divine thunder, it is nothing. The tentacle monster and all its organs vanished without a trace, leaving only wisps of mist behind. Phew. Thankfully, the chaotic divine thunder can annihilate everything, reducing this fused monster to nothingness. That I wonder if there are any more lurking about. I must remain cautious and continue searching for the mission objective. Such a hassle. Thus, Yu-E proceeded with utmost caution, that he advanced cautiously, wary of any potential danger. Yet he encountered few beasts along the way, sparking his curiosity. Could it be due to the earlier encounter with that aberrant fused tentacle monster? As he walked, he soon arrived before a colossal, withered tree. Towering into the clouds, its immense girth suggested it had stood for ages. That Yu-E was astonished to discover a large hollow in the tree, seemingly capable of sheltering a person. He mused, having not encountered anyone else along the way. Could the child be hiding within this tree hollow? Is anyone there? Yu-E called into the hollow. After a brief pause, silence ensued. Hesitating, he prepared to turn away, for no one could predict what unknown dangers lurked within. Help! Help me! At that moment, a faint voice emanated from the hollow, as though it had summoned every ounce of strength to utter the plea. Yu-Yi's heart tightened. There was someone inside. Yet caution was warranted. It could very well be a beast imitating human voice to lure him into a trap. Yue cautiously approached the hollow and softly inquired, "What is your name?" I am Liurden," the voice replied, growing increasingly feeble. Liurden. Was that not the name of the person the employer was searching for? A surge of joy filled Yue. Yet he maintained his composure and continued to probe. "What is your brother's name?" "My brother's name is Li Taiju." After a series of inquiries and confirmations, Yue ascertained that this child, named Liurden, was indeed the target he had been seeking. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of gratification that his efforts had not been in vain. Thus, Yue entered the tree hollow and employed his investigation function to confirm the identity. Liurden, Vitality First Stage, 9th level. Spirit First Stage, 8th level. Talent Level C, False Death. The hollow was awash with blood, and numerous corpses lay strewn about. Beneath the bodies, a young boy was softly crying for help. Yue hurried forward, administering recovery and healing potions to him. Soon, the boy began to regain some strength, and Yue pulled him from the hollow. "Why are you here alone?" Yue gently inquired, carrying the boy on his back. The boy, having regained some strength, tearfully recounted, "My brother, 3 others, and I came here to hunt beasts. However, after the fog rolled in, a creature covered in organs appeared. We scattered in our escape. And the other 3 perished. My brother and I became separated, and I survived only because of my false death talent. Oh, that is how it is. Oh, you know, when this tentacle monster first appeared?" He asked. "I don't know, but I only know this disgusting creature has only recently emerged," the boy replied, tears streaming down his face. "Do not weep. Your brother may still be alive. He commissioned me to rescue you." Upon hearing this, the boy ceased his crying. "Is that true? My brother is still alive?" Liurden exclaimed with excitement. Yue nodded. "You will find out when you return. Recently emerged. Its growth to the 3rd tier at such a rapid pace is rather alarming." Yue mused inwardly. With the primary mission accomplished, he had no intention of hunting further and decided to return. He soon arrived at the outskirts of the town. Yue took out his phone and messaged the employer. "I have found the person you wanted to rescue. Where shall we meet?" he inquired on the other end. Li Taiju was filled with surprise. He had actually been found. "My brother has been located." He quickly sent over the address, the entrance of Yuan community. Upon receiving the meeting location, Yue escorted the weakened Liurden there. Soon, they encountered a robust figure anxiously waiting at the community entrance to Li Taiju. Vitality 2nd Stage, 4th level. Spirit 2nd Stage, 2nd level. Talent Level B, Berserk. Upon seeing his brother being supported by a stranger, Li Taiju immediately knelt before Yue. "Benefactor, thank you. Thank you for your great kindness in bringing my brother back," he exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. "Oh, benefactor, I dare not claim such a title. Who would send a benefactor to a place from which there is no return?" Yue remarked with a playful tone. This, Li Taisu's expression changed dramatically. Cold sweat beading on his forehead. "I am sorry. Benefactor, I deceived you a few days prior. My brother, 3 others, and I went hunting in that area when a monster targeted us. I was the only one to escape. When I realized my comrades and brother had not returned, I was thrown into a state of turmoil. I intended to go back, but knowing I could not defeat that monster, I invited others to accompany me. Somehow, there have been reports of a monster appearing in a certain area, yet no one is willing to accompany me, which has compelled me to issue a request for help. Despite my numerous postings, no one dares to accept the task, even with generous rewards on offer. Thus, today I concealed the fact that there would be monsters present and deceived my benefactor. I am immensely grateful to you for rescuing my brother. If it could bring you solace, I, Li Taiju, would willingly lay down my life in gratitude." Li Taiju declared, "That's so. Then why not die right now? Otherwise, I won't be able to find peace," Yue said with a hint of amusement. "Brother Yue, please don't speak of my brother's demise. He only withheld information in his desire to save me. Would it be possible for me to offer my life in exchange for his? If not for my brother's care since childhood, I might not have survived until now. I am truly content. Dan, enough of your nonsense. After your brother's death, you must live on. Do you understand?" With that, he drew a large blade, preparing to strike his own head. Just as the blade was about to touch the top of his head, Yui instantly appeared in front of Li Taiju, unleashing a swift punch that sent Li Taiju flying. You may escape death, but you cannot avoid punishment. Consider this punch a lesson for you. Alas, death is unfavorable for all. Encountering me is your fortune. And it reflects my benevolence. Not harm others again, Yui said, shaking his head. Li Taiju, having been struck, coughed up blood and immediately crawled over to express his gratitude. The same was true for Li Dan, who followed suit. Enough, enough. No need to bow so low. A man's knees are precious, so rise. The two brothers gradually stood up. Benefactor, from this moment onward, we shall be your loyal hounds. Whoever you command us to bite, we shall obey. Even if you command me to die, I would willingly comply. Li Taiju asserted resolutely, with Li Dan echoing his sentiments. Just live well, and this time your character has proven satisfactory. Had you been wicked, I would have already ended your lives. Being dogs is unnecessary. Just remember to pay the commission. Rest assured, Benefactor, I will transfer the commission fee to your account shortly. Li Taiju inquired. Have you encountered that monster? Indeed, I have, and I dispatched it without hesitation. Yui replied. Benefactor, you are truly formidable. This can indeed be regarded as a service to the people. Li Taiju exclaimed. Stop flattering me. I have matters to attend to. So remember the commission fee, Yui said, turning to leave. Wait, Benefactor, without you, I might never see my brother again to ease my life. I humbly invite you to dine with me. No need, Yui declined. Then, may I request your contact information? Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. I would brave fire and water for you. Yui nodded, exchanging contact details with the two brothers before departing. Dan, from this day forth our lives are entwined with this benefactor's, understand? Li Dan responded, Brother, I need not be told. This benefactor is indeed quite youthful. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. Come, let us contribute to the team hunting the beasts. Li Taiju said, his eyes slightly reddening. Not long after leaving, Yui received the commission fee. 3 million blue star coins. Benefactor, this is all I currently possess. I hope you do not find it wanting. I must save some for my teammates' families. That I confirmed the payment and replied. Well done. Go ahead, Dada. So many events transpired today. I shall return home and rest well. Upon returning, Yui comfortably fell asleep. Overwhelmed by the day's experiences, he also pondered the nature of that mutated, tentacled creature and how it had grown so swiftly. In a hazy dream, he felt someone gently stroking his cheek. Yui slowly opened his eyes to see a familiar face. Qingyue, you are back. Yui smiled. Yes, it's nearly 8 in the evening. Of course, I've returned. I found you sleeping upon entering and decided not to wake you. You must be terribly exhausted, my dear husband, Li Qingyue said tenderly, a hint of shyness in her voice that With that, Yui recounted the day's events to Li Qingyue. Husband, you weren't injured, were you? You don't need to exert yourself so much. Living a simple, peaceful life is also wonderful. I can bear you a couple of children, and how lovely it would be for our family to be together. Li Qingyue said with concern and a touch of shyness. Hee, let us have a whole brood. Worry not about me. I will not undertake anything reckless. Rest assured, my dear Qingyue, I must grow stronger if chaos were to arise. Who would protect you, my love? Yui said, gently caressing Li Qingyue's hand. Then you must be cautious. My husband, I wish for your safety above all. I only desire your well-being. That I will. All right. Qingyue, am I to assume dinner is ready? You inquired. It is indeed ready. I made your favorite braised ribs. You looked so peaceful in your slumber that I didn't want to disturb you, Li Qingyue said softly. Then let us eat. My dear Qingyue, I am starving. Yui responded eagerly. Soon enough, dinner was consumed, and Li Qingyue returned to the next room. How wonderful is, Yui mused, reflecting on Li Qingyue's beauty, in this world. Who wouldn't wish for the kind of life she describes? Yet this world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Without strength, one cannot protect anyone. First, I must complete my daily tasks. Yui resolved that he then practiced for 2 hours, bringing his talent points to 600 but originally at 500. He purchased an invincibility charm for 100, leaving him with 600 asai. No thunder tonight. What a pity, he lamented, shaking his head. The next morning, Li Qingwei had prepared breakfast and left for work. After finishing his meal, Yui decided to venture outside the city to hunt in a different location, as the previous one was too eerie. Upon reaching the ground floor, he noticed a beautiful cat sprawled across a tree, sleeping peacefully. What an adorable kitty! How lovely! He exclaimed, eyes sparkling. The cat, sensing someone was watching, opened its eyes briefly before returning to slumber. Why do I feel like that cat just regarded me with disdain? Yui pondered, perplexed. Activating the investigation function. Second tier, 5th level. This cat seems extraordinary. What on earth? How is this stunning creature a second tier, 5th level being? This is utterly unreasonable, Yui thought to himself. Moreover, the investigation function couldn't even fully discern its name. This is exceedingly unusual. Such occurrences have never happened before. System, what is going on? Ding. The investigation function level is too low. The host can either complete tasks to upgrade or integrate a divine eye to enhance IT. Yes, that's so. I see that Yui browsed the system store and indeed found some extraordinary divine eyes. But they were prohibitively expensive. Sigh. Too costly. I shall consider it later. With that, Yui approached the tree and addressed the cat. Little kitty, I recognize you are not ordinary. Your level is second tier, 5th level, that I mean you no harm. May I inquire if you are the cause of the recent incidents involving beasts attacking humans? The cat merely opened its eyes again and then closed them. Well, that was rather foolish of me to ask. I'm unsure what this cat enjoys eating, but perhaps I can tempt it with food, you thought. Little kitty, I do not know if you can hear my words, and I must take my leave now. Should you desire any food, feel free to let me know, and I shall bring it next time, as long as you remain here. After saying this, Yui departed. Once he left, the cat slowly opened its eyes and spoke. What an interesting human. I am so bored. The human world seems rather dull, meow. With that, it resumed its slumber. Had Yui been present, he would have been astonished. This second-tier beast could speak. It was utterly unbelievable. Normally, beasts could only speak upon reaching the 6th tier, and some could transform at the 7th tier. Yet this one could speak at merely the 2nd tier. He continued his journey to hunt beasts in the wilderness. Time passed swiftly, and soon evening fell as he returned to the ground floor, only to find that the beautiful cat was no longer perched on the tree. Yui, feeling somewhat disheartened, ascended the stairs to return home. He resumed his training, diligently completing the system tasks as he had done previously. The following morning, Yui ventured downstairs and spotted the little cat still lingering beneath the grand tree. He retrieved a lively fish and inquired, I recall that me enjoys fish. Does this one seem fresh enough? The feline perched upon the tree merely cast a glance before resuming its slumber. How curious. Is it not a common preference for fish? He pondered internally. He then produced some grains and dried fish. Yet the cat did not even bat an eye. What on earth? If not these, then what does it eat? Cake, perhaps. Thus, he spent 100 talent points at the system shop to procure a slice of cake, which, according to the system's description, could enhance one's spirit. He presented the cake and asked, Little me, would you care for some cake? The cat, appearing perplexed, remarked that it had never encountered such food before. It then stated, You may hold on to that cake. I shall eat it myself. Yui was taken aback, exclaiming, Wait, you can speak? The cat responded nonchalantly, I believe I have been able to speak since birth. Is that so peculiar? What kind of being speaks from birth? How long have you existed? You inquired. By human reckoning, I've been alive for approximately 3 months. With that, the cat approached Yui and began to nibble on the slice of cake in his hand. Meow, 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 what is this delightful food? It is utterly delicious. The cat exclaimed, savoring every bite. Yui mused, so it has forsaken fish for cake. Is it tasty? Yui asked. Meow, 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 it is scrumptious. I feel invigorated as though my realm has shifted slightly. The cat replied. Yui thought, of course, this cake is a product of the system. Exchanging talent points for it surely enhances spirit or vitality. I have yet to sample it myself. He soon spent another 100 points to acquire a cake of a different flavor. Oh no, my talent points. 2 cakes, and I've depleted my daily training points. Truly, it brings me to tears. Wow, this flavor surpasses the previous one. The cat exclaimed appreciatively. What is your name? Yui curiously asked. My mother usually calls me Xiao Taozi. You may call me that as well, the cat replied while enjoying the cake. Then aren't you afraid I might capture you? Yu queried. Not at all. Thank you for your hospitality. You are far more entertaining than most humans, the cat purred, licking its fur. You certainly possess remarkable courage. Why are you unafraid of me? Yu asked, intrigued. Allow me to demonstrate, the cat said, and in an instant, it vanished from sight. Yu stood bewildered, questioning, was that not me? Did it just disappear? Could it possess spatial powers? Is it truly just an ordinary cat? He mused, to be merely 3 months old, and yet at the second stage. 5th level, with spatial abilities and the gift of speech. This is utterly absurd. It cannot be a typical cat. I must find a way to coax it into becoming my pet. After a while, Xiao Taozi still had not returned. Alas, have I been tricked out of my cake? Yet, at the very least, that little cat conversed with me. He decided to proceed with hunting beasts instead. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the final day of his leave, as tomorrow he would return to school. The 1000th one. At last, I have completed the 1000 beast slaughter. Yu exhaled deeply, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward, 2,000 talent points. The system notification chimed that a new task appeared. 10,000 beast slaughter, reward unknown. Yu's talent points had accumulated to 3,800, he calculated. I initially had 600 points. Spent 200 on cake, leaving 400, adding the 1,400 earned from daily tasks, and the 2,000 from completing the 1,000 beast slaughter brings me exactly to 3,800. This is indeed the most talent points I have ever possessed. He contemplated his next steps. First, I shall withdraw some funds to purchase medicinal elixirs, then expend my talent points. Yet his thoughts lingered on the little cat that had once devoured 2 cakes. Alas, that cat has not appeared since that day. Yu shook his head in resignation. And no matter. I shall first sell these beast carcasses. That he hoped to encounter that adorable cat once more. Upon arriving at the Wanbao Pavilion, he was greeted warmly by the elder. Ah, young man, back again today. Indeed, hunting beasts earns me quick coin, Yu replied. Then let us see what you have to sell. I shall tally it up, the elder said. After successfully selling the beasts he had hunted that day, Yu's account swelled to an astonishing 10,480,000 blue star coins. Goodness, I am now a millionaire, he marveled. Yet a mere 10 million is still insufficient. Some fine weapons start at several hundred million. He mused, chuckling at his predicament. Well, time to purchase some vitality elixirs, he concluded. Heading towards a medicinal aisle, he procured 50 first-grade vitality elixirs and spirit liquids. Spending 6.5 million blue star coins, it is worth it, as my absorption rate has significantly diminished. After completing his purchases, he made his way home, glancing once more at the grand tree below, but the peculiar cat was still absent. With a sigh, he ascended the stairs. Ding! Consuming first-grade vitality elixirs increases vitality by 40-50. Ding! Consuming first-grade spirit liquids increases spirit by 40-50. Vitality. 11,780 spirit, 12 for 37. This week of training had yielded considerable gains. Consuming the elixirs had granted him an increase of 2,000 in both vitality and spirit. Now, I can allocate points to my techniques and martial skills. System, upgrade Thunderbody refinement technique to the 2nd level. Ding! 2,100 talent points consumed. Thunderbody refinement technique upgraded to the 2nd level. Instantly, the chaotic divine thunder seemed to meld with his blood. It surged through his veins, roaring with unceasing power, as if boundless. What an exhilarating sensation! Yu could not help but exclaim that he felt invigorated, as if he could conquer the entire world. Shortly thereafter, a crisp voice announced, "Congratulations, host, on completing the task of upgrading the Thunderbody refinement technique to the 2nd level. Reward, 2,000 talent points. What a splendid gift of a realm." Yu rejoiced internally. Without hesitation, he commanded the system, upgrade Thunder Meditation Technique to the 2nd level. Ding! 2,100 talent points consumed. Thunder Meditation Technique successfully upgraded to the 2nd level. In an instant, Yu felt the surge of spiritual energy within him swell like a tidal wave, doubling in magnitude. This overwhelming sensation filled him with euphoria. Now, with my physical and spiritual prowess both doubled, I can finally address my previous limitations in skill deployment due to insufficient spiritual energy. UE exhaled in relief. Next, he issued another command to the system. Upgrade Void Slash to the minor accomplishment realm. Ding! 1,700 talent points consumed. With the system's prompt, Void Slash was successfully elevated to minor accomplishment. That in Yu Yi's mind, he had seemingly executed this martial skill countless times, each instance yielding astonishing destructive power. System, open the panel. Character, UE Realm. First stage, 9th level martial artist. First stage, 9th level mentalist vitality. 11,780 First stage, 3rd level spirit. 12,437 First stage, 3rd level talent. Space. SSS Chaos Divine Thunder, beginner. Marketplace. Cultivation techniques, King level supreme. Thunder body forging technique, 2nd level, fragmented. King level supreme. Thunder meditation method, 2nd level, fragmented. Martial skills. Earth level supreme. Thunderclap 9 blades, accomplished. Xian level upper grade, Gale Fist, minor accomplishment. Earth level upper grade, Thunder Flash, not yet initiated. Heaven level middle grade, Thunder Armor, initiated. Heaven level upper grade, Void Slash, minor accomplishment. Skills, Teleportation Backpack. D level upper grade, Thunder Slashing Blade. F level middle grade, Fiber Armor. Surrounding map of Qingchuan City, etc. The talent points have also been exhausted, and I am about to break through to the 10th level of the first stage. However, soon Sister Qinghua has already finished work and arrived at Yu Yi's home. Yu Yi stepped forward to embrace Li Qinghua and then kissed her. Li Qinghua did not shy away, but responded. Although still somewhat inexperienced, it was a significant improvement compared to their first encounter. Since confirming their relationship, Yu Yi had taken the initiative, and their feelings had grown considerably during this time. After a long moment, their lips parted. Qinghua, my love, I have to return to school tomorrow, and it seems I have to participate in a competition, Yu Yi said, looking at Li Qinghua that moment. Li Qinghua's face was slightly flushed. Please be careful in the competition and don't get hurt. That if you encounter someone you can't defeat, don't force it, Li Qinghua said shyly, yet with concern. Rest assured, my love Qinghua, it is more likely that I won't kill anyone than the other way around. There isn't anyone of my age who can match me, Yu Yi replied confidently. But don't be too arrogant. Let me cook for you first. You must be hungry, Li Qinghua said as she walked towards the kitchen. Let me help you, my love Qinghua, Yu Yi offered as he stepped forward. And oh need, you've been hunting beasts all day. I'm not tired from work, I can manage on my own. Just go and rest. All right, Li Qinghua insisted. How wonderful, Sister Qinghua. Hee, this is precisely how it works. I am responsible for earning a living while you take care of being beautiful and a good wife, Yu Yi remarked wistfully. Indeed, this way of life feels delightful, but it is essential that you stay safe, Li Qinghua smiled. Don't worry, I will be cautious, Yu Yi assured. Soon, dinner was ready, and, amidst laughter, they quickly finished their meal. This quest for Li Qinghua remains unfinished. The silly bird system insists that it must be completed, Yu Yi complained. System, no rush. One must eat meal by meal. It's time for rest, that night. Meanwhile, at the heretical church's small outpost in Qingchuan City. What is the status of the integrated tentacle monster deployed in the desolate forest area of Qingchuan City? A blue-clad steward inquired. Reporting to the steward. It appears to have been eliminated. I found no traces upon my arrival, a subordinate respectfully answered. Eliminated? How could that be possible? That area is predominantly inhabited by second stage, 5th level beasts. It should not have been accessible to any beings above the 3rd stage. Moreover, those who encounter the tentacle monster are unlikely to return alive, the steward expressed his confusion. After pondering, the blue-clad steward shook his head. Perhaps that powerful individual simply chanced upon it. What about its growth rate? The steward continued to inquire. Remarkably impressive. It was merely a first stage, 9th level creature at the time of deployment, yet in less than half a month when I last checked, it had already surpassed 2nd stage. 3rd level, the subordinate said, somewhat excited. The blue-clad steward nodded in satisfaction. Very well, you may take your leave, he gestured for the reporting member to exit. However, the blue-clad steward did not pause. He He swiftly grabbed his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Archbishop. The test results are exceptionally successful, and the growth rate is beyond imagination. The blue-clad steward excitedly reported to the Archbishop on the other end of the line. The red-clad Archbishop seemed to already be understood. If the beasts in that region have been mostly eliminated by it, then let us deploy it into other areas with lower-tier beasts to maximize its utility. Archbishop, that monster seems to have vanished. It may have been killed, the blue-clad steward said, somewhat flustered. Eliminated? No matter. Remember to provide the list of prodigies under your jurisdiction. If possible, make an effort to hunt down those prodigies, the red-clad Archbishop commanded. The blue-clad steward hesitated. Archbishop, currently those prodigies are mostly staying within the city, and the defenses have become significantly stronger, making it quite challenging to find an opportunity. Use any means necessary. I expect to see your contributions. Do you understand? The red-clad Archbishop stated. Understood. The steward replied. Archbishop, what kind of beast blood is that? It can actually cause the tentacle monster to mutate and kill either humans or beasts, allowing it to integrate their bodies and organs, rapidly enhancing its realm. Do not meddle in matters that do not concern you. Focus on your responsibilities. The Archbishop concluded before hanging up. The blue-clad steward exhaled in relief, secretly grateful to have avoided reprimand. Subsequently, he called his subordinates. Come here. Quickly bring forth the list of prodigies and send some personnel from the outpost to wreak havoc in a dimly lit room where one could hardly see a hand in front of one's face. A massive rectangular table lay in the center point. 4 individuals sat in 2 rows, their expressions serious, as immobile as sculptures. To the head of the table sat a mysterious figure clad in black robes, flanked by 2 similarly dressed attendants. The room was laden with a heavy atmosphere, as if time had come to a standstill. Suddenly, a deep, cold voice resonated from the front. What are the results of the tests? The mysterious figure in black inquired. Reporting to your holiness, the results of this test were exceedingly successful. The target's growth rate is beyond comprehension. The one seated at the front replied. The mysterious man in black did not respond verbally, but merely nodded slightly. Following that, he continued, in that case, I will provide you with more fresh blood to work with, and you must devise ways to create even greater chaos. Let this world witness the terror of our heretical church. Upon receiving the command, the 8 individuals seated beside him responded in unison. Understood, your holiness. Then, the Holy Father added, this year has seen the emergence of many with SSS-level talents. We must spare no effort in hunting them down. Now, you may each proceed to execute your tasks in your respective areas. Once he finished speaking, the Holy Father and his 2 attendants vanished like phantoms. Fellow archbishops, since His Holiness has issued the command, let us act immediately, a red-clad archbishop declared. As soon as he spoke, he too disappeared like a breeze. The remaining archbishops exchanged glances, saying little more, and rose to leave in the blink of an eye. The room fell silent once more, leaving only the empty long table, as if nothing had transpired. The next morning, Qingwei, my love, it is truly delightful to enjoy your breakfast every day, he said as he ate. As long as you like it, dear, it is my duty, Li Qingwei replied. Hey, my love Qingwei, you truly are the epitome of a virtuous wife. How fortunate I am that you are my girlfriend, he remarked. All right, dear, you need to head to school, so hurry and finish your meal. That I must go to work now, she said as she prepared to leave. Why love Qingwei. May I have a morning kiss? He said, moving towards Li Qingwei. However, she did not wait in place and instead walked out, leaving no opportunity for him. Still a bit shy. No rush. He finished his breakfast and went downstairs, instinctively glancing at the large tree. Ah, that little me hasn't shown up yet. Could she really be deceiving the cake thief? He shook his head. He quickly entered the school, realizing it had been half a month since he last attended. Time certainly flew. As Yui strolled along, lost in thought, he found himself at the entrance of the elite class without even realizing it. Upon entering the classroom, his gaze immediately fell upon Huang Heng, who was seated amidst a circle of admirers, akin to a celestial body surrounded by its orbiting stars. If it isn't the top student of the entire school, Yui, what brings you to class today? One of Huang Heng's sycophants taunted. Indeed, we assumed you were too frightened of being outdone and had taken a leave of absence to hide, like a turtle. Another follower chimed in, joining in the mockery. Hearing these words, Yu furrowed his brow momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. One cannot remain sheltered forever, especially when you are of lesser caliber than even a mere novice, he retorted, his tone measured. Who are you calling a novice? One of Huang Heng's lackeys interjected, attempting to feign bravado at that moment. Huang Heng abruptly rose from his seat and approached Yu, a disdainful expression etched upon his face. Yu, today we are selecting the top 5 to compete in the tournament. Are you bold enough to accept my challenge? Yu cast a calm glance at him and replied evenly. In that case, you and your entourage may join me. Huang Heng's face flushed with anger. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you think you are something special? I, Huang Heng, have been tirelessly honing my skill for the secret realm in the neighboring city. He fumed inwardly that Yu merely smiled. Whether you are impressive or not, you shall soon find out. Very well. Huang Heng seethed, his face turning a shade of thunderous fury. I can easily handle you alone, let alone with my friends to assist me. Prepare yourself for what's coming. With that, he shot a venomous glare at Yu and returned to his seat. Yu remained unfazed, displaying an air of tranquility as he dismissed Huang Heng from his consideration. Gradually, other students began to filter into the classroom. Brother it's been ages. You've been absent for half a month, exclaimed Shouho, brimming with excitement. Staying at school is rather dull. Yu replied nonchalantly. You are still the most formidable. Brother by the way, do you think you can maintain your top position to participate in the university tournament? Shouho inquired curiously. Just a trivial matter, Yu responded dismissively. Truly the great brother I too shall strive to enter the top 5, so I can witness your prowess firsthand. Shouho enthused like that moment. A student named Lehigh approached Yu and extended his hand. Hello, I am Lehigh. May I have the honor of making your acquaintance? Is there something you need? Yu asked coolly, not reciprocating the handshake. Feeling slightly awkward at Yu's aloof demeanor, Lehigh stammered. Nothing particularly important. I just find you incredibly impressive and wanted to meet you. I thought you were sent by Huang Heng. Yu replied, his expression unreadable. Not at all. To be honest, my father encouraged me to befriend you, and I find you quite agreeable, which is why I came. Lehigh explained, knowing that honesty often yields better results with certain individuals. That I see. And aren't you concerned about Huang Heng targeting your family? Yu queried. Please, I'm merely making friends. That I hardly think the Huang family would retaliate for that, Lehigh assured, nodding in acknowledgement. That moment, Huang Heng's expression darkened ominously. Before long, Luo Yushi entered the classroom. She approached Yu and calmly declared, Yu, I challenge you. Surprised, Yu quickly regained his composure and responded with a smile. Why is everyone seeking me out today? Very well, but you'll have to wait until I've dealt with Huang Heng first. Luo Yushi nodded slightly and returned to her seat in silence. Just then, Teacher Dong entered the classroom, and the previously raucous atmosphere gradually quieted. Dong lay surveyed the room before speaking. Students wishing to challenge others, please sign up. Additionally, other elite classes may also issue challenges, so be prepared. As soon as he finished speaking, several students began to sign up for challenges, filling the classroom with a palpable tension. It seems Yu is quite popular. Attracting the attention of 2 S-rank experts, Teacher Dong remarked, glancing at Yu. Let us head to the arena. The top 5 will compete for the chance to represent Qingchuan City in the university tournament. With that, he exited the classroom. Soon, many challengers made their way to the school's arena, with some merely spectating. Yu, step up. Huang Heng called out, his legs swinging in anticipation. Yu ascended the stage. Once both parties are ready, the match will commence, Dong Lei announced. Yu replied coolly. Let us begin. Yu, you have quite the nerve, Huang Heng sneered. Thanks to you, young Master Huang, Yu replied with a smile. Today, you shall witness my true power. With that, Huang Heng activated his pseudo-demon transformation ability alongside the defensive martial skill. Overlord Body, Yu observed Huang Heng's actions. Oh, starting off with such fear of me, activating both your defensive skill and talent. How amusing. I am not easily provoked. Prepare to die. Huang Heng shouted, his fingers transforming into claws as he rushed toward Yu. one cannot kill within the school grounds, especially considering the Huang family's influence in Qingchuan City. Killing Huang Heng would surely invite trouble. What a pity. Otherwise, today would have marked your end, Yu Yi mused internally. However, since he couldn't kill him, shattering his essence would suffice. Why Yu Yi chuckled at the thought. As Huang Heng charged forward, he was taken aback by Yu Yi's lack of fear and sudden laughter, an ominous premonition creeping into his mind. If you bore me no ill will, I could easily knock you off the stage. However, since you're my sworn enemy, I shall employ some martial techniques. Swift Wind Fist. With a teleportation, Yu Yi appeared directly in front of Huang Heng. Huang Heng was drenched in cold sweat. Damn it. Yu Yi has mastered spatial skills. Bang! The Swift Wind Fist struck Huang Heng's essence with tremendous force. Ah! A piercing scream echoed throughout the arena as Huang Heng clutched his groin in agony. My jewels! Yu Yi's ruthless strike had indeed targeted Huang Heng's most vulnerable spot. My goodness. Yu Yi's attack was particularly treacherous, aiming straight for Huang Heng's jewels. Now, he will surely face the wrath of the Huang family. Dong Lei pondered silently. With the match concluded, as Huang Heng lay incapacitated, Yu Yi emerged victorious. Before the bout, Yu Yi had already gauged Huang Heng's levels. First stage Blood Qi, 6th layer. First stage Spirit. 5th layered, a mere novice. Thus, Yu Yi's ordinary punch, enhanced by the 2nd level of the Thunder Body refining technique, infused with lightning, proved more potent than a typical first stage 9th layer attack, especially with the aid of the perfected Swift Wind Fist. It effortlessly obliterated Huang Heng's essence. That moment, Huang Heng was bleeding profusely, as he had not brought any protectors due to his master's seclusion for training. After all, the Huang family was a prestigious lineage in Qingchuan City, and few dared to provoke them. Who would have thought that a single punch from you would lead to such humiliation for Huang Heng? Dong Lei found himself in a predicament. Someone, take Huang Heng to the hospital. Yu Yi promptly stepped forward to assist. Others looked at him with strange expressions. You just shattered his jewels, and now you're playing the Good Samaritan? Haha, I'm merely making amends. Yu Yi replied with a smile. However, as soon as he touched Huang Heng, he feigned pain at, oh no, I think I fractured my hand. I can't lift him. You all take care of it. Others were left speechless. Yu Yi had ulterior motives, however. Given Huang Heng's dire situation, why not make it worse? The moment he touched Huang Heng, he activated the misfortune talisman upon him. Yu Yi, aren't you worried about the Huang family coming after you? The homeroom teacher expressed concern. I consider it fortunate that I didn't kill him. Yu Yi replied, his tone turning serious. Dong Lei inquired. Do you two have a history? He sent someone to assassinate me. Yu Yi replied calmly. What? Is it because you didn't align with the Huang family? Dong Lei speculated. Why Yu Yi nodded. That is precisely why I struck him so mercilessly. Then you should seek the principal's protection. I am powerless to assist you. The teacher advised. Teacher, it's normal to get injured in a competition, Yu Yi asserted. Alas, my only concern is that the Huang family may act unreasonably. Yu Yi reassured the homeroom teacher, saying, do not worry, I can still seek assistance from the principal. Upon hearing this, the homeroom teacher sighed, seemingly lamenting their own weakness, as well as the state of the world. Luo Yushi, do you wish to continue this challenge? Yu Yi inquired, casting a glance towards Luo Yushi that moment. Luo Yushi hesitated, feeling as though the gap between him and Yu Yi was widening. As I have always stated, I will undoubtedly surpass you. Luo Yushi retorted defiantly. Rest assured, you shall never surpass me. I shall always remain above you. Although, there may be times when you find yourself on top, Yu Yi replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Luo Yushi appeared perplexed, evidently failing to grasp the implications of such words. Meanwhile, some seasoned spectators began to murmur amongst themselves. Look at Yu Yi, daring to tease even the campus beauty. What audacity! And it seems Luo Yushi has yet to comprehend. They chuckled. I rather enjoy being beneath, remarked a delicate young lad. Instantly, several individuals turned their gazes towards him that moment. Luo Yushi, overhearing the audience's discussion, began to understand the meaning behind Yu Yi's words. Scoundrel! Luo Yushi exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment as he ground his teeth in indignation. Yet the thought that he was being toyed with while lacking the strength to retaliate left him feeling aggrieved. Ultimately, the top 5 contenders were confirmed. Yu Luo Yushi, Wang Shaw, Li Xiaotao, and Li Hai, who would proceed to participate in the prestigious college competition in Qingchuan City. Meanwhile, Huang Heng was being hoisted into a taxi by several students. En route to the hospital, "Young man, why is your lower body drenched in blood? Did something happen to your—" "Well, the driver asked, astonished by the bloodstains on Huang Heng's trousers at that moment, due to excessive blood loss. Huang Heng's complexion was pale, his lips a disturbing shade of purple, rendering him too weak to respond. He tightly shut his eyes, his body trembling slightly, as if enduring immense pain. What a stroke of bad luck. Alas, I'll take pity on you and drive you to the hospital," the driver muttered, shaking his head in resignation as he started the vehicle. However, after a while, an unpleasant odor began to permeate the interior of the taxi. "What on earth is that foul stench?" the driver grimaced, searching for the source of the odor. "Damn, you little rascal, you've soiled my car. I kindly offered you a ride, and this is how you repay me." He then halted the vehicle and dragged Huang Heng out. "How disgusting. You, a young man, defecating in my car. To hell with you," the driver shouted angrily, before delivering several kicks to Huang Heng and speeding away. "Ah!" Huang Heng cried out in agony, curling into a ball, clutching his abdomen tightly, his face contorted in pain. Struggling to rise from the ground, he covered his lower body, enduring the excruciating discomfort, and pulled out his phone to call his family for assistance. To his dismay, he discovered the battery was dead. "Ah! Is there anyone who can help me?" Huang Heng wailed. Just then, a ferocious Tibetan mastiff, drawn by the scent, approached the scene, observing the blood-soaked area around Huang Heng. It tore at his trousers, leaving him utterly exposed, and then proceeded to urinate on his face. Huang Heng, incapacitated and unable to move due to his injury, could only helplessly watch as the last remnants of his dignity were taken away by the dog. I will make you pay," Huang Heng shouted, his eyes bloodshot with rage. After an arduous struggle, he eventually made it to the hospital. However, his journey was fraught with misfortune. Either the taxi suffered a flat tire, ran out of fuel, or ended up in a stinking ditch. After enduring all these tribulations, he finally arrived at the hospital at that moment. Huang Heng lay weakly on a hospital bed, his eyes closed. "My son, what has happened to you?" Just then, Huang Tianba rushed in the hospital, spotting Huang Heng on the bed. Upon seeing his father, Huang Heng burst into tears, feeling utterly wronged. "Dad, please help me take revenge on you. It is all his fault that I've lost everything." Huang Heng's eyes were filled with bloodshot fury. "What? You've lost your—" "Well, that Yui has harmed my son. I had originally intended to let him live a few more days. But it seems I need to finish him off myself," Huang Tianba declared angrily. "But Dad, what about I won't be able to enjoy the company of women anymore," Huang Heng cried as he lamented his fate. "Do not worry, I will procure something to restore it for you." With that, a loud sound echoed as Huang Heng began to experience another bout of distress. The bed collapsed beneath him. Huang Tianba glanced at the scene and said, "Son, focus on your recovery. I must take my leave. You there, make sure to take good care of my son. If anything happens to him, I will hold you accountable." He hurriedly exited the room. "Dad, don't go," Huang Heng called out, but before he could finish, a ceiling light inexplicably fell on his head. Outside the room, Huang Tianba sprayed himself with perfume and muttered, "What a worthless fellow. He can't even handle a commoner. I should have just disposed of him earlier. Alas, you're still my son, and despite everything, you're my only child," he said, shaking his head. "Why is it? You truly possess audacity, daring to bully my son. Today shall be your last." I hear you," shattered Huang Heng's. "Well, this morning?" the principal inquired, stroking his chin. "Indeed, principal," replied. "Has he attempted to assassinate you?" The principal continued. Yui nodded, stating he tried. "But I retaliated. If he wishes me dead, I cannot allow him to rest easy." The principal sighed. "The Huang family will not let this go. Allow me to assist you." He then took out his phone and dialed a number belonging to someone named Feng Xiaodong. "Old classmate, how have you been lately?" Principal Li Jiang asked. "Oh, old Li, what a pleasant surprise. What brings you to call?" Have you encountered any difficulties? Feng Xiaodong responded. After all these years, you still know me best. I have a particularly promising student who has run afoul of the Huang family and seeks your assistance, Li Jiang explained. Your school has produced only 2 SS-rank talents, hasn't it? Nothing particularly remarkable. I suppose. However, since you mention it, I shall come by, Feng Xiaodong replied. Thank you, my old friend, that I owe you a drink sometime, Principal Li Jiang responded. Turning to Yi, he added, all right, if the Huang family comes looking for trouble, do not fret. Just be more cautious in the future. Thank you, Principal, but I'm curious about the identity of the person you mentioned. Yi said that I in Qingchuan City, the City Lord. Would you like to hear about my story with the City Lord? I believe you would find it quite intriguing, Li Jiang remarked. I am all ears, Yi replied. Well, there isn't much to it. The City Lord and our classmates back in the day, and we both attended the same university. After graduating, we both came to Qingchuan City to work in management. Eventually, he ascended to the position of City Lord while I was left behind. Hence, I took up teaching at 9th High School to avoid any complications. The principal reminisced that I see now. No wonder your skills are so formidable, Yi noted. Flattery will get you nowhere. I am helping you for a reason, the principal stated. What is it, Principal? Yi inquired. You are not yet at that level. When the time comes, I will inform you, the principal replied. Moreover, remember, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. Understood, Principal, and I will always remember your kindness. Yi said respectfully. Oh, you know why I chose you to assist me? Li Jiang asked, gazing into the distance. Because I am special? Yi ventured. Precisely, you are indeed special. The awakening of a talent is never mistaken, yet you transition from an F rank to an S rank. Furthermore, your training speed is remarkable. I noticed your peculiar pace in martial arts. During the match with Huang Heng, you utilized the teleportation skill, did you not? Don't tell me it was from the spatial core I provided. Li Jiang scrutinized Yi closely, attempting to discern how he would respond. Haha, Principal, you are quite the sly one. I truly cannot explain how I trained so rapidly, nor do I know about my talent. Yi replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. Well, if secrets are revealed, they cease to be secrets that I shall not pry further, the principal conceded. Due to these circumstances, I have chosen you, and thus I will assist you. The principal stated that I am grateful to the principal for selecting me. Although I am unaware of the specific task at hand, I am confident I will accomplish it. The principal nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a terrifying pressure bore down upon you. Yi. Perish, Huang Tianba exclaimed. This is the 9th Martial Arts High School. Do not act recklessly, Principal Li Jiang replied with a stern expression. Huang Tianba, however, let out a cold laugh. What does it matter that he injured my son? Today, he must provide an explanation. With that, he unleashed the full force of his 5th-tier, 5-fold blood realm, the overwhelming aura making the surrounding air seem to freeze. If it weren't for your connections with the City Lord, I would not engage in a civil discussion with you. Do not overstep, Li Jiang. Huang Tianba glared at the principal, his eyes glinting with malice. I heard you had a falling out with the City Lord that if you insist on obstructing me this year, I doubt he will intervene, Huang Tianba mocked, a smug look on his face. Li Jiang's expression remained unchanged. Huang Tianba, do you truly believe I am an easy target? You may test your luck and see if you can take anyone from me. With a swift movement, he positioned himself in front of Yi, shielding him. Huang Tianba, if you have grievances, confront me directly. Attacking a child is a coward's act. Li Jiang glared at Huang Tianba, his gaze resolute and sharp. Taken aback, Huang Tianba's heart raced, yet he maintained his bravado. Very well. Let us see whether my Huang family's overlord fist is stronger or your authority is principal. With that, he bellowed, swinging his fist, the force of which howled through the air with incredible might. Just then, a commanding voice thundered from the sky. Stop. A figure descended swiftly from the heavens, akin to a shooting star. Huang Tianba, is it not beneath the dignity of a Huang family patriarch to bully the weak? Do you truly intend to meddle in the affairs of the younger generation? Feng Xiaodong inquired calmly. Damn it, why is this old man here? Wasn't he said to have fallen out with Li Jiang? Huang Tianba mused internally. He clasped his hands. City Lord, this matter stems from that young man named Yi breaking my son's crucial limb. It is only reasonable that I seek justice. Yue hurriedly interjected. Indeed, this is true, but it was during a legitimate match to determine rankings that I did not anticipate that Huang Heng would be so fragile that one punch would suffice. I acknowledge my faults in this matter. I apologize to the patriarch of the Huang family. Humph. I believe you did this intentionally. You think an apology suffices? What need is there for an administrative body then? Today, you must pay a price. Huang Tianba retorted angrily. Huang Tianba, he has already stated it was an accidental injury during a standard match. What is your ulterior motive in clinging to this? Li Jiang countered. Enough, Huang Patriarch, the city lord interjected. This student has admitted to an accidental injury during a match. I trust it was not deliberate. Furthermore, he has already apologized. You must show mercy, the city lord spoke slowly. Damn it. These people are in cahoots. Huang Tianba thought. In that case, let this matter rest, but you cannot escape. With that, Huang Tianba departed swiftly. Thank you, city lord. Thank you, principal, Yue said respectfully. The Huang family will surely not let this go. You are in for trouble, young man, Feng Xiaofeng remarked with a smile. But you have the city lord on your side, Yue responded, knowing that only the city lord could provide him protection. Do not place your hopes solely on me. While I can safeguard you temporarily, I cannot ensure your safety indefinitely. Moreover, it was your principal who entrusted me with this task. You should be grateful for having a good principal. Feng Xiaodong advised you. Nodding, Yue understood that even the city lord's strength was insufficient to contend with the entire Huang family, and that he could only rely on himself, just moments ago. Without the principal and city lord's intervention, he would have been nothing but an ant before Huang Tianba. Only by becoming stronger could he ensure his survival. Yue clenched his fists, deep in thought. Old friend, it has been a long time, Feng Xiaodong addressed Li Jiang. Indeed, it has been quite a while, Li Jiang replied somewhat distantly. It is rare to see you so invested in a young man. I'm surprised you sought me out. Pray tell, what talent does this young friend possess? Feng Xiaodong continued to inquire. An S-grade spatial talent. Li Jiang replied, nonchalantly, an S-grade spatial talent. Though rare, it is still S-grade. Your interest in this S-grade youth suggests that his talent is extraordinary, Feng Xiaodong speculated. Indeed, it is quite exceptional. I will elaborate further on its nature later. Li Jiang paused before adding, however, I hope you can protect Yue until the college entrance examinations are concluded. Will you? Feng Xiaodong hesitated. That may be a bit challenging. After all, the Huang family may continue to exert pressure. Very well, since you have put it that way, I will do my utmost. He then turned to Yue. Although my old friend has asked me to protect you, you must also demonstrate your worth. How about aiming for first place in the Qingchuan City College competition? Yue replied plainly. You have quite the ambition, young man. This year, 2 individuals with SSS talents have emerged from Qingchuan City, both with significant backing and influence. The Yu family does not hold such stature in Qingchuan. You must be a commoner, and your resources are vastly inferior to theirs. What makes you think you can claim first place? Feng Xiaodong stroked his chin, intrigued. How about this? With that, Yue revealed his first tier, 9-fold blood realm. Gasp. His blood realm has reached first tier 9-fold. What sort of monster is this? No wonder you are so confident. Ha ha, old friend. You have found a remarkable prospect. Although it was unclear how this S-grade talent had cultivated so rapidly, it was evident that the principal's protection stemmed from this very reason. You are impressive. I shall ensure your safety, Feng Xiaodong declared with satisfaction. Even the principal beside them looked astonished. Having known you, he cultivated quickly, yet never anticipated such rapid progress. Heavens, he awakened just over a month ago, and he has already reached the first tier, 9-fold blood realm. This jade stone contains my consciousness, Feng Xiaodong said as he produced a jade stone similar to the one held by the principal. I trust you know how to use it. Since I have pledged to protect you, I cannot remain at your side indefinitely. Should danger arise, crush it, and I will appear. Yue accepted the jade stone with gratitude. Thank you, City Lord. After all, it was an additional means of safeguarding his life. Now, although your first tier, 9-fold blood realm is impressive, far exceeding that of some SSS talents, martial skills and mental fortitude are equally essential. I am uncertain about your other capabilities, but I look forward to your performance in tomorrow's college competition. Feng Xiaodong remarked. Rest assured, principal and city lord, should I fail to secure first place, I will present my head. He declared resolutely. Good lad. You may go about your business for now. I shall confer with my old friend. Huang Tianba will likely refrain from action for the time being, Feng Xiaodong stated. He then departed. Old friend, have you selected him to undertake that task? Feng Xiaodong inquired. Indeed, Li Jiang replied, subsequently revealing Yi's peculiarities. Upon your description, this young man does seem rather extraordinary. Feng Xiaodong nodded. Alas, I hope he can fulfill that task and resolve the rift between us. Feng Xiaodong lamented. Li Jiang remained silent, gazing into the distance as if lost in thought. He is still too weak to control his own fate. Only by becoming strong can he escape the influence of others. System, could you elevate my realm directly to the 10th tier? That way, I could eliminate anyone I wish. The Huang family shall be eradicated. He proclaimed. For now, I shall return home and prepare for the college competition tomorrow. He resolved to temporarily set aside his hatred and return home to rest, for an important contest awaited him the following day. The Qingchuan City College competition was a grand event, typically held in an imposing venue. This competition attracted numerous prominent families, martial arts hall administrators, and significant figures such as the city lord. Tomorrow's college competition should be relatively straightforward to navigate. With unwavering confidence, He contemplated within himself. He believed that with his own strength and experience, he could effortlessly navigate the upcoming competition. Perhaps it would be prudent to return home first. Thus, He quickened his pace, continuing in the direction of his abode. Along the way, he pondered how to enhance his abilities in order to better confront future challenges. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he discovered that Li Qingyue was absent from the household. According to her usual routine, she should still be at work during this hour. Suddenly recalling the system's mall feature, which he had not refreshed in quite some time, Yui eagerly accessed the system store and clicked the refresh button. The weekly refresh would guarantee at least some rewards. He was merely curious as to what would appear this time. With anticipation, Yui gazed at the system screen, his heart brimming with curiosity. As the refresh concluded, the mall interface revealed 2 new items, a 3rd-tier Vitality and Spirit Realm card, 100 talent points, which could temporarily elevate one's cultivation and spirit to the 1st level of the 3rd tier for a duration of 10 minutes. A 3rd-grade Dragon Blood Elixir, 100 talent points, an elixir refined from impure dragon blood. The 3rd-tier realm card seemed useful, yet it might prove insufficient against the Huang family for the Dragon Blood Elixir. Being of 3rd grade, he wondered if it could be absorbed. Some potions are classified by grade rather than level, such as the 3rd-grade Dragon Blood Elixir. With no talent points to spare, Yu decided it best to complete today's tasks first. Before long, he accomplished the day's objectives, earning 200 talent points, which enabled him to purchase the 2 items from the mall. He picked up the items and examined them closely. The 3rd-grade Dragon Blood Elixir promised to significantly enhance vitality and could also be consumed during bone refining to accelerate the process or fortify the body. Yu pondered silently. I wonder if I can consume the 3rd-grade Dragon Blood Elixir at my current level. System, can I take the Dragon Blood Elixir? Yu inquired. Ding! Consumption is not recommended as the host has not completed bone refining. Otherwise, the body may not withstand it, the system replied. Nodding thoughtfully, Yu realized he would have to wait until reaching the 2nd tier to use it. Was bone refining to commence only after reaching the 2nd tier? He recalled the system mentioning that bone refining would begin after ascending to the 2nd tier. Once Sister Qingyue returns, he would hand her the jade stone from the principal. That should enhance her safety. Yu understood he could not always protect Li Qingyue himself and would have to rely on external means to ensure her security. As night fell, Li Qingyue finished her workday. Qingyue, you're back. Are you tired? Would you like me to give you a massage? Yu asked with a cheerful grin. Not tired at all, she replied, placing her bag down and tying on an apron. Are you hungry? Would you like me to prepare dinner? I'm not hungry, Qingyue. I just miss you a bit, he said, moving closer to her. You smell so good, Yu remarked as he embraced Li Qingyue. Dear, you're teasing me again, she retorted, wrapping her arms tightly around him, burying her face in his chest. I just missed you so much, and you feel so soft and fragrant, he said, planting a kiss on her cheek. Li Qingyue blushed slightly and gazed at him. Sister Qingyue, please take this jade stone, he said, producing the jade and gently placing it in her hands. This jade will summon help if you ever find yourself in danger. Yu spoke earnestly. Looking into her eyes, husband, I won't get into any danger. You should keep it, she responded, attempting to return the jade to him. However, Yu firmly grasped her hand. Listen to me, Qingyue, I also have another piece. He added, revealing another jade, that I'm not afraid of danger, but I fear for your safety. Do you understand? Dear, have you gotten into trouble? What is going on? Why do you say such things? Li Qingyue inquired, her expression turning anxious. Haha, who would I trouble? I'm just a mere student. There is nothing to worry about. Yu chuckled. Yet, Li Qingyue was not so easily deceived. Is that really the case? You must tell me the truth, husband. To alleviate her worries, Yu resorted to gentle deception. Of course. Everything is fine. My teacher values me, hence gave me 2 jade pieces for protection, fearing you might encounter danger at work. That's why I'm giving you one to keep for emergencies. He caressed her cheek gently. Qingyue nodded, half convinced. If anything happens, you must tell me, husband. I'm your girlfriend, she insisted, holding his hands tightly. Certainly, Qingyue. You are the one I trust the most and love dearly, so rest assured, he promised, lifting her beautiful face to kiss her gently. After a long while, Yu said, Sister Qingyue, I'm hungry. Let us cook together. Okay, husband, she replied, hurrying towards the kitchen. Yu followed closely, assisting her in preparing the meal. In no time, with their combined efforts, they presented 2 dishes and a soup at the table. Dinner is ready, Qingyue, Yu announced, holding the utensils. Such a life feels truly beautiful. Yu reflected, recalling the hardships of being an orphan in his previous life. Growing up in an orphanage, he had always worked part-time jobs to support his education, the struggles of which were unspoken. Yet he never felt inferior or complained. Instead, he embraced life with its bitter and sweet moments. He had faced many challenges and setbacks, but had also experienced much joy. Despite this, he had never truly known love. Even during college, any relationships he had were fleeting encounters. After all, in this fast-paced, thrill-seeking era, love seemed increasingly elusive. However, upon crossing into this world, everything changed. He remained an orphan, but was fortunate to encounter his sister, Li Qingyue, who cared for him deeply. Though not by blood, she nurtured him with utmost devotion, even more so than family. It was for this reason that Yu experienced a profound sense of love for the first time. He understood that this love transcended mere words, deeply rooted in his heart. Yet he was acutely aware that even the most caring sister would eventually marry. Thus, after awakening, he resolutely pursued Li Qingyue in time. His efforts bore fruit, and she became his girlfriend. Indeed, husband, these simple days with you are truly wonderful. Li Qingyue smiled gently, her smile akin to flowers blooming in spring, captivating all who beheld it. Yet this world was harsh, fraught with uncertainties, and no one could predict what tomorrow might bring. They could face life and death at any moment or perhaps be besieged by monstrous beasts. Without growing stronger, he would be unable to protect those he wished to safeguard. This thought pierced Yu's heart like a thorn, leaving him with a sense of pain and helplessness that he knew that without striving to become stronger, he would be powerless to protect those around him in times of peril. Yes, it is beautiful, Qingyue. If I could, I would wish to remain in this moment forever. Yu's voice carried a hint of resignation and bitterness. He understood that reality was often harsher than imagination, and they could not remain forever enveloped in blissful times. Li Qingyue seemed to sense Yu's inner turmoil. She gently caressed his hand, speaking softly, Husband, don't put too much pressure on yourself. We will face everything together. Her eyes radiated determination and support, enveloping Yu in warmth. Gratefully, Yu nodded, then picked up a dish and placed it in Li Qingyue's bowl. Whispering, Sister Qingyue, eat this. They exchanged smiles, savoring the warmth of the moment. The meal concluded swiftly, and Yu stood, walking to Li Qingyue's side. He gently enveloped her in his arms, and in that instant, time seemed to stand still, with only their breaths and heartbeats intertwining. Qingyue, I love you. Yu Yi's voice was deep and imbued with passion, his eyes shimmering with genuine light. Li Qingyue's face blossomed with a smile of happiness as she replied, I love you too. On this tranquil evening, their love sparkled brilliantly like the stars. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, and Yu Yi awoke punctually, rising from his bed, after embracing Li Qingyue the night before. She had returned to her home next door. Yu Yi continued his training for a while longer, successfully acquiring 200 talent points. Subsequently, he got up, washed, had breakfast, and prepared to head to school. He quietly prayed that Qingyue would not need to use that piece of jade. Meanwhile, in the hospital, a group of nurses gathered together, chatting. Goodness, how much longer will that unfortunate soul remain in the hospital? One nurse asked, frowning. Another nurse replied, I have no idea. It's truly unfortunate. Every time he goes to the restroom, the toilet suddenly erupts with waste. It's simply revolting. That's not even the worst of it. A third nurse couldn't help but chuckle. Yesterday, a nurse mistakenly fed him urine instead of nutritional supplement. It was utterly hilarious. The fourth nurse joined in, saying, Indeed, we must get him discharged soon. Every time he changes beds, the bed breaks. The hospital is almost out of beds because of him. They laughed and chatted, unaware of Huang Heng lying on the bed, his face a terrifying shade of gloom, his body wrapped in white bandages. Ever since his duel with Yu Yi the previous day, his fortune had plummeted, and he was indeed at his wits' end. Yu Yi, you are the cause of my plight. I want you dead. Huang Heng seethed, his eyes bloodshot. I could see that moment. Huang Tianba arrived. You lot, step outside, he commanded, and the nurses hurriedly exited. Dad, has Yu Yi died? Huang Heng asked eagerly. The city lord is protecting him. He hasn't been killed yet. But do not worry. The city lord won't shield him for long, Huang Tianba replied as he took a seat. Why are you wrapped in bandages all over? Didn't you only injure your lower body? Huang Tianba inquired, observing his son. Huang Heng then burst into tears, recounting to his father how incredibly unlucky he had been lately. Huang Tianba replied, All right, I understand you are unfortunate. For now, let us not rush to deal with you. Didn't you mention he often leaves the city? When he does, the city lord won't be able to protect him. Huang Tianba chuckled. But father, what about rest assured you are my only son. I will surely find a way to help you recover. Huang Tianba reassured him, gently patting Huang Heng's head, then added, by the way, I have brought Elder Zeng to assist you. You can speak directly to him about any issues. With that, he stood to leave. Young master, it is my failing to protect you, Elder Zeng said, kneeling. At that time, you were in seclusion. It wasn't your fault, Elder Zeng thought, feeling grateful that Huang Heng had improved, preparing to express his gratitude. However, Huang Heng interjected, but this year's salary has been deducted, so consider it a punishment for not protecting me. Damn, how could I protect you while in seclusion? Elder Zeng thought, but outwardly said, Thank you, young master Da, without my. How can I find joy again? Huang Heng lamented. Young master, there is something I'm unsure whether to say. Elder Zeng said cautiously, Speak. Huang Heng replied impatiently. Upon investigation, I discovered that although Yu Yi is an orphan, he has a very close sister. Elder Zeng revealed with a sly grin. Oh, a sister? How come I was not aware of this? Huang Heng mused, intrigued. In truth, she is not his biological sister, but rather a neighbor's daughter. However, from what I know, this girl is exceptionally beautiful and shares a deep bond with Yu Yi. Elder Zeng continued. I see. Ha ha. Yi. I cannot move against you now, but can I not target your sister? Huang Heng stroked his chin, a wicked smile creeping across his lips. Go and capture that woman for me. I want Yu Yi to experience the pain of losing a loved one and to taste despair. With that, he displayed a maniacal expression, licking his lips. Upon arriving at school, the principal and the homeroom teacher had been waiting for quite some time. Once the 5 participants were gathered, they officially embarked on their journey. The Huang family hasn't troubled you, have they? Shouho asked with concern that if they had truly done something to me, would I be able to stand here? Yu Yi replied with a smile. That's good to hear. Ego, Shouho said, visibly relieved. Before long, they arrived at a grand venue. I could see that moment. Numerous spectators had already gathered inside, some students there to join the excitement, while others were members from various prominent families. Soon after, the teams from the other 16 martial arts academies began to arrive one after another. Additionally, representatives from various families, martial arts school heads, and officials from the Martial Artist Administration were all present. Welcome, everyone, to this venue. At this moment, a man holding a microphone spoke from a high platform. Today, we will hold the Qingchuan City Inter-College Competition, featuring a total of 16 academies and 80 carefully selected participants. They will compete today for the first place, contributing to next year's resource allocation. Let us warmly welcome the prominent families here to watch, the heads of martial arts schools for their support, and the Martial Artist Administration officials present. As his voice faded, applause erupted like thunder, and the atmosphere became electric. At that point, a man in a suit with a buzz cut approached Han Yinshan, the head of the Han family. He was none other than Liu Yi, the underworld kingpin. Head Han, you have arrived. Liu Yi greeted with a broad smile. Liu Yi, good to see you. Han Yinshan quickly rose, respectfully cupping his hands together. I hear your daughter possesses SSS grade talent. Truly enviable. Your successor seems secure. Not at all. I hear your son also has SSS grade talent. Liu Yi replied with a slight smile, playing with the spiritual jade in his hands. My son is not exceptional. I only hope he can secure second place in this competition. As for first place, let it be reserved for Liu Ye's daughter. Han Yinshan responded with a grin. After exchanging pleasantries, they sat down to watch the competition. Not only top-tier families were present, but a fair number of second-tier families were also in attendance, including the Li and Huang families. Moreover, personnel from the Martial Artist Administration were all present, including Zhao Guanshan and his granddaughter Li Xiaoxiao. The heads of various martial arts schools also arrived in droves, with even the head of the King Kong Martial Arts School attending in person. Brother Huang, why is your boy not on the roster? Li Yuanli asked teasingly. In fact, just yesterday he had learned from his son Li Hai that he had rendered Huang Heng incapable with a single punch. Thus, he had come today to provoke the Huang family. Upon hearing this, Huang Heng's expression turned exceptionally grim, and he glared fiercely at Li Yuanli, saying, Li brother, are you meddling too much in others' affairs? Unfazed by Huang Heng's inquiry, Li Yuanli merely smiled lightly and ceased his comments. At that moment, a voice rang out. Next, let us invite the city lord of Qingchuan City to say a few words. As the words fell, the city lord stepped into view, walking gracefully towards the podium. Addressing the crowd, he proclaimed, Dear guests, welcome to this venue. Today is not merely a simple competition, but also an evaluation of our city's newly awakened individuals. After scanning the audience, he added, I encourage everyone to take this opportunity to observe the performance of these young competitors closely. They embody the hope of our city. I hope the participants can showcase their utmost strength. The competition officially commenced, and the audience erupted into fervent applause. The selection process would employ a large screen for random draws, and with the commencement of the draw, the matches began in earnest. In the 10th Martial Arts High School, Zhao Chong's S-level demon hand faced off against Han Li from the 2nd Martial Arts High School, who possessed the SSS-level Earth Affinity. The spectators gathered below were abuzz with chatter, lamenting Zhao Chong's misfortune at encountering a favored contender for the championship right from start. Indeed, the 10th Martial Arts High School seemed to be cursed, facing the prospect of losing a participant before the match had even begun. Am I the first on stage? Inquired a young man with a wheat-colored complexion and striking features, his eyes gleaming with a fighting spirit. It appears that fate intends for me to have a triumphant debut, he proclaimed, striding confidently towards the arena, exuding an air of determination. As Han Li ascended the stage, he regarded his adversary with a calm demeanor. With hands clasped in salute, he spoke steadily. I am Han Li. I look forward to your guidance. He did not adopt an arrogant attitude, despite his esteemed family background. Instead, he came across as humble and courteous, earning the audience's affection. Zhao Chong reciprocated with equal politeness, stating, Please teach me. The match concluded swiftly, the outcome devoid of suspense, as Han Li emerged victorious with apparent ease. After winning, he offered a slight smile and bowed to Zhao Chong, saying, Thank you for the match. Before gracefully turning away, observing from the sidelines, He quietly mused, This young master from the Han family possesses quite the charm, devoid of the arrogance typically associated with noble scions. As several matches progressed, the audience's discourse grew increasingly animated, the atmosphere charged with excitement that I never anticipated that this year's competitors would be so formidable. Someone remarked. Indeed, that girl named Su Li was astonishingly powerful, effortlessly overwhelming her opponent. Another chimed in, and Lin Kong's abilities are impressive as well, a bystander added. The crowd buzzed with anticipation, eagerly discussing the current tournament. Before long, the host requested silence to continue the event. The quality of participants this year exceeds that of last year's, exclaimed the principal of the second martial arts school. Indeed, it seems there are only a few A-rank competitors, while the majority are S-rank or higher. Another principal concurred. It appears we are in for quite a spectacle. The big screen displayed the upcoming match. Luo Yushi from the 9th Martial Arts High School, SS Ice Affinity, versus Xia Yizhou from the 4th Martial Arts High School, S-Level Demon Sound. Isn't this Luo Yushi the second daughter of a prestigious family from the capital? One principal inquired. Indeed, I hear she entered the competition to escape an arranged marriage, replied a noble family head. With her in the fray, the 9th Martial Arts High School is bound to achieve remarkable results. The heads of various noble families and principals nodded in agreement. Soon, the spectators beheld a stunningly ethereal figure gracefully making her way to the arena. Dressed in a flowing white gown, her long hair cascaded like a waterfall behind her. Her countenance was strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to earth. Her opponent, a petite girl with a sweet and charming appearance, paled in comparison to Luo Yushi. Wow, Luo Yushi is simply breathtaking, someone exclaimed, unable to contain their admiration. She's truly my goddess. Another added excitedly, I want to have her children. A nearby boy declared, unabashedly vocalizing his infatuation. Indeed, which family does this stunning Luo Yushi belong to? Her beauty exudes an air of aloofness, but I find that irresistible, remarked an audience member. In an instant, the crowd was captivated by Luo Yushi's beauty. Cheers and gasps echoing throughout the arena. Where there are beauties, admirers are sure to follow. The two competitors soon engaged in a fierce battle. What an extraordinary talent. Not only can she produce magical sounds with her voice, but even the sound of weapon clashes transforms into a melodic resonance. Yu pondered silently, observing the match. Ultimately, Luo Yushi claimed victory that Yu had discerned their respective levels before they stepped onto the stage. Noting that Xia Yizhou seemed somewhat dispirited, thus diminishing the impact of her magical sound abilities. The competition continued, time swiftly slipping away until it was the turn of the slender monkey to take the stage. Brother E, my opponent possesses a level talent. How fortunate I am, the slender monkey exclaimed with a broad grin, confidently striding towards the arena. As expected, he triumphed in the match, successfully advancing to the next round. The big screen then revealed the next matchup. Yu from the 9th Martial Arts High School, S-Space Affinity, versus Ding Hui from the 6th Martial Arts High School, S Amplification. Upon seeing Yu about to compete, Zhao Xiaoxiao leaped up in excitement, gripping Zhao Guanshan's arm tightly and shouting, Grandpa, look, it's brother Yu. Zhao Guanshan nearly stumbled at her enthusiastic tug, but managed a resigned smile. Gently stroking his chin as he replied, all right, I see. Please stop pulling on Grandpa's clothes. Oh, so he's a student from the 9th Martial Arts High School, remarked Sun Ba, the head of the Iron Fist Academy. To think he is a space affinity user, with Luo Yushi from the 9th Martial Arts High School leading the charge. This place is indeed a hidden treasure. Meanwhile, Huang Tianba, witnessing Yu Yi's entrance, wore a grim expression. He stepped onto the arena, preparing for battle. Ding Hui inquired, pray tell, which family do you belong to? A mere commoner, Yu replied. Hearing this, Ding Hui visibly relaxed. After all, it was quite challenging for commoners to cultivate and acquire space affinity skills at this stage. Let us proceed with courtesy, Ding Hui said, readying himself for the fight. Amplification, he shouted, a white glow enveloping him, signifying a significant boost in strength that I am at the 5th level of blood chi and the 4th level of spirit, with an S-level amplification talent that enhances overall combat prowess as well as that of others. Ding Hui explained, impressed by his own abilities. This talent is indeed commendable, Yu mused. Instantaneous movement, he declared, vanishing from sight. Ding Hui, taken aback, exclaimed, wait, aren't you a commoner? How can a commoner possess space skills so swiftly? Just then, Yu appeared behind Ding Hui and delivered a swift kick, sending him tumbling off the stage. Given that Yu was at the 9th level of blood chi, while Ding Hui was only at the 5th, the disparity in their physical prowess was evident, especially since Yu had cultivated the Thunder Body refinement technique to the 2nd level, enhancing his strength and attacks. Ding Hui, bewildered, found himself on the ground, incredulous that he had been knocked off the stage without even landing a blow. The audience erupted in laughter. Look at Ding Hui's bewildered expression. It's hilarious, someone remarked. Indeed, who would have thought that Yu possessed space skills? Another chimed in, and oh, Wonderly Jiang mentioned he was quite extraordinary. The city lord nodded in agreement. Grandpa, look, brother Yu has won. Zhao Xiao exclaimed excitedly. Of course, I expect him a place in the top ranks, Zhao Guanshan replied. Wow, is he really that impressive? Alas, my talent is only A level, and I didn't even qualify for the competition. Zhao Xiao lamented, my dear granddaughter, your A-level talent is already commendable, Zhao Guanshan reassured her. This young man is still as formidable as ever, Sun Ba remarked, watching Yu descend from the stage. Soon, the first round of matches officially concluded. The top 40 competitors had been determined, and those in need of restorative potions were instructed to report to their respective schools. The next round would commence in an hour, the city lord announced. Brother is truly impressive, Li Hai said, approaching with flattery that it's unfortunate I was eliminated in the first round. I seem to be the only one from our school to face such a fate. But we still have Brother to carry us, the slender monkey chimed in. Hey, everyone is gathered. Li Xiaotao appeared at that moment. Let us strive for success in the upcoming matches, Yu urged. It's a pity there are no rewards for this competition, Li Xiaotao remarked. The absence of rewards this time is because the tournament serves to allocate resources to martial arts schools for the coming year and to allow certain factions to scout talent. Li Hai explained slowly, if selected by reputable families, it would greatly benefit one's development. The group nodded in agreement. Aside from Luo Yushi and Li Hai, our team could use the support of influential factions. Someone observed, I Xiaotao stuck out his tongue and said, I one team needed it. I am accustomed to going solo. He then turned to Shouho and added, however, Shouho, you must perform well, if selected by some influential parties. There may be room for negotiation. Shouho replied, Brother I want to follow you. Follow me for what? I cannot provide you with resources. IT would actually be okay if you're noticed by some conscientious forces. Yu responded. Shouho remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Brother Yu Xiao ran over, calling out. Yu smiled slightly in response, and addressed Zhao Xiao's grandfather, saying hello. Zhao He gave a slight bow to Zhao Guanshan, who had approached. There is no need for such formalities, young friend. You may simply call me Zhao Grandpa in the future, Zhao Guanshan replied. Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Young friend, do you have confidence in this grand competition? Zhao Guanshan inquired. With my skills, I believe I can make it. Yui replied confidently. It seems this young friend is quite self-assured, and I look forward to seeing you reach the finals. Such a lively gathering. Hello, Mr. Zhao, Sun Ba said, bowing slightly. Brother Yui, it seems you've become even stronger since we last met half a month ago, Sun Chong remarked. Having accompanied Sun B, it appears that the owner of the Sun Pavilion is familiar with Brother Yui. Zhao Guanshan noted, indeed, Zhao Lao. Our pavilion's martial skill, the diamond body, was won from this fellow, Sun Ba added. Zhao Guanshan nodded, for he held a certain understanding of Yuyi's abilities, seeing so many people arrive. Chu Yixuan felt a bit overwhelmed. Wang Sha, you are closest to Yu. Do you know he's acquainted with so many formidable individuals? Li Hai quietly inquired. I'm not sure, ever since his awakening. Brother has preferred to act independently, Shouho replied, puzzled by Yu's familiarity with these people. Since that's the case, owner's son, why not see who can guess correctly? Zhao Guanshan suggested, looking towards Sun Ba. What kind of guessing are you referring to, Mr. Zhao? Sun Ba asked. Guess the ranking of young friend Yu. Zhao Guanshan replied that I believe he should be within the top 10, Sun Ba asserted without hesitation. Then I shall guess he will secure 3rd place, Zhao Guanshan said, stroking his beard. It seems Mr. Zhao holds high expectations for you, Sun Ba remarked, somewhat surprised. given that this competition features not only two SSS talents, but also a considerable number of SS-level competitors. It's audacious to place Yu E in such a position. Clearly, there's immense confidence in him. These two treat me like a source of entertainment. However, they are both mistaken. The first place can only be claimed through sheer skill. Yu E mused inwardly. Let us wait and see, Zhao Guanshan concluded. During this hour of rest, Yui engaged in conversation with Sun Chong and Zhao Xiao. Welcome to the second round, with the host announcement. The audience quieted considerably. The large screen continued to display the selection of contestants. The city lord wonders who will claim the championship this time, a family head from a prestigious clan remarked. The city lord shook his head. It's difficult. Two individuals possess SSS talents, and there is another with significant potential dough. Who might the city lord be referring to? You'll find out this afternoon. The city lord teased. That moment, several family heads approached Huang Tianba. Huang, why hasn't your son participated in the competition? I heard he possesses SS-level talent. Huang Tianba's expression stiffened as he replied. My son has sustained some injuries, making it inconvenient for him to compete. The family heads exchanged glances but said nothing further, returning to watch the competition. The transition from 40 to 20 contestants concluded swiftly. Li Xiaodao faced an SS-level talent and did not advance, while Shouhou, despite facing a stronger opponent, successfully progressed. Yu E and Luo Yushi, as expected, also advanced effortlessly. Yu Yi's opponent began the match standing at the center of the arena, fearful of being thrown off like Ding Hui. However, it was in vain, as Yu Yi swiftly teleported and landed a punch, sending him flying. The audience, including various family members and officials from the Martial Arts Administration, took notice of this remarkable young man. As the top 20 emerged, the competition would resume in the afternoon. Young friend, you are as swift as ever, Zhao Guanshan exclaimed. Perhaps the opponents were simply too weak. How about I treat you and owner's son to a meal at noon? No need to trouble yourself, Zhao Lao. Allow me to take care of it, Sun Ba replied cheerfully. Zhao Guanshan shook his head. I will host. Let us leave the next time. Sun Ba nodded in agreement. Let us heed Mr. Zhao's invitation, Yu Yi agreed. Then let us invite these young friends as well, Zhao Guanshan said. Looking at Shouhou, Li Hai, and others, they exchanged glances and nodded, expressing their gratitude respectfully. Zhao Grandpa, I hope I can join you as well, Li Yuanli interjected. Oh, so it's you, Li family head. You are most welcome, Zhao Guanshan replied. Somewhat surprised, the group then prepared to head to the hotel. Zhao Grandpa, is it all right if I invite others? Yu Yi asked. Out of course, as long as they're friends of yours, Zhao Guanshan affirmed. Yu Yi approached his homeroom teacher. Teacher, would you like to join us for a meal at noon? Li Jiang responded. You still remember me. Good lad, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Yu Yi then intended to ask the principal, but was politely declined. As he was about to leave the arena, he spotted Luo Yushi. Hey, young lady, would you like to join us for a meal? Yu Yi inquired with a cheerful smile. After a moment of consideration, Luo Yushi agreed. Just make sure to stick with me and don't get lost. She found it amusing, wondering how one could possibly get lost, but merely nodded in acknowledgement. The group headed towards the hotel that Zhao Guanshan had reserved. Upon arriving and confirming their reserved private room, they proceeded inside. Su escorted Luo Yushi into the room. The others regarded him with a peculiar expression. Young friend, is this your girlfriend? Truly a match made in heaven, Zhao Guanshan exclaimed. The others, hearing this, contemplated explaining but ultimately chose to remain silent. Zhao Grandpa, you jest. She's also a contestant. Merely here to join us for a meal. I am not that fortunate, Yu replied. Settling beside Shouhou, Luo Yushi hesitated for a moment before sitting beside Li Xiaodao. She had initially hoped for a private meal with Yu Yi to inquire about his training methods, but was surprised to find a full room of people. Once everyone was seated, Zhao Guanshan cheerfully encouraged, feel free to order whatever you desire. Today, I am treating. However, the guests remained still, gazing at the menu quietly. It seemed that Zhao Guanshan was not an ordinary man. Yu Yi mused privately. He had noticed the respect both Sun Ba and Li Yuanli displayed towards Zhao Guanshan, while Yu Yi understood that Zhao Guanshan was a high-ranking member of the martial arts building. He was unaware of the reasons behind the esteem from the Li family head and the Sun Pavilion master. it was likely that Zhao Guanshan harbored a significant background or influence. Seeing the others remain inactive, Yu broke the silence, saying, "Zhao Grandpa is quite approachable. There's no need to be formal. Please feel free to order whatever you wish." Hearing Yui refer to Zhao Guanshan as Grandpa, Li Yuanli was taken aback. He hadn't expected this young man to address Zhao Guanshan in such a familiar manner. Clearly, their relationship was far from ordinary. "It seems sending my son to befriend you. It was indeed a wise decision." Li Yuanli thought, nodding to himself, that Yui glanced at the menu and casually ordered a few dishes. Seeing this, the others followed suit and ordered several items as well. "Young friend, will you not introduce your friends?" Zhao Guanshan inquired with a smile that he wished to learn more about those around Yui, as talent often attracts more talent. Yui nodded and began the introductions. "This is Wang Shaw, a commoner like me and my brother." He pointed to Wang Shaw, who was seated to his left, and spoke. Then, Yui gestured towards Li Hai on his right, introducing him. Li Hai is the eldest son of the Li family head. After that, he turned to Li Hai, signaling him to introduce himself. Consequently, Li Hai offered a brief self-introduction to the group. Finally, Yui turned his attention to Li Xiaotao and Luo Yushi, saying, "This is Li Xiaotao. And beside her is Luo Yushi." Upon hearing the name Luo Yushi, Zhao Guanshan was momentarily taken aback. Followed by a look of surprise, he turned to Luo Yushi and inquired, "Might I ask if Luo Yushi is the one from the Luo family in the imperial capital?" Luo Yushi simply nodded calmly without uttering a word. Noticing her demeanor, Zhao Guanshan decided not to press further. He then looked at his granddaughter Zhao Xiaoxiao, stating, "This young lady beside me is my granddaughter Zhao Xiaoxiao. You all should get to know each other. It would be beneficial to support one another after the college entrance examination." Zhao Xiaoxiao, hearing her grandfather's words, smiled shyly. She appeared exceptionally sweet and charming, instantly endearing herself to those around her. "Hello everyone. I am Zhao Xiaoxiao, currently a student at First Martial Arts High School. Feel free to come and find me to hang out," she said with a gentle smile. Soon after, the waiter brought the ordered dishes. Most of these dishes consisted of meat from demon beasts, which could slightly enhance vitality or spirit when consumed before returning to cultivation. "Dear friends, do you have confidence in this afternoon's competition?" Zhao Guanshan inquired. Gazing at everyone, Yui remained silent, as he had already assessed everyone's levels that morning, and none surpassed his own, making victory seem assured for him. "No need to worry, Zhao Lao. My Li Hai has already been eliminated," Li Yuanli said with a wry smile. Meanwhile, Li Hai sat awkwardly to the side, not expecting his misfortune of being eliminated in the first round, that I was eliminated in the second round. "So this afternoon I will be watching Yui and Luo Yushi, as well as Wang Shaw," Li Xiaotao remarked. "Mine is doing well. He has made it into the top 20, Sun Ba proudly declared, giving Sun Chong a hearty pat on the shoulder. In response, Zhao Guanshan smiled and nodded, not inquiring further about Yui. As he believed he would easily secure a place in the top 3. He then turned to the slender young man. "You must be Wang Shaw, as Yui mentioned that you come from common background. Yet, reaching the top 20 is quite an achievement," Zhao Guanshan praised. Wang Shaw chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. "Just a bit of luck. I haven't encountered any strong opponents." "That is indeed commendable. An SS-level dark affinity talent holds great promise for the future." Zhao Guanshan continued to commend him. Filled with anticipation for this young and it is well known that elemental talents are exceptionally strong, as they can merge with spiritual seeds, creating a stark difference between those who have assimilated spiritual seeds and those who have not. This renders elemental talents among the top-tier talents. Zhao Guanshan then shifted his gaze to the composed Luo Yushi, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. "I wonder what results Miss Luo anticipates." Luo Yushi gently shook her head, responding in a calm tone, "I am not sure." Her expression remained serene and unperturbed, making it difficult for anyone to discern any emotional fluctuations from her face. Seeing this, Zhao Guanshan refrained from further questioning, as everyone possesses their unique understanding and judgment regarding their abilities. The lunch soon came to an end, and the group prepared to return to the venue as they departed. The homeroom teacher lowered his voice to Yui, saying, "Why didn't you inform me beforehand that so many distinguished individuals would be present today?" His tone was filled with surprise and curiosity. The teacher had initially assumed this gathering was merely among Yu Yi and his classmates, never anticipating the presence of the venue owner, the head of the Leaf family, and the seemingly influential Zhao Guanshan. Upon hearing this, Yu Yi flashed a mischievous smile and replied, "I thought it would be nice for you to meet some remarkable people. Teacher, that you've treated me so well, even offering me a spot in the secret realm. Naturally, I wanted to introduce you to these esteemed individuals, making your work here much more convenient in the future." The teacher couldn't help but shake his head while a look of pride crossed his face. "You are quite thoughtful." My boyat that moment, a clear voice called out from behind, "Yu Yi, come here for a moment." Turning around, Yu Yi saw Luo Yushi standing there, beckoning him. He bid farewell to the teacher and walked over to her. Upon reaching her side, Yu Yi smirked and teasingly asked, "Oh, Ice Princess, what do you need from me?" Luo Yushi frowned slightly and asked bluntly, "Your talent is clearly not higher than mine, yet why is your cultivation speed so much faster? Moreover, your space affinity skills do not seem typical for a commoner. What is going on? I am genuinely curious." Luo Yushi questioned, perplexed. Space affinity skills are typically found only among space affinity demon beasts, which are exceedingly rare, and the probability of obtaining spatial cores is low. Even if one possesses a core, it does not guarantee skill acquisition. Therefore, obtaining space skills is extremely challenging. TCH, why do you care? What is our relationship? Yui paused for a moment and added, "If you really want to know, meet me at room 520 in the Sunshine Hotel." With that, Yui dashed away without looking back. "Yui, you scoundrel!" Luo Yushi seethed, her teeth clenched. She understood the implications of his words. What could happen at the hotel? Certainly, it involves something serious. If only she could overpower him, she would have certainly given him a good thrashing. Soon, Yui arrived at the venue, where many were already gathered, eager for the afternoon finals. He found a seat and settled in. Before long, Luo Yushi entered, shooting Yui a fierce glare, to which he merely smiled. He felt that with her striking beauty, maintaining a perpetually icy demeanor was rather dull. Thus he had deliberately teased her earlier. As time passed, the competition was soon upon them. "Welcome back, everyone. This afternoon, we will determine the champion of Qingchuan City. Let us eagerly anticipate," the host announced loudly. The competition screen flickered to life, and the matches commenced with the first group battling from 20 to 10. Boring. This is less exciting than hunting demon beasts outside. Yui mused as he watched the competition unfold. The main issue was that there were no rewards for the competition, although it would establish one's ranking in the city, which could be useful for some noble offspring seeking to flaunt their status, or for common students to attract the attention of powerful factions. Yui, being a lone wolf with a system, had no intention of aligning with any faction. Thus, fame held little value for him. What was that sound? Principal Li Jiang wondered, glancing at Yui in the audience, that it shouldn't have been Yui who shattered the jade. Who could it be? Li Jiang pondered. Oh well, I might as well go check. At that moment, Yui, oblivious to the commotion, continued watching the competition. Soon, it was Yui's turn to compete. Yui from 9th Martial Arts High School, S-Space Affinity versus Lin Kong from 2nd Martial Arts High School. SS Light Affinity to AS. The match was announced. Murmurs erupted among the audience that it seemed that this young man from 9th Martial Arts High School had found a worthy opponent. This is troublesome. Lin Kong hasn't even shown any light skills yet. And Yui has teleportation. Hello, the space affinity talent, Lin Kong greeted with a smile. Can your light affinity illuminate the night? Yui asked provocatively. Immediately, Lin Kong's expression turned cold. Yui, you will pay for what you just said. Golden light armor. Upon using his skill, Lin Kong was enveloped in a golden armor formed from light. Pathetic. If it weren't for my inability to use chaotic divine thunder, I could have obliterated you with a single thunderball. Yui thought to himself, teleportation. In an instant, Yui appeared behind Lin Kong. Prepare to go down, he declared, readying a punch to strike him down. You think that technique will work on me? Shadow flick. Lin Kong swiftly evaded, leaving his original position. TSK, that escape technique is decent, but it pales in comparison to my teleportation. Yui disdainfully remarked, what if you cannot see me? Yet I can see you. What will you do? Lin Kong replied insidiously, radiant brilliance. Goodness, who is trying to show off with such blinding light? Yui squinted against the golden glow, struggling to keep his eyes open to I initially thought it was a grand move, only to realize it was merely an effect designed to dazzle others. Lin Kong retorted, but if you can't open your eyes, you won't be able to pinpoint my location to teleport. Now it's my turn. Do you think my spirit is weak? Yui replied somewhat speechlessly. He then activated his spiritual awareness, locating Lin Kong and promptly teleporting behind him. How is this possible? You possess such a high level of spiritual realm. You are simply too feeble. Your light is so blinding that I must strike you a little harder. Swift wind fist. He then delivered a powerful punch to the glowing Lin Kong before striding off the stage with nonchalance. My goodness, just now I could hardly open my eyes. Who was trying to show off with such a glaring display? Who won? Why is there such a large illumination down there? This fellow not only possesses high vitality, but seemingly remarkable spirit as well. City Lord Feng Xiaodong nodded in acknowledgement. For someone of his caliber, it was easy to discern what had transpired, and he understood everything clearly. The competition continued, with Luo Yushi successfully advancing to the top 10. While the unfortunate Shouho faced defeat due to bad luck that I end the top 10, aside from Yui, the rest were all ranked SS or higher, with 2 holding an SSS rank that Yui stood alone at the S level. Now, who sent you here? Yes, Huang Heng and his accompanying protector. Please spare our lives. We shall never dare again. The 2 knelt and kowtowed in repentance. Death. Li Jiang waved his hand casually, and a sword chi shot forth, piercing through the foreheads of the 2, extinguishing their lives entirely. After disposing of the 2, Li Jiang turned to Li Qingwei beside him, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes as he inquired, "What is your relationship with Yui?" At this moment, Li Qingwei wore a look of lingering fear, her voice slightly frantic as she replied, I am his girlfriend. Where is he now? Is he in danger? Why did these 2 come to capture me? It turned out that Li Qingwei had just been preparing to return to work when she was unexpectedly abducted by these 2 men. Recalling the jade stone he had given her previously, she decisively crushed it. Subsequently, she witnessed the appearance of this individual who came to her rescue. He has a girlfriend. That lad has quite the fortune. Li Jiang said with a smile. He is currently in a competition. Once it concludes, I will inform him to come over. Has he shared his circumstances with you? Li Qingwen nervously shook her head. And upon hearing that Yui was safe, she felt a slight sense of relief wash over her. Yet, she still anxiously inquired, what on earth happened to him? Please, tell me. As she spoke, she prepared to kneel again. Li Jiang hurriedly stopped her, saying, there is no need for that. He must have withheld the truth from you to prevent you from worrying. Then what is his current situation? Li Qingwei pressed on. He has offended our Huang family in the city. He may be in a bit of trouble, Li Jiang stated deliberately, hoping to gauge Li Qingyue's reaction to assess her character. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyue's face turned pale. The Huang family is one of the most prominent families in Qingchuan City, with vast influence. Without hesitation, she knelt once more, tears welling in her eyes, as she pleaded. Please, I implore you to save Yui. He is of good character and would never intentionally cause trouble. You must help him. You are so formidable. Surely you have a way. Li Jiang regarded the girl before him, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes, then asked, are you not afraid? Li Qingwei shook her head repeatedly, indicating that she was not afraid. Li Jiang, satisfied with her response, nodded and said, indeed, you possess commendable character. You are worthy of sharing his trials. He then assisted Li Qingwei to her feet, saying, it's not as dire as it appears. Since you were Yui's girlfriend, you must be prepared to share in his hardships. And you have evidently done so. After the competition, I will inform Yui to come over. For now, it is best not to disturb him. You should resign from your job and return home to wait. There is no need to worry about him. He has the city lord's protection. Li Qingwei nodded in gratitude, saying, thank you for saving my life. The competition raged on, yet Yui remained oblivious to the events unfolding concerning Li Qingwei. He looked curiously at the principal's original seat, only to find it empty. Why has the principal suddenly vanished? Yui pondered in confusion at this moment. All the competitors had completed their rest and were preparing for the next round of the top 10 to 5 matches. Yui turned to Luo Yushi beside him, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Little girl, don't get eliminated later on. However, Luo Yushi merely shot him a cold glance, offering no response. The large screen displayed the next group of competitors. The competition officially commenced. TSK. This girl is quite impressive, but why the heavy makeup? Yu murmured, observing Lu Xinyan on the stage. The young woman wore a short, crop top that left her slender waist on full display, paired with tight, black leather pants. Her long hair danced in the wind, her makeup exquisite and flamboyant. Especially her vividly red lips, reminiscent of flames, drew attention. Her movements were sharp and decisive, showing no mercy as she effortlessly defeated her opponent in mere moments. Master Lu, it seems you've trained your daughter well. Truly formidable. Master Han remarked from the side. Not at all. Your son Han Li is quite capable as well. I look forward to their showdown in the finals. Master Lu replied with a smile. With Lu Xinyan's opponent eliminated, the next group of competitors arrived. Yue from 9th Martial Arts High School, Space System S, versus Luo Yushi from 9th Martial Arts High School. Ice System says, oh no, this matchmaking system is truly terrible. How did I end up paired with that girl? He shook his head. Let us go, little girl. He then turned to Luo Yushi. Luo Yushi looked exasperated. Facing someone she couldn't possibly defeat was infuriating. Then, she loudly declared, I forfeit. Little girl, Haven T, you always wanted to challenge me. Isn't this a great opportunity? Why not take it? He laughed, addressing Luo Yushi. Ignoring him, Luo Yushi thought he was deliberately mocking her. I will surpass you one day, and then I'll give you a thorough beating, she retorted before storming off. Meanwhile, the host looked bewildered. Why did she forfeit? In that case, this match goes to you, E. The audience began to murmur. Why did Luo Yushi allow you, E, to continue fighting? Shouldn't it have been you, E, forfeiting? I don't know. Anyway, my goddess Luo Yushi forfeited. Can we have a revival match? A man shouted, I think we can. Revive my beloved. Another man chimed, I could that moment. Master Han gazed at Master Lu, the underground leader sitting beside him, and asked, Master Lu, what do you think of this young lady from the capital forfeiting? Master Lu furrowed his brow and replied, I'm not certain. Perhaps that young man is stronger than her. Then let us await the outcome. Hopefully, he is not a mere clown. Han Yinshan added. With you having won due to Luo Yushi's forfeit, the competition continued unabated. Ultimately, the top 5 were determined. Han Li, Lu Xinyan, Zhang Tao, and by Mao Feng. This time, aside from the other top spots were all occupied by the 1st and 2nd martial arts high schools. Indeed, but this year's 9th martial arts high school is already quite impressive. Surely one of them can claim 5th place. It's merely a stroke of luck. The esteemed principals engaged in animated discussions. Among the 5 contenders, one would be given a bye, awaiting the outcome of the other 2 matchups. Subsequently, the individual with the bye would select to challenge one of the 2 defeated opponents, ultimately deciding whether to confront the champion or the runner-up, although the one granted a bye would need to participate in several additional rounds. The prestige of securing the championship would be significantly elevated. An hour later, the competition commenced, and anticipation grew regarding who would secure a spot in this grand finals. The large screen randomly selected the matchups. Yu from the 9th Martial Arts High School, specializing in space, faced off against by Mao Feng from the 2nd Martial Arts High School, known for his SS-level hurricane ability. While in the audience, Yu had already observed by Mao Feng's remarkable talent. Though not an elemental affinity, he possessed the ability to condense wind into a tornado for striking, with intensity and power contingent upon his mental acuity. To be honest, I did not wish to encounter you, as your spatial talent of teleportation is quite troublesome. However, now that we are matched, I shall treat you with the utmost seriousness, by Mao Feng declared. Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Let us give it our all, young man. The match begins, the referee announced. By Mao Feng instantly unleashed a torrent of hurricanes directed at you. Be cautious. Do not underestimate a single punch that could send you flying. Caution. In a swift motion, he teleported behind by Mao Feng and delivered a kick to his back, sending him hurtling forward. However, an unforeseen development occurred. The hurricane by Mao Feng had conjured pulled him back, and he astonishingly stood atop it. Impressive use of your talent, commendable indeed. Yu remarked, nodding appreciatively. Against you, I must be vigilant, he said, activating his martial technique, Gale Slash. Let us see how you handle this. A blade of wind infused with the hurricane surged toward him. Ah, the fusion of your blade aura and talent is quite exquisite, Yu mused. However, I must apologize, for you shall witness whose blade aura reigns supreme. Thunderous 9 slashes. He wielded the Thunderblade, unleashing 6 successive slashes. Although devoid of the Chaos Divine Thunder's enhancement, defeating by Malphone was an effortless task. Prior to the match, he had assessed his adversary's strength. By Malphone was at the first stage, 5th level of vitality, and the first stage, 7th level of spirit, while Yu was nearing the 10th level of the first stage. Thus his 6 thunderous 9 slashes shattered by Malfang's blade, aura, and advanced toward him. Bai Malfang had underestimated Yu. The city lord shook his head and intervened to block Yu Yi's assault. Bai Malfang, rescued, appeared somewhat shaken that why Yu Yi wins, the city lord declared as he returned to the audience. Indeed, Yu Yi possesses exceptional strength. At the 9th level of vitality in the first stage, truly astonishing. And that appears to be the thunderous 9 slashes, perfected to a remarkable degree. It seems this young man has a strong chance at the championship. Lu Yi exclaimed with a smile. His mental realm was so subtly fluctuating during teleportation that it was imperceptible, suggesting it must also be quite elevated. Truly a prodigy. It appears he is a commoner. Thus it may be worthwhile to engage with him after the competition concludes. Han Yinshan nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Huang Tianba wore a grim expression. Damn, his vitality has reached the 9th level of the first stage. After this competition, a major force will surely approach him. It seems my plans may be thwarted. The other 2 possessing SS-level talent also took an interest in this youth. Yu is it? I eagerly anticipate a proper match with you. Hanli expressed with enthusiasm. Where did this Yu emerge from? I have never heard my father mention him before, Lu Xinran remarked, observing Yu descend from the stage. Yu successfully secured his spot in the finals. And the second competitor to do so was Hanli, while Lu Xinran remained with the bye. Dear audience, the finalists have now been determined as we await the outcome of the final match. Will Lu Xinran challenge the 2 finalists? Let us remain vigilant. Hanli was now brimming with determination, eager to face Yu Yi at that moment. The principal returned to the venue. Yu, upon seeing the principal's return, felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. Indeed, as anticipated, I have entered the finals. The principal nodded in satisfaction upon witnessing Yu Yi's advancement. Before long, both competitors were ready to commence the finals as they approached the arena. Hanli declared, Yu Yi, I eagerly await our duel. May it be a contest of true strength. Yu Yi nodded. After all, he had observed Hanli in previous matches and deemed him a worthy opponent. The match begins with the referee's command. The finals officially commenced. The audience erupted with cheers and chants of support for their favored contenders. Brother, do you believe I can defeat you with a single strike? Yu inquired. Hanli furrowed his brow. You underestimate me far too much. Skill. Rock solid. Martial technique. Stone body. In an instant, Hanli was enveloped in a layer of rock, his skin taking on a stony hue. Why the caution, then? Employing multiple skills and martial techniques all at once. Yu remarked that in the face of a formidable opponent, one must exert their full strength. That is the respect owed to a true adversary. You are strong, but I am even stronger, Hanli asserted. Yu nodded. How about this? If you can withstand my next strike, I shall concede you victory. With my double defenses bolstered, you are overestimating yourself if you think you can take me down in one blow. Very well, watch closely. Yu expressed disinterest in prolonging the battle, as he was merely fulfilling his school's mandate and system task. Wishing to conclude swiftly, he then drew the Thunderblade. Void Break Slash. A colossal blade of energy sliced through the air, hurtling towards Hanli at great speed. Hanli, feeling the immense power of the incoming attack, prepared to defend himself, thinking, I possess earth element talent. Is my body tougher? Or your blade? Let us see how I withstand this blow. Hanli resolved, bracing himself for impact. This strike must not be taken head-on. The city lord bellowed. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he rushed forward to intervene. Hanli, do you understand that if this strike connects, you will be a mere corpse? The city lord shouted, blocking Yu Yi's attack. The match does not require the city lord's intervention. I can handle this. Han Li declared with unwavering conviction. Absurd. You are no match for him. You will lose, the city lord retorted angrily. Although Han Li felt a pang of dissatisfaction, he could only acquiesce to the city lord's authority and step down from the arena reluctantly. At that moment, Lu Xinran approached her father, her expression grave as she inquired, Father, if I had faced Yu Yi's strike, would I have been able to withstand it? Lu Yi slowly shook his head. I have never encountered such a martial technique. Had you faced that blow, you would have fared worse than Han Li. Therefore, I advise against challenging him. However, Han Li may be worth a try. Hearing this, Lu Xinran's eyes flashed with a hint of defiance. Father, why have I never heard of this Yu Yi before? I too only recently became aware of his existence. In the future, you may wish to engage with him further. Lu Yi replied calmly. Meanwhile, Han Yinshan hurried to the city lord, expressing gratitude. Thank you, city lord, for your timely intervention. Were it not for your quick action, my son would likely have met a dire fate. Han Yinshan respectfully clasped his fists in gratitude. It is of no concern. Just ensure your son does not exhibit such arrogance in the future, the city lord replied, glancing at Han Li. Han Yinshan nodded. Son, do you realize that without the city lord's intervention, you would have perished? He admonished Han Li. Father, though that strike was powerful, I believe I could have withstood it. Han Li insisted. You lack practical experience and are far too prideful. Han Yinshan sighed. Nevertheless, it is better to lose now and learn that there are always greater forces at play. There is a spot available in the Dong family's secret realm in the neighboring city. You should take the opportunity to train there. Han Li nodded. I will become stronger. He shook his head, having expected Han Li to either evade or withstand the strike. He had not anticipated such arrogance in relying solely on his physical strength. Despite employing both his martial technique and skill, he was not equipped to withstand a heavenly grade martial technique. He then turned to Lu Xinran. Do you wish to challenge me? Lu Xinran shook her head and said, I will challenge Han Li. The championship is yours. Wai Yui nodded in agreement, believing that a contest of equal strength would be more worthwhile than a meaningless rout. The audience, along with several heads of families, were astonished to find that it was Yu Yi who had claimed the championship. That earlier strike had been truly fearsome. Wasn't Yu Yi supposed to possess spatial abilities? How could his swordsmanship be so formidable as well? TSK, he has indeed brought honor to us commoners. It had been decades since a commoner had won the championship. Many nodded in agreement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, 1,000 talent points and an upgrade of spatial talent to SS level. SS level space. The power of the skill and the distance of teleportation have both increased. Yu Yi contemplated the changes in his abilities. Meanwhile, the match between Lu Xinran and Han Li concluded with Lu Xinran emerging victorious, marking the official end of the intercollegiate competition. Hey go, you truly are remarkable for claiming victory. The lean monkey laughed as he approached Yu Yi. Congratulations, Yu Yi. You have brought great pride to our school. Other students chimed in, their voices brimming with admiration. I always knew Yu Yi would win. After all, he is the strongest among us, another student echoed. In response to everyone's congratulations, Yu Yi smiled and expressed his gratitude. Though he refrained from elaborating too much, it seems I have underestimated this fellow. Zhao Guanshan shook his head, observing the crowd gathered around Yu Yi with a smile. It appears my old friend had good reason to select him. He is indeed extraordinary, the city lord remarked to Li Jiang. Of course, you need only look at who made the selection, Li Jiang replied with a hint of pride. For it was indeed his choice. Several factions were already discussing plans to approach Yu Yi, hoping to recruit him. I hope this lad understands the situation regarding Li Qingwei and does not act recklessly. Li Jiang thought with some concern. Amidst the throng, Yu Yi greeted a few before teleporting away to the side of the city lord. City lord, I delivered on my promise, did I not? Yu Yi looked to the city lord. The city lord nodded in satisfaction. I certainly did not misjudge you. Yu Yi, come here. I need to discuss something with you. Noticing the seriousness in the principal's demeanor, Yu Yi felt a twinge of unease. Principal, is there something you wish to discuss? Yu Yi inquired, his expression one of confusion. Ally Zhang's face grew grave as he fixed his gaze upon Yu Yi and slowly began. Do you have a girlfriend named Li Qingwei? Upon hearing the principal's words, Yu Yi's heart tightened, an ominous feeling washing over him. Yes, I do have a girlfriend, principal. What has happened? He replied, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Did you give her the jade stone I entrusted to you? I sensed it shattered earlier and rushed to find her, only to see her on the verge of abduction by two individuals. I intervened just in time to save her. However, you need not worry. Li Qingwei is unharmed. The principal explained quickly that Wei Yi's eyes widened in fury as he clenched his teeth. What? Was it the Huang family? The principal furrowed his brows, nodding slowly. Do not act impulsively. It would not be wise to confront the Huang family at this time. They wield considerable power in this city and are ruthless in their dealings. Moreover, you injured their son yesterday. It is better to avoid them for now. The principal advised earnestly. Wei Yi's fists tightened, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Suppressing the raging fire of his anger, he fell into deep thought. Am I truly so weak? Unable to protect the woman I love, unable to exact revenge. He lamented bitterly to himself. The principal, noticing Yu Yi's fury, hastily said, I heard from your homeroom teacher that he has assigned you the quota for the Dong family's secret realm. Taking a moment to regain his composure, Yu Yi replied, Yes, what of it, principal? The principal's expression turned serious. When the secret realm opens, Huang Hong from the Huang family will likely be there as well. The highest strength in the secret realm is Tier 3. Level 1. He will probably bring protectors with him. If you can slay a Tier 3, Level 1 powerhouse, you could eliminate Huang Hong discreetly. Huang Hong will be there. Tier 3, Level 1. I am far too weak to kill him now. Yu Yi thought anxiously. The boundary enhancement card. How could I forget about that? A surge of excitement coursed through him. When the secret realm opens, it will be the death knell for you, Huang Hong. Yu Yi silently vowed. Yu Yi then inquired, when does the secret realm open? The principal replied, in 1 week. Yu Yi expressed his gratitude. Thank you for saving Li Qingwei. Principal, I am at a loss for how to repay you. I will do my utmost to assist you whenever you need. The principal nodded slightly, his gaze resolute. Rest assured, your time to help me will come, but you must exercise caution when in the secret realm. Do not let anyone witness your actions when you kill, and if you cannot eliminate them, do not force the issue. Preserving your life is paramount. Yu Yi nodded solemnly. I will heed your advice. Principal, well then, now that the competition has concluded, if you wish to avoid mingling with those factions, you may return to see your little girlfriend. I will ensure her safety while you are in the secret realm. The principal said in a gentle tone. Thank you, Principal. After expressing his gratitude once more, Yu Yi felt no inclination to engage with those factions. He simply wished to return to her side as soon as possible. Thus, without hesitation, Yu Yi turned and hurried towards Li Qingwei's home. Li Jiang watched Yu Yi's retreating figure and mused, I wonder if this lad can create a miracle. Soon, Yu Yi arrived at Li Qingwei's doorstep. He paused momentarily, then knocked on the door with a sense of urgency. A voice laced with tension and confusion emerged from within. Who is it? It's me, Xiao Wei. Yu Yi's voice was filled with concern, soft as a spring breeze, seeking to alleviate Li Qingwei's inner turmoil. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Li Qingwei's face instantly lit up with joy as she swung the door open. The moment she saw Yu Yi, she could no longer contain the feelings of grievance and fear that had overwhelmed her. She rushed into his arms, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yu Yi held her tightly, as if wishing to envelop her within himself. Offering her boundless comfort, he gently whispered, Do not be afraid. It's all over now. I am back. His tone was tender, akin to a gentle brook, soothing Li Qingwei's wounded heart. Yu Yi softly wiped away her tears, his touch delicate and careful, as though she were a priceless and rare treasure. They embraced as they entered the house, with Yu Yi carefully helping Li Qingwei to sit down. His eyes were filled with concern as he quietly asked, Qingwei, my dear, how do you feel now? Are you hurt anywhere? Li Qingwei shook her head gently. I'm fine. I was just really frightened at that moment. Fortunately, an elder helped save me. Yu Yi tenderly stroked her hair, his gaze unwavering and earnest. It's all my fault for not protecting you well. But do not worry. I will ensure that nothing like this happens again. I will make the Huang family pay. As he spoke, Yui clenched his fists tightly. Qingwe lifted her head, looking into Yuyi's steadfast eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of warmth and security. I believe in you, she said softly. Then, with a hint of sadness, she added, Xiao Yi, have I become a burden to you? Am I truly so useless? Yu Yi gently patted Li Qingyue's head. How could that be? Qingyue, you have cared for me since childhood. After a moment of silence, Li Qingyue, her gaze resolute, said, Xiao Yi, I want to contribute something to you. Yu Yi furrowed his brows, perplexed. Qingyue, what do you mean by contribute? Li Qingyue's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she shyly murmured, I want to have a child with you. Yu Yi was taken aback by her words. Xiao Yi, I know your talent is extraordinary, and your future will undoubtedly be fraught with dangers and formidable adversaries. Then my abilities are rather ordinary, and I may prove to be a hindrance in these matters. Therefore, I wish to have a child with you. Even if you encounter misfortune in the future, I can retreat to an unknown corner with our child, nurturing him to grow up and live well. Li Qingyue's voice trembled softly, yet her gaze remained resolutely steadfast. Upon hearing her words, Yu Yi felt his eyes welling with tears as he abruptly pulled her into a tight embrace. With deep affection, he declared, Sister Qingyue, do not fear. I shall protect you completely. I will ensure that none of those fears you harbor shall come to pass. My dear, I am already prepared. If you desire, I am more than ready at any moment. Li Qingyue's cheeks flushed a delicate crimson as she shyly averted her gaze, her voice as gentle as flowers swaying in a breeze. Qingyue, my love, there is no rush for such matters. Shall we first take a restful slumber? Yu Yi's eyes radiated tenderness, his tone soothing and calm. Seeing Yu Yi's words, Li Qingyue obediently nodded, resembling a docile little creature, but a smile of indulgence graced Yu Yi's lips as he playfully remarked, I shall lull you to sleep, my dear Qingyue. He then cradled her with the utmost gentleness, as if handling the most precious treasure in the world, and gradually laid her upon the soft, comfortable bed. The room was enveloped in a sweet and tranquil atmosphere, as if time itself had paused to cherish this beautiful moment. Before long, Yui had lulled Li Qingyue into a peaceful slumber. Yet, as he gazed out of the window, he fell into deep contemplation. This world was merciless and cruel, governed by the law of the jungle, where only the strong could survive. It seemed imperative that he hasten his journey to become stronger. Yu mused quietly within himself. The pace of his ascension felt agonizingly slow. Furrowing his brows, he was consumed with urgency. If others would hear him lament this way, they would undoubtedly roll their eyes at him. Goodness, you hardly ever train. While we toil day and night for 24 hours, yet we cannot match your progress. Yu glanced at his remaining talent points, a mere 1,200, and could only lament their scarcity. He resolved to reach the 10th level of the first tier before venturing into the secret realm. He had already conferred with the principal, and during this week, he planned to devote himself entirely to being with Li Qingyue. Once the secret realm opened, he would participate. His vitality and spirit were already nearing the 10th level of the first tier. However, the distance to the first level of the second tier remained exceedingly vast. Standing by the window, he contemplated the scenery outside in silence. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure atop the tree below. Could it be that little me? A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes before he swiftly teleported downstairs. Upon reaching the ground, he began to investigate closely the 7th level second tier, a me that appears to be quite extraordinary. Indeed, it is that very me, and its level has risen by 2 tiers, Yu thought. Astonished, Little Peach, is that you? He called softly. Meow, 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 hello. It is I. Interesting human. The me joyfully responded. Goodness, I thought you were the me that tricked me out of cake and vanished without a trace. Yu teased with a smile. You were curious as to why you couldn't catch me, so I employed a bit of spatial travel. Meow. The me swayed its tail and explained why you nodded. Indeed, it seems your curiosity got the better of you. But did you really need to vanish for such an extended period? He chided lightly. This princess inadvertently traversed to an unknown place and became lost. I only just returned. The me replied with a huff. Goodness, can a magical beast truly get lost? Is that even plausible? Do you still have no cake left? Interesting human? The me gazed at Yu with eager anticipation. Yu shook his head. If you become my companion, I will provide you with cake as well as other delectable treats. What say you? This shall not be a master-servant relationship, and I shall also take you to explore the human world and savor various delicacies. Yu continued to entice her. Little Peach pondered for a moment. That seems acceptable. Thus, this princess shall reluctantly agree. Without hesitation, Yu spent 200 talent points to exchange for 2 exquisite cakes. Presenting them to her. Here, he offered to Little Peach. Upon seeing the cake, her eyes sparkled like radiant stars, and she joyfully exclaimed, "Meow, meow, meow," before eagerly devouring it. Yu wondered silently whether these cakes, not obtained through the system, would suffice. The furrow of concern crossed Yu's brow as he contemplated. If he continued to exchange talent points for cakes for Little Peach, he might soon find himself impoverished. This little me, so adorably naive, could be easily won over by a few cakes. He hoped she would bring him surprises in the future. Watching Little Peach indulge in her feast, he softly inquired, "Is it delicious?" "Meow, so tasty. I feel a slight loosening in my cultivation," she replied contentedly. "Then come with me. Jump onto my shoulder. I shall take you home," Yu said gently. Little Peach obediently nodded and gracefully leaped. Landing securely on Yu's shoulder, he then executed a teleportation, swiftly returning to his home. "Meow, meow, meow. Is this your home? So many peculiar objects," Little Peach exclaimed, her curiosity piqued as she explored every corner of the room. Yu patiently introduced her to the various pieces of furniture and their functions. Little Peach demonstrated remarkable learning abilities, quickly grasping their uses. He wondered if this me would eat vegetables. Perhaps I should give it a try? He mused, heading to the kitchen to showcase his culinary skills. Although he had no cooking experience in this world, he had been self-sufficient since childhood, adept at preparing meals. Before long, he had prepared 2 delectable dishes, braised fish and octopus balls. "Meow, meow, meow. What is that delightful aroma? Are you sneaking treats behind my back?" Little Peach scampered over, drawn by the scent. "Just some dishes. Would you care for a taste?" Yu inquired with a smile. "Meow, meow, meow. It smells heavenly." Little Peach eagerly approached and began to feast heartily. "Meow, meow, meow. Delicious. However, my cultivation does not seem to have improved, but is truly delightful." Yu thought to himself. Of course, it wouldn't improve, as this was not a special food obtained from the system. It appeared that this little me was quite similar to humans, enjoying human food. At least the food situation was settled. Yu observed Little Peach, deep in thought. Would she eventually take on a human form? He continued to ponder, wondering if Little Peach, being a female, might transform into a beautiful maiden. That a slight smile crept upon his lips at the thought. How splendid it would be if she were to transform into a beauty. This princess has had her fill. "Thank you for your hospitality," Little Peach declared, lazily stretching out on the sofa and falling asleep. "Goodness, I still had questions to ask. I didn't expect you to sleep right after eating," Yu sighed. "Very well then, I shall wait for Little Peach to awaken before inquiring further. It's probably time to prepare something delicious for Qingwei as well." As Yu spoke, he busied himself with preparing dinner for Li Qingwei. After all, she had cared for him for such a long time, and it was only natural for him to reciprocate. He entered the kitchen, immersing himself in the task at hand. With deft hands, he sliced and sautéed the vegetables, his movements fluid and graceful, as if he had long since grown accustomed to this way of life. Before long, he had prepared 2 plates of home-cooked dishes that were both visually appealing and aromatic. Carrying the steaming dishes, Yu made his way to Li Qingwei's home. He approached the bedroom door slowly and gently pushed it open, only to find her lost in sweet slumber. With great care, he tiptoed to her bedside, wary of making the slightest sound. He softly called out, "Qingwei, my dear wife, it's time to wake up and eat." His voice was laced with tenderness, brimming with boundless affection. Li Qingwei slowly opened her eyes, her gaze still hazy with sleep as she looked at Yu. A fleeting smile, a charming blend of shyness and happiness, graced her face. She sat up, lazily rubbing her eyes, and inquired, "How long have I been asleep?" With a smile, Yu replied, "Not long at all. You need to rest well. A little extra sleep is good for your health." I've made you a couple of home-cooked dishes, so do get up and have a bite. Li Qingwei, touched, expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, dear husband, I have always been the one taking care of you. And now, it's your turn to look after me. I feel like such an inadequate wife." That Yue quickly shook his head, gently reassuring her, "Nonsense. You have taken such good care of me for several years. Now it is my turn to look after you. Come, let's eat." My dear Qing, as he spoke, he delicately placed the food on the table in the bedroom. Li Qingwen nodded, slipped on her slippers, and took a seat at the dining table. She gazed at the array of dishes and inhaled the enticing aroma. "That it smells amazing. Husband, just looking at it makes me feel hungry," she exclaimed. At Yue chuckled. "Of course. Go ahead and taste it to see if it suits your palate." Li Qingwei picked up her chopsticks, sampling a piece of the dish. After savoring it, she exclaimed in delight, "It's delicious. I never imagined your culinary skills were this impressive." Proudly, Yue replied, "Well, it's only natural. You've always been the one to toil in the kitchen. Today, it's my turn to showcase my skills. Thank you, dear husband. Eat more, for in a week I will be venturing into the secret realm. And I intend to devote this entire week to being with you," he continued. "Into the secret realm? Isn't that dangerous?" Upon hearing about his impending journey, Li Qingwei felt a pang of anxiety. After all, it was a place rife with unknown and unpredictable dangers. Gently stroking her head, Yue reassured her, "Do not worry. I will definitely return safely." Yet, Li Qingwei could not shake her concern. "But do not fret. I know what I'm doing. You should resign from your job for now, and the principal will ensure your safety during this week. And you, I fear for your safety." Li Qingwei's voice trembled with worry. "I'll be fine. You need not trouble yourself about me. This week, I will be fully devoted to you, my dear Qingwei," Yue said, gazing at her with eyes full of warmth and affection, as if to create a warm harbor that would dispel all her unease. She nodded slightly, her heart still fluttering with apprehension. However, the sight of his resolute and confident expression quelled her fears, and she opted to remain silent. Subsequently, Li Qingwei continued to relish the delicious dishes Yue had lovingly prepared, her face radiating satisfaction. Just then, Xiao Taozi awoke and stumbled over, capturing Li Qingwei's attention. Upon seeing the adorable creature, her eyes sparkled with delight as she softly called, "Mimi, come here." However, Xiao Taozi responded impudently, "Who are you to call this princess so rudely?" Li Qingwei was taken aback by the creature's words. Astonished that it could speak, observing her astonishment, Yue quickly explained, "Do not be alarmed, my dear Qingwei. This me is no ordinary pet. It possesses a remarkable level of intelligence that I discovered it in a tree downstairs and invited it to live with us. Rest assured, it poses no threat to you. Li Qingwei, after considering Yue's explanation, nodded slightly, though a hint of astonishment lingered in her eyes. Xiao Taozi gazed at the feast laid out before them and grumbled, "How amusing! Humans, why do you indulge in these delicacies without me?" Yue chuckled. "I saw that you were well fed and decided not to wake you. Besides, this food was prepared specifically for my dear Qingwei, not for you." Xiao Taozi, unperturbed, replied, "Well, I'm not hungry right now. When I do feel hunger, you amusing human can cook for me then." Yue frowned at this, correcting, "I do not appreciate being called an amusing human. You may address me as master, or you." Xiao Taozi scoffed. "I want to call you master." Yue, "Fine, I'll call you that." Yue nodded and then asked, "Was it you who harmed those humans a while back?" He had inquired during their first meeting, but Xiao Taozi had remained silent then. Xiao Taozi explained, "Are you referring to those humans who attempted to take advantage of me? They saw my beauty and wished to possess me. So I decided to teach them a lesson." Yue nodded, finding this all reasonable. After all, if a beast were to injure humans in the city without being discovered, it would likely be a spatial beast or one with an adorable appearance like Xiao Taozi. Otherwise, it would have been noticed and investigated by the authorities long ago. Curiously, Yue asked, "What about your parents?" Xiao Taozi replied nonchalantly, "They're always trying to keep tabs on me, so I snuck out." Yue was astonished. "Are your parents powerful?" After pondering carefully, Xiao Taozi replied, "By your human standards, my father should be a tier 10 beast." Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. "How many? Tier what?" "A tier 10 beast." He could hardly contain his amazement. "No wonder you could speak from birth. You have such an impressive father." Yu puzzled asked. Don't they seek you out? Don't they worry about you? Xiao Taozi confidently stated. I slipped away, and ordinary beings cannot catch me. Why Yu consider this, realizing it made sense. After all, this creature was a spatial beast and could traverse dimensions. Those capable of capturing it would not be interested in a seemingly ordinary plush toy. Yu had sensed Xiao Taozi's extraordinary nature because of his own probing abilities. Turning to Li Qingwei, Yu's gaze softened as he introduced, This is my wife. She is akin to a companion among your kind. Thus, she harbors no ill will towards you, so rest assured. Xiao Taozi blinked. Meow. I understand, but my father refers to my mother as his wife. Why Yu's curiosity was piqued as he wondered aloud. It seems that after beasts transform, they share some lifestyle habits with humans. When will you transform? Xiao Taozi shook its head, puzzled. Meow. I don't know. Why Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. You should be able to transform once you reach a certain level of cultivation. After all, you are no ordinary beast. Xiao Taozi yawned and nodded, stretching lazily. I'll return to sleep. Now, don't disturb me unless there is something important. Remember, you promised to take me to explore the human world. With that, it wobbled back to Yu's home. Yu smiled and nodded. No problem. Subsequently, upon witnessing Zaidozi walk away, Li Qingwei cast her gaze towards Yu, hesitating to voice her thoughts, sensing her attention. Yu turned to her with a smile and asked, What's on your mind, my dear wife? Feel free to speak your mind. Li Qingwei pursed her lips and replied, Husband, this little kitten appears quite extraordinary. How did you manage to win it over? Yu chuckled, with delicious treats, of course. Will you take this little kitten with you to the secret realm? Li Qingwei inquired. I'm uncertain. I don't know if it can be brought inside. If not, I'll have Zaidozi stay home to keep you company and protect you. Hearing this, Li Qingwei nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. In the hospital, Elder Zeng reported, Young master, the individuals dispatched have perished without capturing the target. Huang Heng frowned, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Incompetent fools. They couldn't even handle a trivial matter. This subordinate acknowledges the error and requests punishment from the young master. Elder Zeng bowed his head, unable to meet Huang Heng's gaze. However, before Huang Heng could respond, Huang Tianba entered the room. He glanced at Elder Zeng and waved his hand dismissively. You may leave for now. Elder Zeng exited the room with great relief. Huang Tianba turned to Huang Heng, his expression grim as he asked, Who did you send people to capture? Huang Heng hesitated before quietly responding. He has an elder sister named Li Qingwei. So you sent people to capture her, and they failed? Huang Tianba's voice bore a hint of ire. Huang Heng hurriedly explained, I never anticipated that those 2 second-tier warriors would perish at the hands of a woman. Huang Tianba's eyes grew cold. Humph. Did you not consider the ramifications before acting? Not only did we fail to capture anyone, but we've also alerted them to our intentions. Huang Heng lowered his head, gritting his teeth. I was wrong, father. After a moment of silence, Huang Tianba pondered. During the competition, I noticed the principal of the 9th Martial Arts High School left for a while. He must have gone to rescue someone named Li Qingwei. Huang Heng's face lit up with understanding. I see. It seems this Principal Yu is quite invested. He must have provided some life-saving means to Yu, which Yu then passed on to Li Qingwei. He then furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, But now that the matter is exposed, how should we proceed? Huang Tianba waved his hand nonchalantly. It's of no consequence. Even if Li Jiang captures those 2 dispatched individuals, they won't dare to act recklessly, especially since those 2 are already dead. Let's not forget, we are the Huang family of Qingchuan City. The authorities will not simply sever ties with us over an ordinary civilian. However, Huang Tianba's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Yet, following this incident, he must be eliminated. He poses a latent threat, and his rate of growth is alarmingly rapid. Huang Heng furrowed his brow. You have a specific plan. Father, Huang Tianba contemplated for a moment before replying. At present, he is in a period of ascendancy, especially after winning first place in the Qingchuan City competition. He is under considerable scrutiny. Thus, it is not the right time to make a move against him. Upon hearing that Yu had secured first place in the Qingchuan City competition, Huang Heng's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly. Observing this, Huang Tianba scoffed. Humph. His victory in the Qingchuan City competition is no mere coincidence. He undoubtedly harbors secrets, and if we do not eliminate him soon, he may become an even greater threat to our Huang family. Huang Heng nodded slightly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He had long harbored resentment towards Yu Yi, wishing to eliminate him, yet had been thwarted at every turn. Nevertheless, he could not deny the astonishing pace of Yu Yi's growth, from the ranking matches to the college selection. His speed of advancement even surpassed that of certain SSS grade talents. For the family, any potential threat must not be underestimated, especially one as young and rapidly evolving as you. Moreover, a deep-seated enmity had already formed between them. If left unchecked, he would undoubtedly become a significant liability for the Huang family in the future. Huang Tianba's expression grew serious as he remarked, "We should have eliminated the scourge that is Yu Yi long ago. Alas, we missed the opportunity. However, I am confident he will leave the city before the college entrance examination. As long as we bide our time, opportunities will naturally present themselves." He then wore a sinister smile and added, "If all else fails, once you return from the secret realm, I believe the cult will be quite interested in a rapidly growing super talent. Yes?" Huang Heng's previously sullen face brightened at the mention of the cult, revealing a hint of madness. Huang Tianba turned to Huang Heng, earnestly advising, "For now, it is crucial that you focus on recuperating and restoring your health in a week. The secret realm of the neighboring Dong family will soon open. This is a rare opportunity." Huang Heng nodded vigorously, understanding his father's intent and vowing to give his all. This opportunity was one he must seize to prove to his father that he was not a failure. Huang Tianba, observing his son's resolute expression, felt a measure of relief but could not suppress a sigh. "I hope you do not disappoint me again this time. Father, I will not let you down." Huang Heng replied fervently, "Now, rest well. I must return to attend to family affairs. I will have someone notify you before the secret realm opens." With that, Huang Tianba turned and exited the hospital room. Lying on the bed, Huang Heng's emotions surged with excitement. He clenched his fists, a crazed light igniting in his eyes. Yu Yi, once the secret realm concludes, your time will be up. Memories of past humiliation and setbacks ignited the flames of vengeance within him. "Once you are gone, Li Qingwei will be mine. Ha ha ha." The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. Unable to contain his joy, his face flushed with excitement, his gaze wild. That night marked the final day before entering the secret realm. Throughout the week, Yu Yi had been primarily accompanying Li Qingwei, taking her and Zaidai Ozi on excursions around Qingchuan City. Today, he spent the remainder of his funds purchasing blood-boosting pills and spiritual liquids for enhancement. With the consumption of these elixirs and a week of diligent cultivation, both his vitality and mental acuity reached a breakthrough, powerful energy surging within him. His vitality stood at 14,569 and his mental energy at 15,049. With the threshold for the second tier being 20,000 with every breath, he could feel the vigorous energy coursing through him, ready to erupt at any moment. Simultaneously, his mental prowess received a substantial boost. His thoughts became sharper and his insights more acute. Moreover, the amount of talent points he had amassed saw remarkable growth by completing daily tasks throughout the week, in addition to the original 1,000 points. His total had reached an impressive 2,400 points. This served as a safeguard, allowing him to further enhance his strength. Taking a deep breath and savoring the changes within, Yu Yi felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. "I must be cautious in the secret realm. Aside from the Huang family, other emerging forces and awakened individuals will have protectors as well, likely third-tier warriors. After all, besides the Huang family, other factions should not be underestimated. They may have third-tier protectors accompanying them, which undoubtedly increases the danger." While he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing the principal's name on the caller ID, he promptly answered. The principal inquired with concern, "How are your preparations coming along?" He reminded Yu Yi that they would depart for the neighboring Lishan city the following morning to participate in the secret realm. The principal further cautioned him to act with caution, as numerous factions in the city would also be attending the secret realm, including the Han family and the daughter of the underground market's Lu Yi. These factions would likely bring third-tier warriors as their protectors. Thus, he advised you to avoid conflicts with these powers to prevent unnecessary trouble. However, should he encounter danger, he could seek refuge with certain factions in the city, with the Han family being a commendable option. The city lord would personally escort him, ensuring his safety, while Li Qingwei would be under his protection, so there was no need for concern. After hanging up the phone, he fell into deep contemplation. The principal's words resonated with wisdom. However, it was regrettable that this E-level secret realm had a maximum strength restriction of only the first stage of the third tier. If it were an F-level secret realm, you could navigate it with ease. The limitations for F-level realms are set at the first stage of the second tier. Yet, the higher the realm's level, the richer the resources available. One must take a chance. Transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Caution is still paramount. There is but one realm enhancement card. Moreover, this card is reserved for dealing with Huang Heng. In due time, relying on the enhancement card, he could strive to gather as many resources as possible. As Yui pondered, a knock echoed from outside. Bang, bang, bang. Darling, come out and have dinner. Upon hearing Li Qingyue's voice, he halted his thoughts, rose, and opened the door to step outside. However, the moment his gaze met Li Qingyue, he couldn't help but be startled. She was clad in a snow-white professional blouse, the collar slightly unbuttoned, exuding a hint of subtle allure. Below, she wore a black, form-fitting mini-skirt that perfectly accentuated her curves. Complemented by a pair of black stockings, her flawless figure was showcased to perfection. Her lips were adorned with strikingly vibrant lipstick, enhancing her enchanting demeanor. Goodness, this attire was a stark departure from her usual style. Such a sight ignited a warmth within you. Noticing his reaction, Li Qingyue's cheeks flushed slightly. Darling, it's time for dinner. Yui swallowed hard. Qingyue, why are you dressed like this today? Li Qingyue shot him a playful glance. What is wrong, darling? Don't you like how I'm dressed? I do. Yui quickly replied, swallowing again. Li Qingyue lowered her head, her lips parting slightly as she said, Then you should eat first. And then, she seemed to fear rejection, quickly adding, Darling, please don't refuse. I dress like this just for you. Her voice trembled slightly, tinged with nervousness and shyness. You're going to the secret realm tomorrow. And I'm quite scared. So, after dinner, could you come to my room to keep me company? Upon uttering these words, Li Qingyue's face turned crimson, the blush akin to that of a ripe apple. He felt a swell of emotion, fully aware that even a mere kiss would render Li Qingyue bashful. Yet today she had donned such alluring attire for him and voiced such bold words. One could only imagine the resolve she had summoned. This blatant invitation was clearly an indication of her willingness to surrender completely to him. Yui stepped forward slowly, gently taking Li Qingyue's hand, tenderly caressing her warm cheeks as he said, Qingyue, having you is truly delightful. His voice brimmed with affection and love. Li Qingyue, head bowed, dared not meet Yui's fervent gaze, merely responding softly, You eat first. I'll wait for you. Witnessing Li Qingyue's bashful demeanor only deepened Yui's affection, yet he obediently prepared to eat. However, his thoughts had already been captivated by Li Qingyue, and as he looked at the meal before him, he found it difficult to swallow. After a few bites, he set down his chopsticks, unable to contain his desires any longer. Darling, hug me, carry me to the Li Qingyue's gentle voice returned, seemingly laced with endless temptation. Without hesitation, Yui stepped forward, lifting Li Qingyue in a princess carry, and slowly made his way toward the bedroom. Holding Li Qingyue in his arms, he could feel her entire being radiating warmth. Meanwhile, the fire within him grew, as if threatening to ignite. He gently laid Li Qingyue on the bed. Her cheeks flushed, biting her lip in a most captivating manner. Qingyue, I love you. Did I love you too? Darling to you, he leaned down softly, capturing Li Qingyue's crimson lips with his own, their breaths becoming increasingly rapid. His hands began to explore her body, delicately unbuttoning her blouse to reveal her snowy skin, each movement imbued with tenderness. Li Qingyue gasped, her arms wrapping around Yui's neck, responding to his fervor. The night was still young, and the room was suffused with a thick atmosphere of love and passion. They reveled in this blissful moment that belonged entirely to them. Meanwhile, The sleeping Xiao Tao was stirred awake by the strange sounds emanating from Li Qingyue's room. What on earth are they doing? It's so noisy. After probing with her spiritual sense, she discovered Yu Yi on top and Li Qingyue below, engaged in activities she could only speculate about. As dawn's light filtered through the curtain's seams, Yu Yi and Li Qingyue remained ensconced in sweet slumber. The previous night's fervor had left them utterly exhausted, yet their hearts brimmed with satisfaction. Time passed, and it was Yu Yi who first stirred from his dream. Slowly opening his eyes, his gaze fell upon the peacefully sleeping Li Qingyue beside him. Sunlight streamed through the curtain's gap, illuminating her beautiful face and revealing her sweet sleeping expression. Unable to resist, he gently leaned down to kiss her forehead. However, this small gesture startled Li Qingyue awake. She slightly opened her eyes, still carrying traces of drowsiness and shyness. "Darling," she called softly, her voice as gentle as a whisper. "Why you couldn't help but smile indulgently. The sun is already shining, my treasure." With that, he wrapped his arms around Li Qingyue tightly. The two snuggled in bed, relishing this sweet moment. After a while of lingering in bed, Yui rose first, followed closely by Li Qingyue. Yet, as she attempted to move, a wave of soreness coursed through her legs, rendering her steps somewhat awkward. Upon noticing, Yui smirked mischievously, swiftly moving to her side to offer support. Seeing his triumphant expression, Li Qingyue playfully punched his chest, pouting, "It's all your fault for being so wild last night." Yui chuckled, grasping her hand. "I take the blame, but it's mainly because my Qingyue is simply too beautiful." Li Qingyue's cheeks flushed, and she retorted, "Humph, you're just smooth-talking." Yui laughed, "I speak nothing but the truth. But since you say so, I'll certainly be more mindful and won't overexert you again." He winked at her. Li Qingyue nodded, her expression slightly forlorn. "Darling, I'll listen to you, but my realm is too low to compare with yours. So I can't satisfy you. If you meet other sisters you like in the future, I won't mind." Upon hearing her words, Yui felt a surge of emotion and grasped her hand tightly. Meeting her gaze with determination, he reassured her, "Do not worry, my Qingyue. I will surely help elevate your talents and realm." Li Qingyue, looking into Yui's resolute eyes, felt a wave of warmth wash over her, and she nodded gently. While Yui continued, "In that case, allow me to prepare a sumptuous breakfast today as a reward for my Qingyue." With that, he turned and headed into the kitchen, eager to showcase his culinary skills. However, as he was about to get busy, he suddenly recalled that Li Qingyue was still enduring discomfort. Thus, he swiftly exchanged for a painkiller from the system shop and presented it to her. "Qingyue, take this. It will alleviate your pain." Qingyue accepted the painkiller without hesitation and swallowed it promptly. Before long, she was astonished to find that the pain had completely vanished, replaced by a sense of comfort and relaxation. "Wow, darling, it really doesn't hurt anymore," Li Qingyue exclaimed excitedly. "Hee, as long as it doesn't hurt, I'll go make you breakfast right away." Yui replied with a smile, returning to the kitchen to continue his preparations. After all, the system's offerings are always top-notch. In no time, he had prepared a delightful breakfast, and they quickly finished eating. Yui gazed tenderly at Li Qingyue, saying, "Qingyue, I should be heading to the secret realm soon. Just wait for me at home." Qingyue's face revealed concern and reluctance, yet she nodded in agreement. "I'll wait for you at home. You must return safely." With a gentle smile, Yui affectionately patted her head, reassuringly stating, "Rest assured, I shall return safely." After speaking, he found himself pondering why he had not spotted Xiao Taozi that morning. Lost in thought, he departed from Li Qingyue's residence. Upon arriving at his own home, Yui softly called out, "Xiao Taozi, where are you?" Xiao Taozi lazily opened her eyes, stretched her body, and then, with a hint of displeasure, exclaimed, "Meow." "Yui, you've disturbed this princess's slumber." Unable to suppress a chuckle, Yui teased her. "You little rascal, it's already late morning, and you're just getting up, like a little pig." Xiao Taozi shot him a glare, protesting, "It's not my fault. You all made such a ruckus last night that this princess couldn't sleep a wink." Hearing this, Yui's face flushed slightly, surprised that the little cat had overheard their commotion. He quickly cleared his throat, attempting to change the subject. "Ahem, do you plan to accompany me to the secret realm? Or will you stay home to protect Li Qingwei? Xiao Taozi blinked and meowed enthusiastically. Going to the secret realm? Of course, I want to go. He thought to himself, since that is the case. He would take her along. After all, Principal Li Qingwei had assured him of her safety. Furthermore, Xiao Taozi's agility could prove helpful should he encounter danger. Although uncertain of her combat prowess, he nodded. All right, then you shall accompany me to the secret realm. But don't wander off. Xiao Taozi wagged her tail with excitement. No problem. Don't worry, I'm a very obedient cat. She continued, you must prepare more delicious food for me to make up for my sleepless night. He nodded and resumed cooking, deftly chopping vegetables while contemplating the next steps. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, though he couldn't quite pinpoint the issue at that moment. Suddenly, he realized he had forgotten something important regarding the system. System, have I completed my mission? Yu-E inquired softly. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Reward, 2,000 talent points, the system replied. Upon hearing this news, a satisfied smile spread across Yu-Yi's face. Not bad. Now, I have 4,400 talent points, which will greatly enhance my abilities at a critical moment. As he reveled in his excitement, his phone suddenly rang. Hello, Lord City Master. Yu-E answered the call. Yu-E. How are your preparations coming along? Remember to arrive at school before 11 o'clock. I will escort you to the Dong family's secret realm. Your principal has briefed me thoroughly, the city master inquired with concern. I'm all set and will head over shortly. Thank you for your concern, Lord City Master. Yu-E replied. Good. If you need any further assistance, don't hesitate to let me know. Understood. I will give it my all. Yu-E assured him resolutely. That's great. I look forward to your performance in the secret realm. But do exercise caution. With that, the city master hung up. Phew, with Xiao Taozi's assistance, the dangers of the secret realm should be significantly mitigated. Indeed, he should prepare more delightful dishes for her. With that thought, Yu-E returned to his cooking. After preparing breakfast, and once Xiao Taozi had finished eating, Yu-E got ready to head to school. While Xiao Taozi indulged in her meal, Yu-E made a trip to the warrior building to procure some supplies, including restorative potions and elixirs to replenish his energy and vitality. After completing his purchases, he returned home and looked at the languid Xiao Taozi, saying, Shall we go? Xiao Taozi, are you satisfied now? Have you eaten enough? Xiao Taozi cheerfully replied, Meow. You are quite the amusing human. You've done well, she added. But remember to protect me in the secret realm, considering your high level and ability to traverse dimensions. If you can't win, make sure to take me with you. Full of confidence, Xiao Taozi responded. No problem. After exchanging warm farewells with Li Qingwei, the two shared a tender moment and informed the city master of their departure. Shortly thereafter, Yu-E arrived at the entrance of 9th Martial Arts High School. He spotted his homeroom teacher, Dong Lei, standing by the gate, seemingly waiting for someone. Upon noticing Yu-E, Dong Lei quickly approached, expressing his concerns. Yu-E, you've arrived. The principal has informed me about your journey to the secret realm, and he will take responsibility for you. However, I still feel worried, so I came to check on you. After all, you have no guardian with you, which makes me anxious. Yu-E gratefully responded, Thank you for your concern. Teacher, if not for the spot you provided me, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to go. Please rest assured, I will return safely. Dong Lei nodded. Good. You best do so. Take care. I will, teacher. I still owe you a debt of gratitude. As they spoke, the city master arrived at the scene. Yu-E, how are your preparations coming along? Remember, you have no guardian, Feng Xiaodong cautioned. Thank you for your concern, city master. I am fully prepared. Then, without further ado, let us proceed to the Dong family's secret realm. Yu-E nodded in agreement. Uncertain whether receiving a spot in the secret realm was a blessing or a curse, Dong Lei watched Yu-E depart with unease. Soon, the city master led Yu-E to the location of the Dong family secret realm, where a significant number of people had already gathered. After all, family secret realms opened rarely, and spots were typically allocated to those connected to the family or involved in collaboration. Hence the larger turnout. Upon seeing Feng Xiaodong's arrival, the head of the Dong family, Dong Chuanwu, quickly approached, clasping his hands and greeting, Lord City Master, it is a rare honor to have you here. Feng Xiaodong smiled. I have brought a young friend. I hope the Dong family will kindly look after him. Haha, Lord City Master, You jest, since he is your friend, of course. We shall take good care of him, Dong Chuanwu acknowledged with a nod. As time passed, more and more family forces arrived, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. This moment. The secret realm was on the verge of opening, and excitement rippled through the crowd. Young master, I believe I just saw you, approaching Huang Heng. Elder Zeng whispered. What? How could he possibly be here? Huang Heng's expression shifted, revealing surprise. After all, even though this was merely an E-level secret realm, it was controlled by the family and was nearly inaccessible to ordinary individuals like you. I'm not quite sure. I only saw him walking alongside our city master. Beyond that, I cannot provide further details, Elder Zeng replied, shaking his head in acknowledgement of his limited knowledge. Huang Heng clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn it, that guy must have received a spot in the secret realm from that city master. His heart was filled with anger and resentment. I wonder if the city master provided him with a guardian. Elder Zeng remarked. After pondering for a moment, a cruel glint flashed in Huang Heng's eyes as he coldly declared, Once he enters, let us see if he has a guardian accompanying him. If not, we shall eliminate him within the secret realm. Elder Zeng nodded. Understood. I shall obey your command. Welcome, everyone. The Dong family secret realm is an E-level realm that has not been opened for 5 years. This year, due to the emergence of an SSS-level talent within our family, we have specially opened the secret realm and cordially invite everyone to explore. Dong Chuanwu proclaimed from a raised platform. After taking a deep breath, he bellowed, The secret realm is now open. These 4 words echoed like a thunderclap throughout the venue, stirring the hearts of all present. With his command, the crowd began to stir, many rising to make their way towards the entrance of the secret realm. Young friend, go forth and return safely. Feng Xiaodong encouraged you nodded, and then turned to continue towards the secret realm's entrance. Young master, it seems Yu Yi is entering the secret realm alone, without a guardian, Zheng Lao murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Huang Heng erupted into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha! Heaven is on my side. Today is your destined end. Yu Yi, we shall enter as well. My father will surely commend me for slaying Yu Yi. Having said that, he prepared to enter the secret realm alongside Zheng Lao. When Yu Yi arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, a middle-aged man responsible for verifying information obstructed his path. Hey, young brother, do you not have a protector? The middle-aged man inquired. Why Yu Yi shook his head and replied, No, the man, with good intentions, advised, if you lack a protector, it might be wise not to proceed. You may find yourself unable to contend even with the beasts, let alone acquire treasures. Yu Yi smiled slightly in gratitude, but firmly stated, Thank you for the reminder. But I still intend to enter. Seeing Yu Yi's resolute demeanor, the middle-aged man sighed in resignation. Very well, present your warrior emblem for verification. Yu Yi retrieved the warrior emblem from his pocket and handed it to the middle-aged man. After examining the emblem meticulously, the man remarked, Indeed, Yu Yi is a valid entry, granted by the collateral branch, Donglei. Here is the map to the secret realm. You may proceed. Yu Yi nodded, accepted the map, and without hesitation, stepped into the secret realm. Accompanied by Xiao Taozi, he ventured into the depths of the realm. This fellow is truly a reckless youth. Bringing a kitten along with him, some onlookers noted, shaking their heads at Yu Yi's decision. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Yu Yi enter the secret realm, Feng Xiaodong took out his phone and dialed Li Jiang. The call was quickly answered, and a man's voice resonated on the other end. What is it? Lord Feng. Feng Xiaodong replied. He has entered. Are you not concerned he may encounter peril? Li Jiang chuckled on the line. Am I worried? Of course I fear for his safety. Yet he is no ordinary individual. Would a typical first-tier, 9th-level warrior stride into the secret realm without trepidation? His unhesitating entrance indicates he possesses considerable confidence. Let us patiently observe how far he can progress. Feng Xiaodong sighed. Well, I hope he truly emerges unscathed. Jiang assured him with a smile. Rest easy. I believe he will. After hanging up, Yu Yi found himself momentarily dazed upon entering the secret realm, and when he regained focus, he discovered he'd been randomly teleported to a lush, verdant forest. This the secret realm. It feels rather splendid, Yu Yi mused, marveling at the sights before him. This was his inaugural venture into such a realm. Having only seen glimpses of it on his phone previously, he then recalled Xiao Taozi. Xiao Taozi must have entered as well, right? Turning his head, he spotted Xiao Taozi perched securely on his shoulder. Wide-eyed and inquisitive, surveying the surroundings, that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding! Task initiated. Explore the secret realm and obtain its most precious treasure. Completion will reward 2,000 talent points. Oh, the system hasn't been active for a while. This task seems promising. But what exactly qualifies as the most precious treasure of the secret realm? He furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. He knew nothing of this secret realm, making it difficult to ascertain what constituted its most valuable item. With that thought, he opened the map for a closer inspection. Although rudimentary, the map broadly outlined the locations of various regions and exits. I must proceed with caution. After all, most individuals here are accompanied by protectors. It would be wise to avoid conflict whenever possible. However, he resolved that Huang Hong must perish here. A glint of determination flashed in Yu Yi's eyes. Just then, Xiao Taozi piped up, "Is this the secret realm?" It doesn't seem particularly entertaining. Wai Yui cast a resigned glance at the creature, smiling as he replied, "Do not worry. Once we exit, I will ensure we have a splendid time. But first, you must guarantee my safety." "All right." Xiao Taozi's eyes sparkled, and it playfully tapped Yu Yi's shoulder with its paw, declaring, "It's a promise, meow." Yu Yi, charmed by the adorable Xiao Taozi, could not help but stroke its head. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, "By the way, Xiao Taozi, how skilled are you in combat?" Xiao Taozi, enjoying the affection, squinted its eyes in bliss before responding with confidence, "Combat? I'm not sure. I've never fought before, but I should be fine." He nodded thoughtfully. "Then let us find a few beasts for you to practice against." He mused internally, hoping Xiao Taozi would prove capable. The beasts here were all above the second tier, and their highest ranks remained uncertain. In this realm, Yu Yi felt as though he would struggle. Yet with Xiao Taozi by his side, the situation appeared different. Xiao Taozi was a second-tier, 7th-level creature and a spatial-type beast. He suspected its power would be formidable. After all, this little kitten could not even be discerned by his own probing abilities. Thus, Yu Yi and Xiao Taozi cautiously ventured deeper into the forest. Along the way, they encountered numerous spiritual herbs, such as earth spirit grass and wood spirit grass. While these herbs were relatively common, their abundance made them a valuable find. In the wild, one might search for hours to stumble upon spiritual herbs. But within the secret realm, they were much easier to locate. Just as Yu Yi was delighting in gathering the herbs, a thunderous roar of a giant bear echoed nearby. Following the sound, he spotted a colossal bear covered in rocks not far off. Rock Giant Bear, 2nd tier, 8th level, possesses exceptional defense, controlling a small amount of rock-type energy. Goodness, a 2nd tier, 8th level beast? I surely cannot contend with that. Yu Yi exclaimed, gazing at the imposing Rock Giant Bear. He was merely a 1st tier, 10th level warrior. Not even having broken through to the 2nd tier, how could he possibly stand a chance? What nonsense! As he spoke, he turned to Xiao Taozi. "Xiao Taozi, why not try your hand at that bear?" He reasoned that if it proved too challenging, Xiao Taozi could easily escape using its spatial abilities, so there should be little risk involved. If it succeeded, it would also serve as a testament to its strength. Xiao Taozi glanced at the distant rock giant bear. "That bear is enormous." "Very well. In light of your kindness over this past week, I shall assist you in defeating it." With that, Xiao Taozi unleashed 2 concentrated energy strikes with its paw. The attack struck the rock giant bear, but only caused minor fractures in its rocky exterior. Wai Yu had anticipated a more powerful move from Xiao Taozi and was taken aback. "Is that all?" Observing the rock giant bear, Xiao Taozi noted, "This seems quite different from the humans I usually encounter. Normally, when they attempt to harm me, I teach them a lesson, but this bear's hide appears remarkably tough." "Meow, it's time to get serious." With a swipe of its paw, Xiao Taozi unleashed an invisible spatial blade, cleaving the very space around a rock giant bear in two. The bear's defenses crumbled under the assault, leaving it with grievous wounds as it bled profusely and howled in agony. With another strike of spatial cutting, the rock giant bear was cleaved in half, meeting its demise on the spot. Incredible! So this is spatial cutting. How magnificent! Yu Yi marveled at Xiao Taozi's display of power. He sensed that Xiao Taozi's spatial talent was on par with the highest human SSS-level spatial abilities. See, I mean business. I'm quite formidable, R&TI. Yu Yi nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are quite impressive. Xiao Taozi, filled with pride, declared, of course, I am strong. I'm not just a creature that runs away. Upon finishing her words, Xiao Taozi proudly wagged her tail. Yu Yi, witnessing Xiao Taozi's impressive achievements, suddenly felt a surge of confidence. The current prowess of Xiao Taozi posed no threat to any adversary below the third tier. Thus, he no longer needed to act with trepidation and could proceed boldly. In the event of encountering an enemy above the third tier, he could simply turn and flee. For opponents below the third tier, he could dispatch them without hesitation. Freed from his previous caution, he could now seek out Huang Heng with the intent to eliminate him. Huang Heng had lived far too long. He deserved to perish. It would also serve as a means of ridding the world of evil. Subsequently, he stowed the corpse of the rock giant bear into his system backpack. It should be noted that this was a second-tier 8-fold beast, and its worth would undoubtedly be considerable. After tidying up, he and Xiao Taozi continued their journey. In another part of the secret realm, Zheng Lao respectfully addressed Huang Heng. Young master, the location of the enlightenment fruit lies within the most perilous area of the map. Should we first seize the enlightenment fruit, or pursue Yu Yi? Huang Heng pondered for a moment. The news of the enlightenment fruit has already reached several powerful factions. They will undoubtedly rush to claim it. Moreover, there will be beasts guarding the tree. We can wait until they weaken each other before striking. However, our primary objective must be to eliminate Yu Yi. He cannot be allowed to survive within this secret realm. And with Yu Yi lacking a protector, this presents an excellent opportunity. If I can eliminate Yu Yi and secure the enlightenment fruit, my father will surely regard me with newfound respect. Huang Heng became somewhat agitated at the thought. Zheng Lao nodded in understanding that this time, Yu Yi was unaware that Huang Heng was seeking him out. Had he known, he would have been grateful to Huang Heng for saving him the trouble of searching. When Huang Heng found him, it would also mark the end for Huang Heng. Yu Yi continued on with Xiao Taozi. He was currently focused on completing his system tasks and searching for the most precious items within the secret realm. Consequently, Yu Yi resolved to venture into the most dangerous area marked on the map. Typically, the most valuable treasures are concealed in the most perilous locations. Crisis and opportunity coexisted. Hey, who are you a disciple of? How is it that you are without a protector? A voice suddenly rang out, belonging to a somewhat shorter boy with fair skin, who was accompanied by an elderly man in black robes. Hearing this, Yu Yi halted, turned, and scrutinized them closely. After a moment of investigation, Yu Yi discovered that the boy was named by Xiao Lu, possessing a first-tier 6th fold in both vitality and spirit, and endowed with an S-grade wind elemental talent. The elderly man behind him was a 3rd-tier vitality powerhouse. In response to Bai Xiao Li's inquiry, Yu Yi remained unruffled. He calmly replied, "My protector and I have temporarily parted ways, but we shall reunite shortly." The boy's attitude toward him was still unclear. He could harbor ill intent or none at all. Thus, Yu Yi concocted a fabrication regarding his protector to ensure his safety. If there were any ulterior motives against Yu Yi, they would likely reconsider due to the presence of a protector. Although he possessed a realm enhancement card that was reserved for Huang Heng, he would not use it unless absolutely necessary. Bai Xiao nodded. "Then would you like to join us? It's quite dangerous here, and we can look out for one another." He shook his head. "No need. I will soon reunite with my protector. Thank you for your kindness." He then continued forward without hesitation. Watching Yu Yi's retreating figure, Bai Xiao muttered in confusion. "So aloof, isn't it better to team up?" The black-robed elder smiled slightly, explaining, "This young man is quite cautious. He does not know our intentions, so he remains vigilant and chooses not to join us." Bai Xiao found this reasoning sound and nodded in agreement. Yu Yi pressed on towards the location marked on a map, encountering numerous beasts along the way. For those he could not defeat, he allowed Xiao Taozi to handle them effortlessly. Not far ahead, he observed 2 boys and their respective protectors collaborating to hunt down a massive beast. This creature, a 2-headed poisonous python, exuded an acrid stench. The double-headed poisonous python, 3rd-tier 2nd fold, possessing a dual-headed form and a mastery over certain toxic elements. Its venom was highly corrosive, capable of easily eroding anything. Yue paused at a distance to watch as the two protectors skillfully surrounded and attacked the poisonous python. Before long, after a barrage of fierce assaults, the creature collapsed heavily, transforming into a deep green beast core. Yue gazed hungrily at the beast core that had emerged. It was indeed a beast core. This was the core of a third-tier, second-fold beast. Typically, he would need to slay over 1,000 beasts to obtain a single core. The rarity of such cores was evident, particularly one of this caliber. Originally, he intended to leave once the beast perished, as the carcass of a third-tier beast did not particularly entice him. However, the emergence of the beast core changed everything. The value of a beast core dwarfed that of the beast's body. Before him lay a third-tier, second-fold core, but to claim it, he would have to confront the two third-tier, first-fold protectors. Unless he utilized his realm enhancement card, it would be challenging to contend with them. Just as Yue hesitated, an unexpected event unfolded. A beast core. The final blow was struck by my protector, so this core rightfully belongs to me, shouted a red-haired youth. Humph, why should it? You must be dreaming. If my protector had not restrained the double-headed poisonous python, how could you have succeeded? You ought to share half the value with me, retorted a taller youth. I was merely using you to slay this beast. I never anticipated discovering a core. You fools, now you can perish, the red-haired youth barked, commanding his protector to prepare to seize the core. Humph, truly ruthless. You lack benevolence, so do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Attack! The taller youth, equally unyielding, ordered his protector to prepare for battle. Thus, an intense conflict erupted between the two youths and their protectors. Yue watched this unfold with delight, as the discord over the distribution of the spoils had ignited a fierce competition. Yue stroked his chin, thinking, once they are both weakened through their struggle, I shall seize the beast core. Ding! Task initiated. Seize the third-tier, second-fold beast core. Reward, 1,000 talent points. Oh, the system has issued a task. This beast core must be acquired. Yue rejoiced inwardly. This was a rare opportunity, being within a secret realm. Who would know if he committed unspeakable acts? Moreover, in this world, the law of the jungle prevails. Strength is the ultimate truth. The two protectors engaged in battle were both third-tier first-fold, evenly matched and unable to gain the upper hand. The youths, similarly matched in strength, found it challenging to bring the other to their demise. Yue patiently awaited the outcome of their conflict. Finally, after a fierce struggle, the red-haired youth's protector, having suffered a grievous wound and the loss of an arm, managed to barely defeat the taller youth and his protector. Now it is my turn, Yue thought to himself. You overestimate yourselves by daring to challenge what I covet. This is your fate, the red-haired youth taunted as he surveyed the fallen bodies. He then swaggered over to the beast core, preparing to claim it. However, before he could grasp the core, Yue teleported forward and snatched it up first. Excellent. Yue nodded in satisfaction. The red-haired youth was momentarily stunned. Who are you? Put down my possession. He glared at Yue, his face contorted with rage. Your possession? How do you prove that it belongs to you? Besides, are you even in a position to claim it? As Yue spoke, he cast a mocking glance at his guardian, who lay gravely injured on the ground. The red-haired youth clenched his teeth and muttered, Damn it. Upon seeing Yue, it appeared that he was alone, devoid of any guardian. The worry that had gripped his heart instantly dissipated. You little brat, you dare to covet the possessions of the Wang family from Lishan City without even a guardian? Are you tired of living? If you kneel and bow your head to me, I might consider sparing your life. Yue regarded the red-haired youth with a look of utter disdain. How foolish to threaten me with your family name at such a juncture. I have a profound aversion to those who dare to intimidate me. You might as well perish with that. Yue executed a sudden teleportation, appearing instantly before the red-haired young man. The youth's pupils widened in shock. He had assumed that proclaiming his family's name would intimidate this boy, but to his astonishment, it had no effect. Die, Yue declared, plunging his blade into the youth's body. No. The red-haired youth met his demise on the spot. Upon arrival, Yue had already assessed the red-haired youth's realm. He was at the 6th level of the first tier in vitality and the 5th level in spirit. In contrast, he had reached the 10th level of the first tier in vitality, rendering the youth utterly incapable of withstanding even a casual strike. Turning his gaze toward the injured guardian, he noted that the man's eyes were now open. I trust you witnessed that. Do not blame me. Blame your folly in following such a worthless young master. Only the dead can keep secrets, so you might as well join them. With that, he advanced and ended the life of the gravely wounded guardian. The surroundings fell silent, leaving only the 4 cold corpses behind. Yue approached each body, retrieving their storage rings. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have received 1,000 talent points, the system chimed. Excellent. I have acquired a substantial amount of talent points this time. Upon examining the contents of the 4 storage rings, he discovered that they were mostly filled with spirit liquids, elixirs, restorative herbs, and various weapons. Indeed, killing for profit is the quickest way to wealth. Yue mused as he surveyed his gains. He then opened a diary found within the storage ring of the tall youth. Damn, it turns out this lad is a monster too, Yue exclaimed in anger. The diary meticulously chronicled the many heinous acts committed by this tall young man, such as using his family's influence to bully innocent maidens, slaughtering their families, and subsequently claiming the maidens for himself. These two truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths. By eliminating them, I am ridding the world of a menace. The red-haired youth's earlier attempt to threaten Yue with his family's name indicated he was no better. Finally, he unleashed the chaos divine thunder, reducing the 4 corpses to ashes, erasing them completely from this world. It was as if nothing had ever transpired here. Tranquility returned to the scene. System, may I absorb this demon core? Yue inquired, gazing at the 3rd tier, 2nd level demon core in his hand. Ding. Absorption is permitted. It seems there are no restrictions on absorbing demon cores. Yue pondered. Ding. The highest absorbable demon core is currently tier 3. Yue nodded. There are indeed limitations, but being able to absorb this one is sufficient. Absorb. The absorption of the demon core surged a powerful energy through Yue, causing a rapid increase in both his spirit and vitality. Vitality 19780, spirit 20890. His spirit had directly broken through to the 1st level of the 2nd tier. His vitality was also on the verge of a breakthrough to the 1st level of the 2nd tier. Exhilarating. The enhancement from this 3rd tier core is astounding. If I could obtain a few more of these, I would surely soar to new heights. Yue thought excitedly, though he quickly realized such aspirations were impractical. The value of 3rd tier demon cores is considerable, far exceeding his current purchasing power for the affluent. Such cores remain elusive. Other cultivators cannot absorb energies from demon cores of a higher tier than their own. Those at the 1st tier can only absorb 1st tier demon cores. Yue, however, was different. He possessed the system as his unique advantage. Without hesitation, Yue consumed several vitality pills he had just acquired. His vitality successfully broke through to the 1st level of the 2nd tier. His strength had increased. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task of cultivating vitality and spirit to the 1st level of the 2nd tier. Reward 1,500 talent points. Ding! Daily tasks have been updated. By practicing vitality and spirit for half an hour each day, you can earn a reward of 300 talent points. Hearing the system's notification, a satisfied smile spread across Yue's face. Excellent. The daily tasks have been revamped. I can now earn 300 talent points daily. If this accumulates over time, it will amount to a significant sum. Once he stabilized his condition, he planned to depart and continue toward the marked location. I could see that moment. Xiao Taozi, lazily perched on a distant tree, was yawning. Xiao Taozi, everything is taken care of. We can set off now, Yue called softly. Xiao Taozi stretched and replied, Meow, all this fighting and killing is so dull. Then with a leap, it jumped onto Yue's shoulder, and together they embarked on a new journey to ask for whether the Wang family would seek retribution. Yue was unconcerned. After all, this was a secret realm. Who could possibly know that Wang Xiao had met his end at his hands? Moreover, with his current strength, how could he possibly defeat a 3rd tier guardian? Nonetheless, seizing this demon core was undoubtedly a worthwhile endeavor. It was a tremendous profit. Not only had he obtained a 3rd tier, 2nd level demon core, But he also acquired several storage rings filled with precious items. These resources are invaluable for cultivators. Even if they hold little use for UE, they could be sold for other necessities. Soon, UE arrived at the most perilous area on the map. A dense forest shrouded in mystery and danger, yet attracted countless cultivators eager to explore. Many individuals had already gathered there, engaged in fervent discussions. Subsequently, UE exchanged for a disguise tool from the system and successfully transformed into an elderly man with a kind face and white hair. He appeared utterly ordinary, yet his eyes sparkled with a hint of cunning and wisdom. "Xiao Taozi, let me carry you as we gather information," UE suggested, noting the crowd's size, suspecting there might be treasures to uncover. He privately considered that his system task was to obtain the most precious treasures, so he ought to participate in the proceedings. However, Xiao Taozi seemed reluctant to be carried, meowing in protest. "Meow, no, I don't want to be carried by you." He chuckled helplessly. Thinking how this creature had quite the personality, he then began to negotiate with Xiao Taozi. "If I bring you some little cakes that enhance your realm, how about it?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Taozi's eyes brightened, and after a moment's hesitation, it finally nodded. "All right then, but this is a one-time deal." UE smiled slightly, realizing that this little creature was rather easy to bribe. He then approached the gathering as a white-haired elder, cradling a cute kitten in his arms, strolling leisurely toward the crowd. "Oh, the one who asked me to join earlier is here too." UE spotted by Xiao Lu and approached him, inquiring, "Young friend, why are there so many people here?" Bai Xiao Lu respectfully replied, "Grandfather, are you also a guardian? There will be the appearance of enlightenment fruits here, so everyone is gathering to partake." "Enlightenment fruits? Good heavens, so many people have come, and I was the only one unaware." He had heard of such fruits, rumored to greatly enhance one's comprehension of martial techniques, skills, and certain secret arts. They could even aid in grasping the laws of power in the future. With this thought, Yi's heart raced, though he maintained an outward fade of nonchalance, responding cheerfully, "I'm also a guardian. It's just that my young master is elsewhere." "Thank you, young friend, for the explanation." Bai Xiao Lu offered a faint smile, indicating that there was no need for formality. As time passed, the number of people gathering here steadily increased. Many could no longer contain their excitement, eager to delve deep into the forest in search of the elusive enlightenment fruit. At that moment, you suddenly spotted several familiar figures, including Lu Xinran, the daughter of the underground leader Lu Yi from his own city, accompanied by her protector, as well as Han Li from the Han family. However, he was perplexed by the absence of Huang Hong. After all, the Huang family should have been aware of the news regarding the emergence of the enlightenment fruit. Damn it, where could Yui have gone? After searching for so long, he was nowhere to be found. Huang Heng's furious roar echoed through the air, brimming with rage. After searching for quite a while, he had not only failed to find Yui but even a trace of him. Old Xing let out a helpless sigh and advised, "Young master, let us first acquire the enlightenment fruit. We can worry about you later." Upon hearing this, Huang Heng displayed a hint of reluctance on his face, but ultimately nodded in agreement. After all, the enlightenment fruit was of utmost importance to him. If someone else were to seize it, he would truly be left in despair. And perhaps he had already fallen victim to a beast. In this realm, without a protector, Yui was as good as nothing. Even if he had not been killed, once they exited, his father would certainly arrange for a cult to assassinate Yui. With this thought, Huang Hong felt a bit clearer in his mind. However, if he failed to obtain the enlightenment fruit, his father would also be disappointed in him, that he truly did not want to witness that look of disappointment on his father's face again. Subsequently, the two made their way towards the direction of the enlightenment fruit. Meanwhile, Yui found that an increasing number of individuals had arrived at his location. These individuals were young masters and protectors from various factions, many of whom were teams composed of formidable third-tier powerhouses. They arrived either in groups or alone, yet all shared an unwavering anticipation and desire for the enlightenment fruit. Suddenly, a young man in the forefront shouted, "It seems that most of the factions have gathered here. Surely, we are all here for the enlightenment fruit. Why not enter together?" As his voice faded, the crowd erupted into a flurry of discussion. Some expressed their agreement, believing that this would help avoid unnecessary conflicts. However, others voiced their opposition, fearing that competition for the enlightenment fruit might lead to unforeseen accidents, while some worried about the potential presence of powerful beasts deeper within the forest. In a moment, the crowd found themselves in a state of indecision, hesitant to make a choice. Yet, no one was willing to step forward as the first to lead the way into the depths of the forest. Just then, a young man clad in white suddenly appeared at the center of the crowd. His demeanor was calm, and his gaze unwavering. Seemingly unafraid of the challenges that lay ahead, he waved his hand, signaling for his protector to follow, and then strode confidently into the depths of the forest. Observing this, other factions promptly fell in line behind the young man in white. Although apprehensions lingered in their hearts, they understood that if they did not seize this opportunity, they might never have another chance to obtain the enlightenment fruit. Thus, one by one, the factions followed suit, forming an impressive procession. Seeing that most had already ventured in, he thought it was an opportune moment to seize a share for himself. After all, his system task was to seek out the most precious treasures, and enlightenment fruit was undoubtedly the most coveted prize in the secret realm. With this in mind, he leisurely prepared to enter the depths of the forest. Just as he was about to take a step forward, he suddenly heard by Xiao Li's voice beside him, "Old Grandpa, are you also going to snatch the enlightenment fruit?" He turned a glance at Bai Xiao Lu and replied with a smile, "Indeed, the enlightenment fruit is something one dreams of. Aren't you going to wait for your young master?" Bai Xiao Lu inquired. He stroked his beard, chuckling, I've hidden the young master away since his cultivation is too low to, if powerful beasts appear near the enlightenment fruit tree, it would be disastrous." Bai Xiao nodded in understanding. "Then shall we go together, Grandpa? Some teams consist of third-tier powerhouses, and the Haven Tea brought their young masters to train. It would be safer if we teamed up." "Oh, that could work, but I'm just an old bone who can't run fast. You all must protect me." Bai Xiao laughed. "You're joking, Grandpa. Let us go together." Thus Bai Xiao and his protectors stepped into the forest. Surrounding them were lush trees, densely intertwined, resembling a black ocean that evoked a sense of oppression. However, as they ventured deeper, their surroundings gradually opened up, as though they had crossed an invisible barrier. Soon enough, they beheld a small lake ahead, its waters crystal clear, reflecting the surrounding greenery and sky like a mirror. In the center of the lake lay a small island, serene and beautiful like a paradise. Without hesitation, the group made their way towards the island at the heart of the lake, and he was filled with anticipation, wondering if the enlightenment fruit dwelled upon that island. Upon reaching the island, the sight before them left everyone in awe that a colossal fruit tree bore several ripe fruits, alongside many unripe ones, emanating a radiant glow. He rushed forward to inspect it and was astonished to find that this tree was a second-tier enlightenment fruit tree. Such trees were exceedingly rare, capable of producing fruits of up to second-tier quality, worth their weight in gold. Second-tier enlightenment fruits. Each fruit contained immense energy, significantly enhancing a warrior's speed of cultivation in martial arts and secret techniques, while also greatly aiding in comprehending the laws of the universe. Gazing at the enlightenment fruits before him, he could not help but salivate. However, he quickly noticed that a massive lion was lurking beneath the tree. This lion was engulfed in roaring flames, exuding an imposing aura. Flame Lion King, a commander-level beast at the third-tier 5th level, the overlord of this forest, wielding the power of fire elements, and guarding the enlightenment fruit tree. What on earth is a commander-level beast? He was bewildered by the system's explanation. Ding! Beasts are also classified by levels. The beasts you have usually slain are of the ordinary level. The classification of beasts is as follows. Ordinary. Commander, King, Emperor, and Sovereign. Ding! The higher the level of the beast, the more formidable its strength, the more intelligent it becomes. Looking at the system's explanation, felt he had gained some understanding of this world. Goodness, he had previously been slaying ordinary-level beasts. Now he was faced with a commander-level 1, and a third-tier 5th-level king at that. How on earth was he supposed to fight this? He pondered silently as he gazed at the slumbering lion in the distance. Most factions halted their movements upon seeing this formidable lion, waiting to see who would take the lead. Some elders among the teams recognized this as a commander-level beast. After all, the lion before them was several times larger than an ordinary lion beast. These elders had far more experience than you, E, and had some understanding of beast levels, while you, E, had only learned through the system. Moreover, the Beast Encyclopedia contained records of all beasts encountered in the Dragon Kingdom since the mass awakening nearly 200 years ago. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that they recognized this Lion King's appearance and characteristics, as long as they had consulted the Beast Encyclopedia more often. Faced with this situation, many factions were already retreating. If it were an ordinary lion, it would be manageable. Although its level was high, the number of their people would still give them an advantage. But alas, it was a commander-level beast. This posed quite a dilemma. To obtain the Enlightenment Fruit, they would have to defeat this lion. However, it seemed unrealistic, and thus everyone found themselves in a predicament. Just as the crowd hesitated, a brash youth stepped forward. Everyone, why are we hesitating? With so many of us together, we can surely handle it. It was evident that this brash young man was unaware that this was a commander-level beast. Some in the crowd cheered him on. The young master is right. Your protector can definitely kill this beast. You should take the lead. Then you'll be the brightest star. Others chimed in as well. Hearing their encouragement, the brash youth decided to play along. Let's go kill this beast. He commanded his protector beside him. His protector was immediately taken aback. Goodness, I've followed a young master who loves to show off and is utterly clueless. The protector wore an awkward expression. Young master, this beast's level is higher than mine. I cannot defeat it. The expression on the young man's face instantly turned colder. Are you trying to embarrass me in front of everyone? Faced with such an awkward situation, the guardian, left with no choice, could only brace himself to test the strength of this demon beast. Observing this scene, the onlookers retreated a few steps, their faces adorned with a hint of schadenfreude, as they fixated on the young man and the unfortunate guardian. The guardian cautiously approached the flame Lion King, gripping his long blade tightly, ever ready to deliver a fatal strike. To his astonishment, he successfully closed in on the majestic beast, silently thanking his fortune that it had yet to awaken. Thus, he resolved to unleash his martial prowess and innate abilities to launch the most formidable attack against the flame Lion King. Meanwhile, the young man felt a surge of pride as he witnessed his guardian's successful approach. The expressions of the spectators shifted subtly, just as the guardian swung his long blade, channeling his skills and innate talents to strike the flame Lion King with all his might. The blade struck true against the beast's form. Yet, surprisingly, only 2 tufts of fur fell from the Lion King. Cold sweat poured down his brow. This was certainly no ordinary Tier 3, 5th-level beast. The flame Lion King's eyes slowly opened, and before the guardian could react, he was met with a swift and lethal blow. The young man stared wide-eyed. Disbelief etched across his face. His guardian, possessing a powerful bloodline at Tier 3, 1st level, could not possibly be slain so easily. Yet, the harsh reality was that the flame Lion King needed only a single strike to reduce his guardian to a mist of crimson, leaving no trace behind. Observing this, some among the other factions bore expressions of amusement, as if they had anticipated such an outcome and felt no surprise at all that a trace of disdain flickered across their faces, mocking the young man's ignorance and folly. This moment, the flame Lion King had awakened. Glaring at the assembled crowd of insignificant creatures, its eyes ablaze with fury. Suddenly, it opened its maw and unleashed a deafening roar that reverberated like thunder across the island, deafening all in its wake. The shockwave surged through the bodies of everyone present. Some reacted swiftly and fled, while Yu utilized his teleportation skill to distance himself from the flame Lion King, mitigating the impact of the roar considerably. By heavens, this commanding beast is indeed extraordinary, Yu mused internally. However, the flame Lion King did not pursue the fleeing individuals, but remained steadfast beneath the wisdom fruit tree. The young man, too close to the flame Lion King, was directly struck by the sonic wave, resulting in his internal organs rupturing, causing immediate death. The early bird caught the worm. Thus, both the young man and his guardian became tragic sacrifices. Grandfather, this flame Lion King is a commanding level beast. Isn't it? By Xiao Lu inquired of Yu why you. He stroked his beard and chuckled. Ah, young friend, you possess keen insight. Indeed, it is a commanding level beast. He had not anticipated that by Xiao Lu. Seemingly of similar age to himself, could discern the beast's rank simply by its appearance. It was evident that he had delved deeply into the bestiary of demon beasts. Bai Shao pressed further. Do you think our factions combined could defeat this beast? He shook his head. I cannot say, for it is indeed a commanding level creature. Bai Shao nodded thoughtfully, though a hint of skepticism lingered in his gaze. The various factions, now in close proximity to the coveted wisdom fruit, found themselves increasingly anxious with the Flame Lion King standing guard. Murmurs of discontent filled the air. They had come seeking precious treasures. Yet now, with the wisdom fruit so tantalizingly close yet unattainable, their frustration mounted. The display of power by the Flame Lion King had posed a significant challenge, prompting many to contemplate the risks of confrontation. Once again, the young man in white stepped forward, addressing the gathered crowd. Surely, you have all come to this secret realm for the wisdom fruit. How about we unite our factions and hunt this beast together? In the end, we can divide the wisdom fruit according to our contributions. His voice echoed, stirring a flurry of discussions among those present. They whispered amongst themselves, weighing their interests and strategizing for maximum gain in this impending battle. Some aimed to leverage the strength of others to vanquish the Flame Lion King before seizing the wisdom fruit for themselves, while others opted to bide their time, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Indeed, young man, you speak wisely. With so many of us, surely we can defeat this beast. Let us attack together and share the spoils, declared a middle-aged and, as his words fell, a chorus of agreement erupted. Yes, let us unite. The Tier 3 powerhouses readied themselves to encircle the Flame Lion King, while the less experienced young nobles, lacking the requisite strength, remained at a distance to observe. Seeing this, Yu chose not to rush into battle. Knowing he would not prevail, and instead leisurely watch from the sidelines, in a moment. Various martial techniques and skills were unleashed upon the Flame Lion King. Yet, as a commanding level beast, its might was not something mere mortals could contest. Enraged by the audacity of these insects to attack, it unleashed a torrent of flames that engulfed the area. Many were caught off guard and burned by the searing heat. The assaults from the Tier 3 guardians merely grazed the Flame Lion King, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Utterly ineffectual, as the situation deteriorated, some began to falter, contemplating retreat. Yet, driven by greed, the majority pressed on with reckless abandon. The Flame Lion King roared in fury, continuously emanating its formidable power, drowning the battlefield in cries of despair. The Yue observed this spectacle, reminiscent of a video game raid against a boss. The secret realm imposed a limit on the highest tier of combatants, capping them at Tier 3, first level, while the Flame Lion King was a Tier 3, fifth level commanding beast. Most of the guardians and elders present possessed talents starting from A to B grade, which proved inadequate against such an opponent. The young nobles, endowed with exceptional SSS level talents, were simply too low in rank to engage, faced with the overwhelming might of the commanding level Flame Lion King. How could this group of guardians, none exceeding Tier 3, first level, hope to prevail? The Flame Lion King was far too powerful, offering them no opportunity. Some, oblivious to the beast's commanding status, soon recognized the truth. By heavens, this is no ordinary beast. It is commanding level. A voice rang out in alarm, plunging the scene into chaos. Panic spread through the factions. What the hell? A commanding level beast at Tier 3, fifth level. Someone shouted. Unless we have a high-talent individual of the same rank, how could we possibly contend? What a farce. If we had known it was a commanding level beast, we would never have come. As the realization of the battle's daunting nature and futility dawned upon them, many chose to abandon their quest for the treasure, believing that confronting such a powerful beast was a futile endeavor. They withdrew from the battlefield, distancing themselves from the Flame Lion King. Yet, some were caught unawares, struck by the immense fireballs unleashed by the beast, instantly reduced to ash. The air was thick with acrid smoke, and the Flame Lion King's roars transformed the atmosphere into a searing inferno. What utter incompetence! Yu mused, observing the scene before him, where these individuals found themselves utterly powerless against a demon beast. He had considered intervening, but the thought of needing a rank-up card to defeat the beast made him hesitate. After all, he intended to reserve that card for his target, Huang Heng. Missing this opportunity in the secret realm could mean waiting an indeterminate time for another chance. Thus, he resolved to endure that moment. Bai Xiaolu turned to Yu Yi and inquired, "Grandfather, why do you not intervene?" Yu Yi smiled faintly and replied, "Haha, I have grown old. Even if I were to act, it would be of little consequence." Bai Xiaoli's heart brimmed with confusion, as he found this elderly gentleman to possess an extraordinary aura. Regardless of the circumstances, the old man consistently exhibited an air of calm and composure, as though he held everything firmly in his grasp. Furthermore, the small creature nestled in his arms also captured Bai Xiaoli's attention, while the little creature was mostly asleep upon encountering the flame Lion King. A glimmer of disdain flickered in its gaze. Were it an ordinary creature, it would have surely been terrified at the sight of such a commanding beast. Yet, despite his bewilderment, Bai Xiaolu refrained from voicing his questions. After all, the current situation was tense. Any reckless inquiry on his part could potentially disadvantage him in the eyes of the elder. Meanwhile, the others present began to falter, realizing their inability to prevail. Though they felt a twinge of reluctance, they understood that forcefully competing without the requisite strength would only lead them into peril. That moment, several factions arrived, and these newcomers quickly grasped the intricacies of the situation. Among them was Huang Heng, accompanied by his protector. Had they finally arrived? Yu Yi observed Huang Heng's arrival with a slight upward curl of his lips. Huang Heng felt the oppressive heat as soon as he arrived. He looked up to see a colossal fruit tree before him, adorned with the coveted enlightenment fruit. His eyes sparkled with desire. Yet beneath the tree, the formidable flame Lion King glared fiercely at the various factions, exuding an aura of authority that deterred anyone from approaching. Huang Heng was somewhat astonished. With so many people present, why had they not united to slay the beast? He scanned the area, seeking answers. Just then, an elder approached. "Young master, I've learned that this beast is a 3rd tier, 5th level, and a leader-class creature. The major factions have already united for an attack, but they were ruthlessly crushed by this flame Lion King." Upon hearing this, Huang Heng understood the reason. It was not that they were unwilling to join forces, but rather that they simply could not defeat the flame Lion King. He inwardly sighed, realizing that acquiring the enlightenment fruit would not be an easy task. Initially, he had considered the possibility of the clam and the snipe contending, allowing the fishermen to benefit, but he had not anticipated that these individuals were merely striking stones with eggs. Yu Yi quietly watched Huang Heng's arrival. Thinking that this farce should come to an end, he narrowed his eyes slightly and, with steady strides, approached Huang Heng. "Young friend, I've been sent by your father, Huang Tianba, to assist you in seizing this enlightenment fruit." As he spoke, he stroked his grizzled beard. Huang Heng glanced sideways at the newcomer, noting the elderly man with white hair cradling a small creature, his eyes filled with disdain and a smirk of contempt gracing his lips. "Even if you are powerful, you cannot possibly exceed the 3rd tier, 1st level limit imposed by the secret realm," Huang Heng stated arrogantly, crossing his arms. "Furthermore, you claim to be sent by my father. What proof do you possess?" "I have no proof," Yui retorted resolutely, locking eyes with Huang Heng. "However, I can assist you in slaying this flame Lion King and procuring the enlightenment fruit." "Ha ha ha! You, an old relic, think you can slay this beast?" Huang Heng laughed heartily, nearly doubling over, as if he had heard the greatest jest in the world, pointing at Yu Yi and shaking his head repeatedly. "You are still as foolish as ever. But soon it will be your demise. Cherish your time while you can." Yu Yi mused inwardly, his brow furrowing. "If that is the case, then you shall witness." He stroked his beard, his expression turning serious. The previously serene visage now bore the frost of determination. He gingerly placed the little peach on the ground. The little creature looked bewildered, its round eyes blinking in confusion. "Little peach, wait for me for a moment. I shall return shortly," Yu Yi said softly, his gaze filled with reassurance. "System, use the realm enhancement card." Yu Yi silently commanded. As he activated the card, he felt a powerful force surge within him, his vitality and spiritual realm elevating to the 3rd tier. 1st level. Sensing the immense power coursing through him, Yu Yi smiled with satisfaction, his lips curling upward, excitement glimmering in his eyes. Oh, this is the sensation of reaching the third tier. Quite remarkable indeed. He clenched his fists, reveling in the fulfillment that strength brought. Yue was determined not to reveal his spatial talents. After all, this battle would hinge on the use of chaos divine thunder, making it the focal point of the confrontation. With measured steps, he advanced toward the Flame Lion King. Observing the elderly man approach the lion alone, various factions erupted into derisive laughter. Ha ha ha. What does that old man intend to do? Acting tough at such an age, that old fool is willing to risk his life just for show. We, a group, cannot handle this beast, yet he is so arrogant. Has the old man finally decided to intervene? Bai Xiao Lu watched Yu Yi's solitary advance, his gaze a mixture of anticipation and concern. Yet, Yu Yi paid little mind to the mockery, dismissing them as mere jesters. The Flame Lion King, regarding the frail old man before it, was taken aback, its large, bell-like eyes reflecting utter bewilderment. How dare a mere human elder challenge me alone? Does he not comprehend that I am a noble and formidable leader-class beast? The Flame Lion King glared at Yu Yi, its eyes brimming with contempt, as though regarding an insignificant insect. Oh, you dare to look down upon me? Yu Yi, incensed by the lion's disdain, felt his anger ignite. Spear of thunder punishment. In an instant, electric sparks danced around Yu Yi, crackling with a deafening roar. Beside him, several colossal spears of thunder, forged from chaos divine thunder, materialized with ferocious energy, radiating an ancient, destructive brilliance that made it impossible to gaze upon directly, lest one's soul be torn asunder. With a swift motion, Yu Yi pointed a finger at the Flame Lion King, and the thunder spears shot forth like bolts of lightning. The Flame Lion King, sensing the danger posed by the spears of chaos divine thunder, reacted instinctively. After all, it was a leader-class beast, endowed with intelligence and heightened danger perception far beyond that of ordinary creatures. Its massive form swiftly sidestepped, opening its gaping maw to unleash a torrent of blazing flames in an attempt to counter the terrifying assault of the thunder spears. However, the might of the chaos divine thunder exceeded its expectations. The thunder spears effortlessly pierced through the searing flames, advancing with unstoppable momentum toward the Flame Lion King, in a state of panic. The colossal beast continued to leap in a desperate attempt to evade the relentless pursuit of the thunder spears. Yet, it was too late. One of the spears struck the Flame Lion King's leg with blinding speed. Instantly, the spear plunged deep into the lion's limb, as the chaos divine thunder coiled around it like a venomous serpent. The chaos-infused lightning ravaged its leg, seemingly intent on shattering every sinew and bone. Meanwhile, those who had mocked you were left in disbelief, their faces painted with astonishment. Good heavens, that old man's thunder seems to have merged with the essence of lightning. Just a glance at it makes me feel as if I am on the brink of annihilation. Damn it, I was just laughing at that old man, and now it turns out the fool was me. My goodness, this old man is astonishing. From a distance, Huang Heng's previously arrogant demeanor transformed in an instant. How could this elder possess such strength? Despite the disparity of 4 levels, and facing a leader-class beast, he could still inflict harm upon the Flame Lion King. Could this truly be the individual sent by my father to assist in obtaining the enlightenment fruit? Furthermore, it appeared this elder possessed a spirit seed. Huang Heng fell into deep contemplation that he understood that spirit seeds could enhance elemental potency through fusion. Yet, as a prominent family in Qingchuan City, his own family lacked any spirit seeds. Even the most basic primary spirit seed was beyond their Huang family's grasp. Moreover, the old man's lightning was a shade of gray, undoubtedly indicative of a unique lightning attribute. Zheng Lao. My father truly knows such a formidable figure with a 3rd-tier lightning attribute. Huang Heng glanced at Zheng Lao, seeking answers from him. Zheng Lao shook his head. I cannot say for certain. Those with elemental attributes are typically affiliated with the superpowers. Not far away, Bai Xiao Lu observed Yu Yi's performance with astonishment. He had initially believed the old man to be quite powerful, yet he was utterly taken aback by his true strength. Old man, you are indeed formidable. Do you even possess an elemental attribute? The Flame Lion King felt a surge of rage within, Acutely aware of the chaotic divine, lightning relentlessly eroding and annihilating its physical form, inflicting waves of excruciating pain. The Flame Lion King could no longer hold back. It could no longer suppress its fury and let out a deafening roar that seemed capable of shaking the very heavens and earth, altering the colors of the skies. Subsequently, it opened its cavernous maw, resembling an abyss, and unleashed a colossal fireball towards the sky. The fireball resembled a blazing sun, radiating a fearsome heat and an aura of destruction. As it erupted in the air, the fireball scattered into countless dazzling, yet lethal, smaller fireballs, bombarding the ground like a tempest. These fireballs had no specific target, but rather unleashed a brutally indiscriminate assault upon the entire area. Good heavens, this is a major attack. He gazed up at the sky, overwhelmed by the sheer number and power of the fireballs, which surpassed all imagination. If the previous guardians who had besieged the Flame Lion King were to face such a dense and frenzied barrage, most would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant, unable to escape their fate. In the face of this astonishing, indiscriminate fireball assault, he dared not exhibit the slightest negligence or carelessness. As the fireballs wreaked havoc, the onlookers could only witness the desolation of the ruins. When the fireballs passed, everything was instantly reduced to rubble. Is the old man dead? Someone queried with a mix of curiosity and anxiety, their voice trembling slightly. I'm not sure. However, given how close he was to the center, it seems unlikely he could have escaped, another person speculated, worry etched on their brow. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. The Flame Lion King, gazing at the devastated area where he once stood, felt triumphant, exhaling a wave of scalding hot air as if proclaiming its victory. Yet, the chaotic divine lightning continued to coil around its legs, leaving it perplexed as to why. Meanwhile, he had already activated his teleportation, departing the moment the fireballs descended. With the capability to teleport across great distances at the third tier, he positioned himself to the left of the Flame Lion King. Amidst such terrifying attacks, his martial prowess held little efficacy, compelling him to resort to teleportation, unnoticed by others who were fixated on the myriad fireballs and the ensuing destruction. Lightning Punishment Spear, Yui bellowed, as the power of lightning surged around him, coalescing into a massive spear formed from the chaotic divine lightning. This time, he aimed to catch the Flame Lion King off guard. Given the creature's enormous size, he needed to forge a spear of sufficient magnitude to inflict severe injury. Before long, the spear was formed. Go! He gestured, and the colossal lightning punishment spear transformed into a brilliant bolt of lightning, albeit shrouded in a gray hue, hurtling towards the Flame Lion King. The beast sensed the formidable attack approaching from its left and attempted to evade, but it was too late. The lightning punishment spear struck with tremendous force, piercing the Flame Lion King's body. It let out a pained howl, staggering and collapsing to the ground. Seeing his attack land, Yui nodded in satisfaction and prepared to deliver a fatal blow. However, just as he was about to reach the Flame Lion King, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The Flame Lion King summoned the last vestiges of its strength, leaping into the air with a tremendous effort. Its massive form arched gracefully, akin to a blazing mountain. It opened its gaping maw, its fangs glinting ominously, and swallowed the 3 lowest fruits from the enlightenment fruit tree in one gulp. In an instant, a torrent of energy surged within its body. The previously gravely wounded Flame Lion King, on the brink of death, astonishingly began to heal at a visible rate. Its breath, once labored, now resembled a rejuvenated volcano, becoming increasingly powerful and volatile. Moreover, its tier ascended directly to the 3rd tier, 6th level. The Flame Lion King roared in fury, its voice reverberating through the heavens as if to rend the very skies. Its fiery gaze fixated on Yui, the one responsible for its severe injuries, as if intent on devouring him whole. To Yui's dismay, he had not anticipated that the Flame Lion King possessed such a hidden counterattack, let alone that it would consume the enlightenment fruits. It made sense. If the Flame Lion King perished, who would protect those invaluable fruits? By consuming a few fruits to rapidly recover its wounds. It could then defeat its current foe and continue safeguarding this precious resource. a plan that was indeed quite astute. The Flame Lion King truly was a leader-level beast, its intelligence surpassing that of ordinary creatures. You couldn't help but marvel at this realization. While the onlookers had believed the downed Flame Lion King to be at its last gasp, they were astounded by Yu Yi's formidable display of power. Little did they know, the Enlightenment fruits possessed such incredible healing properties. Their envy intensified, yet they dared not approach to seize them. They had not anticipated that the Flame Lion King would consume the Enlightenment fruits. The situation had suddenly become even more perplexing. Staring at the rejuvenated Flame Lion King, Yu cursed under his breath. "Damn it! Are you forcing my hand?" Moreover, the Flame Lion King had achieved a temporary breakthrough, elevating its strength to a new level at the 3rd tier, 6th level. Its aura surged with renewed vigor, flames enveloping its form more fiercely, as if intent on incinerating the very world around it. I managed to injure you once. I can do so again." Yu glared fiercely, his eyes ablaze with an indomitable fighting spirit, fixating on the Flame Lion King that was glaring back at him. The Flame Lion King let out a thunderous roar, swinging its massive forepaw with cataclysmic force towards Yu, fully aware that this was not the moment to conceal his abilities. Yu activated his spatial skill. Teleporting away from the perilous spot, the onlookers, initially astonished by the Flame Lion King, now found themselves utterly flabbergasted upon witnessing Yu Yi's second talent. Good heavens! Am I seeing this correctly? That old man possesses spatial skills? A spatial attribute, no less? Who is this old man? Is he truly just at the 3rd tier? How can he possess dual talents at such a level? The crowd was incredulous that, in their understanding, their nation had only one dual talent powerhouse. A pinnacle figure at the 10th tier, yet here stood another with a rare spatial talent and lightning talent, in addition to a lightning attribute, all at the 1st level of the 3rd tier. Their jaws dropped in disbelief. "Old man, you must have disguised yourself," Bai Shaolun mused aloud, gazing at Yu from a distance. Meanwhile, Huang Heng was utterly bewildered. Could his family possibly know someone of such caliber? Certainly not. If the Huang family knew such a person, they would have soared to prominence long ago. But why had this individual offered to help him seize the Enlightenment fruits? The logic eluded him, leaving him perplexed. Ding! Due to the Flame Lion King's desperate counterattack, a quest has been issued. Defeat the Flame Lion King to earn the reward. Chinquan Pot and the Enslavement Secret Technique. Chinquan Pot, Enslavement Secret Technique? What are these items? Yu was momentarily taken aback by the system's offerings. However, the system offered no further clarification. Never mind. I shall first defeat the Flame Lion King, he resolved. Confident that the reward would be worthwhile. Lightning Punishment Spear. Yu once again conjured several thunder spears and launched them towards the Flame Lion King. That moment, the Flame Lion King was charging towards Yu. And though its massive form was struck by several thunder spears, it did not suffer severe injuries initially. The thunder spears merely exploded upon impact, leaving shallow wounds on the Flame Lion King, which were still entwined with chaotic divine lightning. However, they did not penetrate deep into its body as they might have at the 5th level of the 3rd stage. The transition from 5 to 6 levels is indeed a significant qualitative change. And given that the Flame Lion King is of a commanding level, it proved to be quite formidable. Noticing that the Thunder Spear attacks were not very effective, Yu swiftly teleported into the midst of the crowd. The onlookers had been observing for quite some time, and it was high time they contributed, even if only to buy a little more time. Yu secretly rejoiced as his Thunder Meditation technique had already reached the 2nd stage, effectively doubling the spiritual power within him and providing ample energy to sustain his efforts. This moment, the crowd had descended into chaos, with screams echoing everywhere. People either fled in panic or unleashed their skills in a desperate bid to withstand the Flame Lion King's assaults. Currently, with the Flame Lion King's heightened power, it was imperative to continuously wield the Thunder Punishment Spear to achieve a qualitative change through quantitative accumulation. Yet, the Flame Lion King would not grant Yu such generous time. After a brief contemplation, Yu resolutely decided to enhance his martial skills. Enough of this. It was time to utilize his talent points to elevate his martial prowess. System, upgrade Void / to Mastery. Ding, consumed 3,400 points. Void / upgraded to Mastery. As the void slash reached its pinnacle, Yi's mind delved deeper into the understanding of this skill. This is the perfected void slash. Truly formidable. Grandfather, allow me to lend you a hand. Bai Xiaolu approached quickly. Yu felt a twinge of confusion. Bai Xiaoli's realm was vastly inferior to his own. How could he possibly assist? Grandfather, I understand your doubts. However, my talent is SS level weakening, capable of diminishing a target's overall strength. I have tested it before, and at the same level, it can reduce strength by up to 50 for a duration of 20 seconds, but against a third stage being, it might only be effective by 10 for a few seconds. Bai Xiaolu stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, he nodded slightly. Although he had previously inquired about Bai Xiaoli's talent, he had forgotten the specifics. Haha, that would be splendid. Thank you, young friend. Bai Xiaolu nodded in agreement, and then extended his palm toward the charging flame Lion King. Weaken. An invisible yet potent energy enveloped the flame Lion King in an instant. He scanned once more and confirmed that it had indeed weakened, albeit only by 8, likely due to its commanding status. Thank you, young friend. Leave the rest to me. Void slash. He roared furiously. Drawing forth the thunderblade with great vigor, he swung the blade with all his might towards the flame Lion King. This strike infused with the tremendous power of chaotic divine lightning. It transformed into an unmatched blade aura, cleaving through space and aiming directly at the flame Lion King. Caught off guard by the space-splitting blade aura, the flame Lion King's fiery body was nearly severed in two. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the flame Lion King. Reward. Chinquan Pot, enslavement secret technique. Upon hearing the system notification, eagerly examined his rewards. Chinquan Pot. Within it lies a hidden, independent, small world, allowing the host to cultivate demonic beasts, nurture spirit herbs, and even assist in healing injuries. Enslavement secret technique. A marvelous technique enabling the enslavement of the hearts of humans or demonic beasts. However, there is a prerequisite. The other party must willingly accept enslavement. Otherwise, the enslavement mark cannot be placed. Once successfully enslaved, the fate of the other party lies entirely in the host's hands, and their destiny can be determined in an instant. My goodness, is it truly this remarkable? Such treasures from the realm of cultivation have come my way. Truly a versatile system. Yui felt a surge of excitement, as Xiao Tao had been clinging to him during their excursions, complaining for quite some time. Now, with the Chinquan Pot, this issue could be resolved. The emergence of the Chinquan Pot not only addressed this concern, but also allowed him to better nurture Xiao Tao. He promptly retrieved the Chinquan Pot from the system space, examining the treasure meticulously. The Chinquan Pot before him boasted an exquisite design, with a round cylindrical knob adorned with a meticulously crafted Taiji symbol. Exuding an air of mystery, the curved spout and handle were also intricately designed, harmonizing perfectly with the pot's body, evoking admiration. Seeing the reward before him, Yui nodded in satisfaction and then approached the flame Lion King. He pondered whether he could subdue the flame Lion King, considering it was the guardian beast of the enlightenment fruit tree. Moreover, its strength was quite impressive. Capturing it could serve as a mount. He could then place the enlightenment fruit tree into the Chinquan Pot and have the flame Lion King continue guarding it. That would be a twofold gain. At this moment, the flame Lion King was gravely injured, hanging on by a thread. Flame Lion King, do you wish to submit to me? Yet, the flame Lion King's eyes blazed with fury. How could it submit to the one who had gravely wounded it? Furthermore, it was already on the brink of death. Submission seemed meaningless now. It gazed at the old man before it, unable to comprehend why he would ask such a question after inflicting such harm. Noticing the anger in the flame Lion King's eyes, Yui smiled faintly. He then produced the Chinquan Pot and captured the enlightenment fruit tree that the flame Lion King had been guarding. The flame Lion King, witnessing its charge vanish in the blink of an eye, felt an overwhelming rage and desire to resist, yet found itself powerless. Submit to me, and I shall grant you a new life, allowing you to continue guarding the enlightenment fruit tree. What do you say? The flame Lion King found this proposition utterly absurd. Moreover, with its impending demise, what purpose would it serve? Rest assured, if you are willing to submit, I promise to fulfill my word, and you have no other choice at this moment. The Flame Lion King blinked its eyes with great difficulty. Indeed, it had no other options and could only place its trust in this human before it. Enslavement Secret Technique. As the enslavement secret technique was employed, Yu felt an instantaneous connection form between himself and the Flame Lion King, its life and death now resting in his hands. Once subdued, Yu captured the Flame Lion King within the Chinquan pot. Given that the Chinquan pot possessed healing properties, the Flame Lion King would not perish immediately. Meanwhile, the onlookers were left dumbfounded. What happened to the Enlightenment fruit tree? And what about the massive Flame Lion King? It had all vanished. However, no one dared to step forward to inquire, for the individual before them had just nearly cleaved the Flame Lion King in two with a single strike. Now it's your turn, Huang Heng. Yu sneered, turning his gaze towards Huang Heng's position. Initially, he had planned to acquire the Enlightenment fruit and take Huang Heng to a secluded location to eliminate him. However, given the current circumstances, he could only kill Huang Heng in front of so many people. Thunder Punishment Spear. Go! The chaotic divine lightning coalesced into a Thunder Punishment Spear, hurtling towards Huang Heng with the speed of lightning. Too swift for anyone to react. Master, be careful. Elder Zeng, witnessing Yu Yi's sudden attack, was alarmed and rushed forward to intercept the blow. However, he quickly realized that he could not withstand such terrifying power. In an instant, the Thunder Punishment Spear pierced through Elder Zeng's body, and he did not even have time to let out a cry before turning to ashes. This moment, Huang Heng stared in horror at the unfolding scene. His protector had been unable to withstand even a single blow, sending him into a near panic. Huang Heng felt his knees in desperation, repeatedly bowing and pleading, "Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I can give you money. Fulfill any of your requests." A smirk crept onto Yu Yi's lips. Revealing a hint of disdain, he teleported beside Huang Heng and coldly remarked, "Do you think I lack such things? You truly are a useless wretch." With pleas for mercy yielding no results, Huang Heng began to cry out for help from those around him. "Esteemed powerhouses, I implore you, save me, if you can spare my life. The Huang family will surely reward you handsomely once we leave." Yui couldn't help but chuckle at Huang Heng's desperation. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd exchanged glances, none daring to step forward to aid him. After all, the old man before them possessed strength far beyond their own. Who would dare to provoke him? Then, the young man in white stepped forward, saying, "Grandfather, there is no need for such measures. Young Master Huang has done nothing to offend you." "Has he?" He looked at the young man in white, his lips twitching in irritation. "This person is far too pretentious. How infuriating! Such noise!" Subsequently, he brandished the thunder-slashing blade and struck with a single stroke. The blade's aura directly cleaving towards the young man in white. The young man in white perished on the spot. Who was his protector? If bravery were to be summoned, let them step forth. Yu inquired coldly. However, no one dared to step forward. After all, only a fool would stand by to await death. "Huang Heng, has her lower body recovered?" After speaking, Yu summoned the chaotic divine thunder to assault Huang Heng. In his final moments, fear and disbelief clouded Huang Heng's eyes. He could hardly fathom that this elder was Yu, and so Huang Heng was reduced to nothingness. The crowd instinctively distanced themselves from Yu, terrified that the man before them might take offense and eliminate them. Yu, noticing that the time for his realm enhancement card was nearing its end, decided it was time to depart. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained 2,000 talent points from the most precious treasure in the secret realm." Indeed, the most valuable item was the Enlightenment fruit tree. Yu mused as he sought out the little peach. Preparing to leave. "Let's go, little peach. You may traverse to any location you desire." The little peach nodded. "Your lightning is truly terrifying. And how did you suddenly become so powerful?" Yu gently patted the little peach's head. "I'll explain once we are safe. I can barely maintain my current realm, so we must leave first." The little peach, in a dignified manner, whisked Yu away from the place. After Yu Yi's departure, the crowd dared to speak openly. "What the hell? We entered the secret realm and gained nothing. Not even a single hair. Damn! How did such a formidable old man appear? Who exactly was that person? He came specifically for the Enlightenment fruit. And now all that remains is the bark? Old man, who are you really? Why did you do this? Do you harbor a grudge against the Huang family? Are you one of them? Bai Shaolo pondered as he watched Yu Yi's retreating figure. Han, do you think that elder bears some resemblance to a certain individual? Lu Xinran approached Han Li and remarked. Han Li shook his head. I do not know. All I am certain of is that the man is extraordinarily powerful, unrivaled at the third tier. Moreover, he possesses dual talents. I regard him as my role model, my aspiration. Lu Xinran remained silent upon hearing Han Li's words. After all, Han Li was solely focused on the man's strength. Neglecting various details that I at you, Lu Xinran contemplated. Some aspects exhibited by that elder earlier were reminiscent of Yu from the intercollegiate competition. The spatial talent of teleportation, along with the thunder slashing blade, and that martial skill. During the intercollegiate competition, she had closely observed Yu Yi's martial skill. It was indeed similar to that of the elder, yet the elder's proficiency was undoubtedly of a higher tier. This was rather peculiar. And how did Yu acquire a spot in the secret realm? However, upon further reflection, it seemed improbable, especially considering the dual talent. Only one individual in the Dragon Kingdom is known to possess it. Moreover, a dual talent associated with lightning. How could such a talent manifest in an ordinary person? Meanwhile, Yu and the little Peach randomly traversed to a location within the secret realm. Before long, the time for Yu Yi's realm enhancement card expired, and he reverted to the first stage of the second tier. The disguise technique dissipated, restoring him to his original appearance. This journey through the secret realm has been quite fruitful. Most importantly, Huang Heng is dead. Yu sighed in relief. When he initially entered the secret realm, he sought not only to acquire rare materials, but also to eliminate Huang Heng. Now, both objectives have been achieved, and he merely awaited the opening of the secret realm's exit the following day to depart. I could see this moment. Yu had lost interest in hunting beasts. He simply wished to find a place to rest. After all, having used the realm enhancement card to elevate himself to the third tier, he still felt some lingering negative effects. Just then, the little Peach suddenly called out to Yu, asking loudly, Hey, you still haven't answered my question. Yu patted the little Peach's head, feeling a sense of pride as he replied, As your master, I must be powerful. Therefore, I possess dual talents upon hearing this. The little Peach curiously scrutinized the human before it, secretly pondering, could this individual, like me, wield two forms of power? It felt an overwhelming curiosity towards Yu, sensing that he harbored many secrets. Then what was that sudden surge in your realm? How did you become so strong all of a sudden? Yu explained. The realm enhancement card is an item that temporarily boosts one's realm. The little Peach fell silent at this. Yu scratched his head, realizing that he had seemingly completed the second stage of the eye for an eye task. It appeared that the system had yet to reward him. System, where's my reward for the second stage of eye for an eye? The system paused for a moment. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the second stage of eye for an eye. Reward. Spatial cutting. 1,000 talent points. Ding! The third stage of eye for an eye is to annihilate the Huang family. Reward. 3,000 talent points. Skill. Chaotic Thunder Prison. Yu nodded in satisfaction at the third stage reward and checked the description of Chaotic Thunder Prison. Chaotic Thunder Prison. A prison of thunder born from chaos. Once the enemy is confined, they will be enveloped by the limitless power of chaotic divine thunder, annihilating them. This skill is indeed a restraining technique. Even if one cannot defeat the foe, they can still trap the beasts. Yu felt quite pleased with the skill's description. Now, all that remained was to execute the plan to annihilate the Huang family. Although he had already killed Huang Heng, who could ascertain that it was he who did so, nonetheless, caution was paramount, for in this world, there are no impenetrable walls. The plan to eradicate the Huang family must be advanced. After finalizing his plans, Yu turned to the little Peach and said, Little Peach, I will take you to a delightful place. Before the little Peach could respond, Yu utilized the Chinquan pot to enclose it within. Yu then entered the Chinquan pot as well. Upon entering the Chinquan pot, he was greeted with a landscape of mountains, rivers, and forests. It was entirely a self-contained little world. Wow, where is this place? It's so beautiful, the little Peach exclaimed, excitedly surveying its surroundings. That Yue surveyed the world within the pot, feeling quite satisfied. It could be transformed according to his preferences. At this moment, the enlightenment fruit tree had taken root near a water source. The Flame Lion King, though bearing heavy wounds, had only partially recovered. That Yue approached. Flame Lion King, did I speak incorrectly? How do you feel? Is your vitality returning? The Flame Lion King did not respond. It sensed the uniqueness of this place, and its injuries were gradually healing, as the environment seemed more conducive to its realm advancement. Seeing the Flame Lion King still gravely injured, Yue approached the enlightenment tree. This was a second-tier enlightenment tree, capable of producing second-tier enlightenment fruits, but he wondered if it could eventually be cultivated into a third-tier enlightenment tree. If so, it would yield third-tier enlightenment fruits. Each tier's effects are vastly different. Yue looked up at the enlightenment fruit tree before him, noting that there were still 12 ripe fruits. With a leap, he plucked 5 of them. The fruits were peach-sized. After tasting one, sweet and quite delicious, my mental state feels significantly rejuvenated. After consuming them, both his vitality and spirit increased. Vitality 22560, spirit 23459. However, the true value of the enlightenment fruit lies not in boosting vitality and spirit, but in its substantial effects on martial skills, secret techniques, and future comprehension of laws. Furthermore, it can aid in healing wounds. Yet for Yue, mastering martial skills was unnecessary, as he had the system. Only the comprehension of laws was beneficial, along with the boost to vitality and spirit. Though he acknowledged this, he couldn't consume the enlightenment fruits indiscriminately. They should be reserved for times of severe injury. Yue tossed one enlightenment fruit to the Flame Lion King to aid in its recovery. The Flame Lion King, taken aback that it had a share, looked at Yue with newfound favor. The Flame Lion King opened its mouth wide and devoured it, and its grievous wounds began to heal rapidly. Seeing that the Flame Lion King was no longer in mortal danger, Yue refrained from offering more enlightenment fruits. After all, the Chinquan pot had healing properties, allowing it to recover slowly without wasting any fruits. Observing the little peach frolicking nearby, he tossed 2 more fruits its way. The little peach, drawn by the aroma of the fruits, eagerly consumed them, finishing them off in just a few bites. Meow. These fruits are delicious. Yue, give me more. Before Yue could respond, he sensed a fluctuation in the realm of Xiaotaozi. Goodness, consuming just 2 fruits propelled her directly to the second stage, 8th level. How astonishingly swift. Yue remarked, there are no more left. I merely gave you 2 to savor the taste. This is not an ordinary fruit. It is the enlightenment fruit. Just look at how your realm has ascended to the second stage. 8th level. Xiaotaozi, with a displeased expression, meowed, meow. What a miser. After consuming it, I felt an immense energy aiding my breakthrough. It's wonderful not to have to cultivate. Yue chuckled softly, patting Xiaotaozi's head, and reassured her. Let us wait until more ripen before you indulge again. This place will assist in your realm's enhancement. For now, you may remain here. I will call for you when needed. Xiaotaozi's eyes sparkled with joy as she responded. All right, I will design this place according to my preferences. With that, she happily wagged her tail. Yue, amused by her adorable demeanor, smiled and turned to leave. He approached the Flame Lion King, who lowered its head respectfully. Indicating submission, Yue commanded, Flame Lion King, you are now my servant. You must heed all my commands, understood? The enlightenment fruit tree remains under your care. You shall live here, and once you have recovered from your injuries, I will summon you. Upon hearing Yue's words, the Flame Lion King felt a surge of excitement. That It had anticipated severe punishment, but was instead granted such favorable treatment. This was undoubtedly an improvement over guarding the enlightenment fruit tree on that small island. Although becoming Yue's servant left it feeling somewhat disgruntled, the prospect of continuing to manage the enlightenment fruit tree while recovering from its injuries was undeniably a favorable outcome. Moreover, this location facilitated rapid ascension in its realm. Free from disturbances, the Flame Lion King let out a roar, seemingly expressing gratitude. Yue paid no further attention to the Flame Lion King and retrieved some blood and spirit elixirs obtained from slaying foes. Consuming all the elixirs and blood pills below the second stage from the storage rings, his realm experienced a boost. Blood 28430, spirit, 281803, now at the second stage, second level. The abundance of blood pills in these rings significantly contributed to the rise in his vitality. UE surveyed the storage space, lamenting the absence of demon cores. That was to be expected, as demon cores were not easily acquired. Had he possessed any, he would have utilized them already. The storage rings contained various spiritual herbs, weapons, battle armor, and assorted recovery potions, all of which were of no use to UE, so he decided to sell them upon his return. He then checked his talent points and the progress of his tasks, resulting in a total of 6,600 talent points. System: upgrade Thunderclap 9 blades to perfection. Ding! Consumed 2,400 talent points. Thunderclap 9 blades successfully perfected. With the perfection of Thunderclap 9 blades, he could now unleash the 8th strike. The 9th strike would require reaching the true intent realm. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the completion of a martial skill. Reward: 500 talent points. Ding! To reach the true intent realm, the host must comprehend the true essence of the martial skill, or receive system task rewards to attain the true intent realm. Talent points cannot be used for this upgrade. UE understood the system's explanation better now, even if he could not grasp the true intent realm himself. The system would assist him. The remaining talent points amounted to 4700. YUE refreshed the system's discount shop to see if he could enhance his martial skill proficiency after refreshing the system shop. A week had passed, thus ensuring a minimum guarantee. Second stage, 5th level Demon Core 8, 300 talent points, unknown black stockings, 1 talent point, 6th stage Realm Enhancement Card, 1,000 talent points. UE was thrilled by the items available in the shop. The 6th stage Realm Enhancement Card could elevate his blood and spirit realms to the 1st level of the 6th stage for 30 minutes. After use, he would enter a state of weakness for 1 day. As long as he obtained the 6th stage Realm Enhancement Card, the annihilation of the Huang family would be imminent. Feeling fortunate today, UE spent 1,300 talent points to acquire the Realm Enhancement Card and the 2nd stage. 5th level Demon Cores. He took out the 8th second stage, 5th level Demon Cores, and the previously acquired 3rd grade Dragon Blood Elixir and began to consume them. The consumption of the Dragon Blood Elixir made UE feel as if his body's blood was colliding violently, as if it would tear his flesh apart. After all, he was using a potion meant for a different realm. Yet, UE persevered. Soon, a warm current flowed through him, and he felt the Dragon Blood Elixir enhancing his blood by 700 and spirit by over 6,000. Blood, 41560, spirit, 40989. That the remaining enhancements came from the 8th second stage, 5th level Demon Cores, raising his blood and spirit realms to the 2nd stage, 3rd level. His power experienced a significant boost. UE clenched his fists, feeling the surging strength within him, and shouted joyfully, "Awesome!" Subsequently, he upgraded his profound grade martial skill, Gale Fist, to an Earth grade mid-tier martial skill, Wind Thunder Fist, spending 500 talent points. He then upgraded Thunder Flash from entry to minor perfection, costing another 1,000 points. Finally, he enhanced Thunder Armor to minor perfection, spending 1,500 points. With only 400 talent points remaining, UE refrained from further expenditures. Systematic calculations have been meticulously considered. Rest assured. The system panel opened. Character: UE Realm. Martial Artist, 2nd stage, 3rd level. Spirit Master, 2nd stage, 3rd level blood. 41,560, equivalent to the 2nd stage, 4th level. Spirit, 40989, equivalent to the 2nd stage, 4th level. Talent: SS, Space Chaos Divine Thunder, Beginner, Shop. Cultivation Methods: King Grade Ultimate. Thunder Body Refinement Technique, incomplete. 2nd level, King Grade Ultimate Thunder Meditation Method, incomplete. 2nd level, Martial Skills: Earth Grade Ultimate Thunderclap 9 Blades, perfect. Earth Grade Mid-Tier, Wind Thunder Fist, minor perfection. Earth Grade Upper Tier, Thunder Flash, minor perfection. Heaven Grade Mid-Tier, Thunder Armor, minor perfection. Heaven Grade Upper Tier, Void Slash, major perfection. Skills: Instantaneous Movement, Thunder Punishment Spear, Space Cutting Backpack. D Grade Upper Tier, Thunder Slash Blade. F Mid-Tier, Fiber Armor. Qinchuan City, Surrounding Map. 6th Stage Realm Enhancement Card. etc., observing the varied levels of proficiency in his martial skills and the enhancement of his realm, Yu felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This journey through the secret realm proved to be immensely rewarding. Moreover, it resolved his issues with his adversary, Huang Heng. Yui no longer feared the Huang family seeking trouble. He eagerly anticipated their imminent obliteration. Once he left the secret realm, it would also signal the downfall of the Huang family. Furthermore, the martial arts entrance examination was approaching. After the Huang family's demise, he would enroll in the Imperial Capital University and then bring Li Qingyue and her parents to Qinchuan City, leaving behind nothing of sentiment save for his homeroom teacher and a promise made to the principal. Now, the primary objective was to eradicate the Huang family, following the enhancement of his strength. Yu emerged from the Qian Kun Pot that moment. A gentle breeze rustled through the surroundings, the leaves whispering softly. His suspicions about the time differential within the Qian Pot were confirmed. According to his meticulous calculations, the ratio of time was 3:1. 3 days outside equated to merely 1 day within. The utility of the Qian Pot was, without a doubt, monumental for Yu. He carefully stored the Qian Pot and fixed his determined gaze on the horizon, preparing to seek a secluded place to rest for the night, awaiting the opening of the exit the following day. He strode steadily toward the depths of the forest. As he walked, the evening sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows upon him. Soon, he discovered a cave ahead. Be cautious. He summoned Xiao Taozi, ready to confront any formidable beast that might lurk within. Sure enough, a second stage, 10th-level beast lay hidden in the cave. With his current strength, he certainly could not contend with it. However, fortunate for him, Xiao Taozi was by his side. In an instant, she swiftly dispatched the beast. "Meow, I'm going back. It's much worse in there than outside," Xiao Taozi exclaimed, her form flickering as she returned to the Qian Pot. Yu then exchanged for a comfortable bed from the system shop and gently placed it inside the cave. He subsequently focused intently on studying how to refine his bones at the second stage. "System, please explain how to refine bones at the second stage." Ding! Upon reaching the second stage of blood, one may begin the process of bone refinement. The crisp sound of the system echoed in his mind. The human body comprises a total of 206 bones, and during cultivation, one can refine these bones or utilize rare treasures to expedite the process. However, most individuals are unable to achieve the complete refinement of all 206 bones. Only those prodigies hailing from influential families, endowed with abundant resources, stand a chance of accomplishing this feat. The disparity in physical strength between those who have fully refined their bones and those who have not is immense. Some individuals dedicate years to bone refining, striving to establish a solid foundation before advancing to the third tier. Conversely, there are those who, in their haste for success, neglect the time required for bone refinement, resorting instead to copious amounts of medicinal pills and rare treasures to leap directly into the third tier. Such physiques are notoriously weak, possessing only the strength of their realm. Ding! As this system is an all-encompassing one, it automatically initiates a 24-hour bone refining process for the host. The host may also employ certain rare treasures to accelerate the completion of bone refinement. Listening to the system's introduction, Yu smiled contentedly, contemplating the bone refining journey that lay ahead. And he mused, indeed, it is a truly omnipotent system. Subsequently, he recalled the 4th-grade Lioli liquid he had obtained long ago. System, how should I utilize this Lioli liquid? Ding! The host may apply it all over their body or immerse themselves to absorb its effects. This system will assist the host in complete absorption. After a moment of contemplation, Yu deemed that taking a bath was a splendid option. Thus, he retrieved a bathtub from the system's space, filled it with crystal-clear water, and poured in the precious Lioli liquid. Afterward, Yu disrobed and slowly reclined into the tub. Ding! The host is using the Lioli liquid for bone refining. The speed of refinement is now greatly enhanced. Vitality continues to surge. As soon as Yu settled in, he felt a warmth spreading through his body, accompanied by a sensation akin to tearing pain. However, not long after, as the Lioli liquid was gradually absorbed, this discomfort began to dissipate. Instead, his body grew pleasantly warm, and before he knew it, Yu-E drifted into a deep slumber, in the dead of night. A roar from a beast shattered the tranquility, jolting the slumbering Yu-E awake. How did I fall asleep? Yu-E sprang up suddenly, donned his clothes, and stretched widely. That nap had been wonderfully refreshing. Yet the sky remained dark. Upon glancing at the time, he realized it was just past 1 a.m. With a sense of astonishment, he sensed the progress of his cultivation technique and discovered that he had successfully refined 12 bones in his lower limbs during that brief period. Remarkable speed indeed. The absorption of the Lioli liquid had concluded, and the automatic bone refining resumed its previous pace. That Yue clenched his fist, feeling the surge of vitality within him, which had noticeably increased. Vitality, 48986. After the absorption, he had gained an additional level. Truly, the 4th grade Lioli liquid is exceptional. Not only does it expedite bone refinement, but it also significantly enhances vitality. However, there was little change in his mental state. He nodded in satisfaction and resolved to continue his cultivation until dawn before heading to the exit. As for the earlier roar, he paid it no mind. Under the moonlight, the first rays of sunlight gently filtered through the leaves, illuminating the cave. That Yue exhaled a breath of stale air. After a night of cultivation, both his vitality and mental acuity had slightly improved, and the system's daily task was complete, yielding 300 talent points. It was time to leave the secret realm. With unwavering determination and eager anticipation, Yu stepped out of the cave. He consulted the map and located the exit, making his way in that direction. He knew he couldn't leave too early. It was best to wait until most people had gathered before exiting. The entrance was not far, and after a 2-hour trek, Yu arrived at a small hill near the entrance. Waiting quietly, before long, several groups began to arrive. Alas, I didn't team manage to acquire a single Dao fruit from this secret realm. What a loss. You still want the Dao fruit. Aren't you afraid that old man will cleave you in two? Damn it. Who would have thought that an E-rank secret realm would attract both dual talent individuals and those with thunder attributes? The crowd murmured, with most discussions centered around Yu after all. His unexpected appearance left many perplexed. Noticing that most people had arrived, Yu strolled out leisurely. Lu Xinran, who had been searching for something, was taken aback upon seeing Yue. You also participated in this secret realm? Bai Xiaola also noticed Yu, intrigued by his seemingly casual demeanor, as if he were merely on a leisurely trip. Since their last separation, she had not seen him again and began to suspect that Yu was that mysterious old man. Yu, what are you doing here? Lu Xinran approached and inquired. Why can't I be here? My homeroom teacher allocated a spot for me, so I came to gain some experience, Yu replied nonchalantly. Regardless of whether he was exposed now, he felt no fear. After all, he possessed a 6th-tier realm enhancement card. Even the city lord was only at the 5th tier. At present, no one could contend with him. Are you trying to snatch the Dao fruit? Lu Xinran asked directly. Dao fruit? What? Is there still a Dao fruit here that I'm unaware of? Yu feigned ignorance. Good to see you again. Yu Bai Xiaola approached and remarked that, oh, it's you. What a coincidence. How were your gains? Yu inquired with a smile. Not bad, but the Dao fruit was taken by an old Oh, you know who that old man is? Bai Xiaola stared intently into Yu Yi's eyes. Observing their expressions, Yu surmised that they must be suspecting he was that enigmatic old man. Nevertheless, it posed no concern. He simply shook his head and spread his hands, indicating his lack of knowledge. Lu Xinran and Bai Xiaola, seeing this, ceased their probing and merely requested Yu Yi's contact information. Soon after, the exit of the secret realm opened, and everyone began to exit slowly. Yu followed closely behind. Lu Xinran and Bai Xiaola remained impassive, their gazes fixed on the back, waiting for something. Are you also waiting for that old man? Bai Xiaola asked as she stepped closer. Lu Xinran nodded, her suspicions about Yu being the old man growing stronger. There were far too many oddities. Moreover, it seemed that Yu was the only one with spatial abilities among those who entered the secret realm. If that old man were indeed Yu, it would be a monumental secret. Not only that, she felt a profound curiosity toward Yu, even if the old man were not Yu. The vigor Yu exhibited within the secret realm was rather peculiar. After all, without a guardian, and considering his realm should not exceed the 1st tier, 10th level in her understanding, how could he not pique one's curiosity? The two waited, but as time passed, the old man still did not arrive, further solidifying their suspicions. Ultimately, they had no choice but to exit first. Upon leaving the secret realm, Yui spotted a crowd of clan leaders and representatives from powerful factions waiting outside. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was surprised to see the city lord in the distance. He had not anticipated that the city lord would personally come to greet him. Observing Yui's spirited demeanor, the city lord thought to himself that this hardly resembled an experience in a secret realm. It appeared more like a leisurely outing. Nevertheless, it was indeed a good thing that Yui emerged unscathed. City lord, Yui approached respectfully and clasped his hands in greeting. It's good to be back safe. How do you feel? The city lord inquired. I feel quite well, Yui replied, for it was indeed true. After using the third-tier realm card, there was nothing to worry about. The sensation of being able to kill whomever he wished was simply delightful. The city lord nodded and patted Yui's shoulder, saying, "That's good." Just then, the conversations of those returning caught the city lord's attention. What? A third-tier 5th-level beast of the commander level, and it subsequently broke through to third-tier 6th level. A mysterious old man with dual talents. Thunder attributes, forcefully defeated. The Dao fruit tree is gone. Dong Chuanwu was astounded by the reports from those who had returned. Initially, he had assumed that the beasts guarding the Dao fruit tree were of ordinary rank and would not possess excessively high realms. He had planned to dispatch a team of 10 individuals, all third-tier 1st-level experts in vitality and mental acuity, into the secret realm to seize the Dao fruit. After all, this was his family's secret realm. Thus, he had made ample preparations, yet he had not anticipated encountering a commander-level beast. Moreover, it subsequently broke through to third-tier 6th level. Not only was its realm significantly above the secret realm's limitations, but it was also of the commander level. How could they possibly contend with that? Even a few SSS-level third-tier 1st-level experts would be unable to defeat it. What astonished him even more was that the enigmatic old man possessed dual talents, spatial affinity combined with lightning attributes, as well as a spirit seed. Those who witnessed it recounted how the old man demonstrated formidable prowess by vanquishing the Flame Lion King. Subsequently, he vanished along with the Flame Lion King and the Enlightenment Fruit Tree after slaying Huang Heng, the eldest son of the Huang family. This not shocking. Moreover, there was no such individual listed in the secret realm directory. Where could such an old man possibly come from, and to possess both a spirit seed and dual talents? Each of these attributes would elicit awe on their own. Yet this old man possesses both. He had only heard that such spirit seeds seemed to be exclusive to the most prestigious families in the imperial capital. How could it be that someone with dual talents and a spirit seed emerges from this small place?